Chapter 541. Torturing the Saint. Yin Jiuqiu used his inner strength to seal off the entire courtyard. And the white silk could actually penetrate his inner strength, which shows the ability of the owner of the white silk. Yuan was stunned when she was caught. First, her reaction was not as sharp as before after she became pregnant. And second, the other party's movements were indeed faster than she could imagine. When she realized what was happening, she was already taken into the night by the white silk. She looked at the courtyard that suddenly shrank in front of her eyes. And for a moment, she didn't know whether she should be glad that the other party was entangled with her wrist instead of her pregnant belly. With the blessing of Yin Jiuqiu's inner strength, Ing Shi-san and Qin Yin and his party quickly dealt with the guards of the Lan Mansion. When they hurried to Lan Jiao's courtyard, they saw Yuan being swept away by the white silk. The white silk seemed to appear out of thin air. Not to mention Yuan. Even the group of martial artists with inner strength like them could not detect it in advance. "Who is that person?" Qin Yin asked with a frown. "It seems a woman?" Ing Lu opened his eyes wide. Ying Shisan and Yuego looked closely and saw that it was indeed a woman, dressed in white, with a slender figure, fluttering robes, and wide sleeves. The white silk came from her hands. After catching Yuan, she carried Yuan and landed gracefully on a roof with flying eaves. Yuan's heart skipped a beat. It was true that she was not afraid of heights, but the brackets were slippery, and she might fall to pieces if she was not careful. A gust of cold wind blew, and Yuan's body shook, and the iron box in her arms almost fell down. She hurriedly hugged the box tightly. Yin Jiuqiu was standing in the open space in the yard, raised his head, glanced at her, and looked coldly at the woman who held her tightly. The night was dark, but the light in the yard was not dark. Yin Jiuqiu's face was as cold as ever, without any extra expression, and naturally no panic. The more critical the moment, the calmer Yin Jiuqiu was. This was a property deeply engraved in the bones of the young Master Yin after being persecuted for so many years. Yuan was not a person who could ignore life and death now. But Yin Jiuqiu's calmness gradually calmed her down. She did not touch her belly as usual, but tightened the iron box in her hand. There was a faint fragrance on the other party's body. Yuan didn't need to look back to know that the one who caught her was a woman. A woman, with such high martial arts, appeared in the territory of the Lan Mansion in the middle of the night. Combined with Lan Jiao's way of delaying time, Yuan almost instantly guessed the other party's identity. The saint of the Lan family, Lan Ji. "It's Lan Ji," Ing Shi-san said solemnly. "Lan Ji?" Ing Lu scratched his head. "Why does this name sound so familiar? Ah, she can't be the saint of the Lan family?" "It's probably true." Qin Yan's expression also became serious. Grandma Lan mentioned that the Lan family did their best to train this saint, but Qin Yan still underestimated her strength. How powerful can a person who needs the protection of a master be? Facts have proved that he was wrong. She was able to break through the inner force blockade of the Ghost King, which showed her strength. Ing Lu took a step forward and shouted angrily, "That's too much. What's the point of arresting a woman who doesn't know martial arts? If you have the guts, come down and fight us." Lan Ji glanced at the few people with cold eyes. A trace of disdain flashed across her face, and then she flicked her sleeves and slapped Ing Lu in the face. Ing Shi-san pulled Ing Lu away and faced the palm himself, but was shocked by the terrible internal force and flew out. Ing Shi-san. Ing Lu changed color, pointed his toes, flew into the air, and caught Ing Shi-san from midair. However, the saint's internal force was too deep. Even though Ing Shi-san took most of it, Ing Lu still crashed into the tree with him and fell heavily to the ground. "You too, are you okay?" Qin Yan hurried over and helped the two people who were dizzy from the fall. Ing Lu had been protected by Ing Shi-san in his arms, and was fine. Ing Shi-san suffered serious internal injuries, and his cheeks faded in an instant. The aura of the saint enveloped the entire mansion, and even Lan Jiao noticed it. She hurriedly called the servants to help her to the yard. When she saw the saint standing high on the roof and Yuan, who was held hostage by the saint, her eyes lit up instantly. Good. 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 After being bullied all night, she finally waited for her daughter to come back. She knew that her daughter would not let her down. She caught the stinky girl in one encounter. Now, she wants to see how arrogant they are. She said excitedly, "Daughter, you are finally back. If you don't come back, the Lan Mansion will be demolished by these guys of unknown origin." Lan Ji glanced at Lan Jiao, who was covering her shoulder. Her eyes were stern, and she shot out an internal force to force the silver needle out of Lan Jiao's body. Lan Jiao felt her whole body lighten and saved half her life. Lan Ji looked coldly at the man with Fong mask standing in the yard. Who are you? Why are you so presumptuous in my Lan family? Yin Jiuchao said lightly. You don't deserve to know. A trace of anger flashed across Lan Ji's beautiful face. As the saint of the Lan family, she was born to be admired. If you say that Lan Jiao is arrogant, she will be even colder and more arrogant than Lan Jiao. She grabbed Yuan with one hand and turned her internal force into a blade with the other hand, slashing at Yin Jiuchao fiercely. Yin Jiuchao flicked his wide sleeves and coldly dissolved her attack. Lan Ji looked at him deeply, and her eyebrows were furrowed. What is your relationship with the Sikong family? Sikong family? Lan Jiao was stunned. Why did her daughter ask this? Lan Ji's eyes fell on Yin Jiuchao's mask without blinking. This is the long-lost internal strength of the Sikong family. Where did you learn it from? Yin Jiuchao ignored her, staring at Yuan, stretched out his hand, and used his internal strength to grab a bow and arrow from the hands of a guard. Yin Jiuchao silently pulled the bow and arrow. Close your eyes. Young master. You. Ing Lu was stunned when he saw Yin Jiuchao actually aiming at Yuan's heart. Qing Yin was also dumbfounded. Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao looked at Yuan steadily. Yuan closed her eyes obediently. She believed in Yin Jiuchao. Even if there was a fire pit ahead, she would jump without hesitation if Yin Jiuchao asked her to. Yin Jiuchao looked at Lan Ji and said, Remember, if she dies, you will be buried with her. At first, Lan Ji thought Yin Jiuchao was just pretending to scare her. But then she felt the huge murderous aura on Yin Jiuchao's body. But until now, she didn't think Yin Jiuchao was going to shoot the woman he captured. Until the arrow shot mercilessly at Yuan's heart. You are crazy! Lan Jiao shouted on the side. She saw how much this man cared about this girl. But he actually shot the girl to death? The saint hadn't said anything yet. And before she could say a word to threaten him with the girl, he couldn't wait to solve the trouble? Was he serious? Of course Yin Jiuchao was serious. Not only did he aim at Yuan, but he also showed no mercy. And the arrow carried all the force he could. His killing intent frightened Lan Jiao. Lan Jiao had never seen a man who played by the rules so unconventionally. Even if it was a dog, he couldn't just kill it. Right? At least talk to her. And then fight her? With such good martial arts, it's not like he had no chance of winning. Right? If they really fought, of course, there would still be some chance of winning. But Yuan was sandwiched between the two and couldn't withstand the fight between the two. Once she got pregnant, it would be a double death. The saint was a martial arts expert. But she didn't fight Yin Jiuchao head-on, but captured Yuan. This also showed that the saint's strength was not as good as Yin Jiuchao's. If they fought alone, Yin Jiuchao should be able to kill her. The reason why he didn't kill her immediately was probably because he didn't want to hurt the woman by mistake. But he personally raised the arrow and shot the woman. Remember, if she dies, you will be buried with her. Is this man threatening me in return? As long as this woman is alive, he will not kill her. Once this woman dies, she will also become a dead soul under his knife. In this way, I have to protect this woman and prevent her from being shot to death by him? On the other hand, Lan Jiao will also feel guilty. What's going on? It was the saint who took the hostage. How come in the end? The saint was still threatened. The arrow was about to hit Yuan, but the saint moved and took Yuan away. Such an arrow, such a force, can only be avoided by the saint's martial arts. Seeing the saint taking Yuan away, Qing Yin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were so frightened just now that their legs were weak. It seemed that the saint was successfully threatened. How did he come up with such a tricky method? Too scary. This man is too scary. Fortunately, it was one of us. If it was an enemy, Qing Yin said he would have to commit suicide on the spot. With the saint's strength, she can walk sideways in the whole Hades. It is already cheap to take hostages to threaten opponents. What is frustrating is that he was threatened in return. Yin Jiuchao shot arrows one by one. The saint dodged again and again. When she finally dodged, her hair was all messed up, and she looked more embarrassed than ever before. Whose woman is this? Why did she protect her? The saint used all her internal energy on Qigong, and she couldn't spare a single bit to fight back. Yuan was flying around under her protection, but she didn't get pregnant. However, the saint was not as good as Yuan. Not only was her strength underestimated, but Yin Jiuchao's strength was even more underestimated. She thought that with her skills, even if she couldn't defeat the owner of that breath, she could at least save her life. But now, she was not so optimistic. She was carrying a living person, and her internal energy loss was greater than that of the other party. If the other party continued to chase her, she might be hit. The saint's eyes moved, and she threw a few beads with her backhand. The beads fell to the ground, exploded with a few bangs, and exploded a rolling poisonous fog. Under the cover of the poisonous fog, the saint took Yuan out of the lawn mansion. However, even though they flew away through the poisonous fog, Yin Jiucha still chased after them with a palm wind. The saint was hit, and one of her ribs was broken on the spot. She felt a pain in her chest and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Several people held their breath until the poisonous fog dissipated, and Ing Shursan, Qing Yin, and Ing Lu came over. Young master. Ing Shursan looked at him. Yin Jiuchao looked at the endless night. His eyes were terribly cold. Ing Lu looked at Lan Jiao, who was standing by, and drew out his sword, saying, "Young master, her daughter has captured the young madam. So why don't we capture her too? Force the saint to hand over the young madam." Ing Shursan analyzed. Lan Jiao was seriously injured, and the first thing the saint did when she showed up was not to protect her mother, but to capture the young madam. The saint probably doesn't care much about her biological mother. Yin Jiucha concentrated on sensing the movements in all directions, and said lightly, "The masters of the Lan family are coming. Take her away." Ing Shursan paused and replied, "Yes." The young master wanted to take her away, so there must be a reason for taking her away. Before the masters of the Lan mansion arrived, Yin Jiucha and his party took Lan Jiao away, and on the other side, the saint also took Yuan to the final destination. Yuan had learned a lot of characters from her grandmother during this period, and recognized the golden plaque Sikong mansion at a glance. The saint covered her chest, held onto the wall, and spat out blood again. Yuan looked at her strangely. The saint said coldly, "Don't try to escape. Even if I'm injured, it's still easy to kill you." Yuan stuffed the iron box into her wide sleeves without leaving a trace, raised her eyebrows and said, "Who said you want to escape?" The saint walked to the closed door with the wall, pulled the door knocker and knocked. "Who is it?" "It's me. The saint," the saint said. The door was immediately opened from the inside, and a guard from the Sikong mansion came out respectfully, seeing the saint with a pale face and blood on the corner of her mouth. He was immediately shocked. "Saint! You?" The saint was about to fall down, and she didn't have much energy to talk nonsense with him. She asked weakly, "Is the second young master here?" The guard nodded like crazy. "Yes. Yes. Do you want me to inform him?" The saint said with all her might, "No. I will go see him in person." "Then please come in." The guard hurriedly made way for the saint. The saint held the door, turned back and threatened Yuan. "Why don't you follow me?" Yuan followed reluctantly. The guard saw that Yuan was a little hesitant. "Saint." "She is." The saint interrupted him. "You don't need to ask who she is. But you can't just enter the Sikong family." The guard was halfway through his words, and when he saw the saint's majestic face, he couldn't say a word. The saint was engaged to the second son of the Sikong family, and she would be the mistress of the Sikong family in the future. It seemed that it was not an overstep for the mistress to bring people into the mansion. The guards who didn't dare to offend the saint quietly stepped aside and let the saint lead Yuan into the Sikong mansion. The Sikong mansion was very large, but because it was late at night, there was no way to appreciate the scenery. Yuan followed the saint slowly, watching the saint's body become a little unstable due to her injuries. Yuan wanted to kick her down several times, but she thought that kicking her down would be fun for a while, but the consequences would be a crematorium. So Yuan secretly endured it. The saint turned around impatiently. "What are you whispering about secretly behind you?" "Nothing." Yuan walked in front of her with a swagger. "If you don't like me sneaking around behind you, I'll just go in front of you. Here." The saint called Yuan coldly after she crossed the intersection. Yuan turned around, looked at the saint, who was about to turn left, said "Oh," and turned around to follow. Along the way, they met many servants, all of whom treated the saint with respect. No one asked who Yuan was, and why she was brought into the mansion by the saint. Yuan approached the saint and said, "Hey, it seems that you have a very high status in the Sikong family. I heard that you were originally engaged to the eldest son of the Sikong family. But why did you change to the second son? When you marry into the Sikong mansion in the future, you will see your ex-fiancé every day. Don't you feel embarrassed?" The saint said in a restrained tone, "Shut up. Yuan, shut up." After a while, he asked again, "Do you want to join hands with the second son to seize the position of the head of the Sikong family?" The saint girl couldn't bear it anymore and said, "I told you to shut up. I won't shut up. Do you believe I will kill you?" Yuan said, "If you dare to kill me, I would have killed you long ago. Don't forget. My husband said that as long as I die, you have to be buried with me. My husband keeps his word." The saint girl said disdainfully, "Humph. Do you really think he can come to the Sikong family and kill me by himself?" Yuan blinked. "Since you are not afraid of my husband's revenge, why don't you just kill me?" The saint girl didn't answer her question, but turned her face away, looked at the knight, and said, "What is your relationship with the Sikong family? Where did your husband learn the longevity secret?" "What longevity secret?" Yuan touched her chin with a puzzled look. "The kung fu that the Ghost King practiced in the forbidden area turned out to be called the longevity secret." Yuan would never tell her the truth and let her guess. In other words, she didn't kill herself in the Lan family because she was worried about being retaliated by Yin Jioch on the spot. Now that she has entered the ironclad Sikong family, she still keeps her life. It seems that she is afraid of the relationship between Yin Jiocho and the Sikong family. While thinking, the saint came to a heavily guarded courtyard. The guards all knew her and quickly made way for her. The saint looked at Yuan coldly and said, "What are you standing there for? Why don't you come in?" Chapter 542, The Spoiled Little Goo-Goo. Showing off her power and beating him up, Yuan glanced at her and stepped over the threshold and went in. This was a two-entry courtyard. The saint took Yuan through the hall and came to a corridor with agarwood flooring. Yuan walked slowly all the time, looking around from time to time. The saint was injured and felt uncomfortable, seeing that Yuan was slow to catch up. She couldn't help but look back and glared at her. "It's useless to look. You can't escape." Yuan folded her arms. "It's not up to you to decide whether you can escape or not." After spending a long time with Yin Jiochao, she has learned some of the true skills of angering people to death. Not surprisingly, the saint's face became very ugly. Yuan lit the fire, but had no intention of continuing to burn it. She stepped past the saint, raised her chin and walked forward. "Where is my room?" It doesn't seem like she is here to be a captive, but more like a guest. The saint felt a suffocating breath stuck in her chest, and she felt the pain in the injured area getting worse. She tried her best to suppress her temper, and looked at Yuan's unrestrained back, and whispered lightly, "Let you be arrogant for 2 days first." The saint locked Yuan in a room and ordered people to watch her well. The moment the door was closed, Yuan's little head popped out. "I'm hungry." "Saint, guard, give her something to eat." The saint ordered coldly and left without looking back. The guards of Sikong Mansion were all masters. Yuan gave up the idea of escaping, silently took the food box handed over by the guard, and honestly entered the house. The door was closed with a bang, and then the guard locked it. "Is it necessary to be so nervous? And lock it?" Yuan muttered while putting the food box on the table. There was no one else in the room, so Yuan took out the iron box from her wide sleeves. This was not the first time that little Goo-Goo was locked in an iron container. A year ago, Nandongyan locked it in a small iron ball to tame it. But at that time, it didn't have many good days. No comparison. No harm. Little Goo-Goo was really sad this time. Not only was it locked up, but it was also thrown into the chicken coop to endure the shock. The moment she saw Yuan, little Goo-Goo was so wrong that she almost cried. Yuan saw that little Goo-Goo's paw was broken, which made her feel very distressed. "Does it hurt?" Yuan held little Goo-Goo in her palm. Little Goo-Goo's paw hugged Yuan's little finger, rubbing it aggressively. Yuan cursed Lan Jiao in her heart. She took away her Goo-Goo thinking it was a treasure, but she tortured it like this. Damn Lan family head. He used all means to achieve his goal, and he made the Lan family lose face. I don't know if the broken claws can grow back, and it's swollen from bumping around. Yuan didn't rush to put it back on her body, but took out a small jade bottle and dripped a drop of her own blood to keep the little Goo-Goo warm. Goo insects like jade, and with Yuan's pure Yin blood, the little Goo-Goo felt like entering a warm and comfortable holy land, and instantly felt less uncomfortable. According to Lan Jiao, she bought the Goo worms for the saint, so she must not let the saint discover the scent of the little Goo-Goo. Yuan covered the jade bottle and hid the little Goo-Goo in her wide sleeves. The little Goo-Goo would easily reveal its scent on her body. This jade bottle was specially made by a way for the little Goo-Goo. which could warm its insect body and block its scent to the greatest extent. After doing all this, footsteps were heard outside the door. Yuan hurriedly sat down calmly, opened the food box, and brought out the food. But the one who came was not the saint, but a maid from the Sikong family. Seeing Yuan eating leisurely, the maid relaxed and said, "I came to ask if madam needs anything. My name is Huaji. From today on, I will serve madam." Yuan glanced at the tray in her hand. "What are you holding?" Huaji said, "I am afraid that madam will not be used to the food in the mansion. So I specially prepared tea and snacks for madam." "Put it down," Yuan said calmly. "Yes." Huaji put down the tea and snacks on the tray, and then stood aside, waiting for Yuan's orders at any time. Yuan said, "I am not used to having someone in my room. You go out and wait." "Yes." Huaji went out with the tray. Yuan said again, "Close the door. I am cold." Huaji closed the door. "Just got the food, and sent her food so quickly. She is a hostage, not a proper guest. If you are being attended to her for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief." Yuan smelled the tea and snacks, but the smell was normal. She took off the silver hairpin on her head and probed the tea and snacks. But there was no sign of poison. At this moment, Yuan felt the movement in the jade bottle. Yuan took out the jade bottle, unplugged it, and asked, "What's wrong?" The little goo-goo jumped out and plunged into the teapot. In a moment, it threw out a little goo worm. One of its claws was broken, but there were still many. It was enough to beat this kind of rookie. "Paw paw paw! Paw 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 paw!" The little goo-goo bombarded the little goo worm in turn, beating it so hard that Goo Dad and Goo Mom didn't recognize it. "That's enough. Stop hitting me. I'm still injured." "That's enough." Yuan caught the irritable little goo-goo back, and the little goo-goo reluctantly hugged Yuan's little finger, then jumped back and kicked the little goo worm, and then returned to the jade bottle with satisfaction. Yuan didn't dare to let the little goo-goo be exposed for too long, fearing that its breath would leak out. But then again, the saint actually thought of a way to put a goo on her, which really opened her eyes. The saint probably never dreamed that there would be a goo king on her body. Right? Yes. Lan Jiao met her hurriedly, and had not had time to tell her about the little goo-goo in detail. This made it convenient for herself. Yuan was not worried that Lan Jiao would come to the saint's house to inform her. Based on her understanding of Yin Jiuqiao, she would most likely catch Lan Jiao and prevent the mother and daughter from contacting each other secretly. Yuan threw the half-dead insect into the teapot, pouted and lay down. "What is this?" "Medicine for the saint. Take it in." Outside the room, Huazi and another maid were talking, and then the door next door creaked. Yuan's eyes rolled around. Is the saint next door to her? Yuan got off the bed, walked to the wall, and put her ear against the wall, trying to listen to what the saint was doing in the room. Since she had the little goo-goo, her hearing was not much worse than that of a master. Even if she was 3 rooms away, she could vaguely hear it. But the wall here is too thick. Right? Is the sound insulation so good? Yuan raised one of her calves and lay on the wall. I listen. I listen. I listen. In the next room, Sikong Yun, dressed in a dark blue robe, used his inner strength to heal the saint. How did you get hurt like this? Didn't you wear the Eye Silkworm soft armor? Who did it? Sikong Yun retracted his inner strength and threw out several questions with a look of surprise. The saint covered her painful chest and said, If it weren't for the Eye Silkworm soft armor, I would have died. That man was really ruthless. He couldn't see anything through the thick poisonous fog. Wasn't he afraid that the palm would hit the woman? What a lunatic. Meta-lunatic. The saint gritted her teeth. What kind of lunatic could hurt you like this? Sikong Yun asked. She also wanted to know. She had lived for more than 10 years, and had never seen a man who played cards so unconventionally. He was too decisive. He didn't leave any room for himself. The woman, or even the saint, recalling what happened tonight. If it was anyone else, the saint would not be threatened by the other party. But that man? The saint closed her eyes. Don't ask. I don't know him. Also, I was threatened. Huh? Sikong Yun frowned. The saint clenched her fists. Yes. I captured his woman. But I was threatened by him. Sikong Yun was even more surprised. In the Hades, the saint is a very transcendent existence. This is certainly related to her saint bloodline, but it does not rule out that she has extremely powerful strength. Not to mention that she also captured the other party's woman. The saint can be said to have taken the lead. But was threatened and severely injured? How did all this happen? The saint is still confused. But one thing is certain. The man never thought of letting the woman die from beginning to end. He was betting on who would be afraid first. Obviously, the saint lost. The saint girl came to her senses and felt that she had lost face. Seokyeon wanted to ask again. But the saint girl didn't want to say a word. Forget it. Take the medicine first. Seokyeon handed the pills brought by the maid to the saint girl. This is the unique secret medicine of the Seokyeon family, which has a miraculous effect on treating internal injuries. The saint girl was not stubborn and quickly took the pills. I heard that you brought back a woman. Who is she? That's the hostage. Why don't you just kill him? Are you worried that the man will chase after the Seokyeon family to avenge you? Then let him come. I want to see how he can resist the Seokyeon family's dragon-tooth guards. Yuan, who was eavesdropping happily, frowned. Damn it. He wanted to kill her all the time. Sure enough, he was the same kind of person as the saint. Not a good person. But what are these dragon-tooth guards? They look powerful. What Yuan didn't know was that the dragon-tooth guards of the Seokyeon family were 100 times more powerful than the death soldiers. The core force was all Shura King and Shura. Such a team could never be defeated with bare hands. The saint shook her head. I'm not worried that he will retaliate against me. Then you? Seokyeon was puzzled. The saint frowned and said, I just fought with him, and found that he was using the internal skills of the Seokyeon family. Seokyeon's expression became serious. So, he is from the Seokyeon family? The saint said. Listen to me. He is practicing the Chonshungju. Seokyeon was stunned. What? Chonshungju? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? The saint took a deep breath and said slowly, I am the saint. And I have the qualifications to enter the Dark Mountain. I accidentally ran into my master practicing Chonshungju. Although, I didn't really meet my master. I won't remember that aura wrong. Seokyeon said. You mean, he has the aura of my master? The saint said. I also found out from the classics that my master practiced the Chonshungju of the Seokyeon family. Since his aura is so similar to that of my master, he must have practiced Chonshungju as well. Seokyeon pondered for a moment, but only my master has practiced the art of immortality. The art of immortality was originally a secret book of the Seokyeon family. But several pages were missing. People who practiced it often went astray. Gradually, the Seokyeon family forbade their children to practice this art. The Seokyeon family's master was an exception. He understood this art and practiced it into a peerless martial art. But his method was only applicable to himself. And no one else could imitate him successfully. The saint looked at Seokyeon and said, This is exactly what I want to ask you. Has the Grandmaster secretly accepted any disciples? Seokyeon frowned slightly. The Grandmaster accepted quite a few in his early years. But they were all abandoned. After that, he became discouraged and had no intention of accepting any more disciples. However, not long after my eldest brother's mother passed away, my father sent my eldest brother to Mingshan to serve the Grandmaster. Could it be that at that time, my eldest brother secretly learned the Grandmaster's martial arts? The saint had practiced martial arts with Seokyeon Chanfeng and did not find any aura of the art of immortality on him. But she did not rule out the possibility that he was hiding his skills. If he really hides his weakness, then... The saint took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Is your elder brother in the mansion tonight? Come here. At Seokyeon's command, a guard pushed the door open and entered. Second young master. Seokyeon said calmly, What is my elder brother doing tonight? Has he left the mansion? The guard replied, The eldest young master went out of the mansion during the day and returned to the mansion in the evening. Since then, he has not left the mansion. Are you sure? Seokyeon asked. The guard said firmly, Yes. Second young master. 2/4 of an hour ago, the warehouse sent you a set of calligraphy, and also sent it to the eldest young master. It was handed over to his servant in person. The eldest young master was there at that time. After that, the kitchen made a midnight snack for the eldest young master. I wonder if he has finished eating now. Seokyeon ordered, You go and have a look. Yes. The guard hurried over. After a while, he returned to the yard and reported, replying to the second young master. He is still eating. I heard that the master just called the eldest young master over. Does the second young master need his subordinates to find out what the master and the eldest young master said? He is asking for his father's news behind his back. Is he going to die? Sikong waved his hand. Retreat. The guard retreated. It seems not him. Sikong wondered. But if it's not him, who else could it be? Who? The saint's eyes were stern, and she looked towards the wall suddenly. Oh no! She was discovered. Yuan hurriedly pulled herself down from the wall, walked to the bed to lie down, and thought of something, turned back to the table, and put the half-dead poisonous insect on herself. When the saint and Sikong entered the room, Yuan had already fallen asleep under the quilt. The saint glanced at the disturbed food on the table, checked the lid of the teapot, and walked to the bed with a cold face. Yuan was sleeping with her back facing outward. The saint stood in front of the bed for a while. Yuan originally intended to pretend to sleep, but she actually fell asleep while pretending. The saint listened to her even breathing from her nose, frowned coldly, and turned to go out. What's wrong? Sikong, who was waiting at the door, asked. Nothing, the saint said. Sikong smiled lightly and said, What are you going to do next? Let me make it clear that your marriage will be next month. If you have anything you can't handle, remember to tell me, and I will do it for you. I don't want to have troubles that need to be solved by the day of the wedding. The saint glanced at him lightly, as if she was dissatisfied with his high attitude. However, the other party was the second son of the Sikong family. His biological mother was favored, and he himself was also valued by the head of the Sikong family. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become the heir of the Sikong family if he married her. The saint suppressed her dissatisfaction and said lightly, I have my own plans, so you don't have to worry about it. Sikong said, Then you tonight? The saint glanced at him. Sikong coughed lightly. What I mean is that such a big thing happened in the Lan family, and it's a mess. I'm afraid it's not convenient for you to go back. The saint looked at the knight and said, I'm going to Meishan. The two of them have not married yet, and it seems to be against etiquette to live in Sikong's house. Meishan is near the forbidden area of Sikong's family. The saints of all generations have the qualifications to enter and exit Meishan. A saint's temple has been built at the foot of Meishan. Sikong smiled gently. Actually, it doesn't matter if you stay. I won't tell anyone. It sounds like he is trying to keep the saint. The saint said, I also need to use the cold pool of Meishan to heal my wounds. Sikong patted his head. That's right. You are so seriously injured. It would be great to be able to soak in the cold pool. In this case, I won't keep you. I'll have someone prepare the sedan chair. I have something else to do, so I'll go first. The saint nodded. Sikong left politely. The saint also left the yard afterwards. Yuan slept for a while, and was woken up by the little goo-goo. Chapter 543, The King of 10,000 Goo. Here he comes. It propped up the jade bottle with its claws, and rolled around in Yuan's sleeves. Hungry. So hungry. Hungry. Yuan yawned and let it out. What's wrong? Little goo-goo lay flat, and patted his small flat belly with his claws. Yuan sleepily supported his forehead. The goo worms I bought for you are all in the yard. Little goo-goo turned his back on the insect with a particularly aggrieved look. Okay. I'll find it for you. Okay? Yuan was soft-hearted. If this guy was in a bad mood, she could ignore him. But now he looked like this. She simply couldn't refuse him. Yuan searched the whole house, but only found a small poisonous insect hidden in her pocket. It's 100 Poison King after all. Why don't you make do with it? The 100 Poison King trembled. Little goo-goo turned his face away in disdain. Then, he weakly raised his broken little claw. The insect family is so miserable. How can you not give it something delicious? Yuan covered her forehead and drooped her little head. Defeated you. Yuan had to get up to find food for it. I hope there is some in Sikong Mansion. Otherwise little goo-goo can only make do with eating the 100 Poison King that it despised. Why didn't I crush it to death just now? Look, I prepared it for you. Yuan teased. Little goo-goo stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes. Yuan pouted. At this time, most of the servants in the yard had gone to bed, and the guard, who was guarding the door, just now, was also transferred away. Only Huaji made her bed, and slept outside. It was so cold. It was really hard for this girl. Perhaps because they believed that Yuan was poisoned. They relaxed their guards on Yuan. Not only did the guards leave, but the chains were also gone. Yuan gently pushed open the door. Huaji heard the noise, and was about to get up. But Yuan stabbed her with a silver needle, and knocked her unconscious. Little Goo Goo rolled back and forth in the jade bottle excitedly. Yuan whispered, "Don't move. The bottle will fall in a while." Little Goo Goo didn't move obediently. Finally, Little Goo Goo kicked the bottle wall with her little claws. "Yuan, do you have to be naughty to be happy?" Yuan stepped over Huaji, closed the door, and tiptoed out. During this period of time, Yuan did eat a lot and became a little fat. But she was a very flexible little fat. She held her breath and landed silently, so she was not discovered by the patrolling guards. She looked at the small jade bottle in her palm. "Is there any food here?" Little Goo Goo sat in the bottle, crossed her legs, and shook her head seriously. Yuan sighed helplessly, and had to take Little Goo Goo out of Sikong-yun's yard. Perhaps the security at night was not as strict as during the day. Yuan actually had the idea of escaping for a moment. But she also understood that it was just a thought. The reason why the Sikong family was so lax was that the external defense was extremely strict. She had better honestly find food for Little Goo Goo. Yuan wandered around for a while, and when she didn't see Little Goo Goo move, she raised her eyebrows. "It's strange. Isn't it possible that the Sikong family, which is so big, doesn't have a few powerful poisonous insects?" While thinking about it, Yuan climbed up the rockery on one side with one hand. It was just a casual support. But unexpectedly, the rockery wall suddenly opened, and Yuan stumbled and fell in. "What is this place? It's so dark." Luckily, Yuan brought a fire starter. She took out the fire starter, and saw clearly that she was in a dark and damp passage with the light of the fire starter. There was no way to verify how the door was open just now. The only thing that was certain was that she couldn't find the mechanism to open the door. But since it was a passage, there must be another exit. Yuan gritted her teeth and walked forward. Along the way, Yuan was still worried about whether there would be any mechanism here. After walking for a while, she found that she was too worried. This was an ordinary passage that couldn't be more ordinary. It was about 7 feet high and 3 feet wide, judging from the degree of invasion of the stone wall and the ground. It was a few years old. "The Hellion family won't dig a tunnel under their own ground," Yuan whispered, and at the same time began to worry about where the other exit was. Generally speaking, such a shameful tunnel is often a place where a family hides dirt. Would she accidentally discover the secret of the Sikong family, and then be killed by the Sikong family? With this thought, Yuan's steps suddenly became a little difficult. However, at this moment, the small Goo Goo in the jade bottle moved. It stuck to the wall of the bottle, and scratched it with its little claws. This is excitement. Thinking that there might be dangers ahead and no way back, Yuan closed her eyes with a headache. Is this little thing sure it's not here to cause trouble for her? Yes. 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 Little Goo Goo hit the bottle, fell to the ground, and rolled around. Yuan. Yuan brought the jade bottle to her face and said angrily, "If I die, it's you who killed me. Understand?" Little Goo Goo nodded obediently. "Got it. Yuan. I don't want to go anymore." Yuan finally went. After all, it was useless to stay here. She couldn't go out from the first exit. If someone came later, she would still be discovered. Yuan tried to reduce her presence and walked forward for a while. There was faint moonlight coming in. It seemed that she had reached the end. Yuan was ready to fight to the death. But when she came out of the passage, she found that there was no one. Empty flat land, a forest not far away, barren mountains to the east, and lakes to the west. This is... where? For some reason, I felt like I was out of Sikong's house. Yes. 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 The little Goo Goo rolled around so hard that the bottle was about to break. Yuan glared at it. "I know you are very hungry. Go find it. Go find it." "All right." The little Goo Goo sat quietly. However, after sitting down, it rolled around again when Yuan was not paying attention, and finally stopped after Yuan glared at it. Yuan was not a serious Goo girl, and she was not that sensitive to the breath of ordinary Goo insects. But the stronger the Goo insects, the more she could sense them. She calmed down and sensed it. There was indeed a very powerful Goo King nearby, and this Goo King gave her a very dangerous premonition. "Are you sure you want to eat it?" Yuan asked. All the claws of the little Goo Goo nodded. Yuan pulled out the bottle stopper and released the little Goo Goo. The little Goo Goo disappeared with a whoosh. Yuan found a stone to sit down. She still had some idea of the ability of her little Goo Goo. Even though it was just a young Goo, it had an innate talent and beat all its kind. It had always been the only one who ate other goo worms. And no other goo worms bullied it. Soon, the little goo goo came back chirping and threw himself into Yuan's arms. It didn't look like it was full and spoiled. But it ran away and was scared to death. Yuan was stunned immediately. What happened? The next second, a goo king that was several times bigger than little goo rushed over ferociously. Yuan's eyes widened instantly. You? What big trouble have you caused? The aura of this guy is infinitely close to that of the 10,000 goo king. No, it seems to be a 10,000 goo king. Or an adult 10,000 goo king. How much does my little goo goo want to die to provoke such a big guy? It's over. It's over. I kicked the iron plate. When you meet someone stronger than you don't know how to stay away, but run up to eat. Yuan didn't know what to say. She was so angry that her heart ached. Ah! How could there be such a stupid little guy? Little goo goo got into Yuan's clothes. Yuan thought, you are afraid and hide in me. Where can I hide? Little goo goo is so small. It can easily kill the guards of Sikong family. That goo king is so scary. I am afraid it is easy to crush me to death. Yuan wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was really killed by this little thing. It was unfair. More unfair than Dou-yi. Just when Yuan was desperate, a melodious flute sounded in the tense night. The Wan Goo King, who had opened his bloody mouth to bite Yuan, suddenly stopped moving. He hesitated for a while, and withdrew unwillingly. Yuan quietly opened a gap between her fingers and looked through the gap. As a result, she saw a man in white standing in the direction where Wan Goo King ran. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The silver light was shimmering. He was tall, upright, with delicate features, and a face like unpolished jade. If it weren't for Yin Jiuqiao, the man in front of him would be the most beautiful man in the world. The king of 10,000 Gu returned to the man. The man put away the flute, took out a jade bottle, and let the king of 10,000 Gu rest in it. After doing all this, the man looked at Yuan with a gentle and jade-like face. Girl, I didn't scare you. Did I? Girl? Yuan touched her head and realized that her young woman's bun had been loosened for a long time. With her long hair loose, she looked like an unmarried fat girl. Oh, what? Yuan stood up from the stone calmly. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. Young man. Never mentioning the fact that his little Goo Goo had taken the initiative to flirt with him. By the way, where are you from? Why are you in Mingshan? The man in white asked. Ming? Mountain? Yuan's eyes flickered. Could this be the forbidden land of the Sikong family mentioned by the saint and Sikong Yun? No. It's near the forbidden land of the Sikong family, the habitat of the Sikong ancestor. This place doesn't seem to be accessible to everyone. So the man in front of him. The man said, I am Sikong Chafeng, the eldest son of the Sikong family. His name is well known in the underworld. But Yuan's reaction is very calm. I don't know if it's Sikong Chafeng's illusion. She frowned and thought hard. Stupid and stupid, coupled with her chubby little cheeks. Like a stupid and cute little fat squirrel. Sikong Chafeng laughed. Yuan only knew that the Sikong family had an eldest son, but she had not mentioned his name to the saint and Sikong Yun. So she racked her brains, but could not figure out who the Sikong Chafeng was. Pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years. And the brain really doesn't work well. But to be precise, it's no wonder that Yuan didn't guess the eldest son. She accidentally heard Grandma Lan mention that the Sikong family had more than 2 sons. And there were also many side branches. Who knows who Sikong Chafeng is, and which branch he belongs to? Sikong Chafeng whispered, Girl, you haven't answered my question yet. Who are you? Why are you here? This area is the forbidden area of the Sikong family. As he spoke, a trace of suspicion emerged in his eyes. Yuan said calmly, I just entered the mansion. I was walking in the mansion just now and accidentally bumped into a rockery. Then entered a passage. And came here. Sikong Chafeng naturally understood that she was new when she said she just entered the mansion. No wonder she looked unfamiliar. She had no martial arts skills and didn't look like she was lying. She shouldn't be an assassin who sneaked into Mingshan. What's more, Mingshan has never had an assassin, because no one dared to assassinate Sikong Patriarch. I'll take you out, Sikong Chafeng said. Thank you. Yuan thanked him, and was about to follow him out of the passage when she heard a click, and the little Goo Goo fell from her arms. The Wan Goo King had a strong breath that covered the little Goo Goo's breath. If it hadn't exposed itself, Sikong Chafeng would not have known that there was such a little thing here. Is this yours? Sikong Chafeng looked at Yuan suspiciously. Yuan shook her head like a rattle. No. No. I don't know what's going on. I don't know it. The little Goo who was abandoned in an instant. Sikong Chafeng suddenly realized. No wonder the king of 10,000 Goo suddenly rushed out. It turned out that he wanted to eat this little thing. And the little thing was panicking and bumped into you. Ah. You got it wrong. It was my little cub, who wanted to eat your big Goo king. Whatever you say is what you are happy with. Sikong Chafeng has the breath of the king of 10,000 Goo on his body. And he is not worried that other Goo worms will hurt him. He picked up the little Goo with his bare hands. And then said with surprise, it is also a king of 10,000 Goo, but it is a young Goo. You can't eat it. This sentence was said to the king of 10,000 Goo in the jade bottle. The king of 10,000 Goo entered into a state of meditation and ignored everything. Since it was an ownerless thing. If I picked it up, it would be mine. Sikong Chafeng naturally took the little Goo for himself. He didn't have any extra jade bottles. So he had to put the little Goo into the king of 10,000 Goo's jade bottle. You can't eat it. Understand? He repeatedly reminded the king of 10,000 Goo. Yuan's heart was in her throat. Just now she wanted to tear her little Goo apart. Now that the two Goo were in the same room. Would he swallow the little Goo in one gulp? But the king of 10,000 Goo didn't even raise his eyelids and continued to enter into a state of meditation. This? So obedient? The little Goo was not so obedient. It moved its little paws quietly to the side of the king of 10,000 Goo, picked up a huge insect leg, opened its bloody mouth and bit it. Crack. The little insect teeth got stuck. Sikong Chafeng didn't realize that this was a ferocious little Goo. A little Goo who was so bold that he really wanted to kill the king of 10,000 Goo. The scene just now fell into his eyes. But it was just a baby who was born not long ago sucking an adult's finger. I'm hungry. Sikong Chafeng paused and said to Yuan. Wait for me here. Don't run around. Mingshan is the territory of the ancestor. No one knows when he will appear. But he doesn't like to be disturbed. Once he bumps into a strange face, he will strangle him to death. Of course, Yuan won't run around. She has been walking for so long. She is also very tired. Okay. Sikong Chafeng left for a while. And when he came back, there were several more king of 1,000 Goo in the jade bottle. Yuan saw her little Goo riding on the back of the 10,000 Goo king, slurping the 1,000 Goo king with relish. Those were the 1,000 Goo kings who were about to break through at their peak. Little Goo would kill them without hesitation. But it would be different if she had the support of the 10,000 Goo king. The aura of the 10,000 Goo king suppressed the group of 1,000 Goo kings. Little Goo was so proud that he was about to go to heaven. Yuan. I seem to see a little bastard who was taking advantage of the power of the tiger. The two entered the passage. Sikong Chafeng clapped his hands. And there was a sound of friction between the stone walls in the passage. Then, a row of night-shining pearls appeared, illuminating the passage instantly. Yuan was stunned. It was actually voice-controlled. Little Goo was eating happily. And the slurping sound was about to overflow from the jade bottle. What a way of eating. Didn't I feed you enough at the beginning? Yuan covered her eyes, unable to bear watching. What's wrong with you? Sikong Chafeng glanced at her and asked. Nothing. Yuan took her hand away, looked at his jade bottle and said, Is it the Goo raised by the young master? It seems to be very powerful. It belongs to the ancestor. I just take care of it for him. What Sikong Chafeng didn't say was that others thought that he was favored by the ancestor during the years he was sent to the Dark Mountain, so he could enter and leave the Dark Mountain freely. The truth was that he was just taking care of the insects for the ancestor, and he took better care of them than others. During the conversation, the two came to the stone gate. Sikong Chafeng clapped his hands again, and the stone gate opened with a bang. Yuan. Damn. Voice control again. The two left the rockery and returned to the heart of the Sikong family. Thinking of something, Yuan patted her chest and promised, Don't worry. Sir, I won't leak this passage. It's okay. Sikong Chafeng said. Huh? Yuan was stunned. What does it mean to be okay? Can this passage be told to the outside? Sikong Chafeng looked at the rockery and shook his head and said, You probably don't know since you just entered the mansion. There was originally a wooden sign here. You mean this? Yuan lowered her head and looked at the wooden sign that she accidentally stepped on. That's it, Sikong Chafeng said. Yuan picked up the wooden sign, and it was clearly written with a few big words on it. The secret passage of the underworld mountain. Yuan. Chapter 544 Brother 9 takes action. Killing all around. Are all the operations of your Sikong family so hardcore? Shouldn't this kind of secret passage be hidden? Ahem. After seeing Yuan's look like a fool, Sikong Chafeng cleared his throat. Earlier, this secret passage was really a secret passage. No one knew of its existence except the master of the Sikong family. However, the exit was on the central axis, and there were many servants coming and going. There were always a few who accidentally broke in. The ancestor hated people disturbing his peace the most. The consequence of this was that the ancestor was angry, and the servants died innocently. Mentioning this, Sikong Chafeng was more and more confused. This little girl also mistakenly entered the dark mountain, but was not killed by the ancestor. Logically speaking, the ancestor's spiritual sense was so strong that he could detect a fly, let alone a living person. I really don't know whether to say that this girl is lucky or the ancestor's temper suddenly became good. Which courtyard are you from? Do you remember the way? Sikong Chafeng asked. I remember, Yuan said. Sikong Chafeng nodded, and did not intend to continue to show Yuan the way, and walked towards his own courtyard. Looking at Sikong Chafeng's back as he left gracefully, Yuan stretched out her hand and silently shouted, My goo, my goo. Little Goo Goo was full and fell asleep on the back of the king of 10,000 goo. Yuan had nowhere to go, so she had to go back to Sikong Yun's courtyard. It was late at night, and Yuan guessed that Sikong Yun had gone to bed. As soon as she walked into the corridor, she heard a strange sound. It was also because Yuan had good hearing and could hear the noise from a long distance. Yuan walked over curiously. Young master is really bad. This time, Yuan was sure that she had heard correctly. This was Sikong Yun's courtyard. There was no one else who could be called young master except Sikong Yun. So, Sikong Yun, who was about to get married, actually secretly hooked up with a woman behind the saint's back? This bastard. Yuan did not sympathize with the saint. She simply thought that Sikong Yun was too bad. It was really bad luck to meet such a man. Yuan was not interested in listening to the rest. She raised her foot to go back to the house. But when she turned around, she suddenly saw a slender figure. She was startled. Why are you here? The saint glanced at her coldly. Who asked you to come out? Yuan straightened up and said calmly, People have 3 urgent needs. I need to find a toilet. Is that not okay? The saint walked past her with a proud look on her face and headed towards the courtyard gate. Yuan looked back at Sikong Yun's room, followed him with a roll of her eyes. Hey, did you hear that just now? The saint ignored her. Yuan didn't care whether she liked it or not, and said to herself, You are so calm. Let me guess. Isn't this the first time you caught him cheating in bed? The saint said coldly, If you keep making noise, I will pull out your tongue. Yuan pursed her lips, followed the saint for several steps, and then said boldly, I don't understand. Sikong Yun is such a piece of shit. Why did you cancel the engagement with Master Sikong and go on to be with him? Is Master Sikong more of a jerk than him? The saint paused. Sikong Chafeng is certainly not a jerk. He is even a rare gentleman. Everyone in the Sikong family likes him. Even the moody old ancestor favors Sikong Chafeng. Yuan continued, If it's not that the eldest son Sikong is also a jerk, then he is actually a good person. So good that he doesn't want to be in the same boat with you, and won't collude with you. You think he is difficult to control, so you have to settle for the second son. A scum like Sikong Yun can be licentious if he is given a few stunning beauties. Wouldn't it be easy for you to control him? How about it? Am I right? The saint said calmly, What's it to you? Instead of worrying about others, you might as well think about how to save your own life. Don't think I really dare not kill you. If you dare to kill me, why are you still talking nonsense? Yuan looked up at the sky. The saint walked towards the door again, and this time, Yuan didn't follow her. Unexpectedly, she took a few steps and stopped on her own initiative. It was unclear whether she was talking to Yuan or talking to herself. All men in the world are the same. Who said that? Yuan retorted. Most of the men around her were responsible and loyal husbands to their wives. Yin Jiuqiao was one of them. Of course, her father and the 2 fathers-in-law and uncle were not bad either. Even her grandfather Niu Dan was in love with the old lady and never took a concubine in his life. The saint's father was snatched from her sister by Lan Jiao. The saint did not believe in the sincerity of men, since she was a child. And it is the same now. There is no cat that does not steal fish in the world. And there is no man who does not change his mind. The so-called marriage is nothing more than weighing the pros and cons between families. The saint has understood this truth since she was a child. She doesn't care what kind of husband Sikong Yun is. She just wants the power of the Sikong family. However, perhaps because she couldn't bear to see Yuan's sweet look, the saint walked towards her coldly. You don't believe it. You are stupid. You will soon know what kind of man your beloved husband is. What kind of man is he? You don't need to tell me? Yuan didn't bother to pay attention to her, and walked away without looking back. She admitted that he captured her. But there was no way he wanted to sow discord between her and Yin Jiuqiu. Yuan slammed the door shut. The saint frowned, and the fingers buried under the wide sleeves couldn't help but pinch. Yuan's silly look was a bit dazzling to the saint. But even the saint herself couldn't tell why. The saint suddenly turned back, because she left something in Sikong Yun's room. But this would make Sikong Yun have fun with the maid. So the saint felt that her handkerchief was dirty, and had no intention of getting it back. After entering the saint's palace, a saint's messenger came up to her and said, Saint, we have heard the news. The group of people are the helpers invited by the head of the Lan Qin family. They live in a house in the east of the city. The head of the family was taken away by them, and is also locked up there. What do you think? Should we kill them overnight? The saint's palace has the most powerful masters. If they join forces with the Lan family, they will be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. Originally, the saint planned to kill them at their doorstep. But Yuan's silly look flashed through her mind. And she suddenly changed her mind. Where is Lan Mei? As soon as the voice fell, a woman in red flew out. The night was cold and windy, but she was only wearing a veil, and her charming curves were looming. The moment she appeared, the female saint envoy felt her heart skip a beat. Lan Mei, as her name suggests, is good at charm, and is the most feared confidant of the saint. No one in the world can resist her charm. Lan Mei is the confidant promoted by the saint. So naturally, she will not use charm on the saint. She landed in front of the saint, and saluted devoutly. Mei greets the saint. Even her voice was like the sound of nature. And it was soul-stirring. The saint looked at her indifferently. You have a new mission. In the east of the city, every household had gone to bed. Only the courtyard of the Lan family was brightly lit. Lan Jiao had been tied up by Ying Shursan and thrown into the woodshed. Lan learned about the incident from several people. When she heard that Yuan was captured by the saint, her face sank. How unreasonable. Even a woman who can't fight is not spared. It's really a disgrace to the Lan family. Lan looked at Lan Jiao, who was tied up, and she wanted to rush up and tear her face apart. It's not enough to rob her brother-in-law. It's not enough to harm her family. And she also harmed her Alwan. How can such a woman have the face to live in the world? Grandma Lan, calm down. We will find a way to deal with Alwan. Don't get angry and hurt yourself. Qing Yin advised softly. Lan Jiao gave Lan a contemptuous look. So it was the helper you invited back. You really have good intentions. But what's the use? Do you think you can beat my daughter and the Sikong family? Lan Jiao was very nervous on the way here. But soon, she was relieved. The masked man seemed to not care about the life and death of the stinky girl. But in fact, he cared about her more than anyone else. As long as the stinky girl was in the hands of the saint, they would not dare to do anything to her. Speaking of the saint and the Sikong family, Lan was actually a little angry. Have you forgotten the ancestral precepts of the Sikong family? You actually married into the Sikong family. The saints of all generations will take over the position of the head of the Lan family. And the head of the Lan family must marry a son-in-law. It is obvious that Sikong Yun, the second son of the Sikong family, cannot become the son-in-law of the Lan family. In this way, the ancestral precepts have become empty talk when it comes to the saint. Lan Jiao rolled her eyes. What does it have to do with you? Do you still think you are the head of the Lan family? You? Lan was so angry that she raised her hand and was about to slap her. Lan Jiao smiled coldly. Don't forget that girl is still in the hands of the saint. No matter how you treat me, the saint will repay that girl twice. If you have the guts, just try to touch me. Okay. As you wish. Yin Jiuqiu spoke calmly. Before Lan Jiao could react to what he meant, Yin Jiuqiu moved his fingertips, abolished her dantian, and dissolved her martial arts. Lan Jiao was struck by lightning. What kind of lunatic is this? If Yin Jiuqiu is threatened, he is not Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu returned to the house calmly. After letting out a breath of anger, Lan Sure also felt much better. That night, Yin Jiuqiao did not tell his plan. Everyone speculated that he was waiting for the saint to make a move. But would the saint really find their hiding place so quickly and make a move? The first half of the night was calm. But in the second half of the night, a large wave of fierce murderous auras suddenly surged around the yard. Ing Shishan and Ing Lu, who were on duty in the yard, took the lead in drawing their swords, and fought with dozens of black-clothed men who fell into the yard. Qing Yin and Yugo also rushed out. This group of killers was not only large in number, but also highly skilled in martial arts and dirty in fighting. Several people soon fell behind. Shuro was in seclusion to recover from his injuries, and could not take action. Yin Jiuqiao handed the 3 sleeping little guys to away, put on the Fang mask, and flew out of the house. Yin Jiuqiao's skill is naturally not comparable to that of any assassin. But in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Seeing the black-clothed man retreating step by step, a black-clothed man grabbed Ing Lu and took him away without saying anything. Ing Shishan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Ing Lu! Yin Jiuqiao flew after him. The man seemed to understand that his skill was not as good as Yin Jiuqiao's. So he did not fight Yin Jiuqiao head-on, but led Yin Jiuqiao into a forest. As soon as Yin Jiuqiao entered the forest, he encountered a wave of traps and ambushes. But these were not enough to hurt him. He easily broke the formation and forced the black-clothed man into the dead corner of the rock peak. The black-clothed man had no way to retreat, and Yin Jiuqiao strangled his neck. Ing Lu fell heavily, covered his neck, and gasped for breath. Ing Lu! Young master! Are you alright? Ing Shishan chased here. I'm fine. Ing Lu raised his hand to touch the stone wall. He was tied too tightly just now, and his legs were still a little weak. Ing Shishan hugged him and helped him up. The 3 were about to go back home. But suddenly a sound of guqing came from the depths of the forest. The sound was like a breeze when it first sounded, and it was like jade falling from a silver plate, soft and gentle, all the way to the tip of one's heart. This is... Ing Lu opened his mouth, and the body that Ing Shishan had finally helped up suddenly softened again, and his eyes began to lose focus. No. It's a charm. Don't look at her eyes. Ing Shishan raised his hand to cover Ing Lu's eyes, but found that he was also very weak. He hugged Ing Lu with one hand, and supported his body with the sword with the other hand. Yin Jiuqiao looked straight at the direction where the sound of the guqing came from, and waved his sleeves, using his internal force to stun Ing Shishan and Ing Lu. The sound of the zither was getting closer, and the woman playing the zither gradually entered Yin Jiuqiao's sight. She was wearing a golden dress, with a slender figure, a charming bun, a red makeup on her forehead, a golden tassel veil on her face that barely covered her features, and a pair of sparkling eyes that looked around. She didn't take any steps, and landed barefoot in the woods, like a spirit under the moonlight. She stopped playing the zither, and used her inner strength to send the zither to a big tree. She walked towards Yin Jiuqiao without blinking. Just now, she had only played the piano, and had not yet looked at the 2 men. But so what? They were still tricked. As for this man, the saint said that he had deep internal strength, and would be more difficult to deal with. Lan Mei raised her skills to the extreme, and looked at Yin Jiuqiao with a faint smile. There are many beauties in the world, but not many are as beautiful as Lan Mei. She is like a poppy that blooms slowly in the dark night, and her every frown and smile can capture people's hearts. Yin Jiuqiao paused. He was wearing a mask, and Lan Mei could not see his expression clearly, but it was not difficult to feel that the murderous aura on him was fading away bit by bit. Sure enough, there is no cat that does not steal fish in this world, and there is no man who is not lustful. Lan Mei's jade-like delicate jade feet stepped on the soft grass step by step. The night breeze blew through her clothes and hair, and her smile became more and more charming. Young master, she hooked her finger at Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao slowly extended his hand to her. A trace of triumphant smile flashed across Lan Mei's eyes. Didn't she take the bait? Lan Mei raised her wrist, and tried to hold Yin Jiuqiao's hand, but found that the hand had conjured up a handkerchief like a magic trick, and then grabbed her neck through the handkerchief. Lan Mei's breathing stagnated, and she opened her eyes in disbelief. As she got closer, she could see the eyes under the mask clearly. They were cold and clear. Where was the trace of being confused? No. This is impossible. She has practiced the art of seduction for many years, and has never failed. Did she reveal a flaw somewhere? Or was he a ghost and not a human? Also, he actually strangled her throat through a handkerchief. Did he think she was dirty? Lan Mei, who realized this, suddenly felt unwell. What's worse is that she didn't even have time to beg for mercy before the other party broke her neck and killed her. Yin Jiuqiao didn't want the white handkerchief anymore. He didn't want any other woman he had touched. On the hillside 3 miles away, the saint stared at the view. Suddenly, a black shadow fell behind her, knelt on one knee and saluted, "Saint." The mission failed. Lan Mei died. The saint clenched her hands and turned around with a frown. How could it fail? Didn't she have time to make a move? She made a move, but still failed. The man in black lowered his head and said, "This was an outcome that no one expected. With Lan Mei's skills, let alone a normal person, even a fool, a madman, a peerless master, and the head of the Sikong family might not be able to resist her charm." However, that man was never deceived from beginning to end. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he simply couldn't believe it was true. All men in the world are the same. Who said that? The confrontation with Yuan flashed through the saint's mind. She closed her eyes and suppressed her anger. "Saint, be careful." While he was stunned, Yin Jiuqiao actually caught up with him. The man in black realized why the other party didn't notice him with his skills. He thought he was hiding well. But it turned out that the other party had discovered him long ago, but was just playing the long game, waiting for him to bring him to the saint. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Yin Jiuqiao's ruthless palm was clearly meant to kill the saint. Even if he and the saint joined hands, they might not be able to stop it. "I will serve the saint even if I die." The man in black gritted his teeth, flew up, put all his internal energy into his dantian, and exploded with a bang. The power of this explosion was huge. The man in black was determined to die with Yin Jiuqiao. However, Yin Jiuqiao was not injured. Only the fog mask on his face cracked with a click. The saint flew away with her qigong the moment the man in black stopped Yin Jiuqiao. And she turned her head in the air the moment the man in black exploded. Wearing such a mask, it was thought to be a hideous face. But it turned out to be. The man on the road is like jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. This person should only exist in heaven. Chapter 545 The Comfortable Life of the Little Fatty. After the saint returned to the temple, she could no longer hold on and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. "Saint!" A passing saint envoy quickly pushed the door open and helped the saint, who was lying in a pool of blood, up. The saint's condition was not optimistic, and she kept vomiting blood. The saint was terrified and carried the saint to the bed. "Saint, how are you?" Go to the cold pool," the saint said with her last bit of strength. The saint agreed with a pale face and carried the saint to the cold pool of the temple. The saint was originally seriously injured by Yin Jiuqiao. After Sikong Yin treated her, she had a slight improvement. However, just now, she was distracted. Her meridians reversed, and she almost went crazy. "Saint." After the saint put the saint into the cold pool, he knelt by the pool and waited for her instructions. The saint covered her aching chest and said, "You leave." The saint envoy said worriedly, "You are so badly injured. Do you need me to inform the second young master?" "No," the saint said firmly. "You leave." But the saint envoy wanted to say something, but the saint had already closed her eyes, which meant that she had made up her mind. The saint envoy couldn't help but wonder. The second young master Sikong was the saint's fiancé, not to mention how much affection the saint had for him. But after all, they were engaged. In the past, when she encountered unsolvable problems, the saint would always think of the second young master first. Even when the assassins made trouble in the Lan family tonight, the saint took the hostages and brought them to the Sikong family. Didn't she? What happened when she went out just now? Why did the saint seem impatient when she mentioned the second young master? The saint envoy couldn't figure it out, and didn't expect the saint to give him an answer. So he left respectfully. Most of the saint's body was soaked in the freezing cold pool. Her injuries were more serious than they looked. It shouldn't have been like this. But she committed a big taboo for martial artists, and was distracted when she shouldn't have been. The beautiful face under the moonlight flashed in her mind. The internal force that was suppressed by the cold pool started to attack her veins. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted in the cold pool. Yuan spent the most boring 2 days in Sikong's house. I don't know if it was because she ran out to wander around in the middle of the night that aroused the saint's vigilance. She was moved to the most remote wing room, which was separated from Sikong Yun's house by 17 or 18 walls, so it was unlikely to meet by chance. Is your saint worried that the second young master will fall for my peerless beauty? Yuan asked Huaji curiously, while lying on a rattan chair in the courtyard basking in the sun. At the end, she said, Orange. Huaji is Sikong Yun's maid on the surface. But in fact, she is the saint's confidant. She usually monitors Sikong Yun's movements. But now she is responsible for guarding Yuan. While peeling oranges, Huaji glanced at the fat boy lying on the rattan chair. It's only been 2 days. Right? Is she remembering correctly? His face has become rounder. How can he say he is peerlessly beautiful when he is so fat? Don't you even look in the mirror? Yuan lay comfortably on the rattan chair, basking in the sun. No wonder Grandma Yunfei does this when she has nothing to do. It's really comfortable. Yuan stretched out a chubby hand to Huaji. Huaji looked at the white and tender little hand, and felt that a baby's hand was no more than this. She twitched her mouth and put the peeled orange on it. Yuan didn't even look at it. Broke off a petal and fed it into her mouth. Don't stop. Keep peeling. Huaji's mouth was about to twitch. You are a hostage. Can you have some awareness of being a hostage? Those who know say you are a hostage. And those who don't know still think you are the daughter of Sikong Mansion. Huaji was so angry that she said sourly, Excuse me. Aren't you afraid that I will poison you? Time? Yuan asked, turning her head. What time? Huaji had never heard of it. Oh! Yuan lay back lazily. As long as it wasn't time. Xiao Gugu could be cured. Speaking of which, Xiao Gugu never came back after being taken away by Sikong Chanfeng. Could it be that he was starving and thin? Sikong Chanfeng didn't look like a bad person. But who made her Xiao Gugu love her so much? If he couldn't see her master, he would definitely not be able to eat. Sikong Chanfeng's yard. The servant stumbled into Sikong Chanfeng's study. No. No. It's not good. What's wrong? Sikong Chanfeng stopped the brush he was painting. The servant said bitterly, It's that young Gu. What's wrong with it? Sikong Chanfeng asked. It's finished eating again. Has that little guy never eaten since he was born? How can he eat so much? All the food given to the king of 10,000 Gu was snatched away and eaten by him. It's finished eating again. Sikong Chanfeng coughed lightly. So it can eat a little. Can eat? It's just starving the Gu to death and reincarnating. The servant said sadly, If it goes on like this, there will be nothing to feed. Sikong Chanfeng put down his pen. I will go to Meishan again and catch some Gu worms. After saying that, he stood up and walked out. As soon as one foot stepped over the threshold, he cleared his throat and asked the servant, How much did it eat in the morning? Let me see how many I should catch. The servant gestured a number expressionlessly. Sikong Chanfeng felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and held his forehead. Yuan sat on the rattan chair and felt sad for her little Gu for a while. She turned around and felt sleepy. She closed her eyes and said lightly, Blanket. Thicker. Huaji sneered and said, You really don't treat yourself as an outsider. Yuan said indifferently, Either let your master release me, or you serve me well. Why are you complaining? Huaji was so angry that she fell backwards. Huaji went into the house to get a blanket for Yuan. When she returned to the yard, she met the saint, who had not appeared for 2 days. She knelt down and saluted, Saint. Yuan didn't even raise her eyelids when she heard her voice. Huaji looked at the saint, then at Yuan, hesitating whether to cover the blanket, and then heard Yuan said lightly, What are you doing? Aren't you the one who is cold? Huaji walked forward and covered Yuan with a blanket. The saint gestured to leave, and Huaji understood and left the yard. Yuan continued to close her eyes and rest. After a while, she still felt the saint standing beside her. She felt uncomfortable and opened her eyelids to look at the saint. What's wrong? The saint's eyes swept across the food on the table and fell on her chubby face. Somehow, she felt uncomfortable. She turned her head away and said, You've been eating all day, and you've become so fat. Yuan was going to say, Am I eating your rice or drinking your soup? When the words came to her lips, she remembered that she was really eating her future husband's rice and drinking her future husband's soup. She lost her confidence in an instant, coughed lightly, and muttered, I'm fat and I'm happy. What's it to you? The saint said coldly, Humph. Aren't you afraid that you will become a big fat man and your husband will abandon you? Yuan snorted, My husband will not abandon me. Even if I become fat like a ball, it will be the most beautiful ball in his eyes. The saint blushed, shameless. Yuan glanced at her and said unhappily, I'm telling the truth. My husband and I have been through so many ups and downs. Why would he care what I look like? What's more, he likes her to eat. A certain fake ghost king who lost his memory, and the real young master must measure Yuan's waist every day. If she loses an inch, he wants to chop off the cook. The saint raised her chin. Nonsense. How can a man in the world not care about a woman's appearance? If you don't believe it, forget it. Yuan was too lazy to argue with her. People with different beliefs cannot work together. She has never met some people, and she won't believe some words. Does the saint really not believe it? If before long they failed, the saint's answer would have been affirmative. But now, she is not so sure. The saint pinched her fingers and said, if he cares about you so much, why didn't he come to save you? No. I find you strange. Yuan sat up and looked at the saint strangely. What kind of man is he, and what does it have to do with you? The saint's breathing stagnated, and she said calmly, I'm just worried that he won't come to save you and fall into the trap. And I'll catch you in vain. Yuan smiled faintly, grabbed the blanket and lay down. He won't say hello to you when he comes. You can't catch him. I'll go to sleep first if there's nothing else to do. This is your future husband's home. Please do as you please. After that, Yuan really stopped paying attention to the saint. And soon she breathed evenly, looking at Yuan who could still sleep heartlessly in the enemy's territory. The saint felt uncomfortable again. Wasn't she arrested? Why could she sleep so peacefully? Was she sure that the man would come to save her, and would definitely save her? Where did this confidence and trust come from? The saint had never experienced the feeling of entrusting herself to anyone in her life. Neither her mother nor her father could let her rely on them with peace of mind, let alone men. Of course, perhaps Sikong Chanfeng was a person who was untainted by mud. But the tree that stood out in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Such an upright person was not suitable for such a turbulent world. Therefore, Sikong Chanfeng could not give her absolute sense of security, which might be one of the reasons why she gave up Sikong Chanfeng. Saintess. The saint envoy brought a cloak over. Your injuries have just healed. Take care of yourself. And be careful not to catch a cold. The saintess tightened her clothes and stared at the sleeping Yuan in a daze. The saint envoy had observed her for 2 days, and probably guessed that she was stimulated by the young couple. The saint envoy comforted her earnestly. This girl is silly. She can't tell good from bad. She doesn't know if people are plotting against her. Where is there a man who is devoted to her in the world? It's just her wishful conjecture. In my opinion, although the second young master is sometimes confused, he is infatuated with you. Saintess. Infatuated. The saintess sneered. Speak of the devil. The devil appears. Sikong Yun hasn't seen the saintess for 2 days. It is said that he came to the yard just now. But he didn't wait for her in the room, and came out to look for her. The holy envoy winked at the holy maiden. See, the second young master is still worried about you. Bring the person in. The holy maiden said calmly. Yes. The holy envoy carried the sleeping Yuan back to the room. When Sikong Yun crossed the moon gate and arrived at the yard, the rattan chair was empty. He knew that the woman lived here. He had seen her back from a distance once. She was chubby, and didn't look very good. He strode towards the saint, smiling, and said, Why didn't you come to see me? You're not worried that it's not appropriate to meet me because you're getting married soon? Don't believe that. The saint looked at him steadily, her eyes a little softer than before. Second young master. Sikong Yun was confused by her gentle attitude. Although the saint never spoke harshly to him, she was always cold and indifferent. You? What's wrong with you? The saint opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. If you have anything to say, just say it. Is your injury recurring? Is the cold pool not working? I'll go find my father and ask him to find a way to get all the doctors in the underworld for you. Sikong Yun's anxious look was not fake. The saint's heart moved, perhaps out of envy, or perhaps unwillingness. Why couldn't she have a man who was devoted to her? For the first time, she had a longing for love between men and women. Second young master. The saint said, Don't see Xiangling again. Okay. Xiangling. Sikong Yun's favorite concubine. Sikong Yun thought he had kept his affairs with Xiangling a secret. But the saint revealed it. His face flushed instantly, and he said guiltily, You listened to my explanation. Xiangling was sent to my room by my mother. It was a gift from the elders, and I couldn't refuse it. I took care of her for my mother's sake. But don't worry. In my heart, There will always be only you. Then, don't see Xiangling. Okay. The saint rarely used a negotiating tone. Si Kongyun was flattered. What happened today? The saint suddenly became so gentle. He couldn't resist it. Okay. Si Kongyun made up his mind and said, if you don't want me to see her, I will see her. I'll have someone send her out of the house right away. Si Kongyun did what he said. He immediately called the servants and reluctantly sent Xiangling out of the house. Xiangling was indeed the maid that Madame Sikong gave him, in order to prevent Madame Sikong from blaming the saint. He also went to Madame Sikong's yard very considerately, and said that Xiangling had been flirting with the guards behind his back. He was so angry that he sent her away. Madame Sikong didn't say anything. Her son was about to get married, and she was a restless maid, so she just sent her away. Si Kongyun handled this matter very beautifully. The saint had to be blind to see that he cared about her. Perhaps she didn't need to envy that girl. Si Kongyun didn't look as good as that man, and his martial arts were a little worse. But he had a good family background, and was born as the legitimate son of the Sikong family. This could not be compensated by his handsome face or powerful martial arts. The saint carefully persuaded herself that she would accept Si Kongyun and become a couple of gods in the underworld. Unexpectedly, when Si Kongyun came to Yuan's small courtyard to look for the saint again that night, he unexpectedly saw Yuan eating osmanthus cake under the peach blossoms. Yuan didn't know Si Kongyun was coming. She picked a piece of milky white osmanthus fragrance and nibbled it bit by bit. The chubby face, the fat trembling, but it couldn't resist the white skin and beautiful face. Delicate features. The whole person looked not bloated, but cute like a fat squirrel foraging. The breeze blew, and petals fell. The face and peach blossoms were red. Si Kongyun was fascinated. Later, Si Kongyun came to the small courtyard more often. On the surface, he came to find the saint. But the saint saw him looking at Yuan's panic several times. And then she understood everything. It turns out that liking someone is so hard to hide. Just like this woman's longing for her husband. And just like Si Kongyun's coveting this woman. The saint was disappointed, and even felt a layer of nausea in her heart. Saint, the wedding dress has arrived. Can I have someone send it to your room? The saint's thoughts were interrupted. She raised her head and stared at the saint in the dressing mirror. What did you say? Wedding dress. The saint said. You were not satisfied with the wedding dress last time, so I asked someone to make new ones. A total of 8 sets. Whatever. The saint said indifferently. Ah? The saint said in panic. This is a matter of a lifetime, and I dare not make a decision for you. A matter of a lifetime. She will be with Si Kongyun, that bastard, day and night for the rest of her life. Of course, she can choose to kill him, but she still can't get rid of Si Kongyun's shadow. Right? The saint broke the hairpin in her hand. The holy envoy was frightened. The holy maiden lowered her eyes and said softly, Go and call that woman. Yes. The holy master didn't understand why the holy maiden wanted to find a hostage, so she went there in confusion. Yuan was brought into the temple. After just one day, the holy maiden felt that she seemed to have gained weight again. Yuan didn't treat herself as an outsider, and sat down on the chair. What? The holy maiden slowly walked towards her. I'm getting married. Yuan glanced at the wedding dress on the bed. I heard that it will be in 3 days. Right? I don't want to marry Si Kongyun. The holy maiden turned around, walked to a cabinet, opened the door, and took out a small box from it. Yuan said, It's better not to marry that lecher. He always looked at her with lustful eyes, thinking she was stupid and didn't know. But I can't break this engagement. So, the saint brought the small box to Yuan's side, took out 2 human skin masks from the box, put one on Yuan's face. You marry him for me. Chapter 546 3 Little Black Eggs. The mask had medicinal effects, and Yuan fainted the moment it was put on her face. Yuan was not sure whether what happened afterwards was real or imaginary. She felt someone pinching her face and touching her stomach in a daze, and she didn't know what was being measured. These consciousnesses were intermittent, and Yuan fell asleep again after a while. The morning light was dim, and the room was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. The gauze was blown by the cold wind. The saint sat quietly in front of the bronze mirror, staring at the face in the mirror without blinking. The saint stood behind her, speechless, from the initial stun to the current helplessness. Who knows what she, the saint, has experienced? Saint, she whispered. Yin Jiuqiao. The saint interrupted her and said, "Is this the name she was chanting in her sleep?" The saint nodded. "It seems so." The saint raised her hand to tidy up her hair. "So the man's name is Yin Jiuqiao. A nice name. He is also handsome." Of course, the saint did not say this. The saint looked at the bronze mirror and raised her hand to touch her cheek. "Does it look like it?" she asked. The saint hesitated to say that it didn't look fake. After all, it was molded according to that face. But it was not entirely true to say that they were carved from the same mold. After all, whether it was the figure or the face, the woman's was too fleshy. The saint knew what she was worried about. She looked at her face in the mirror and said calmly, "Isn't there a poem in the Central Plains? I will never regret my clothes getting looser and looser. I am exhausted for her. I haven't seen her for more than 10 days. I can't help but lose some weight." But the saint envoy hesitated again. The saint looked at herself in the bronze mirror and murmured, "But she is pregnant. So I should be pregnant." This was an unexpected discovery. The woman ate all day long, and her whole body was chubby. The lump of meat on her belly was mistaken for fat. If she hadn't been diagnosed with pregnancy, the saint would not have known that she was pregnant. In addition to the saint, only this confidant saint envoy knew this news. The holy envoy walked to the door, looked at the empty corridor, closed the door, bolted it, and walked back to the holy maiden carefully. "Holy maiden, I don't understand why you do this. If you don't want to marry the second son of Sikong, I mean, if you want to find someone else to marry you, you can choose from the holy envoys. I believe there must be a more suitable candidate." The holy maiden didn't say anything. Some things can be told to the holy envoy, but some thoughts are hard to say. What if something goes wrong during the wedding? What if she reveals her identity in the wedding hall? The holy envoy thought that this method was too risky. As the confidant of the holy maiden, she naturally understood that the holy maiden looked down on a playboy like Sikong Yun. The holy maiden had great ambitions, and marrying Sikong Yun was just a stepping stone for him. But this stepping stone was the heir of the Sikong family. If she was not careful, the holy maiden might be doomed. "If the saint does not mind, I am willing to serve you." The saint envoy knelt down. She said this not for her own selfish reasons. She and Sikong Yun had never had any improper thoughts. But the saint seemed not to hear her words. She took a bright and beautiful hairpin and put it on her bun. She has been a saint without dust since she was born. She has never dressed so brightly. A trace of novelty flashed across her eyes. The saint envoy on the side was almost as anxious as an ant on a hot pot as she watched her increasingly unreliable appearance. She was chosen to be with the saint at the age of 5, when the saint was less than 2 years old. To exaggerate a little, she watched the saint grow up. The saint had many rules and had developed a temperament that put the overall situation first. However, since Lan Mei's death, the saint seemed to have changed into a different person, and even her temperament became rebellious. That night, what happened? Of course, strictly speaking, it was not that night that caused the saint to become like this. The saint went to see that woman every now and then, and she always came back with a gloomy face. But she couldn't help but go to her house the next day. The saint envoy could clearly feel the changes in the saint after she started dating her. "But I was there too. Wasn't it just some nonsense about you arguing with me?" "I arguing with you?" Which of them did the saint take to heart? The saint envoy dared not complain, but dared not speak. Although he was puzzled by the saints letting Yuan pretend to be her to get married, he was much more accepting of the saints pretending to be Yuan. In the saint envoy's view, his master did this to prevent the man from taking advantage of the wedding day to come to save people. And pretending to be Yuan could give him a fatal blow when he was not prepared. "Where's the medicine?" The saint reached out to the saint envoy. "Does he have to pretend to be so good even for the pulse?" "He's not a doctor," the holy envoy muttered, pouring a bottle of black pills into the saint's palm. "The effect of the medicine is 10 days. After 10 days, the pulse of happiness will be gone." The saint swallowed the pills without saying a word. "You can leave," the saint said. The holy envoy said, "The wedding will be tomorrow. I will stay to serve you." The saint put on a pair of white jade flower hairpins and said, "You can go and serve her. When you are by her side, others will not be suspicious." "Yes." The holy envoy went to Yuan's room as he said. The saint picked up the comb and combed her delicate bangs, then curled the corners of her lips with satisfaction, and stood up and left the temple. In the east courtyard, 3 little buns sat on the doorstep. looking eagerly at the directions of both sides of the street. Xiaobao was the first to stand up, walked to the center of the street, and asked curiously, "Why hasn't Mom come back yet?" Soon, Erbao also stood up, walked to his younger brother, and looked with him. "We want Mom to come back." Debao was the eldest brother, and he didn't show it on his face or words like his two younger brothers, but he couldn't help but write it all in his eyes. The three of them waited here before dawn every day, and didn't stop until the sun was setting. After more than 10 days of exposure to the sun, they finally raised a fat white baby. But they were sunburned into a small black egg again. The 3 little black eggs touched the hair on their bald heads. Their hair had grown out. It was time to have a haircut. Mother would come back to have a haircut. Away cooked the goat milk that the 3 loved the most, and put it into a small milk bottle for the 3. The 3 held the small milk bottle in both hands, looked at Sherhu with grievance, and handed the small milk bottle back. "I don't want to drink milk anymore. I want to use my mother to exchange for my mother to come back." Away sighed, took the hands of the 3 useless disciples, and led them back to the yard. The 3 looked back every step, and they were looking forward to seeing their mother until they entered the house. When the saint arrived at this alley, she saw the 3 little black eggs looking back. Those 3 beautiful little faces looked very much like the face that amazed her all her life. Did they already have children? 3 at that. Triplets are too rare, and such healthy and beautiful ones are even more unheard of. The saint touched her fake belly, hesitating whether to go over now, although her injuries had long been healed. If she was discovered, she would probably die. While she was hesitating, a familiar black figure came out, tall and straight, with a green face and fangs mask. Is it him? Perhaps because there was no fighting. The aura on his body was much weaker, but he could still be recognized. The saint looked at him steadily, and her first reaction was not to go over, but to step back. However, at this moment, the man seemed to have noticed something and looked towards the alley. He saw the saint who had no time to escape, and he was slightly stunned. A trace of disbelief flashed across his eyes under the mask, and then he strode towards the saint. The saint suddenly became nervous. It was hard to tell whether it was because of guilty conscience or palpitation. He stopped at a distance from the saint, and looked her up and down. "You?" The saint took a deep breath, hiding the guilty conscience that flashed through her mind, lowered her eyes and whispered, "I escaped." "How did you escape?" Yin Jiucha asked. This voice is lower than expected, but it is still nice with this face. The saint thought about Yuan's voice and answered softly, "Sikong Mansion is going to get married. The saint called me to the temple. I took advantage of her choosing wedding clothes to hide in the shopping car, and then I came out." "You have lost weight," Yin Jiucha said distressfully. The saint said in a wrong tone, "I miss you and my son these days. My heart is suffocated. I can't sleep or eat, and I haven't eaten a single grain of rice in the 3 days I was captured in the temple. I'm sorry for making you suffer." Yin Jiuchu stretched out his powerful palm and held the saint's soft and boneless hand. The saint had never had physical contact with a man, not even Sikong Yun, and when her hand was suddenly held, she was so shocked that she pulled it back. "What's wrong?" Yin Jiucha asked. "No, nothing," the saint said. The saint raised her eyes and stared at the mask. After hesitating for a while, she raised her hand and took off the mask, seeing the face that haunted her dreams. The saint sighed. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Yin Jiucha said. The saint shook her head. "No. I haven't seen you for a long time. I want to see it." Yin Jiucha looked at her tenderly and dotingly and said, "I originally planned to save you on the day of our wedding. But who would have thought that you were so smart and escaped by yourself? Are you hungry?" The saint opened her mouth. Yin Jiucha looked at her slightly bulging belly and smiled gently. "If you are not hungry, he should be hungry too." The saint's eyes flashed. Yin Jiucha took her hand again. This time, her fingertips moved, but she did not pull her hand out. Yin Jiucha led her to the other end of the alley. She looked at the yard behind her. "Don't you want to go back?" Yin Jiucha said. "Take you to a good place." The saint lowered her eyes and glanced at the two people's interlocked hands. Her heartbeat accelerated, and an indescribable feeling flowed through her heart. Yin Jiucha. The saint touched her slightly hot cheek with her other hand. "Nothing. Just called you." The wind blew. Yin Jiucha took off his cloak, gently draped it over her, and tied the ribbon for her, his eyes gentle and focused. The saint was just curious at first, and she didn't know what love was like after living for so many years. But at this moment she looked at him, felt his thoughtful remarks, as if she understood the little happiness that the woman inadvertently revealed. Let such a perfect and focused man pamper you. There is probably no woman in the world who can resist it. Okay. Yin Jiucha tied the ribbon, looked at her lovingly, and took her slightly cold hand, gently but not frivolously. The saint let him hold her hand and walked into the crowd. Yuan had been sleeping for a long time, and when she woke up, it was already the day of her wedding. She was groggy and felt that her body was not her own. Someone helped her into the bathtub and bathed and changed her clothes for her. You all go out. I will serve the saint. Yes. Saint. What saint? Yuan opened her eyes half asleep and half awake, and saw a face that was not unfamiliar. But because of the effect of the medicine, she was slow to react. So it took her a while to recognize that the other party was the saint's confidant. The saint's envoy. Wasn't she going to serve the saint? What was she doing to herself? The saint brought a soap with a floral scent and carefully combed Yuan's long hair. Yuan leaned against the bathtub, and she became more and more awake as she was tossed back and forth. The holy envoy stood behind Yuan, but had not yet noticed that Yuan had opened her eyes. Yuan looked around and was immediately confused. What was going on with this room covered with happy characters? Could it be that the saint was getting married? And even the room where she, a hostage, was married, had to be blessed with the auspiciousness? Saint Envoy Li. The saint's flower oil is ready. Outside the screen, a maid reported. Bring it in. The holy envoy said. Yes. The maid brought the flower oil into the house, and the holy envoy dipped a little with his fingertips and gently applied it to the ends of Yuan's hair. Yuan now noticed something was wrong. Why was he talking about offering something to the holy maiden, but at the same time using it on her head? Also, what did the holy maiden dress up for when she got married? The holy maiden's wedding was so particular that the hostages had to be taken away. Clang. Ah! Something broke in the room. The holy envoy hurriedly walked around the screen. What happened? Saint Envoy Li. The bracelet was accidentally broken. Forget it. I'll go to the warehouse to get another pair. You stay here and don't go in to disturb the holy maiden. Yes. Holy maiden? Where did the holy maiden come from? Yuan looked around and didn't see the second figure. She supported herself with her hands to get out of the bathtub, took the robe and wrapped it, and walked out of the screen strangely. The maids in the room knelt on the ground. Saint! Yuan was shocked. Yuan looked back. No. No saint. Until then, Yuan didn't realize that her face had changed. Until she walked to the bronze mirror and took a closer look. She was dumbfounded. This is not her face. Yuan touched her head. And the saint in the mirror also touched her head. Yuan pinched her ears. And the saint in the mirror also pinched her ears. What's going on? How did she become a saint? Yuan subconsciously touched her belly. Fortunately, her belly is still there. It's not another time travel. However, how could she have the face of the saint? She had probably been unconscious for several days, and had not eaten much. So she was thinner, but still plumper than the saint. However, the group of people looked straight ahead, and did not notice it at all. Or even if they noticed it, they did not dare to doubt the saint. Yuan looked at herself in the bronze mirror again. Since her body was her own, it seemed that this face had been manipulated. As early as when she was in the young master's mansion, Yuan had seen a special mask, which was called a human skin mask because it resembled a complete face. Could it be that she also had that thing on her face? It is said that the character mask cannot be worn with too big an expression. Otherwise it will fall off easily. Yuan winked at the mirror, pouted her lips, and puffed her cheeks. The maid secretly glanced at the saint with twitching facial features, and were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. Can't get down. Yuan frowned strangely, and tried to peel it off again. This is too well pasted. It can't be peeled off. I told you. These things must be moved to the wedding room in time. The voice of Saint Li came from the corridor. Yuan recalled Saint Li's abnormal reaction, and confirmed that she was the saint's accomplice. Yuan took a cloak, put it on, put on the hat, and went out without looking back. The saint entered the room, and saw that the bathtub was empty. He frowned immediately. Where is the saint? The maid said in unison. She went out. Awake? The effect of the medicine should at least last until the wedding night. Everyone looked at her in confusion. What did she wake up? Not good. Saint Envoy walked out with a cold look in his eyes. Yuan still remembered the way she came. And only remembered this way. After leaving the temple, she had no choice but to go back to Sikong's house. Today was the wedding day of Sikong Yuan and the Saintess. The mansion was very busy, and the servants were very busy. For a while, no one noticed her. Even so, she still did not dare to take it lightly. She walked quickly towards the entrance of the secret passage. At this juncture, I am afraid that only Ming Shan can let her hide. However, in order to prevent any guests from getting into trouble today, the secret passage of Ming Shan has long been guarded by the guards. Yuan secretly said that it was not good and turned to find another hiding place. At this time, Saint Envoy brought Huaji and several trusted Saint envoys to chase after her. Chapter 547 Feel Movement. Clever little Goo Goo. Yuan quickly turned her back and hid behind a big tree. However, this tree was solitary that it could block her for a while. But not forever. When they got closer, it was still not difficult to find her. Just as Yuan was hesitating about how to avoid the pedestrians, a clear male voice sounded in front of her. Saint! Saint? Yuan's eyebrows jumped and she looked up. It was Sikong Chanfeng. I made a mistake. Sikong Chanfeng saw the standing figure from a distance and thought it was the little maid he had seen in Ming Shan. It was not until he got closer that he realized it was the saint. However, is this saint fatter than before? But this is none of his business. What are you doing here? The auspicious time is coming soon. Sikong Chanfeng reminded in a distant tone. Yuan didn't know whether she should trust this man who had only met her once. But it seemed that there was no other way at the moment. A man who can treat even a strange maid tenderly shouldn't have a bad heart. Even if he doesn't believe me, he won't necessarily blame me. The thought flashed through her mind, and Yuan decided to give it a try. However, as soon as Yuan opened her mouth, she found something wrong. Strange. Why can't her throat make a sound? Yuan pinched her throat and tried again, confirming that she was mute. No need to guess who did it. The damn saint not only stole her beautiful face, but also took away her heavenly voice. She is really a poor little thing in dire straits. After all, the saint had broken off the engagement, and Sikong Chanfeng's relationship with the saint was very awkward. As the eldest brother, Sikong Chanfeng planned to leave after reminding the saint of the matters that should be paid attention to. How could Yuan let him go? The saint's minions were nearby. If he left, wouldn't she be helpless? Yuan gritted her teeth and grabbed Sikong Chanfeng's wrist. Sikong Chanfeng looked at Yuan in astonishment, then looked at the hand holding him. Frowning, Saint! Yuan waved her hands in panic. I'm not a saint. She pointed to her throat again. I was poisoned and mute. Sikong Chanfeng was confused. He had no idea why the saint didn't marry his brother on the wedding day, but secretly caught him. Did she regret her decision and rekindle her old love with him? Strictly speaking, he and the saint grew up together. As the saint of the Lan family, Lan Ji was highly regarded by the whole Hades since she was born. She entered the Sikong family to study at the age of 3. He knew that she would become his fiancée, and he took good care of her since she was young. When his mother was alive, his situation was not embarrassing. After his mother passed away, he was neglected in the Sikong family, and the saint gradually became distant from him. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. But he didn't want to force it, so he acquiesced to her estrangement. Later, it was reported that she was going to break off his engagement and marry his second brother instead. He was sad for a while in the yard. It was not because he had much love for her, but because a person who had been told since childhood that she would marry him suddenly chose someone else. He felt as if his face was trampled into the mud. He vaguely remembered that his mother loved the saint very much, and would always hold his hand and tell him to treat Lanji well, saying that she was your daughter-in-law who had not yet married. Lanji broke off the engagement, and the last trace of contact between him and his mother seemed to be cut off. He once asked her if she knew what kind of man Sikong Yun was. She said nothing, but just gave him a look that said don't bother. So, at this point, she finally saw clearly that Sikong Yun was not her good match. It's really ridiculous. What did she think of herself? If she wanted it, she would take it. If she didn't want it, she would throw it away. After she lost it, she greedily claimed it back. Where in the world can there be such a good thing? He, Sikong Chanfeng, is not a cheap man. Sikong Chanfeng coldly brushed away Yuan's hand. Saint, Please respect yourself. Yuan was about to collapse. Sikong Chanfeng. I am not a saint. No. Yuan tried to gesture. But Sikong Chanfeng did not want to get entangled with her anymore and left resolutely. Suddenly, a white light flashed from his sleeves and hit Yuan's chest. Little Goo Goo. Yuan's eyes lit up. Even if her appearance was completely changed. Even if no one in the world recognized her. Little Goo Goo could still smell her breath. Sikong Chanfeng had treated Little Goo Goo as his pet since he picked it up. Now the pet did not stay in his arms well, but ran to another woman. However, Sikong Chanfeng's attitude towards Little Goo Goo was much gentler than that towards the saint. Sikong Chanfeng sighed helplessly. Xiaohua. Stop it. Yuan was stunned. Xiaohua. What kind of name is this? Bang. Xiao Goo Goo's body froze, and he rolled down. Shame. Shame. Sikong Chanfeng squatted down and picked up Xiao Goo Goo. Xiao Goo Goo lay on the ground, holding his fingers with his claws and pulling towards Yuan. Yuan suddenly had an idea, picked up a small branch, and wrote on the ground. I am not saint. Yuan had only written half of it when Saintly appeared like a demon. Envoy Li first bowed to Yuan, and then bowed to Sikong Chanfeng. The eldest son is here too. Eldest son? Yuan looked at Sikong Chanfeng. In the Sikong family, the only one who could be called the eldest son was Sikong Yun's biological brother. Right. So, the person who made Lan Jiao give up on the street last time was also him? If it was really him, then his indifference was not surprising. The saint was his fiancée, and after breaking off the engagement, she hooked up with his younger brother. I'm afraid no one in the world can swallow this breath. Now I have a face that he hates the most, and he doesn't know how much he ignores me. Sikong Chanfeng's eyes moved away from the handwriting on the ground, picked up the small Goo Goo, put it in the jade bottle, and then looked at Envoy Li and said, How do you serve the saint? The auspicious time is coming. But the saint hasn't even changed into her wedding dress. I know I was wrong. Saintly admitted his mistake decisively. I'm sorry to have worried the eldest master. I will serve the saintess well, and will not delay the auspicious time of the saintess and the second master. That's good to know, Sikong Chanfeng said, and walked towards the banquet hall with a dignified look. When she passed by Yuan, Yuan suddenly turned around, blocked the sight of Saintly with her body, and grabbed Sikong Chanfeng's hand and touched her pregnant belly. She wanted to remind Sikong Chanfeng that she was pregnant, but when Sikong Chanfeng's hand covered her, Yuan felt her belly suddenly move. Yuan and Sikong Chanfeng were startled and pulled their hands back together. Yuan was a doctor. She quickly realized what it was. As for whether Sikong Chanfeng could understand it, that was another matter. Sikong Chanfeng walked away with a confused look on his face. Saint Li's sight was blocked, so he couldn't see Yuan's movements clearly. But it was not difficult to guess that Yuan was going to ask Sikong Chanfeng for help. Saint Li hurried forward, forcibly held Yuan's arm, and said with a smile, Saint, the auspicious time has come. We should go. Saint Li knew martial arts, and Yuan was tightly clamped by her. Yuan looked back at Sikong Chanfeng, hoping that he would turn around. Saint Li turned around and dragged Yuan around the rockery. Sikong Chanfeng walked forward. The little Goo Goo was churning in the jade bottle, and the old monk Wan Gu Wang entered into a state of meditation, allowing the little Goo Goo to make trouble. Sikong Chanfeng was heartbroken and took the little Goo Goo out. The little Goo Goo rolled around in his palm. What's wrong? Sikong Chanfeng asked. Little Goo Goo jumped to the ground, pulled a silk thread on his hem, and dragged him towards Yuan. Sikong Chanfeng understood its meaning and looked back, but he could no longer see Yuan. But this is strange, isn't it? Xiaohua doesn't know the saint. Why would he pursue her relentlessly? And today's saint is indeed a little strange. Doesn't she always look down on him? Why does she look like she is counting on him and asking for help? Wait, asking for help? Sikong Chanfeng carefully recalled Yuan's eyes. It was indeed asking for help. But he was prejudiced against her and turned a blind eye to it. Sikong Chanfeng looked at the palm of his hand. The saint's belly was so big, hard, and moving. I am not. What is she not? Isn't she the saint? But if not the saint, who else could it be? Could it be? A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Sikong Chanfeng's mind. He thought about the details again and his face changed. Chapter 548 Wedding. Saint. The temple is in front. Please don't miss the auspicious time. in front of the side door of Sikong's house. Saint Envoy Li coldly reminded Yuan, who was clinging to the door. If you are still stubborn, I will use force. If you accidentally disturb your fetus. Asshole. He actually knew that she was pregnant and threatened her with this. Yuan didn't understand. Even if the saint didn't want to marry Sikong Yun, there was no need to let her take her place. Right? Wasn't the saint afraid that she would make trouble at the wedding and ruin her plan? Or did she have to send herself to be ruined by Sikong Yun? What was she after? Saint Envoy Li threatened, don't delay. The eldest son will not come to save you. And don't try to make any mistakes today. If you dare to ruin the saint, I will kill the baby in your belly on the spot. If you don't believe me, just fight to the death with me. Yuan resigned herself to her fate and let go of her hand. But when she stepped over the threshold, she suddenly pushed Saint Envoy Li aside, and she ran towards Sikong Mansion. Saint Envoy Li snorted coldly, and landed in front of Yuan with his qigong, blocking Yuan's way neatly. Yuan's eyebrows jumped. Saint Envoy Li turned around and walked towards her with a sneer. Fight me. Halfway through her words, her eyes rolled up, her body softened, and she fell straight to the ground. Yuan stared at Sikong Chanfeng, who suddenly appeared in amazement. You? Saint Envoy. Saint Envoy Li. It was Huaji's voice. This BXXXH is in the same group with Saint Envoy Li. They are all minions used by the saint to monitor her. She also brought a few masters with her. Yuan looked at Sikong Chanfeng stupidly. Sikong Chanfeng said sternly, I'm sorry. After that, he stretched out his big hand, grabbed Yuan's wrist, and took Yuan through the corridor and into the Sikong family's warehouse. Today is a wedding day, and there are many people in the warehouse. But because of this, it is easier to sneak in. Sikong Chanfeng walked around a row of shelves and made a silent gesture to Yuan. Huazi and others also entered the yard of the warehouse. Have you seen the saint? Huaji asked. A servant said, to reply to Miss Huaji. No. Huaji did not leave, but took people into the warehouse where Sikong Chanfeng and Yuan were hiding. As the eldest son of the Sikong family, Sikong Chanfeng can certainly expose the fake saint, but the consequences of doing so are uncontrollable. No one will believe that Yuan was forced, but will only think that she persecuted the saint and wanted to take away everything from the saint. So the safest way is to secretly send Yuan out. Sikong Chanfeng took Yuan to shuttle behind the shelves of the warehouse, silently avoiding the experts who came to search. After a while, Huaji and the experts found nothing. Huaji said, go to other places to search. Yes. The group strode out. Sikong Chanfeng and Yuan did not move at the same time. Sure enough, half a quarter of an hour later, Huazi and his group turned back again. And this time they still found nothing. So they really gave up the warehouse. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't fall into the girl's trap. Sikong Chanfeng looked at Yuan's head drooping, looking relieved. Although he knew that he shouldn't smile in the wrong occasion, he couldn't help but curl his lips. How could this little fat girl be so cute? It's you, right? Sikong Chanfeng asked. Ah? Yuan looked up with a blank face. Sikong Chanfeng was in a good mood when I saw your back for the first time. I felt it was you. Later, you turned your face, and I mistook you for the saint. So, how did you become like this? Yuan touched her face and wrote on his palm. The saint's fault. I mean, you've lost weight. Sikong Chanfeng looked at her obviously thinner body and said. His palm felt a little itchy, and he cleared his throat. Yuan sighed and wanted to say that the saint was starving her. But when the words reached her lips, she realized something and wrote. Now is not the time to discuss this. Right? Should we run away quickly? Sikong Chanfeng was embarrassed. Sikong Chanfeng said, why don't you hide in my yard for a while? No one comes to my yard. If the saint is not in the wedding hall, there will be chaos in the Sikong family. I will take advantage of the chaos to send you out. Yuan thought this method was feasible and followed Sikong Chanfeng out of the warehouse obediently. Xiaohua is your goo worm, right? Sikong Chanfeng asked Yuan on the way back to the yard. Xiao Gu Gu, who was sitting in the jade bottle and stealing the food of the king of 10,000 Gu, froze. If it is not your Gu, will you still eat your food? Yuan looked up at the sky. Sikong Chanfeng was amused by her hypocritical look. He smiled and said, you are not a maid of the Sikong family. Are you? You were captured by the saint. Yuan glanced at him. That's the saint. How can you accept her doing bad things so much? Is it true that all exes hate each other? This time, Yuan didn't write on his palm. But he didn't know if he had deciphered Yuan's expression. Sikong Chanfeng laughed at himself and said, "The saint has never been a simple person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken off his engagement." He asked himself that he was far superior to his brother Sikong Yun in talent, background, and even martial arts. If the saint married him, she would still be the mistress of the Sikong family. The reason why she didn't do so was that in the eyes of others, she had deep feelings for Sikong Yun and Sikong Chanfeng, who had been paying attention to his fiancée since childhood. How could he not understand her temperament? Although I don't know why the saint caught you. Sikong Chanfeng, who didn't talk about people behind their backs and shouldn't say anything, paused and said, "I will send you out." Yuan nodded. Birds of a feather flock together. The saint is only worthy of being tied to a jerk like Sikong Yun. Although this eldest son is Sikong Yun's biological brother, he is much kinder and more upright than Sikong Yun. You? Thinking of something. Sikong Chanfeng's eyes fell on Yuan's slightly protruding belly. Just now, Yuan touched her belly, and a trace of tenderness flashed across her eyes. Just now was the fetal movement. Her baby, when it was less than 4 months old, made people feel its presence. It also knows that the mother is in danger, so it is trying hard to save her. Sikong Chanfeng felt a sense of loss in his heart. This little fat girl is pregnant and has a husband. Is that your yard? Yuan pointed to a courtyard not far away, with a surprised look in her eyes. You, the eldest son of the Sikong family, actually live in such a remote place? Sikong Chanfeng moved here for peace and quiet, and to better remember his deceased mother. He didn't think anything of it after living here for a long time. But now that Yuan said that, he suddenly felt embarrassed. This yard seems to be a little remote. Of course, remoteness has its advantages. Sikong Chanfeng said, "It's safe here. Don't worry. No one will come here. And I will let them stop them if they come. No one dares to break into my yard." Yuan nodded and walked towards the yard. The threshold was a little high. Sikong Chanfeng reached out to help her. Suddenly, a stern and murderous aura came from the air. Sikong Chanfeng felt a chill on his back, and instinctively held Yuan in his arms. However, the murderous aura did not hit him directly, but went around his side and knocked him out. When Yuan turned around, Sikong Chanfeng had already covered his chest and fell heavily to the ground. Yuan hurriedly looked at the person who came again. When she saw who it was, she wanted to bang her head against the wall. Why did it have to be Sikong Yun? Maybe it was because of the big day. Sikong Yun, who changed into a red wedding dress, was much more beautiful than before. If Yuan had looked down on this person's appearance before, then now, Yuan surprised him. Dressed in red, as beautiful as peaches and plums. Sikong Yun put his hands behind his back and walked towards Yuan with a cold look. Sikong Chanfeng supported himself on the ground and wanted to stand up, but was slapped back by Sikong Yun's backhand. Sikong Yun never looked at him from beginning to end, only staring at Yuan with burning eyes. Sikong Chanfeng never knew that his brother's martial arts were so good. Could it be that the one who really hid his skills over the years was not himself, but this half-brother? Sikong Chanfeng was suppressed and unable to move. He used all his strength to squeeze out a voice from his teeth. "Second brother, listen to me. She is not a saint. Don't recognize the wrong person." Sikong Yun gave him a contemptuous look. How could he recognize the wrong person? He would never do that in this life. Sikong Chanfeng was so anxious that he was sweating. "Second brother, you really recognize the wrong person. She is not a saint." Sikong Yun seemed not to hear what he said, and walked step by step to Yuan. Yuan subconsciously took a step back. Her calf tripped on the threshold, and fell down. Sikong Yun stretched out his arms, and took her chubby body into his arms. Yuan bumped into him, and the familiar male scent hit her nose. And Yuan's eyes widened instantly. He hugged her domineeringly and forcefully, and whispered in her ear with a low and magnetic voice, "My wife. We are getting married soon. Where are you going to escape? Who is this? Who is it? Who is it?" Chapter 549, A Man Who Dotes on His Wife. Domineeringly slaps her in the face. Yuan's body froze on the spot. She was naturally familiar with this voice and breath. But how could this be possible? This is Sikong Mansion. How could he come here? And turned himself into Sikong Yun? Yuan looked at the face of Sikong Yun that was so close to her, and always felt that it was her illusion. Until The other party's hand was on her waist. He frowned. Why are you thinner? The only person in the world who disliked her thinness and felt sorry for every ounce of meat she lost was Yin Jiuqiu. And there was no other one. Her nose was sour. And she was about to cry immediately. Yin Jiuqiu suddenly pinched her chin and said in a cold tone, even if you miss me, you shouldn't abuse your body like this. Yuan couldn't cry anymore. She didn't abuse her body. She ate well every day. It was the bastard saint who drugged her and didn't give her food. She was starved to death. Yuan looked at Yin Jiuqiu speechlessly. He frowned and said on his face, this woman loves me so much. It really gives me a headache. Yuan's emotion stopped abruptly, and her chubby face turned black. However, he came to save her after all. It was not easy to think about it. Yuan decided not to be angry with him. She gestured and called silently with lip language, Yin Jiuqiu. As soon as she opened her mouth, she regretted it. This guy didn't remember that he was Yin Jiuqiu. If she called him this name, would he be regarded as having thoughts about a pretty boy? Yuan only prayed that Yin Jiuqiu didn't understand her lip language. But to her disappointment, Yin Jiuqiu not only understood it, but also took in her guilty conscience. Yin Jiuqiu's face darkened instantly. You still miss that pretty boy. It seems that the punishment I gave you is not enough. What? What punishment? Yuan was confused. Yin Jiuqiu stopped explaining and picked her up. Under the stunned gaze of Sikong Chanfeng and the servants who came, he left in a very high-profile manner. Yuan thought he would take her out of the house. But he took her to the joyous temple. Saintess! Second young master. Meet the saintess. Meet the second young master. All the servants and holy envoys came to pay their respects to the two. Yuan was confused. But Yin Jiuqiu was so into the play that he didn't even move his eyelids, and took Yuan to the most luxurious and lively room. No. Shouldn't he run away at this critical moment? Is he going to save it for the wedding? It's already been 2 weddings. Okay. Yuan looked at Yin Jiuqiu in disbelief. She thought that the sentence my wife. You are going to get married. Why are you running away was a joke. But it turned out to be true. This guy really wanted to get married with her again. Ah! Is he addicted to weddings? The original plan of the fake ghost king and the real young master was to sneak in and take the person away. But after seeing Sikong Chanfeng pulling Yuan, he changed his mind temporarily. Yin Jiuqiu coldly threw Yuan on the red bed and said domineeringly, marry me. Now! Immediately. Yuan. Dealing with a husband with a broken brain is so tiring. When Hua Ji and Saint Envoy Li, who had just woken up from a coma, rushed back to the saint's room at the same time, Yuan had already sat obediently in front of the dressing table, letting the maid comb her hair. The two looked at the saint sitting still and breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? How did the saint come back? Saint Li stopped a maid carrying a tray of jewelry and asked. The maid said, in reply to Saint Envoy Li, it was the second young master who sent the saint back. Second young master? Sikong Yun? Huaji exchanged glances with Saint Envoy Li. And Huaji asked, did the second young master say anything? The maid shook her head. No. He just asked us to help the saint dress up and not delay the auspicious time. It seemed that nothing was revealed. And the two of them were completely relieved and walked into the house. Let me do it, Huaji said to the maid who was combing her hair. Yes. The maid who was combing her hair handed the silver comb to Huaji. Huaji took the comb, came behind Yuan, and began to put her hair up. Yuan sat leisurely on the stool, holding a box of snacks in her hand, eating with relish. Saint Envoy Li suddenly felt a headache. Why was she always eating every time he saw her? She was getting fatter, and looked less and less like a saint. What should he do? You can still eat when you are in trouble, Saint Envoy Li said sarcastically. Yuan rolled her eyes, and continued to eat. Saint Envoy Li reached out to grab her food box. Yuan slapped her backhand. Saint Envoy Li had never expected that this fragile fat girl would give her such a blow. She was unable to dodge, and was hit on the ground. Bang! The door was knocked open, and several masters of the Sikong family stepped in. They bowed and saluted Yuan. Saint! These masters were sent by Sikong Yun. No. Yin Jiuqiu who pretended to be Sikong Yun. And their skills were not inferior to those of the saint envoys. Yuan had long wanted to deal with this guy surnamed Li. Not only did he threaten her with the fetus in her belly, but he also robbed her of her food. How could this be tolerated? Yuan winked at several masters. The masters rushed forward and pressed Saint Envoy Li to the ground. Saint Envoy instinctively used her internal strength. But before she could make a move, she was forced down by several masters. She was attacked by her internal strength. Her tendons and veins were broken, and she vomited blood. Yuan smiled and said in lip language, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? You have come to this day? You?" Saint Envoy was so angry that he almost rushed forward. Saint Envoy was the confidant of the saint, and had never suffered such grievances. But this grievance came from the saint, so others naturally had nothing to say. The maids in the room lowered their heads, their eyes looking at their noses, and their noses looking at their hearts. The current situation was unexpected for both Saint Envoy and Huaji. According to the effect of the medicine, the saint should have been weak all over until the end of the wedding. But the effect wore off prematurely. That was fine. But they had a backup plan. As long as she dared to resist, they would threaten the fetus in her belly. She couldn't speak, which meant she couldn't order the people in the temple around, and could only let them do whatever they wanted. Who would have thought that the second young master Sikong would interfere? Of course, neither Saint Envoy nor Huaji suspected that the second young master had ulterior motives. They only thought that the second young master had noticed that the saint was unwilling to get married. So he specially sent a master to monitor her. And Yuan happened to be using Sikong Yun's master to retaliate against them. "Saint, can you punish her?" asked the leading master. Yuan raised her eyebrows and gestured. Saint Envoy was dragged away by the masters. Of course, Saint Envoy could say that the saint was a fake. But if they did, their plan would be exposed. When the Sikong family asked where the saint had gone, would they frame Yuan or take the blame on themselves? What if the Sikong family found out that the instigator was the saint? Wouldn't it lead to a break between the Sikong family and the Lan family? This consequence is something they cannot afford. Huaji winked at Saint Envoy, asking her to swallow her anger and deal with this faker when the saint returns. Yuan knocked on the table with her knuckles, looked at Huaji in the bronze mirror, and said with an arrogant look, "Why are you standing there? Why don't you comb my hair? Do you want to be dragged out too?" Huaji glanced at the Sikong family master who was staring at her, gritted her teeth, suppressed her turmoil, and silently combed Yuan's hair. After Yuan ate a plate of osmanthus cake, 2 plates of crab roe crisps, 3 big chicken legs, 4 pieces of maltose, and 5 big meat buns, she was finally dressed up and put on her wedding dress. The saint was a messenger from heaven, and her wedding was different from that of ordinary girls. Not only was the ceremony different, but even the wedding dress was black and red with a hint of gold. The visual impact of this wedding dress was huge, solemn and bright, just like the goddess of the sky on the altar. The moment Yuan came out, she was intoxicated by herself. It turned out that the wedding dress of the temple was so beautiful, and this saint was worthy of being called a saint. Yuan was so beautiful that she happily went to get married. On the other side, the saint and Yin Jiuchao also came to a place with pleasant scenery. It was a green lake with peach blossom forests on both sides, green mountains and green waters, peach forests and people like pearls and jade. The saint stood on the painting boat and looked out from the railing. "The scenery is so beautiful." Yin Jiuchao looked at her steadily and said affectionately, "In my eyes, thousands of scenery are not as good as you." The saint's cheeks became hot again. Yin Jiuchao took her hand. "We have been apart for so long. Have you missed me?" The saint lowered her head nervously. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved by such a man's gentle treatment. Yin Jiuchao whispered, "I miss you. Every day and every night. It's getting late. Let's rest early." Rest? What does rest mean? Chapter 550 ending. The saint became more and more nervous, and even her palms were sweating. Even though she had guessed what would happen before coming, she still felt a little uneasy instinctively at this moment. Her eyelashes trembled, and she clenched the railing. "Let's eat first." "Okay," Yin Jiuchao said gently. The two of them set a table of food on the open deck of the pleasure boat and sat on the ground. The scenery was just right at this time. The setting sun was slanting in the west, and the twilight was all around. The yellow and orange twilight hit the peach forest, like pink clouds covered with a layer of rosy clouds. The saint seemed to be in a fairyland. In such an environment, it would be difficult for any woman not to be moved. But the saint was not an ordinary woman. She had a heart of stone. She had never experienced the love between men and women, and had never been attracted to any man. Except, the saint lowered her head and recalled her actions today, which even she found incredible. Is this really her? Is she crazy? How could she risk her life for a man and do such a thing? I don't know what's going on with Seekong Mansion and Saint Maiden Palace. Did they complete the wedding smoothly? Saint Envoy once asked her. If she didn't want to marry herself, why didn't she ask the Saint Envoy to marry for her? The Saint Envoy is more loyal, knows Seekong Yun and her better, and is less likely to make mistakes. What she didn't tell Saint Envoy was that she was jealous of that woman. So she wanted to destroy that woman. Jealousy is admitting that you are inferior to others. But if you think about it carefully, there is nothing she can't compare to that woman. She is the Saint Maiden of the Lan family. No matter her birth and status, she can beat that woman to the dust. As for martial arts and strategy, it's even less worth mentioning. What else can that woman do besides eating? She just has a beautiful face. And she happened to meet Yin Jiuqiu earlier than herself. If the two of them had appeared in front of Yin Jiuqiu at the same time, would Yin Jiuqiu abandon the Saint of Hades and marry a fat girl with nothing but beauty? The thought flashed through her mind. And the Saint felt that there was really no need to be jealous of that woman. At least after tonight. There is no need to be jealous anymore. A slut. Would Yin Jiuqiu still like her? What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Yin Jiuqiu asked with concern. The Saint regained consciousness, lowered her eyes shyly, revealed a gentle demeanor she had never had before, and said softly, No. Yin Jiuqiu smiled, pointed to a table of dishes, and introduced them one by one. This is mandarin fish, just caught from the river. Mandarin fish in March and April are the most plump, and they are good braised or steamed. But there is already a braised pork elbow, so I asked someone to steam the mandarin fish. Try it, and see if it suits your taste. As he said this, he picked up a chopstick of the most tender fish belly, and put it into the Saint's bowl. The Saint hated others picking up food for her the most, even if they were chopsticks that had never been used before. Seekong Yun had violated her taboo because of this, and she left on the spot. But now the person who was courting her was replaced by the man in front of her. Not only did she not feel disgusted, but she also felt a little sweetness of being held in the palm of her hand. She picked it up and tasted it. Is it delicious? Yin Jiuqiu asked. The Saint nodded gently. Yin Jiuqiu smiled knowingly and picked up a piece of the fattest and tenderest elbow skin. Try this one. The Saint does not like greasy food and does not eat red meat. But he picked up the dish, so she should eat it all. The Saint tasted it happily. She had no time to think about whether it tasted good or not. He picked up other dishes, and the Saint completely fell into his gentleness. How could there be such a considerate man in the world? In the end, the Saint drank a glass of wine in a daze. This is not good. There was no drug in the wine, but the Saint was drunk. After a while, she supported her forehead with her elbow and lay on the table half tilted. Are you okay? The fake Yin Jiuqiu asked tentatively. I'm a little tired, the Saint said dazedly. I'll help you back to the wing room. The fake Yin Jiuqiu stretched out his hand. The Saint hummed drunkenly, handed him her hand, and let him help her back to the wing room. The Saint was still a little confused and slow to react, and she didn't understand the meaning of this sentence for a while. Of course, even if she understood, she couldn't make timely remedies. She had been under strict supervision since she was a child and rarely knew common sense in this area. Therefore, when she was disguising, she forgot about this and only remembered to disguise her pulse. Saintly understood this, but Saintly didn't know that she was out to seduce Yin Jiuqiu, and thought she was out to kill people. You are not her. The fake Yin Jiuqiu didn't know that Yuan was pregnant, but he knew that Yuan had a husband. She didn't disguise what she should have, and she was messing around with what she didn't need to disguise. The Saint didn't realize it yet, but the words "you are not her" were like a hammer, sobering her up. Did she reveal the truth? What should I do? You listen to my explanation. Stop it. I don't want to hear anything. Tell me the truth. Who are you? The Saint wanted to struggle desperately, but was interrupted by the other party's harsh words. Maybe he was sober, or maybe he was too excited and forgot to pretend. She felt that the other party's voice was different from before. The previous one was not very nice, but at least it was unfamiliar. But now it was familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. But why can't she remember it? The Saint pressed her aching head. Damn it. I should have known not to drink. The fake Yin Jiuqiu pulled out the sword hanging on the wall and pointed the tip of the sword at her. Tell me. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be her? The voice became more and more familiar. The saint felt that she was only a thin layer of window paper away from the answer. But because of the drunkenness, she couldn't break through that layer of window paper. At this moment, the saint accidentally raised her head and caught a glimpse of the strangeness under his cheek. The human skin mask tilted up a corner. That is, the saint's eyebrows jumped, and she suddenly exerted her power and flashed in front of the opponent. Even though the opponent was holding a sword, he could not stop the saint from approaching. The saint took off the human skin mask. Under the mask, she revealed a face that she had seen countless times. The saint was stunned. This is not real. Impossible. There must be another mask. The saint raised her hand and tore it off. The opponent's face was purple because of her tearing. What are you doing? You crazy woman. The saint couldn't tear it off, and couldn't even feel the slightest difference. This face was real. It was really Seekongyun's. The saint looked at the face close to her, and then at the fallen blood on the bed, and felt like she was struck by 5 thunders. And the thunderbolt from the blue sky crackled down. And she was stunned. She fell on the chair. How dare you tear my face? I will kill you. Seekongyun rushed towards the saint with his sword raised. How could he be a match for the saint? The saint did not even raise her hand, but shook him with all her internal strength, and knocked him flying and crashing into the wall. He felt a pain in his back and fell heavily to the ground, breaking his nose. But thanks to this move, he could sense the saint's breath. You are? Seekongyun was also like being struck by lightning, and he finally stood up straight, but stumbled and fell back to the ground. What's going on? Isn't she that girl? How did she become a saint? How? How could it be you? Seekongyun stuttered, not knowing whether he was guilty or angry. Shouldn't you be getting married? Why are you here? If he wasn't the son of the Seekong family, the saint would have killed him with a sword. The saint said coldly, I should be the one asking you this. Instead of staying in the Seekong mansion to get married with that woman, she disguised herself as Yin Jiuqiao. Now, she has become that slut. Seekongyun certainly couldn't guess what the saint thought of Yin Jiuqiao, and thought that the saint had seen through his plan and came here to hinder him. Seekongyun suppressed his guilt and said shamelessly, I didn't say I won't marry you. I will come back to marry you after I finish that thing. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you have to pretend to be her to catch me? What if you leave like this and someone finds out? The saint choked. You. How can this man say such shameless words? I know he is a piece of shit, but I didn't know he was such a piece of shit. Seekongyun glanced at her, raised his chin and said, Why are you looking at me like that? You must be thinking, aren't you leaving yet? It's not certain who is causing the trouble. I might as well tell you the truth. I have a foolproof plan, and no one will find out that I am not in the mansion. The saint's eyes darkened. What do you mean? Is it surprising? Is it exciting? Chapter 551. Magpie occupies the nest of the dove. Why are you being mean to me? Seekongyun complained about the saint's bad behavior of ruining his good deeds, and his words were not as gentle and respectful as before. The saint couldn't stand his arrogant attitude of not repenting after doing something wrong. Even though she never expected him to be her ideal husband, she had thought that he could be such a worthless person. The saint closed her eyes and couldn't help asking herself in her heart, did she regret her original decision? But what's the use of regretting it later? At this point, her fate had been tied to Seekongyun the moment she gave up Seekong Chanfeng. This is the path she chose, and she will go on even if she kneels. The saint took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Then she began to think about how everything happened. Why did she meet Seekongyun pretending to be Yin Jiuqiao when she came to Lan's courtyard? Seekongyun had coveted the girl for a long time. She knew it. At that time, she was so excited that she forgot to think. Now she thought about it, and found that Seekongyun's behavior was very suspicious. Not only are they husband and wife, they also have 3 children. Mother has disappeared for so long. Shouldn't the first thing be a family reunion? Why did he lead her to the pleasure boat alone? He also urged her to eat and drink, as if he wanted to get her drunk so that he could do something to her. She was so stupid that she didn't even notice this. Also, Seekongyun knew all about the girl's preferences, which was a bit strange. The girl never expressed her preferences in Seekong Mansion. She usually ate whatever the cook cooked. So where did Seekongyun get all that information? What happened? Tell me the truth. The saint looked at Seekongyun coldly. Seekongyun snorted. How do you talk to me? The saint used the wind in her palm to turn into a blade and chopped at Seekongyun. Seekongyun changed color and hugged his head to dodge. He dodged, But the table next to him was also chopped into pieces, thinking that if he was a step slower, he would be the one to be chopped to death. Si Kung-yun's back suddenly felt cold. Why don't you tell the truth? The saint threatened. Si Kung-yun couldn't beat her, so he could only mutter weakly. Why didn't I realize you were so fierce before? If I had known. Speak or not. The saint gathered another palm force. Si Kung-yun was frightened and confessed. It turned out that Si Kung-yun was instigated by someone. The saint was busy guarding Yuan these days, and had no time to care about Si Kung-yun. She didn't know that there was a servant bought from outside by his side. It is said that the servant is called Xiao Lu, who is handsome and very smart. Si Kung-yun met Xiao Lu in the gambling house. Xiao Lu has excellent hearing and can distinguish dice by sound. He helped Si Kung-yun win several times. Si Kung-yun, who only loses but never wins, was happy and bought him back. Today's plan was Xiao Lu's idea. Xiao Lu knew that Si Kung-yun coveted the hostage brought by the saint, but he was unable to do anything because of the saint's strict guard. So he said to him, on the wedding day, everyone will go to serve the saint and have no time to take care of her. And then you will succeed. Si Kung-yun hit him on the head with a folding fan. Is she getting married or not? There are so many eyes staring at me. How can I find time to visit her? Xiao Lu rolled his eyes and said, Isn't that easy? I will pretend to be you and get married for you. As for that woman, I will let her out in the chaos. To be honest, I have not been wandering around in the streets these days. I have been serving you. Sir, I have heard about her. Her name is Lan Yu. She is the adopted child of the Lan family. Her husband is Yin Jiuqiao, who lives in a courtyard in the east of the city. I will take people to kill her husband in a while. If you pretend to be her husband, won't you be able to make it a done deal with her? By then, you don't have to worry about her disobeying your orders even if you are wearing her husband's face. Si Kung-yun smiled wickedly when he heard it. Good idea. Xiao Lu said again, but you have to come back before dark and have sex with the saint. I know. His woman still has to sleep with him. After telling the story, Si Kung-yun glanced at the saint unhappily. So why are you making a fuss? It's not like I won't go back. It's getting dark now. So I will rush back to spend the wedding night with you. Right? Why are you in such a hurry? He followed her to the pleasure boat and devoted himself to him. Speaking of which, he was thinking about Lan Yu all the time. And when he realized it wasn't Lan Yu, he immediately withdrew. Now thinking about it, it's a pity. The saint is also a rare beauty, and a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Si Kung-yun's eyes fell on the saint. But it was getting late, and I couldn't go back. So why not? The saint guessed what he was thinking when she saw his lustful eyes. She was so angry that she wanted to slap him. It's already late. And you still have the mood to think about these things? Do you know that you have been deceived? That Xiao Lu, who was obviously not a good person, actually found out the name of that woman and her husband's information easily. Does he know how much effort he had to put in to find out? It was only when that woman called Yin Jiuqiao's name in her sleep that she knew his name. As for that woman, Lan Yu? Oh, it's probably a fake name. That Xiao Lu had been lurking in Si Kung-yun's yard and knew his actions very well. Therefore, he knew that he didn't know the woman's name. So he made up one without being exposed. However, the premise of doing so was that Xiao Lu had seen through her plan to exchange identities with Lan Yu in advance. So he took advantage of the situation and exchanged Si Kung-yun as well. The saint said angrily, Do you think Yin Jiuqiao is so easy to kill? You have never fought with him. So you don't understand how powerful he is? Let alone a mere servant. Even if we join forces, we can't kill him. Si Kung-yun was stunned. What do you mean by that? The saint was almost mad at him. What I mean is that Xiao Lu said that he killed Yin Jiuqiao and asked you to pretend to be him. Which is simply impossible. Si Kung-yun scratched his head. But when I disguised myself as him and went to the Lan family's house, Yin Jiuqiao was indeed gone. I stayed there for a whole day and didn't see him. This idiot. The saint was furious and said, Can't he hide? You were fooled. You were fooled by Yin Jiuqiao. Xiao Lu is his person. She said that Yin Jiuqiao had been holding back for so long after arresting that woman. It turned out that he was waiting here. His spies had already sneaked into Sikong mansion. No wonder he could sit still. She speculated that Yin Jiuqiao's original plan was to use the wedding day to let the spies release Lan Yu in the chaos. However, with her various strange behaviors, Yin Jiuqiao saw through her plan. So he also used Si Kung-yun as a substitute. The only thing that puzzled her was that only Hua Ji and Li Shengshi knew that she had exchanged faces with that girl. And neither of them knew that she was going to seduce Yin Jiuqiao. So how did Yin Jiuqiao guess it? Could it be that based on the few conversations between her and that girl reported to him by Xiao Lu, he could have grasped her thoughts, her desires, and her ambitions? How could there be such a terrible person? This ability to plot people's hearts is simply chilling. Sikong Yun asked impatiently, "You haven't told me what you did to Lan Yu?" The saint sneered disdainfully. "Lan Yu? Who knows what the Sikong family is like? And you still have the heart to think about these romantic things? The most urgent thing is to rush back to the Sikong family, hoping that the spy will not take Lan Yu out so quickly." The saint didn't bother to get angry with Sikong Yun, and tidied her clothes and left the wing room. Although there was not much pleasure just now. She had lost her virginity after all, and her body and heart were both uncomfortable. Sikong Yun caught up with her. The saintess didn't know how much effort she had to put in to knock him into the lake. The two of them used Qigong to get ashore, and returned to Sikong's house without stopping. "Who are you?" Just as the two were about to enter Sikong's house, the guards of Sikong's house came out and ruthlessly stopped them. The saint said seriously, "I am the saint. He is your second young master?" "You, ha ha ha." The guard laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. "You think I didn't see the saint on my first day at Sikong's house?" The saint then remembered that she was wearing Yuan's face. In order not to be exposed, this face would not be loose for at least 10 days. She gritted her teeth, turned around and pushed Sikong Yun forward. "Your second young master should know him." The guard didn't even look at him, and said with his nose up, "My second young master is getting married with the saint in the hall. Where did this unruly person come from? And dare to pretend to be my second young master and the saint?" The saint grabbed his collar. "What did you say? Who is getting married?" The guard was frightened by her murderous aura, and said blankly, Second young master and the saint. They should have finished the wedding, and are entertaining the guests of the Sikong family." The saint was stunned. "Peng Wan, everyone. Eat and drink well. You're welcome." Chapter 552 True and False Saint. Did they save people and not run away, but stayed to be caught? Or, they were too tightly entangled by the Sikong family, and could not get away for a while, so they had to get married? Up to this point, the saint thought that the two were trapped in the mansion passively. This was exactly what she wanted. She would gather the masters of the Sikong family, and cut the woman and Yin Jiuqiao, who had schemed against her, into pieces. But soon, the saint found a problem. They couldn't even enter the gate of the Sikong mansion. Sikong mansion masters were in charge, so they couldn't force their way in no matter what. The saint glanced at Sikong Yun beside her, and suddenly regretted beating Sikong Yun's face until it was swollen. But the swelling was not much, so he should be recognizable. She grabbed the guard's neck and forced him to look at Sikong Yun. "Open your dog eyes, and see clearly who this person is." The guard was forced to take a look, and then was stunned. This, isn't this his second son? Although his face was swollen, his appearance could still be recognized. "How is it? Finally recognized?" the saint said coldly. Sikong Yun didn't want to talk. He was a man, but a woman beat him up. He couldn't hide from her, so how could he let the servants look at him? As for whether he could enter the Sikong family, he was not in a hurry. He was the second young master of the Sikong family. How could he fake this? If he couldn't enter today, he could enter another day. Why embarrass himself at the gate? Sikong Yun turned around and wanted to leave, but the saint called him, "Stop right there. It's fine to bully him in the painting boat." But when he arrived at the gate of the Sikong family, she even ordered him around in front of the guards. If she didn't teach her a lesson, did she really think she was a piece of cake? Sikong Yun was about to shout at the saint to stop her, when he saw a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes walking over from the direction of the mansion. "What happened? Don't you know that today is the wedding day of the second young master and the saint? Why are you letting people make a fuss in front of the mansion?" The voice was majestic, and the aura was extraordinary. It was a powerful steward of the Sikong family, named Qian. The saint let go of the guard. The guard stepped to the side of Steward Qian in fear, and pointed at the two people who were making trouble and said, Reply to Steward Qian. "It's not me who wants to make a fuss. It's Steward Qian said coldly, "Don't stutter. If you have something to say, just say it. If the guests in the mansion see it, they will think that the Sikong family can't even hold a wedding." The guard leaned close to Steward Qian's ear, and told him the original flavor of the incident. Steward Qian frowned. "Nonsense. I just met the second young master in the banquet hall. How could there be another second young master here? He? They said so. If you don't believe it, just look. The guard trembled and pointed at Si Kongyun with a look of disdain. Manager Qian took a closer look and was shocked. This boy had a bruised face and nose. But he did look a bit like his second son. Tell him you are Si Kongyun, the saint said to Si Kongyun. Si Kongyun choked. You let me say it. So I will say it? You? The saint was so angry that she choked. Who are you? Manager Qian looked at the saint suspiciously. The guard whispered. She said, she is a saint. Heh. Manager Qian laughed disdainfully. The second young master had a little imagination. But the saint was completely different. I really don't know where this liar came from. He found someone who looked like the second young master and wanted to sneak into the Sikong mansion. What do you think the Sikong mansion is? I can't even tell the real master from the fake master. So I don't want to be a manager anymore. The saint was furious. You just can't tell the difference. Manager Qian said, today is the wedding day of the second young master and the saint. It is not appropriate to see blood. I will not pursue your crimes. Go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I will have you arrested. The prison food in the Sikong family is not so delicious. After that, Manager Qian didn't talk nonsense with the two of them anymore. He turned around and walked towards the mansion without looking back. But the saint could not let him leave so easily. He was the only one who could bring them into the mansion. If they lost this opportunity, they would not know when they would get the next chance. Although the two guys were fakes, the saint was still a little worried about leaving them in the mansion. Sorry, Manager Qian. The saint's eyes turned cold, and a white silk was thrown out, wrapping around Manager Qian's waist. Manager Qian felt his waist tighten, and the next second, he was held in the hands of the saint. The saint's hand pinched his neck and said to the stunned guards, go and call the second young master and the saint, or I will kill him. Although Manager Qian was not the general manager of the mansion, he was the companion of Madame Sikong and a distant relative of Madame Sikong. The guards did not dare to let him get into trouble in front of them, and hurried to the banquet hall to ask Madame Sikong and the second young master for instructions. Madame Sikong was called by several ladies from the underworld to watch a play in the garden. Only Yin Jiuchao and Yuan were left in the banquet hall to entertain the guests. Yin Jiuchao was in charge of entertaining the guests, while Yuan was only responsible for eating. Xiaolu, no. Now it should be called Yinglu. Silently followed Yin Jiuchao and reminded him in a low voice, the one walking towards us is the third son of the Zhuge family, named Zhuge Yu. 18 years old this year. 1 year younger than Si Kongyun. I've only been out for a short time, and you're already married when I come back. Zhuge Yu strode over and put an arm on Yin Jiuchao's shoulder. Yin Jiuchao glanced at his arm calmly. Boy, I'm afraid you don't want your hand anymore. Yinglu swallowed his saliva and whispered, I am Si Kongyun's grandfather. Zhuge Yu, who was threatened by his grandson, Yin Jiuchao, who accidentally threatened his grandfather. The saint is a very special existence in the underworld. In the eyes of everyone, she is aloof and cold, and does not care about worldly things. Many guests dare not approach her because of her cold aura. But why do they feel that the saint has become more down to earth today? The saint is the second wife of the Sikong family and the future head of the Lan family. Her power and fame mean that she cannot sit in the bridal chamber like ordinary women waiting for the groom. But she is unwilling to socialize. So she holds a delicate small plate and eats behind the banquet table. Everyone stared at her intently. The saint has gained weight. Her little hands are plump. She looks so cute while eating. Suddenly, I feel that the saint is a little cute. Yuan burped halfway through her meal. Burp, her chubby body trembled. Everyone looked at those two chubby cheeks, and they wanted to pinch them. Yuan was burping, and the guard came hurriedly and whispered something to Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao brushed his sleeves calmly, walked in front of Yuan, and stretched out his hand to Yuan. Good show. Do you want to watch it? Watch it. Yuan handed him her hand and stood up excitedly. Well, no more burping. The two went to the gate of Sikong Mansion. The saint and Si Kongyun had been waiting for a long time. Of course, the saint was the one who was anxious, and Si Kongyun was just waiting for the time being. He still didn't believe that Xiaolu had betrayed him. How could he be so smart? He was not brainless. Right? This woman interrupted his plan and alienated his relationship with Xiaolu. He was really blind to fall in love with such an evil woman. Second master, Saint! Save me! As soon as Manager Qian saw the two of them, he seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw when he was drowning. Sikong Yun also saw the two of them, and he was surprised. Huh? How come there are two saints? He turned his head to look at the saint. You also prepared a substitute? The saint didn't bother to pay attention to him, and looked at Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan coldly and said, Manager Qian, open your eyes and see clearly. These two are fake. We are the real second master and saint. Yuan sneered, thinking it was a commotion. It turned out that the real master was back. It's a pity. It's easier to invite a god than to send him away. Now with this identity, she won't let him go out. She wants her to understand what it means to reap what you sow. Yuan smiled faintly. Where did these unruly people come from? They actually pretended to be me and the second master, and kidnapped the manager of Sikong Mansion. Come on. Arrest them for me. Execute them tomorrow. The guards of Sikong Mansion rushed forward. Sikong Yun finally knew what to do. He could live a leisurely life outside, but he couldn't be beheaded. I am the second young master, he screamed and said to Yin Jiuqiao. Xiao Lu. Tell them. You are Xiao Lu. I am the second young master. Tsk Yin Jiuqiao sneered. Ing Lu walked out of the shadow again and said innocently, I am here. The second young master is next to me. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be my master? Boom. Sikong Yun's mind thundered for a while, and then it went blank. At this juncture, if he still couldn't guess that he was being calculated, it would be unreasonable. The saint guessed everything. He really fell into their conspiracy. This Xiao Lu is a spy set by Yin Jiuqiao. So, this man who pretended to be himself. Yen. Jiu. Xiao. The saint guessed the other party's identity. How much she admired this man in the past. How much she hated him now. It would have been fine if he didn't accept her advances. But he actually framed her and let Sikong Yun destroy her innocence. There was only one thought in her mind. Kill him. She thought so and did it. Perhaps because she was angry. She did not catch Yuan, who did not know martial arts like last time. She went straight to Yin Jiuqiao and attacked with a killing move. Yin Jiuqiao waved his sleeves and used his inner strength to send Yuan behind Ing Lu. Ing Lu protected Yuan tightly, and Yin Jiuqiao caught the saint's move with his bare hands. Under the strong hatred, the saint's power increased several times. The surroundings were gusty. Sand and stones were flying, and the guards and Qian Guanshi were all dazzled and could not open their eyes. Sikong Yun also covered his eyes with his sleeves. Just when the two were fighting to the death, the head of the Sikong family appeared. Stop it! With the head of the Sikong family shouting. An invisible inner force blocked the two like a barrier. The saint retracted her power in time, stepped back several steps, and saluted to the head of the Sikong family. Head of the Sikong family. The head of the Sikong family looked at her suspiciously. Who are you? Why do you know the martial arts of the temple? Do you still have the breath of the saint? The saint had just fought with Yin Jiuqiao. In addition to wanting to kill Yin Jiuqiao, she also planned to let her breath overflow. Even if her face was wrong, her power was always right. However, before she could speak, Yuan strode out. So you are the thief who stole my secret book. Steal the secret book? So, this person's martial arts were stolen. The eyes of the head of the Sikong family turned cold. The saint gritted her teeth. Okay. You said I learned it secretly? So why don't you show me a move? Yuan's face was not panicked, and she raised her eyebrows and said, You want me to make a move? Don't think I don't know. You just drug me, and my tendons will be reversed when I exercise. It's just a lie. Who is not a master? You. The saint was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She took a deep breath and looked at the head of the Sikong family. Listen to me. I am the saint, and he is your biological son. Sikong Yun. Dad Sikong Yun cried and rushed towards the head of the Sikong family. But just halfway through, he was stopped by the guards on the side. Why are you stopping me? I am Sikong Yun, your second son, Sikong Yun said angrily, and then looked at the head of the Sikong family. Dad, believe me, I am really your son. There is a mole on your... The guards couldn't help but spray collectively. The face of the head of the Sikong family turned red. Such a private matter was revealed in public. If this man was not his son, he would chop him off. Is it true or false? We can know it by testing it. Yes. Test it. He is fake. His face is fake. The head of the Sikong family looked at Yin Jiuchao suspiciously. Yin Jiuchao stood there openly. Sikong Yin rushed up and took off his human skin mask. It didn't come off? What happened? Sikong Yin looked at his empty fingertips. The next second, Ing Lu reached out and took off his human skin mask. The saint was stunned. How could this happen? Sikong Yin was also confused. Didn't the mask on his face fall off? How could he take another one off? Sikong Yin looked at the contemptuous expressions of the crowd, walked to a puddle of water, lowered his head and looked at it. Chapter 553. Sweep out the door. Verify the identity. Sikong Yin fell to the ground with his butt. This is not his face. Of course not. When Ing Lu helped him disguise himself, he pasted 3 faces for him. One was Yin Jiuchao's. The second was his own. And the last one was a face made according to the appearance of Qin Yan. Yuego in a way. It was an ugly and completely unfamiliar face. The first 2 human skin masks were relatively easy to peel off. But the last one used the same method as Yuan and the saint. And it would take at least 10 days to fall off. Yin Jiuchao also used this method to avoid revealing the flaws just now. Almost in an instant. The saint figured out the key. But what she didn't understand was how Yin Jiuchao had planned this. Did he even take into account that she could find Sikong Yin's flaws and bring Sikong Yin back to Sikong's house to expose the woman in him? This man's mind is really meticulous and terrifying. The saint has never been afraid of anyone in her life. Except for the Sikong patriarch. But from now on, she will have to add Yin Jiuchao to her list of people she is afraid of. The saint regretted it. If she had known that this woman would bring her endless troubles, she should have killed her mercilessly after bringing her back to Sikong Mansion. It was useless to say anything now. Before the mask fell off, it would be difficult for her and Sikong Yun to change their identities. Let's go! The saint grabbed Sikong Yun. To be honest, it was all thanks to Sikong Yun's pig brain that they ended up in such a situation today. If he hadn't been tricked by Yin Jiuchao and the spy, how could they have ended up being occupied by someone else? If Sikong Yun was not useful in the future, she would just throw him here and let him fend for himself. Today was the wedding day of his beloved son. The head of the Sikong family didn't want to disrupt the joy of the wedding. So he turned a blind eye and let the 2 troublemakers leave. Are you okay? Did the evil thief hurt you just now? The head of the Sikong family looked at Yin Jiuchao and asked with concern. To be fair, the Sikong family master and his original wife were in an arranged marriage. And his love for his second wife was his true love. So he gave full love to his second son. Yin Jiuchao said calmly, no. His tone was not respectful. But thinking that such a thing happened at the wedding, the second son would inevitably be angry. The Sikong family master did not take it to heart, patted his son's shoulder lovingly, and took his son and daughter-in-law back home. The Sikong family master was not very satisfied with the saint daughter as his daughter-in-law. Although Sikong Chanfeng was not his favorite son, he was the eldest son after all. The saint daughter withdrew the eldest son's engagement and turned to his second son. Let's not talk about his moral character for the time being. But her ambition must be great. If it weren't for the second son's insistence on marrying him, he would not be willing to let such a daughter-in-law in. But was it my illusion tonight? Why do I feel that this daughter-in-law is a little silly? Yuan held a jar of crispy candies and followed Yin Jiuchao slowly. Grunting. Grunting. The guests enjoyed the wedding today very much. Not only did they feel that the second son of Sikong looked more decent, but even the saints seemed to have come down from the high altar and became very down to earth. The noble ladies, who had not dared to approach the saint in the past because of her status and temperament, actually received gifts from the saint today. The truth is that Yuan was eating happily. When she looked up, she found that a group of people were all looking at her without blinking. She wondered if she shouldn't eat alone? So she generously handed over her jar and invited them to eat together. The saint was the messenger of God. How could anyone bear to eat the things she gave? They all decided to take them home and worship them. After Yuan had eaten her fill, Yin Jiuchao led her little me back to the bridal chamber. The bridal chamber of the Sikong family was really big. Bigger than the upper room of the Helian family. The whole room was hung with black, red and gold silk. Compared with the word happiness, there were more mysterious and enchanting goddess totems posted here, which gave people a very sacred feeling. Yuan instantly felt that she had become taller and more noble. She straightened her chest, raised her chin, walked to the bed calmly, and lay down. It's so soft, not as soft as peanuts and red dates. After lying there for a while, Yuan suddenly remembered something. They came to the underworld to find medicine for Yin Jiuqiao. But it's such a good opportunity just now. She forgot to let Yin Jiuqiao release some blood of the saint. What are you mumbling about? Yin Jiuqiao's tall figure loomed over. Yuan looked at him intently, and almost had a nosebleed. Yin Jiuqiao had just finished bathing, took off his gorgeous wedding dress, and changed into a black and shiny ice silk pajamas. His muscular figure was nowhere to be hidden under the pajamas. Originally, he thought his figure was good enough. And after becoming the Ghost King, it was even better to scream. Not to mention that his collar was slightly open, revealing a small piece of ice-skinned clavicle. Yuan's eyes were straight. What are you mumbling about? Yin Jiuqiao asked again. What was he mumbling just now? Yuan had forgotten everything. Yuan swallowed her saliva. No. 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 Aren't you going to punish me? Come on. Yuan made a big character. Yin Jiuqiao's eyes twitched. After the wedding night, all the people in the Sikong family received 2 beautiful red eggs. Sikong Chanfeng was in a special situation, so he received 2 more. When Yuan excitedly told Yin Jiuqiao, I forgot to tell you. The baby is moving. Yin Jiuqiao didn't believe it. It's still so small. How can it move? Yuan said, if you don't believe me, go ask Sikong Chanfeng. He felt it. A quarter of an hour later, a large wave of red eggs came, and Sikong Chanfeng was drowned by the red eggs. But after the saint and Sikong Yun left the Sikong family in a panic, they had nowhere to go. The head of the Sikong family knew that someone was impersonating Sikong Yun and the saint, so he sent a master to supervise all the properties under Sikong Yun's name. They couldn't even enter the gates of those houses. In the end, they had no choice but to return to the Lan family first. Lan Jiao had just escaped from the Lan family not long ago. She was still in shock. When she saw Yuan's face, she wanted to rush up and tear it up. You woman, you still have the nerve to come. Mother, it's me. Lan Jiao was startled by the familiar tone. Lan Ji? It's me. Mother. The saint nodded. How did you get yourself into this state? Are you getting married at Sikong's house? Why do you have the face of that stinky girl? Lan Jiao seemed to have believed that this was her daughter. Why did she believe it? First, mother and daughter are connected by heart. And second, the method of making human skin masks is the secret method of the Lan family's ancestors. As the head of the Lan family, even if she is not proficient in it, she has at least heard of it. Back then, Lan's elder sister escaped from the underworld by using this method to change her appearance. Lan Jiao looked at Sikong Yun beside her daughter in surprise. And who is this man? Ahem. Sikong Yun cleared his throat, revealing his pig-headed face. It's me. Ah! Lan Jiao was frightened by this extremely ugly face, and instinctively raised her hand and slapped Sikong Yun to make him faint. The saint sighed, Mother. He is Sikong Yun. Lan Jiao. Lan Jiao hurriedly asked her confidant to carry her son-in-law into the wing room, and then led her daughter into the house. What happened? Tell Mother quickly. Lan Jiao asked anxiously. The saint told Lan Jiao about the human skin mask in a roundabout way, omitting her ambition and friendship for Yin Jiuqiao, and only said that she disguised herself as Yuan to get close to Yin Jiuqiao. Lan Jiao thought her daughter was going to assassinate the other party, so she did not suspect anything. When the saint learned that Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan had disguised themselves as 2 people and entered Sikong Mansion, Lan Jiao was shocked. How can this be? The saint frowned and said, It is terrible. But there is no way. The worst plan is to let them live for 10 days. After 10 days, the effect of the medicine will wear off, and they will no longer be able to disguise me and Sikong Yun. In her words, she turned the second son into Sikong Yun, which shows how dissatisfied and disdainful she is with Sikong Yun. Lan Jiao was so anxious that she didn't notice this little difference. She just nodded in agreement. That's right. Once the effect of that medicine wears off, it will be impossible to use it a second time in the short term. By then, everyone will know that they are fake. I'm talking about the worst plan. The saint said. You mean, you have other ways to expose them in advance? Lan Jiao asked strangely. Shengyan paused and said, I can't expose Yin Jiuqiao. That man is too powerful and too scary. He can do what Sikong Yun can do. He can also pretend that he can't do what Sikong Yun can't do. At that time, she felt a trace of his breath on Sikong Yun, because he injected a trace of his internal force into Sikong Yun. However, that trace of internal force was relatively weak, but she didn't doubt it, just because his murderous aura decreased. Then you want? Lan Jiao looked at her daughter in surprise. The saint clenched her fist and said disdainfully, "Didn't that woman disguise herself as a saint? The real saint is not just a SHL. My martial arts, my internal force, and even my saint bloodline are not something she can pretend." San Chao returns to the Lan family. At that time, my mother will summon the elders of the Lan clan, take the saint stone, and force her to test it again in public. Chapter 554, Fat 1. The Group Pet. Blood Test. The saint stone is a gray-white crystal stone. The principle of testing blood is exactly the same as that of the goo pearl, but it is more detailed than the goo pearl. The goo pearl judges the power of the goo worm by brightness, while the saint stone uses different colors to judge the degree of blood awakening. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The higher the blood, the stronger it is. Earlier, the most powerful saint in the history of the Lan family was the Yellow Saint. Yuan's great-grandmother was the Yellow Saint. As for Lan Ji, her blood is even better than Lan's great-grandmother, and she is a veritable green saint. The Lan family has never had such a powerful saint. It is no wonder that the Lan family's direct lineage can be expelled from the family without the Jade card. It is precisely because her saint's blood is powerful that the saint is not worried that Yuan can forge it. Lan Jiao also thought her daughter's method was very good. Yes. If it is fake, it will show up one day. I will call the elders and expose the lies of that stinky girl in front of all the people in the underworld. The saint nodded. It's getting late. I'm going to rest. Mother should also rest early. Ah. You go. Lan Jiao sent her daughter out and called the servants to take good care of Sikong Yun in his room. The daughter went back to her own room, not Sikong Yun's room. Lan Jiao was a little puzzled. After all, today was the day of their wedding. Even if they didn't get married, they were husband and wife from now on. Why did they have separate rooms? Lan Jiao wanted to ask, but the saint had already closed the door. This meant that she didn't want to talk anymore. Soon, Lan Jiao remembered that she was captured by the Lan family and finally escaped. But her daughter didn't ask how she was doing, whether she suffered, whether she was injured. Lan Jiao felt a little disappointed. She comforted herself that her daughter was hit hard and too tired, so she didn't care about her. She was her daughter's biological mother, and in her daughter's heart, she respected and loved her no matter what. Here, Lan Jiao rested. On the other side, at Sikong Mansion, Sikong Chanfeng, who was so tired of receiving red eggs, also rested with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The fake Ghost King, who was satisfied with the red eggs, also hugged his chubby little wife and fell asleep contentedly. The next day, Yuan got up late, and the head of the Sikong family and Mrs. Sikong were still waiting for a cup of tea for the daughter-in-law. But the daughter-in-law didn't come until noon. Although she is a saint, she shouldn't be so arrogant. Madame Sikong sent a servant to Sikong Yun's yard in dissatisfaction. The servant came back with a red face. "Madam, the second son and the saint are still resting." Madame Sikong was an experienced person. When she heard that her son was also resting, she immediately realized that the bridal chamber last night was too intense and the saint was exhausted. The saint was pure and innocent, cold and arrogant. Madame Sikong thought that her son would not be able to control her. But unexpectedly, she couldn't get out of bed. "My son is still capable." Madame Sikong was so happy that she rewarded all the servants. So after receiving the red eggs from the second son, the servants received the silver from Madame Sikong. Yuan woke up at lunchtime and felt hungry. Yin Jiuqiu went to practice martial arts. Since he became the Ghost King, he has become fond of martial arts. It is a good thing to keep fit. Yuan did not restrain him. Yuan asked the servants to make a pot of dumplings. She ate half and sent the other half to Yin Jiuqiu. However, this guy's appetite is a bit big, isn't it? Isn't the dumplings enough to fill him up? He must eat her too. Yuan blushed and shyly left the practice room. On the way back, she recalled how he treated her in this way and that way, and laughed so hard that her saliva was about to come out. "Saint? Saintess?" A familiar male voice sounded beside her. Yuan came back to her senses with a start and looked at the other person seriously. "Is it the eldest young master?" Sikong Chanfeng looked around and made sure that there was no one else. He dragged her behind a big tree and asked her in a low voice, "You were not hurt by my second brother last night?" "Oh!" Sikong Chanfeng only knew that she was not a saint, but he didn't know that his second brother was no longer Sikong Yun. It's not that Yuan didn't trust him. But for such things, the less people know, the better. Yuan coughed lightly and said, "No. It's good." "Are you serious?" Sikong Chafeng expressed his doubt. He knew his second brother's character very well. How could he leave the beautiful saint alone and spend the wedding night alone? Here, Sikong Chafeng saw the marks on her neck. Yuan covered her neck with her hands, knowing that she could not hide it any longer. She rolled her eyes and said to him, "To be honest, I found that the second young master is quite good. I am willing to follow him." "You?" Sikong Chafeng was stunned. "Do you know what you are talking about?" Yuan said seriously, "I know. But my husband and I really admire each other. Regardless of whether the real saint comes back in the future, I will never leave him. I want him in this life." Behind the rockery not far away, Yin Jiuchao, who had a chilly look in his eyes, and used his internal force to transform a 40-meter machete, silently put the machete back. "Okay. I won't talk to you anymore. I have something else to do. Just remember that I have no ill will towards your Sikong family, and I will not harm you." After Yuan said this, she walked past Sikong Chafeng and headed towards her own yard. She had seen the shadow on the ground a long time ago. She was afraid that if she didn't leave, the guy would get jealous and tear Sikong Chafeng to pieces on the spot. Sikong Chafeng was a good man, her savior, and the breeder of Xiaogugu. He must not die. He must not die. Yuan's life in the Sikong family was easier than she had imagined. The head of the Sikong family and Mrs. Sikong were both crazy about her. She lowered her status and stayed by Sikong Yun like a little woman, which made the head of the Sikong family and Mrs. Sikong very satisfied. Before she got married, she looked like everyone owed her money, which was really disgusting. Now she is much better. She can eat, has no heirs, and has grown meat. That big but is obviously for giving birth to a son. Mrs. Sikong asked the servants to bring 10 treasure chests. Yuan was dazzled by the gold, silver and jewelry in the boxes. "There are so many. Can I just pick them?" "Pick?" Mrs. Sikong was surprised, paused, and nodded. "Yes. Pick whatever you want. Throw away all the ones you don't like. She is not short of money." "Yuan, are all the Sikong family so hardcore?" "I'm not saying pick the ones you don't like. I'm saying pick the ones you like." Of course, Yuan didn't pick any that she didn't like, and returned to the yard happily with 10 treasure boxes. In a blink of an eye, it was the day for the 3 Chow return home. Yuan was finally able to leave the Sikong mansion. According to the plan, she would first go to the Lan family to return home, and then take a detour to visit the second grandmother. She was almost dying of the 3 treasures. "Young master." After Yin Jiuchu and Yuan got on the carriage, Eng Lu flashed in. "What's the matter?" Yin Jiuchu asked lightly. Eng Lu said, after the saint and Lan Jiao fled back to the Lan family, Lan Jiao came forward to gather many elders of the Lan family. "Today, I am afraid that she will give the young lady a warning in public." Yin Jiuchu snorted lightly. "She said to give it? Who does she think she is? Do you want me to take the masters of the Sikong family too?" Eng Lu made a gesture of wiping his neck. Yuan paused in eating osmanthus cake and looked at Yin Jiuchu with blinking eyes. "Reluctant?" Yin Jiuchu asked. Yuan shook her head, swallowed the snack in her mouth, and said, "What's the point of being reluctant? However, if all the elders of the Lan family died, wouldn't the Lan family be left with only an empty SHL?" Yin Jiuchu said coldly, "Those people should be killed." "Well, the tyrant attribute of the Ghost King is at work again." Yuan took his hand and said gently, "Keep them. Otherwise the Lan family will collapse, and my grandmother's family will be gone. There are only a few people who should be killed, so just kill them casually." The first few sentences sounded like that. But what does the last sentence mean? Eng Lu was full of black lines. "You are not much more kind-hearted than the young master." "Right?" Yin Jiuchao snorted lightly, not saying whether it was good or bad. But Eng Lu understood that this was a compromise. So, the only one who could control his young master was the fat girl in front of him. Half an hour later, a group of people arrived at the Lan mansion in a mighty manner. The saint was not convenient to show up, but Lan Jiao and a group of clan elders blocked the door early. Yuan opened the curtain, took Yin Jiuchu's hand and got off the carriage. "Oh, what's going on? Everyone is looking at us covetously. Doesn't mother welcome us back?" Lan Jiao said disdainfully. "Who is your mother? Don't think that you can pretend to be a saint just by disguising yourself as a saint." Yuan smiled slowly. Mother, don't you know whether I am a saint? Lan Jiao said coldly. I know very well. That's why I called all the elders here and exposed your true face in front of everyone. Yuan sighed. Mother, I am the wife of the Sikong family now. If you embarrass me in public, you are embarrassing the Sikong family. Do you want to be an enemy of the Sikong family? Lan Jiao sneered. Don't put the hat on me so high. I do this for the good of the Sikong family. After all, the one who is impersonated is my daughter, and the wife of the Sikong family. It is my duty to expose your conspiracy and clear the Lan family's name. Yuan fanned herself with a handkerchief. What a duty. I think Mother is jealous that I will take over the position of head of the family after I get married. So she deliberately embarrasses me? What are you talking about? The saint is her own daughter. It doesn't matter who is the head of the family. Why would she be jealous? However, what she thinks is not important. What others believe is important. According to the Lan family rules, the saint will take over the position of head of the family as soon as possible after her wedding, which is why the saint and Lan Jiao are anxious to expose Yuan. As soon as Yuan said this, the elders on the side were shaken for a moment. There is no father-son relationship in the imperial family, and it is difficult for the aristocratic family to have pure mother-daughter love. In the face of power, how many feelings can stand the test? Lan Jiao turned to the elders in the west. Elders, don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't ask you to come here for my own selfish reasons. After I expose her and bring back the real saint, I will give up the position of the head of the family without saying a word. Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, You said that? As long as I am the saint, you will give me the position of the head of the family? Lan Jiao gritted her teeth and said, I mean to give it to the saint of the Lan family. Not you. A fake thing. Yuan folded her hands. Okay. It's a deal. While speaking, Yuan winked at Yin Jiuqiao. Husband, I leave it to you. There will be a fight later. Help a little. Don't reveal the truth. Yin Jiuqiao could learn the martial arts of the temple at a glance. Whether it was the moves or the inner strength, Yin Jiuqiao had understood them early. As long as they cooperated well and used a trick, they could hide the truth. However, to Yuan's surprise, Lan Jiao did not let Yuan make a move in public. Wait, this is different from the routine of the saint. Lan Jiao sneered and clapped her hands. Show it up. As soon as she finished speaking, two servants came over carrying a huge diamond-shaped crystal stone, and the two placed the crystal stone in front of Yuan. Yuan whispered, What is this? Lan Jiao laughed. You call yourself a saint, but you don't even recognize the saint stone? Yuan pursed her lips, covered her lips with a fan, and asked Ying Lu beside her, What is the saint stone? Ying Lu whispered, It is a stone to test the blood of the saint. Put your hand on it. If the stone has color, it is the saint. Oh no! I forgot about this. I didn't expect Lan Jiao to use this method to test the young lady. It's over. My pants are going to fall off now. Can you make that stone bright with your internal force? Yuan asked Yin Jiuqiao weakly. No, Yin Jiuqiao said. Yuan covered her forehead in frustration. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lan Jiao knew that she had made the right move when she saw Yuan's guilty look. If the saint stone doesn't light up, how can you pretend to be a saint? It's a knife horizontally or vertically. Yuan gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and put her hand on it. The saint stone didn't react. It's broken, Yuan said. Lan Jiao had expected that she would cheat, and had already thought of a countermeasure. Then give me another one. I have more than 100 saint stones here. I don't believe that all of them are broken. All of them are not lit up. Of course not all of them are broken. But she is not of saint bloodline at all. Just when Yuan was about to cry and put her hand on the second crystal stone, her stomach moved. Chapter 555, Mighty Yin Shusi. Then, something incredible happened. Yuan's hand fell on the second saint stone, and the saint stone suddenly lit up. It was a very light red color. Because the light was too bright, it was hard to see. But it did have color. Ying Lu noticed this abnormality with his sharp eyes. He didn't have time to think about it, and quickly blocked the sunlight with his body. When his tall shadow covered the saint stone, everyone finally saw the color of the saint stone. Red, red, it's the saint, an elder of the Lan family murmured. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. The most surprised person was Lan Jiao. Lan Jiao knew better than anyone that this woman was fake. How could she make the saint stone shine? The first stone didn't shine. So how could the second stone shine? Which stone was broken? Lan Jiao didn't believe that an outsider could have the saint's blood. Although the Lan family was not the only descendant of the saint. The ancestors of the Chung family and the Chong Sun family also had saints. But their saint blood was completely cut off hundreds of years ago. There would be no slippery fish. Absolutely not. Lan Jiao guessed correctly. The saint left many descendants. And the descendants founded their own families. But they all stopped reproducing their blood because they could not have children after marrying the Sikung family. The Lan family is the last saint blood in the world. But the problem is that Yuan has the blood of the Lan family in her bones. Lan Jiao thought of how Yuan and the Lan family seemed to be in cahoots. In a flash, she seemed to understand something. This woman is the descendant of the Lan family. Although she didn't know who gave birth to her, she was indeed the direct descendant of the Lan family. Otherwise, how to explain her saintly bloodline? How to explain her relationship with the Lan family? Lan Jiao's heart was filled with a strong fear, which was more frightening than being beaten or even kidnapped. Her father was the illegitimate son of the Lan family, and she was her father's illegitimate child. It is no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the birth of the saint, her status would not be worthy of attention in the clan. If the Lan family's direct line also produced a saint, then it would naturally be more noble than the illegitimate line. Lan Jiao wanted to kill herself. If she had known this, why would she take such a big risk to invite the elders? Was this to expose that woman? Or to destroy her own reputation? Wait. The elder who had just spoken finally understood what was wrong. He looked at Yuan and said, "Are you the green-clothed saint? How did you retreat to red? Or, such a light red? As if it was there and not there." As soon as these words came out, the elders present began to whisper to each other. It was obvious that they also realized that something was amiss. Generally speaking, the bloodline of a saint is determined at birth. Of course, it is not ruled out that it can be improved to a higher level through acquired efforts. But that only appears below the yellow-robed saint. The lower the level, the greater the room for improvement. On the contrary, if one is born as the yellow-robed saint, or the green-robed saint, there is basically no possibility of moving up. After all, after so many years of inheritance, the bloodline of the saint is far less pure than that of the first-generation saint. Being able to return to the green-robed saint is the limit of the Lan family. But to say that they can regress is unlikely. The level of the saint either remains the same or rises, and will never fall, unless someone poisons her and completely destroys her saint bloodline. But in that case, the saint stone will not light up. So, this woman is not Lan Ji. Ha! Lan Jiao, who figured out the key, laughed very happily, as if the clouds had been cleared and the sun had finally come out, and finally welcomed her own spring. She pointed at Yuan, looked at the elders of the Lan family, and said proudly, "All the elders have seen that my son is a green-clothed saint, and this will never change. Of course, my son is practicing hard, and he may be promoted to a higher level in the future. But he is definitely not like the person in front of him, who is just a red-clothed saint. Oh, Lan Qin. Lan Qin. Even if you have the blood of the saint in your hand, what does it matter? You are still not as good as my daughter? If there is no Lan Ji, this lowest-level red-clothed saint may also be respected by the family. But don't we have Lan Ji? The elders are not fools. If they have to choose one of the two, of course they will choose Lan Ji. So, even if this girl's identity is exposed, she has nothing to fear. She has no worries. Okay? Yuan didn't think like her. She looked at the stone in her hand in disbelief. It was bright. She was really a saint. Oh my God! She was so powerful. But what did that woman say? Green? Yuan looked at her hand and placed it on the saint stone strangely. Green. 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 Swish. The saint stone turned green. Yuan opened her eyes wide. Ah! It's really green. Look! A servant from the Lan mansion spoke. Everyone looked at Yuan suddenly, and saw that the stone, which was just slightly glowing orange, had somehow turned green. It was not the light green of Saint Lan Ji, but the emerald green of agate. Everyone was stunned. Even Ing Lu on the side was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Isn't his young mistress a saint? How come she suddenly turned green? He was already very surprised when the orange light appeared. Now that he saw the saint stone turn green, he was almost shocked. Okay? Young master. Young master. Look! He stammered. I see it. Yin Jiucha said. His face was calm. But it was unknown whether he was calm in his heart. Wow. I'm really amazing. Yuan looked at her magical right hand and put it on the saint stone again. Green. 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 As she moved green. Therefore, there will never be a phenomenon of two levels in one test. Even if there is a deviation in the saint stone, it can only be a deviation of the same level or adjacent levels. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and above red is orange. How could it be possible to jump two levels at once? Lan Jiao is going to collapse. Both are green saints. But even a blind man can see that this girl is greener than Lan Ji. This is not the most desperate thing for Lan Ji. What other colors are there? Yuan asked Ying Lu in a low voice. Are you addicted to playing? Ying Lu's mouth twitched. And he cleared his throat and said, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. The higher the level. Before he said the words, the higher the level, he heard Yuan muttering, yellow, 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 yellow. The saint stone, which had originally turned dark green, suddenly turned yellow. It was as yellow as it could be. So yellow that it would blind people's eyes. They regarded it as a miracle that they were promoted to level 3. But, can they be demoted so casually? Didn't they say that the saint's level would never be demoted in her lifetime? Yuan didn't know whether it would be demoted or not. She just liked this color. She glanced at Yin Jiuchao, who was wearing a green brocade robe. Green. 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 The saint stone turned green again. Plop. An elder knelt down with weak legs. Yuan took her hand off the saint stone and looked at her palm again. Can I only light one? Everyone. Of course you can only light one. And you have to put your chubby little hand on it. But in the next scene, everyone knelt down. I saw that more than 100 saint stones that Lan Jiao had ordered people to move were like lanterns on the river bank, lighting up one by one, or to be exact, lighting up piece by piece. They all had the colors that Yuan liked. Now, the elders didn't even stand up, and they didn't faint on the spot because they had strong hearts. Even the first generation of saints in the Lan family's ancestors were not so amazing. They could light up so many saint stones without touching them, and they could have any color they wanted. How powerful the saint's aura was to do that. No. Isn't it just 3 colors? Lan Jiao was stubborn and nitpicking. As soon as she finished speaking, the saint stone in front of Yuan changed colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, colorful and shining like the sun. Chapter 556 Yin Shuxi's Life of Winning by Doing Nothing. The elders of the Lan family could no longer kneel, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground, touching their foreheads to the ground devoutly, as if this was the only way to express their respect for the saint. Yuan was dazzled by the colorful saint stone, and did not notice that the situation had gotten out of control. She said, how could she not be a saint if she was so powerful? She was so stupid. Really, so stupid. Why didn't she think from the beginning that her blood was the most noble saint blood? Yuan puffed up her chest. After all, I am so powerful. Right? Ying Lu's mouth twitched, and he could not bear to look directly at it. Are you sure it's because you're awesome? Not because of something else? I remember clearly that when you first touched the saint stone didn't react at all. Ying Lu naturally couldn't guess Yin Shuxi's head, and he didn't know that Yuan's fetus was moving. But Yin Jiuchao, who was standing by, saw all of Yuan's movements. The fetus was young and just turned 4 months old. At this time, the fetal movement could not be detected by anyone except the mother. But he noticed it. The subtle movement, like a feather passing by, was captured by his supernatural hearing. He narrowed his eyes and looked meaningfully at Yuan's belly. Orange, 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 green, 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 purple, purple, purple. The colorful saint stone kept changing colors at Yuan's command. And it was so beautiful that Yuan's heart was about to melt. Just when Yuan was having fun, she heard a dumb sound, and all the saint maiden stones were destroyed. Yuan blinked innocently. What happened? Yin Shuxi fell asleep. Yuan looked at her chubby hands. Her blood power was still intermittent. Ahem. Yuan cleared her throat and cleverly made a round for herself. Okay. Since you have all seen it, I am indeed a saint maiden. Absolutely true. Lan Jiao couldn't admit it, nor did she deny it, because if Yuan's identity as a direct descendant of the Lan family is revealed. The status of herself and her daughter will be in jeopardy, but if it is not revealed, this girl can reveal it herself. The mouth is on this girl, so she can say whatever she wants. From the expression of this girl just now, this girl herself does not know that she is actually a saint, or such a powerful saint. The reason why she pretends to be Lan Ji is nothing more than that she is not as good as Lan Ji. Now that she has shown such a powerful bloodline, the elders of the Lan family will believe anything she says. Then, is she still willing to condescend to pretend to be her own daughter? What Lan Ji considered, Yuan also considered. Since she is more powerful than Lan Ji, she can stir up trouble in the Lan family without borrowing Lan Ji's identity. Yuan covered her lips with a folding fan and whispered to her husband, "Should I reveal my true identity now, and tell them that I am the saint of my second grandmother's family?" Yin Jiuchao said calmly, "No need." "Why?" Yuan was puzzled. "Because you are not a saint at all." Yin Jiuchao glanced at her belly and whispered, "Isn't it better to use Lan Ji's face to do bad things?" "Yes. Whatever she does with Lan Ji's face now, it will be counted on Lan Ji in the future. As for helping Lan Ji's family to gain face, it doesn't exist. She guarantees that she will cause more trouble to them than to gain face for them." Thinking of this, Yu Pengwan smiled maliciously. Seeing Yuan smile, Lan Jiao's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively felt uneasy. Yuan walked over with a smile. Seeing Yuan coming towards her, Lan Jiao's ominous premonition in her heart became stronger. Is this girl going to reveal her identity? Yuan came to Lan Jiao, stretched out her hand, took Lan Jiao's arm, and said affectionately, "Mother, I have just proved myself. I am the saint of the Lan family, your biological daughter, Lan Ji." The elders had never experienced such a bizarre thing. Yuan's condition completely overturned their cognition. Therefore, even if it was written in the classics, they dared not believe it completely. Predecessors also summed up the rules based on their own observations. But there are always exceptions to everything. They can't deny its existence just because they haven't seen it with their ancestors. Otherwise, what's the difference between them and frogs at the bottom of the well? Moreover, if this person is indeed not Lan Ji, but another saint, her blood power is far above Lan Ji, and there is no need to pretend to be Lan Ji. After all, strength is respected in Hades, and she is right if she is strong. After weighing the pros and cons, everyone chose to believe Yuan. The first elder who spoke came out. His name was Lan Feng, and he was a very respected elder in the Lan family. He said, "Master, this is your fault. Whose slander did you listen to that made you even suspicious of your own daughter?" Lan Jia was speechless. Elder Lan Feng waved his hand, interrupted her, and said, "Forget it. After being with you for so long, I also understand that you are not the kind of person who will turn against your daughter. You just said that as long as she can prove that she is Lan Ji, you will immediately pass the position of the head of the family to her. Pass the position of the head of the family to this stinky girl? How is it possible? But words that have been spoken and water that has been poured out cannot be taken back." Lan Jiao gritted her teeth. Yuan said with a considerate look, "Mother, are you unwilling to pass the position of head of the family to your daughter? That's fine. You and I are mother and daughter. It doesn't matter who is the head of the family. I don't mind." Another elder named Lan Yang spoke up. "Yes. Head of the family. You are mother and daughter. Isn't it the same who is the head of the family? The saint is so filial. Are you still worried that she will make you feel wrong when she becomes the saint? Don't you want her to feel wronged? This girl is a minion of the Lan family. If the position of head of the family is passed to her, who knows what kind of trouble will happen? If possible, she really wants to tear off this girl's disguise. Unfortunately, just like when she held the saint in her arms and framed the direct line of the Lan family, no one believed Lan Qin and her gang. And now this girl framed her. No one would believe her. The Lan family always believes in the saint." The elders looked at Lan Jiao with eager eyes. The Lan family attaches great importance to bloodline, which can be seen from the fact that the saint did not marry into the Lan family. Although the saint is a member of the Lan family, she is above all other Lan family members. Even her biological mother cannot disrespect the saint. This is why the saint does not show as much respect to Lan Jiao as ordinary girls do to their mothers. Lan Jiao knew that she couldn't escape this disaster, so she had to give up the position of the head of the family with a painful heart. From today, the position of the head of the family belongs to the saint. Yuan said softly, "Thank you, mother. But although I am a saint, I will not force you to move out of the yard of the head of the family. Lan Jiao was so angry that her back teeth itched. What are you talking about? I am no longer the head of the family. How can I continue to live in the yard of the head of the family? I will move out tonight. Yuan said seriously. You can continue to use the treasury. The treasury belongs to the head of the family. And naturally it belongs to you. My daughter. Lan Jiao didn't know how she didn't faint yet. Where did this stinky girl come from? It's really annoying. Mother loves me so much. I will definitely not be unfilial to her, Yuan said, looking at the elders and sighing. Today is the day I take over the position of the head of the family. I don't know how to celebrate it. Yinglu took the opportunity to say, I heard that in the Central Plains, when a new ruler ascends the throne, he will grant amnesty to the whole country. Why don't you grant amnesty to the Lan family as well? It's really shameless to compare with the ruler of a country. However, the sacred and powerful people of Mingdu really don't take the emperor of the Central Plains seriously. So no one thinks there is anything wrong with this proposal. This time, Yuan didn't ask Lan Jiao's opinion, and looked directly at the elders and said, Do you have any opinions? No. No. The people who had been frightened by the seven-colored saint shook their heads like rattles. Yuan curved her lips and said, Then grant amnesty to the Lan family and release all the criminals imprisoned in the Lan family's prison. Among the criminals imprisoned in the Lan family's prison, 2 are Yuan's cousins. When Lan Jiao gave birth to the saint, she became a highly regarded figure in the Lan family. However, the saint was still young, and she had to wait until her wedding to take over the Lan family. Lan Jiao could not wait that long. So she poisoned the saint's wet nurse and bribed the maids around Lan, slandering Lan as the culprit. Lan's sons stood up for their mother, and Lan Jiao took advantage of the chaos to throw the saint to the ground, and used her body to protect the saint, pretending that they were going to kill the saint. Seeing that they could not clear their grievances, the two simply took the crime of Lan on themselves, saying that they bribed the maids, and it had nothing to do with Lan. Lan was deposed, as the head of the family, for not being able to teach her children well, and her 2 sons were wrongly imprisoned. Over the years, the reason why Lan Jiao didn't kill her 2 nephews was because they were the most powerful bargaining chips to threaten the Lan family. If they were gone, what else could she use to restrain the Lan family? Lan Jiao was so angry that she was shaking, but she had no way to stop Yuan. However, if she thought that Yuan only did a few things that harmed people, she would be too naive. Jiaogu, did you have fun? Peng Wan, happy. Jiaogu, I didn't ask you. Yin Xiuxi, oh asterisk asterisk oh. Chapter 557 Fat Bowl Abuses Trash. Mother, you have been here for so long. Are you not tired? The elders are tired too. Besides, the second young master is here too. Let's talk in the mansion, Yuan said softly to Lan Jiao. If you don't know, you will really think that this daughter is very filial. The saint's son is aloof and cold. The elders don't have many opportunities to deal with her. Occasionally they meet. The saint sits there high and mighty. Today, the saint seems to have a little more worldly air. The elders are very relieved. After all, she has grown up, married, and sensible. Lan Jiao doesn't think so. This girl is clearly pretending. Will she be filial to her? It's good enough if she doesn't kill her. Mother, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable? Do you need your daughter to call a doctor for you? Yuan asked with concern. No need. Who knows if the doctor this girl invited is here to kill her? Lan Jiao glared at Yuan without leaving a trace, and reluctantly invited Yuan and second young master of Sikong family and others into the Lan mansion. Yuan held Lan Jiao's arm all the way. Lan Jiao sneered, You are so old. Married? Why are you still like a child? It's a joke. You know the way to the mansion, right? Of course Yuan didn't know the way to the mansion. The Lan family was so big, and she had only been there once. However, it would be too much to underestimate her just because of this. Yuan smiled and said, What are you talking about? Mother? No matter how old I am still your flesh and blood. I can't serve you all the time in the future, so I naturally hope to be closer to you. Oh, by the way, speaking of this, I haven't seen my father yet. In fact, she has been in the underworld for so long, but she has not seen the rumored great-grandfather. He betrayed the great-grandmother and gave birth to a saint with his sister-in-law. Yuan wants to see what kind of man he is. Lan Jiao was hesitating about how to refuse Yuan, and saw a tall figure walking out from behind the mulberry tree. It was Lan Ji's father. Master Qin. Master Qin is much older than Lan Jiao. And he is not as good at maintaining himself as Lan Jiao. He looks a little old. But it is not difficult to see that he was handsome when he was young. No wonder he could fascinate the great-grandmother and fool Lan Jiao. If the information Yuan learned from her second grandmother was correct, this Lan Jiao was only a few years older than her mother. So, Lan Jiao knew how to act cute in front of her brother-in-law when she was less than 10 years old. But when did they really get together? The second grandmother said it was not long ago. But this was most likely an exaggeration. Maybe a year. Or maybe 3 to 5 years. Yuan had no answer. But it seemed that she didn't need an answer. Dad. Yuan smiled at Master Qin. Master Qin was stunned. Since his daughter could remember, she had never smiled at him again. He was afraid that he was dazzled. Lan Jiao looked at her husband's stunned look and couldn't help but feel anxious. She didn't tell others about her plan with the saint, which meant that her husband didn't know that the woman in front of him was not the real saint. Lan Jiao was afraid that Yuan would catch her husband doing something naughty. So she quickly grabbed Yuan's hand and said with a smile, after talking so much, "You must be thirsty. Why don't you go to mother's room and sit down? It's a good opportunity for us to have a private conversation." Private conversation? Okay. Yuan happily went to Lan Jiao's yard, while Yin Jiuqiao and his group and the elders went to the flower hall of Lan's mansion. As soon as she entered Lan Jiao's room, Yuan let go of her arm, looked around, and said with a smile, "This room is really big. Is the head of the Lan family comfortable?" Lan Jiao said coldly, "What tricks are you playing? There is no one here. You don't have to pretend anymore." Yuan didn't let her lead her by the nose. How was it? Did the second grandmother take good care of me during those days in the east courtyard of the city? Lan Jiao got angry when she mentioned this. Her martial arts were abolished, and she could only let Lan Qin, that BXXXH, ridicule and mock her, and was beaten up by that BXXXH from time to time. If she hadn't been smart, she would have escaped while the family was taking a nap. And now she is still locked up in the dark woodshed. Wait, what did this girl say? Who took care of her? Second grandma? Lan Jiao frowned. The only person in the courtyard who could be called grandma was Lan Qin. This girl called Lan Qin second grandma. So, she was the granddaughter of the eldest sister? No. The eldest sister had no children in her life. She got pregnant twice. But she died of exhaustion from taking care of Master Qin once. And she died of anger with Master Qin once when she was caught. So where did this child come from? Don't guess. You can't guess. Yuan didn't plan to tell this woman about concubine Yun's existence. It wasn't because she was worried that she would go to Nanzhao to murder concubine Yun. But there was no need. She was defeated. So why did she need to introduce herself to her? Lan Jiao suppressed her doubts and looked at her coldly. What do you want to do? I heard that your elder sister went out to look for the previous head of the Lan family. But you seduced her husband. You and your brother-in-law got pregnant and gave birth to a saint. Then you fabricated a crime and drove away the direct line of the Lan family. While talking, Yuan walked slowly in front of her. You asked me what to do. What do you think I want to do? You, of course, do this. After Yuan said that, she pulled off her belt and took out a handkerchief that had been prepared long ago with the other hand in a lightning speed and covered Lan Jiao's mouth and nose. Lan Jiao struggled. However, she had lost her martial arts skills, and she was exhausted after wasting several days with Lan. She was no match for Yuan. Yuan quickly tied her hands with a belt, pressed her back on the chair, and said nonchalantly, "Don't you think about it? There are so many masters in the second grandmother's family, and you have been abolished of martial arts. If someone didn't deliberately let you go, how could you escape without being noticed? Do you think you are capable? Are others stupid?" Lan Jiao was shocked. How could she escape so easily? She was too excited at the time, and didn't take these strange things to heart. Then the identity of the saint couple was stolen immediately. How could she have the heart to think about anything else? This is a trap. From the beginning, it was a huge trap. Have you figured it out? Yuan looked at the unpredictable expression on her face and curled her lips. Unfortunately, it's too late. How did you frame our family? This time, I will give it all back to you. Lan Jiao struggled in fear and anger. But she didn't struggle for more than 2 seconds. The drug took effect and she fainted. There were many interesting things happening in the Lan mansion that day. First, the saint was questioned in public at the door of her house. And then she blinded people's eyes in public. Then, Sikongyan played chess with Master Qin. Master Qin was able to charm the two daughters of the Lan family. Naturally, he had some skills. Not only was he handsome, but he was also talented. Especially his chess skills were superb. Therefore, he was given a title, the Chess King of Hades. As a result, as soon as this chess king went into battle, he made the rumored idiot son-in-law defeated. Of course, these two interesting things were almost nothing compared to what happened next. Dad, where is Mom? Yuan came to the flower hall and asked Master Qin, who was humiliated by his son-in-law. Master Qin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, "Isn't your mother with you?" Yuan shook her head innocently. "No. I was talking to Mom just now, and she said halfway that she remembered something to deal with. So she asked me to come here first, and she would come over in a while." Master Qin was embarrassed by his son-in-law, and was worried that he would not have a chance to get away. So he hurriedly said to Yuan, "I'll go look for her." Master Qin went to Lan Jiao's yard. In the corridor, he met a few servants, and the servants looked a little strange. He frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "No, nothing," a servant stammered. There was clearly something wrong. But this was Lan Jiao's yard, and he would never interfere in her yard's private affairs. So he asked, "Where is the master of the house?" The servants' eyes were more evasive, in the room. Master Qin looked at the servants with dissatisfaction. He was a son-in-law who came to the Lan family, and his status in the Lan family was naturally not as good as Lan Jiao. Lan Jiao would send him away for some confidential matters, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. But he did so only because of the family rules. When there were no outsiders, Lan Jiao was just a gentle and virtuous wife, without the airs of a master of the house. In the past, Master Qin might have left tactfully, but today was the important day for his daughter to return home. And his daughter was looking for her again. No matter how big the matter was, he had to wait until his daughter and son-in-law left. With this thought, Master Qin strode towards Lan Jiao's room. The servants were anxious. "Tell me, did we mishear that?" "I don't know, did you hear it?" "I did hear it." But Master Qin could no longer hear what the servants said. He pushed open the door, and saw a woman who was hurriedly getting dressed. This woman was none other than Lan Jiao, who had just woken up. And she was not the only one in the room. There was also a young and strong man lying on the bed, who was clearly visible. The room was filled with a strange smell. As a person who had experienced it, it was not difficult for Master Qin to guess what this smell was. His face suddenly darkened. Lan Jiao was pale. "Husband, listen to my explanation. It's not what you see. I didn't do anything." She herself was unsure of what she said. She was unconscious after being knocked unconscious by the girl. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying in a man's arms. Both of them were naked. Her first reaction was that her husband had come. Her second reaction was that she was not knocked unconscious. Then, she looked at the man. It was a stranger. She didn't know if what happened just now really happened. After all, she had no impression. She only knew that she couldn't be discovered. So she hurried to put on her clothes. But just halfway through, her husband came. "Dad, is Mom here?" "Ah," Yuan exclaimed outside the door. Master Qin and Lan Jiao looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Yuan standing there with her face turned away. Behind Yuan was the new son-in-law of the Lan family, the second son of the Sikong family, Sikong Yuan. Yuan wanted to bring the elders to catch the adulterer, but it was too conspicuous and too easy to arouse suspicion. It's you. Lan Jiao looked at Yuan, who appeared in time and understood everything. This man was put into her room by the stinky girl, and the purpose was to let her husband catch the adulterer in person. Yuan looked at her leisurely. At that time, when the great-grandmother was pregnant, Lan Jiao deliberately let the great-grandmother catch the adulterer in bed in order to stimulate her miscarriage. Since she liked to be caught so much, he would do as she wished. Master Qin felt that this scene was extremely familiar. The difference was that he went from being caught in adultery to being the one catching the adulterer. He used to be young and strong like the woman in front of him. But now he was old. Lan Jiao still had her charm. She despised him for not being good enough. So she found a plain-looking but strong man to satisfy herself. Master Qin felt that his self-esteem was severely crushed. "Master, listen to me. Master, spare my life." Just as Lan Jiao was about to explain, the man on the bed suddenly lifted the quilt and knelt on the ground. "The master forced me to do it. The master said that if I didn't obey her, She would kill my wife and children. I had no choice. If you don't believe me, you can go to my house to ask. My wife just gave birth. And the child is not full term. You are talking nonsense. Pa! A crisp slap fell on Lan Jiao's face. Lan Jiao raised her head in disbelief. You hid me? Master Qin was originally angry with Yan Jiuqiao in the flower hall. And he had no way to vent. He also caught Lan Jiao's affair with a young man. Under the double anger. It would be strange if he could bear it. Yuan stepped into the house and pulled out the sword hanging on the wall. You bastard. You dared to touch my mother. I will kill you. Saint. Spare my life. I have old people above me and young children below me. I can't die. The man cried bitterly. Crawled on his knees to Mr. Qin. Hugged Mr. Qin's legs. I know many secrets of the master of the family. As long as the master spares me, I will tell you all the secrets of the master of the family. What secrets? Mr. Qin asked. The man calmed down and looked at Yuan with a complicated expression. It's about the saint. Chapter 558 Xiao Haiden and Yin Shusi. Saint. Saint is not your biological daughter. As soon as the man finished speaking, Master Qin was struck by a bolt from the blue. The daughter he had always thought he was proud of was not his biological daughter? The adulterer in front of him looked like he was only in his early 20s. If what he said was true, then it could only be said that Lan Jiao had more than one adulterer. Many years ago, Lan Jiao had been in love with another man behind her back. The older people get, the more suspicious they are. Not to mention that Master Qin had similar experiences before. Didn't he betray his original wife in the same way? It's not that he didn't panic, but so many years had passed safely. He thought he would not have retribution. But unexpectedly, it was waiting here. It really fits the saying, God has a way of reincarnation, and no one can escape from the fate. Without waiting for Lan Jiao to refute herself, Master Qin had already believed most of what the man said. Lan Jiao really wanted to die. She had admired her brother-in-law since she was a child, and had never had any second thoughts about him. She finally married him openly. So how could she betray him so easily? Lan Jiao covered her body with her clothes and choked up to Qin Laoyi. Husband. He is lying. Don't listen to him. The man pointed to his finger and said, Pang Lu swears to the sky. If there is any untrue word in what I said today, I will make Pang Lu die a miserable death. People who believe in gods attach more importance to oaths than people in the Central Plains. No one will swear on themselves casually. Qin Laoyi believed most of it at first. And now he is convinced. The man was not afraid of the oath he had sworn. It was Pang Lu who was struck by lightning. Not him. Who knows who Pang Lu is? She is a fake saint. She is not our daughter. And this Sikong Yun is also fake. All of them are fake. They are sent by Lan Qin. Don't fall for it. It's nonsense. Lan Qin has long been a dog who has lost his home. How could he have the ability to find someone to pretend to be the saint and the second son of the Sikong family? The saint is highly skilled in martial arts. And the Sikong family is full of masters. If Lan Qin had reached out, she would not have ended up like this. Master Qin said with disgust, You can really say anything to exonerate yourself. However, even if the saint is not his own flesh and blood, so what? As long as she crawled out of Lan Jiao's belly and has the noble saint's blood flowing in her body, then her status will not be shaken at all. On the contrary, it is me who is wearing this green hat so comfortably. Master Qin felt that his heart was thrown on the fire and roasted. Did the legitimate wife also feel so uncomfortable at the beginning? So she lost the fetus in her belly? That child is his. But it's gone. He made him lose it abruptly. Master Qin felt dizzy. Afterwards, the man who called himself Pang Lu revealed a lot of Lan Jiao's secrets like a treasure. But Master Qin didn't listen to any of them. Master Qin couldn't deal with Lan Jiao, because Lan Jiao was the head of the Lan family. He was bullied, but he could only swallow his anger and blood. All the torture he had brought to his first wife was now repaid to him in double. However, this was not the most desperate thing for him. During the lunch break, the saint drank a sip of tea, fell to the ground with abdominal pain, and vomited a room full of black blood. The servants were terrified and hurriedly asked the doctor to come over. After taking her pulse, the saint was poisoned. The elders were all indignant. Who was so bold as to poison the most powerful saint in the history of their Lan family? Yan Jiuqiao ordered people to search the Lan mansion, and finally found a bag of arsenic under Mr. Qin's bed. Father, Just because I am not your biological child. So you want to poison me to death? Yuan cried sadly. The elders were stunned. Not a biological child? What did the saint mean by that? Ing Lu sighed and told everything that he had just discovered with his master in Lan Jiao's courtyard. The servant has been dealt with by the master. He ran away. Ing Lu then sighed, whether he said it was true or not. My master was going to check. But who would have thought that Master Qin was so impatient that he poisoned the saint immediately? The daughter I have raised for so many years turned out to be not my own. If it were me, I would have been suspicious. Being suspicious is one thing, but harming someone is another. Not to mention that he harmed the saint of the Lan family. If it were an ordinary family master, he would definitely not do such a thing. And no one would believe it if he did. But Master Qin had a special status. He was a son-in-law who married into the Lan family. His status in the Lan family was not as good as Lan Jiao and the saint. He suffered this loss. But no one would seek justice for him on the surface. He was holding a grudge, and had to use this method to relieve his hatred, which was completely reasonable. I didn't, Master Qin said helplessly. An elder shouted, You still dare to quibble. They had long disliked this son-in-law. He married the elder sister at the beginning, but turned around and got together with the younger sister-in-law. If he was not the biological father of the saint, this man with bad morals would have been expelled from the Lan family by them. Now, if he really is not, then what are they hesitating about? Poisoning the saint is an unforgivable crime. Master Qin was dragged away, and what awaited him would be the capital punishment of the Lan family. Yuan did not sympathize with him. Although he did not kill the great-grandmother himself, it did not mean that he had a good heart. He hoped that the great-grandmother would get into trouble more than anyone else. He knew that what he did would kill the child in the great-grandmother's belly. But he still did it without hesitation. The misfortune of the direct line of the Lan family started from him. Lan Jiao was no longer the head of the Lan family, and the decisions made by the elders did not need to be informed to her. When she got the news, Master Qin had already been taken to the prison. Lan Jiao's eyes went dark and she fainted. Carry her out, Yuan said. This yard will no longer belong to her from now on. Yuan had placed many of her own people in the Lan family. These people were carefully selected by the Lan family during this period and were loyal to Yuan. Yuan left them to take care of Lan Jiao, and she and Yin Jiuchao boarded the carriage to leave the house. She was starving after torturing the scumbag for a whole day. Yuan opened the lunch box, grabbed a piece of rose cake, and started to chew it. So happy. Yin Jiuchao handed over a glass of water. Yuan didn't reach out to take it, but took a sip from his cup. Then smacked her lips. Of course I'm happy. However, she was happy not only because she had avenged Lan Jiao and the unfaithful man. Since she was taken to Sikong's house, she had never seen the three little guys again. She missed them so much. I don't know how the sons are doing now. Whether they are eating well, whether they are growing taller, whether Xiaobao is naughty, whether Erbao is crying, whether Debao is talking. Thinking of this, Yuan's nose was sour, and she couldn't even eat the rose cake. Yin Jiuchao looked at someone who burst into tears when he disagreed with her, and frowned. What's wrong? After pregnancy, not only did her appetite increase, but her tear glands also seemed to become somewhat developed. Yuan was just a little bit depressed, but when Yin Jiuchao asked her, she immediately felt very aggrieved, and her tears fell down, unable to stop. What's wrong with you? The fake ghost king, the real young master, was at a loss. Yuan choked and said, I miss my son, thinking it was something else. Yin Jiuchao breathed a sigh of relief, lifted the curtain, hugged someone in his arms, and used his qigong to get out of the carriage. Ing Lu drove the carriage, and the person disappeared. He looked up at the person holding Yuan and flying over the eaves and walls on the noisy streets, and 3 black lines crossed his forehead. Yin Jiuchao's qigong was much faster than the carriage, and soon he landed not far from the yard holding Yuan. On the cold threshold, 3 little black eggs sat side by side, holding the small milk bottles handed to them by Master Away. Mother is not here. The milk is not tasty. The 3 of them looked eagerly at the right side of the street, where their mother walked when she went out, and where their mother should come back from. Seeing that the sun was about to set again, but there was still no sign of their mother, the 3 little black eggs' eyes turned red. But they didn't cry. Good babies can't cry. They are good babies. Yuan looked at the 3 little guys wiping their tears with their hands, holding back their tears, and her heart was broken. She quickly let go of Yan Jiuchu's hand and walked over. When she was near the door, she suddenly remembered that she was now wearing the face of the saint. And her 3 sons would. Mother! Xiaobao threw himself into Yuan's arms. Soon, Erbao and Dabao also threw themselves towards Yuan. Yuan hugged the 3 little guys she had been thinking about day and night. And her heart was melted by the cute call of mother. I can't help it. Erbao cried. I can't help it either. Woohoo! Xiaobao also cried. Dabao looked at his 2 younger brothers, was stunned for a moment, and also raised his head and cried loudly. The 3 little black eggs cried loudly. Don't cry. Don't cry. Mother is back. Yuan couldn't comfort them. Just as the 3 little men were crying without any image against Yuan's belly. Yuan's belly suddenly moved. The 3 were stunned. Huh? Who kicked them in the face? Chapter 559 Arrogant Yanshusi. Yuan was also shocked. Such a young child should not have such strong fetal movement. Why did the sons look stunned? It seems that the little guy's kick was quite powerful. The 3 little black eggs looked at their mother's belly without blinking, and then put their hands down. The belly did not move. They hummed and continued to stick their faces close to each other. The belly moved again. The 3 little black eggs covered their little faces that were kicked and were confused. Only kicked in the face? Yuan laughed. This little thing only knew how to bully his brother in the belly. Who knows how to be naughty when it comes out? What's in mother's belly? Xiaobao asked curiously. It's a younger brother. Or it could be a younger sister. Yuan rubbed his little head and said, Wow! Hearing that there was a younger brother or sister, the 3 little black eggs opened their mouths into egg shapes. It's a younger sister, Erbao said. Brother, Xiaobao said. Dabao looked at the 2 silly brothers. As the most sensible eldest brother, he could accept both younger brothers and sisters. But it's better not to be as silly as these 2. You're tanned again. Yuan hadn't seen her son for a long time. She found that the little guy who had finally become a little white had turned dark again. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while. She also watched them arguing around her belly about whether it was a younger brother or a younger sister. The depression and regret that surged in her heart due to separation disappeared at once. Yuan held the hands of Dabao and Erbao, and Dabao held the hand of Xiaobao, and they walked into the yard together. Mother is back, and she can drink milk. The 3 little black eggs quickly took the cold milk bottle to Sherhu, and when Sherhu warmed up, they jumped back into their mother's arms with the small milk bottle. The 3 of them gulped down the milk, and they were sweating profusely. Everyone in the room was relieved to see that they were finally willing to drink properly. A few servants were added to the mansion, because they had estimated that Yuan and Yin Jiucho would come back. Lan asked the kitchen to prepare a large table of delicious dishes. After being kidnapped by the saint, Yin Jiuchu and his group tried hard to find out the news of Sikong Mansion. They knew that she was under house arrest in Sikong Yun's yard. A fake ghost king and the real young master came up with a plan to set a trap for Sikong Yun in the casino, so that Sikong Yun would meet Ying Lu by chance, and buy Ying Lu, who was as good as a gambler, back to Sikong Mansion. After entering Sikong Mansion, in order not to expose his surroundings, Ying Lu never met Yuan. Ying Lu tried to bring Yuan back many times, but although Sikong Yun trusted him, he didn't really treat him as a person. He didn't have much power, and couldn't enter and leave Sikong Mansion freely. Soon after, the saint made a move, so they simply played along. The saint pretended to be Yuan, and Yin Jiuchao disguised himself as Sikong Yun. Lan, Grandma and others thought that Yin Jiuchao did this to take advantage of the crowd waiting to get Yuan out. But he didn't know that this guy married Yuan directly in Sikong Mansion. Counting the Ghost Clan, this seems to be the 3rd time. When everyone heard the news, they sat in the house and didn't know what to say. You're back. You're back. The 3 little black eggs ate their fill and went to take a bath. Lan took Yuan's hand and said, You suffered a lot in Sikong's house, right? Yuan curved her lips and said, No, second grandma. I'm enjoying life in Sikong's house, but I miss you a little. By the way, how are you? How are your uncles? The 2 uncles were imprisoned in the Lan family's prison and were released by Yuan today. However, Yuan did not ask to see them to avoid suspicion. Lan said with relief, Dr. Cui has been treating me these days, and I feel much better. Your uncle and second uncle have already returned, but a few elders just came and called them to the clan. I heard they are investigating something. Alwan. What happened? Yuan told Lan Jiao about her scheme against Mr. Qin. When Lan heard that Mr. Qin caught Lan Jiao and a strange man in bed, she felt relieved. They treated my sister like that back then. And now they are really paying for it. Yuan nodded. Isn't it? God sees what people do. And these people will get their retribution sooner or later. Lan asked puzzledly. But what does this have to do with your investigation of your uncles? Yuan said. That person insisted that the saint was not the biological daughter of Master Qin. Then I pretended to be poisoned and asked the servants to search Master Qin's house. As a result, a bag of pre-prepared poison was found. Everyone thought that he was betrayed by Lan Jiao and wanted to get rid of the saint in anger. Lan guessed that Awan and Jiao Chao hinted that she let Lan Jiao go so that they could better deal with her. But they didn't expect that they dealt with her so thoroughly. It was really gratifying. But Lan still didn't understand what this had to do with her son. Yuan held Lan's hand and went into the house and sat down. Lan Jiao prepared the saint stone today and planned to expose me in public. But she miscalculated. Then she had an affair with someone. I think the elders should doubt her loyalty to the saint. Even if she is the mother of the saint. If she has 2 hearts, then the tribe will not show mercy to her. Back then, in order to slander her 2 uncles, Lan Jiao fell down with the baby saint in her arms, breaking her arms. That's why the elders were furious and refused to forgive her 2 uncles no matter what. If the elders found out that everything was just Lan Jiao's calculation, and that she was willing to hurt the saint in order to fight for power and profit, would they still let her go? What does it mean to be a saint because of success or failure? This is it. Lan sure didn't go to the scene, and didn't know that more than 100 saint stones showed rainbow colors at the same time. She thought Yuan had come up with a trick to get away with it. How did you do it? Put your hand on it, Yuan said seriously. Lan sure was stunned. Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, Second Grandma, it turns out that I am also a saint. And a saint who is more powerful than Lan Ji. Lan sure was even more stunned. How could I not know whether you are a saint or not? The bracelet that Lan's husband gave her was inlaid with gemstones. Those gemstones were saint stones. But they were polished and colored. But if she was really a saint, they would also change to different colors. On the first day, Yuan took the bracelet, but it didn't respond. Lan looked at Yuan strangely, then looked at Yan Jiuchao who walked into the house. And then she said to Yuan, Debao and the others should have finished their bath. You go and accompany them more. Yes. Yuan nodded and went to find her 3 little black eggs. Come and sit down. Lan still called him by the name of the Ghost King. Yan Jiuchao walked over and sat down. What's going on? Awan said. She lit up the saint stone. Did you think of something? Although Lan hoped that this was true, she had tested Awan, so she couldn't believe it. Yan Jiuchao told his guess. Lan was even more surprised. You mean, the fetus in Awan's belly is the saint? This is too unbelievable. It's not that Awan has no possibility of being pregnant with a saint. After all, she is also a member of the Lan family. But I have never heard that a fetus in the belly can release such a strong saint's breath. This is not yet born. If it is born, Lan simply dare not imagine how powerful the little saint must be. After a moment of disbelief, Lan's heart was filled with ecstasy. God has eyes, and allows the saint's bloodline to continue in Awan's belly. Stronger than their ancestors. No, to be precise, stronger than the saint in her heyday. This may not be a saint, but a saint king. You should also accompany the child, Lan said. The truth was too shocking, and she needed time to digest it. You should rest early. Yan Jiuchao nodded slightly, and got up to find a few little guys. Lan sat quietly for a while, and went to Qiu Bing's room. Qingyan. Away. Yuego. Lao Tzuyo. Englu and Yingshisen were all there. They were also talking about the little saint. Their conclusions were consistent with Yan Jiuchao's. Yuan was not the saint, but the little one in her belly was. Grandma Lan, you are here. Qingyan hurriedly welcomed her into the room and moved a chair for her to sit down. After Lan sat down, he looked at everyone and said, Are you discussing the saint's blood? Qingyan nodded and said, One of the reasons we came to the Dark City is for the saint's blood. We thought we would find Lan Ji. But now that Awan is pregnant with the saint, we don't need Lan Ji anymore. Lan asked, Can Jiuchu's illness be delayed for that long? I mean, Awan is only 4 months pregnant. Can he wait until the baby is born? Before coming to the Dark City, Yin Jiuqiao only had 3 to 6 months left. And now a month has passed, which means that he can't have any problems. Otherwise, he won't be able to wait until the baby is born. Inglu said seriously. We will all be careful to protect the young master. I believe in your loyalty to Jiuqiao. Lan said again. What are you going to do next? Stay in the dark city. Or go find the next medicine. Before you make a decision, I want to tell you something. Chapter 560 The Strongest Saint King. It was a dark and windy night. The saint disguised herself as a maid in the Lan mansion and sneaked into Lan Jiao's yard. As a result, she found that Lan Jiao no longer lived in the yard. She grabbed a maid who was sweeping and said coldly, Where did the master go? The maid said fearfully, The master left. Left? The saint frowned. The maid said cautiously, Well, he should have returned to the Sikong family. The saint frowned even more. What do you mean? Why would the master return to the Sikong family? The maid said, The master married the second son of Sikong. So naturally he had to return to the Sikong family. The saint heard this and understood everything. Today's plan to expose that girl failed. Not only that, the girl also forced her mother to hand over the position of the master. The saint knocked the maid unconscious with a palm and walked towards the original residence of the third room. As expected, her mother had been forced to move back to the former courtyard. After renovation, the courtyard was no longer as good as before, but it was still a little bit inferior to the courtyard of the master. Lan Jiao was sitting in front of the bronze mirror. Feeling sad, the saint flashed in. Who? Lan Jiao was startled. It's me. The saint walked over. Lan Jiao saw her daughter, and the dim eyes finally reunited. But she thought of something, and suddenly walked to the door, poked her head out and looked around, and made sure that no one had noticed before closing the door and bolting it. Seeing her so vigilant, the saint couldn't help but frown slightly. Lan Jiao saw her daughter's doubts, and explained with a sigh, The Lan family is no longer safe. After all, they are all spies of Lan Qin and that girl. Don't come here in the future. If there is anything, let someone bring me news, and I will find you. The saint asked suspiciously, How could this happen? The girl has only been back for 1 day. Is the situation in the Lan family so serious? Lan Jiao had a headache when she mentioned Yuan. Lan Jiao held her forehead and sat down on the chair. I still dare not believe that everything is true. It is obviously impossible. But it happened in front of me. What does mother mean? Asked the saint. Lan Jiao didn't know where to start. The saint said puzzledly, Did that girl tamper with the saint's stone and fail to test whether she was a fake saint, or with Sikong Yun's protection? Mother didn't even have a chance to verify her? Neither. Lan Jiao shook her head painfully. That fake second young master didn't say a word from beginning to end. I tested it, and I used more than 100 saint stones. The saint pondered, More than 100 saint stones? This should expose that girl anyway. I think so too. But that girl is a saint. A saint who is more powerful than you. Lan Jiao told the saint about the more than 100 saint stones that lit up at the same time. Thinking of the horrible scene, Lan Jiao's calves were weak. No one has ever been able to light up so many saint stones? And different colors. This shows that she is at least a purple saint. The purple-robed saint is the pinnacle of saints. But Lan Jiao used the word at least. No saint can do this. The purple-robed saint can't either. She is. Lan Jiao closed her eyes, reluctantly, but had to say the guess. She is the Saint King. Boom! A thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the saint's mind. The Saint King. That girl is actually the king of the Saint clan. Thousands of years ago, when the royal family was not yet established. The saint, and which clans unified the world, and were above all the royal families. If in the eyes of the majority of believers, the saint is the messenger of God, then the Saint King and the Witch King are the reincarnation of the gods. One is a slave. The other is a master. They are not the same at all. No matter how powerful the saint is, she is just the maid of the Saint King. The saint takes it as her duty to serve the Saint King. But the Saint King fell earlier. After the Saint King died, the inheritance of the Saint clan fell into the hands of the saint. As her bloodline became thinner, the saint's realm became much worse than before. But even so, she was still the messenger closest to the gods in the eyes of the world. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the Saint King has disappeared. If the people of Hades knew that the Saint King appeared in the world, the saint immediately felt dizzy. She thought that girl was nothing. Just beautiful. But she didn't expect that she would be the Saint King, the master of all the saints in the world. How could she recognize that girl as her master? No. Thinking of something, the saint suddenly raised her head. What's wrong? Lan Jiao asked. I am a saint. I have been with that girl for so long. But I have never sensed the breath that makes me afraid. She is not a Saint King. No. Would Mother lie to you again? Mother knows that you must want to say that the girl played some tricks. Mother can tell you clearly that there were more than just Mother present. Everyone saw it. That girl had no chance to tamper with more than 100 saint stones at the same time. She is really a Saint King. She is not, the saint said coldly. Daughter, the piece of meat in her belly is... Lan Jiao was stunned. The saint pondered for a moment and said, because it has not yet been born. The Saint King's aura is not stable, so it cannot be sensed under normal circumstances. Today, it should be that the girl was stimulated and had a miscarriage, causing the Saint King's aura to overflow. Lan Jiao took a breath of cold air weakly. So, I remember that the saint stone was bright for a while. And suddenly it was not bright. The saint's eyes were cold and said, if that girl is the Saint King, the saint stone should have been bright all the time. Lan Jiao suddenly realized, it seems that what you said is true. The one in her belly is the real Saint King. It was ugly enough to lose to that girl. But she was actually going to lose to her unborn child. Thinking that after the child was born, she would have to kneel down in front of it and serve it like a servant. The saint felt uncomfortable all over. The saint's nails dug deep into the flesh. That girl, what kind of shit luck did she have? With 3 lovely sons, a perfect husband, and now, she is about to become the mother of the Holy King. The Holy Lady always thinks that she is born with a good fate. But after seeing that girl, she knows what it means to be born to win. I am not willing. The Holy Lady gritted her teeth. I must get rid of that child. Without the Holy King, she will still be the most honorable Holy Lady in the underworld. Lan Jiao hurriedly said, my daughter, don't be impulsive. I can guess that Lan Qin, that the XXXH, must have guessed it too. She will definitely strengthen her defense. With our current strength, we are not their opponents. If Sikong Yuan, that idiot, hadn't acted on his own and been tricked with his identity, he could have called on the masters of the Sikong family and immediately razed their yard to the ground. The Holy Lady only cared about putting the blame on Sikong Yuan, completely forgetting that she was also one of the people who let the wolf into the house. Just as she was struggling over how to deal with Yuan, a servant came over with a big box and reported outside the door, Madam, you have packed your things. You asked me to bring this box to your room. Lan Jiao winked at the saint. The saint hid behind the screen. Lan Jiao opened the door for the servant and said calmly, put it on the table. Yes. The servant put the box on the table and left respectfully. Lan Jiao bolted the door, and the saint came out from behind the screen. Lan Jiao opened the box, snorted impatiently, and said, how do these servants do their work? I'm not talking about this box. As she said this, she flipped through it casually, and a scroll fell down inadvertently. What is this? She picked it up, opened it, and found it was a portrait. Her eyes fell on the portrait and paused for a long moment, then looked at the face of the saint. You? What's wrong? Asked the saint. Lan Jiao handed the portrait to the saint, carefully compared the appearance of the two, and asked in surprise, don't you think your face is a bit like the one in the portrait? The saint looked at it carefully. Yes. It is a bit similar. Who is in the portrait? Why does it look a bit like that girl? She is now wearing Yuan's face. Lan Jiao fell on the stool. No wonder I felt so familiar when I saw her for the first time. As if I had seen her somewhere before. I have seen her before. Isn't this the mother of Lan Qin and my eldest sister, Saint Lan Yi? Saint Lan Yi was hunted down and forced to leave the Dark City. She never came back. Why didn't I think that she might have her own descendants in the Central Plains? Saint said, Mother. You mean Saint Lan Yi married a Central Plains person? Lan Jiao said firmly, it must be like this. Otherwise, how do you explain that her face is so similar to Saint Lan Yi? And how do you explain that she calls Lan Qin the second grandmother? Saint paused, and then laughed sarcastically. The child was born in the Central Plains, but the father may not be from the Central Plains. Huh? Now, it was Lan Jiao's turn to be confused. Saint stroked the face in the portrait. Mother, do you still remember the rumors about Saint Lan Yi? Lan Jiao said, there are many rumors about her. Which one are you referring to? The saint's fingertips scratched a scratch on the face of the person in the portrait, the one with Sikong Patriarch. Ah! Lan Jiao quickly covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming a step later. She calmed down, took her hand away, and whispered, "How dare you say that? Aren't you afraid of being beheaded?" Those who dared to spread this rumor among the people were all dealt with by the Sikong family. The Sikong family kept the rumors about the ancestor secretive. And even if she was a saint, she could not easily talk nonsense. I only told this to Mother. What's there to be afraid of? However, Mother only knows one side of the rumor. Right? It was only after I was qualified to enter the Dark Mountain that I accidentally found out some inside information. Saint Lan Yi was hunted down, and the murderer was actually the head of the Sikong family. The head wanted to force Saint Lan Yi to marry her, but Saint Lan Yi disagreed. So he used means to plot against Saint Lan Yi's husband, and then seriously injured Saint Lan Yi. Originally, Saint Lan Yi had been captured and taken to the Sikong family. But Mother, do you know who let her go? Ancestor Sikong? Lan Jiao said subconsciously. The saint said calmly, yes. It is the ancestor. The ancestor is the younger brother of the previous head of the family. Mother, why do you think the ancestor would risk offending his brother to let Saint Lan Yi go? Lan Jiao opened her eyes in disbelief. Could it be because she is pregnant with the flesh and blood of Ancestor Sikong? If so, then that girl is the great-grandson of Ancestor Sikong. The saint touched her face. Hee. I finally found a way to deal with that girl. Ah! The young lady is the great-grandson of Ancestor Sikong? Ying Lu was so shocked that he stood up from the stool after hearing what Lan said. I didn't believe it at first, but I found this in my mother's belongings when I sorted them out not long ago, Lan said, taking out a brocade bag from her bosom. The brocade bag seemed empty at first glance, but there was a layer on closer inspection. Lan pulled out a letter from the layer. This is the letter my mother wrote to the ancestor. It turns out, my mother and the ancestor admired each other. But my mother was the saint of the Lan family. She couldn't go against the ancestral teachings, and could only hide her feelings for the ancestor in her heart. But isn't it said that the blood of the saint and the Sikong family cannot be integrated? Ying Lu asked. Lan nodded, yes. Before I met you, I also thought it was impossible to merge. But once merged, there will be extremely powerful descendants. Ying Lu, Ying Shusan and Qing Yan all exchanged glances. Yun Fei, a master delayed by palace fighting. Lan paused and said, however, these are just my inferences. Whether it is the great-grandson of the ancestor, I have to ask the ancestor in person. Thinking of something, Ying Lu patted his head. Oh. Oops. I forgot that the saint is still wearing all one's face. If she also guessed this, she would go to the ancestor to recognize her first. Ying Shusan stood up. I will report to the young master. Chapter 561 Sikong Patriarch. Sucking little Gugu. Yin Jiuchu was in the room with 3 black little eggs. The little black eggs had just taken a bath and didn't put on their clothes properly. They ran around the room with their little butts naked. Yin Jiuchu took one in each hand and put it on the stool. Sit down, he said with dignity. After that, he took a few small clothes and began to dress his son carefully. Even though he became a ghost king, some things were also imprinted in his instincts, such as loving Yuan and taking care of a few little black eggs. While the stinky daddy was dressing Dabeo, Xiaobao stretched out one of his little feet and slowly tapped the ground. He slid down the stool, glanced at the stinky daddy, and saw that the stinky daddy didn't notice him. So he ran to the door. He stepped out with one of his short legs, and when he was about to step out with the other, a strong internal force sucked him back and held him firmly in the hands of the stinky daddy. Yin Xiaochao grabbed the clothes on Yin Xiaobao's back like a little kid. Xiaobao sighed helplessly, drooped his little head, and gave up resistance. Yin Xiaochao put Xiaobao on the stool and started to dress her Bao. Xiaobao ran away again in a stinky way. As a result, he was naturally caught by Yin Xiaochao again. Daddy or something. It's so unlovable. The 3 little black eggs put on their clothes, held hands, and jumped to find their mother. When Ying Shusan entered the house, Yin Jiuchu was flipping through several books taken out from the Sikong family's library. Although this identity seemed absurd, it actually gave them a lot of convenience, such as the Shura secret books that even the ghosts couldn't find. Their Shura is the most talented Shura, but if there is no martial arts secret book suitable for him, he will be like a piece of unpolished jade that cannot be carved, and it will always be difficult to exert his greatest strength. Young master. Ing Shisan saluted. What are you reading? Yin Jiuchao closed the book and handed it to him, saying, Give it to grandma. Yes. Ing Shisan took the secret book. What's the matter? Yin Jiuchao asked when he saw that he didn't leave. Ing Shisan told the story of Sikong Patriarch and Saint Lani. Concubine Yun's father may not be from the Shin family, but the ancestor of Sikong family. I am worried that Saint has also discovered the secret and will pretend to be the young lady to enter Mingshan to recognize her relatives. Recognizing relatives is a small matter. The fear is that she will use Sikong Patriarch to deal with them after recognizing them. With the face she has now, the possibility of getting away with it is really not small. The 3 little black eggs can recognize Yuan because Yuan has not changed at all in terms of figure or gait. Even if it is just a back view, they can still recognize her. Sikong Patriarch may not be the case. Yin Jiuchao's fingertips tapped lightly on the table a few times. Prepare the car. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. And Mingshan is silent. With Huaji's help, Saint successfully entered Sikong Mansion and came to the foot of Mingshan through the secret passage of Mingshan. Huaji bowed and said nervously, Saint, I will take you here. Please be careful. If anything goes wrong, don't fight and leave as soon as possible. Fighting for a long time? Who has the guts to fight for a long time with Sikong Patriarch? Even if the skills of that group of people are added together, they are not enough to stand in front of the Patriarch. The thought flashed through her mind. And the Saint raised her hand lightly. You can leave. The old man doesn't like to be disturbed by outsiders. Yes. Huaji left tactfully. The Saint originally had the qualifications to enter the Dark Mountain, but it was her first time to walk through the secret passage. She looked around, found the direction of Chaoyang Palace, and walked over. In order to better play the role of the girl, she gained a lot of weight and stuffed several more clothes. She did look a little chubby. The girl did not grow up with the Patriarch, and the Patriarch did not know her body shape and breadth. The only proof was this face that was quite similar to the Saint Lani. As for the aura of the Saint, she was not worried. Who told her that the girl was also pregnant with a saint? To some extent, the auras of the two of them were enough to be mistaken for the real thing. As long as she did not reveal the martial arts of the Holy Temple, the ancestor would not find any flaws. Of course, there was still a possibility of being discovered, and then what awaited her would be an extremely cruel ending. But at this point, she had no way out. Not to mention that she was never a timid person. The greater the risk, the greater the benefit. She understood the rules of the gambling game better than anyone else. The Saint continued to walk towards Chaoyang Temple. Just as she walked under a banyan tree, she heard a familiar sound of footsteps. She quickly dodged behind the banyan tree, calmed down, and looked out, and saw Sikong Chanfeng walking leisurely with a lantern. He was dressed in white, and he was handsome and suave in the night. The Saint suddenly thought of the two of them when they were young, compared to Sikong Yuan. The fool. Sikong Chanfeng was much more of a gentleman. He always took good care of her, and was considerate and meticulous. Unfortunately, she was born ruthless and ambitious. Sikong Chanfeng was too kind and honest to be easily controlled. Hey! Sikong Chanfeng's cry interrupted the Saint's thoughts. The Saint looked at Sikong Chanfeng. At this time, Sikong Chanfeng should not have appeared in Mingshan. But who made Xiaohua hungry again? Mingshan was full of Gu Kings, and each of them was of a high level. They were all raised by Sikong Chanfeng for the 10,000 Gu Kings. Since the little Gu Gu came, they became the food of the little Gu Gu. Of course, the little Gu Gu was only a young Gu, and was no match for this group of old Gu Kings. But with the 10,000 Gu Kings in charge, the 1,000 Gu Kings did not dare to disobey its pressure, and could only let the little Gu Gu, who was pretending to be powerful, eat his companions one by one. After eating and drinking enough, Xiao Gu Gu made rapid progress. Sikong Chanfeng still remembered that when he first entered the Dark Mountain, Xiaohua couldn't even beat a Gu King here. But now, he can beat several of them by himself. Every time he killed one, he would show off in front of the 10,000 Gu King. The 10,000 Gu King was in a trance, and didn't even bother to look at it. In front of the 10,000 Gu King, Xiao Gu Gu sucked the 1,000 Gu King away proudly. Sikong Chanfeng said, Okay, Xiaohua, let's stop here today, and come back tomorrow. After eating several, Sikong Chanfeng was worried that he would take too much tonic if he ate any more. Little Gu Gu smacked his lips with unsatisfied taste, and jumped onto the body of the 10,000 Gu Kings. his little paws limp, and he lay there motionless. Sikong Chanfeng put the two Gu Kings into the jade bottle, turned around and went back to the secret passage of Sikong Mansion. But suddenly, his eyes were stern. Who? The saint's eyebrows jumped. Young master. It's me. You left something in Chaoyang Palace during the day, and I was just about to send it to you. A young disciple of Chaoyang Palace came over with a jade folding fan. Sikong Chanfeng dispersed the vigilance between his eyebrows and said gently, "Thank you." The young disciple bowed and said, "You're welcome. It's getting late. I'll go back to serve the ancestor first. Young master. Goodbye. Goodbye." Sikong Chanfeng took the jade bottle and folding fan and walked over to the other side of the banyan tree. It was not until he completely disappeared into the night that the saint breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly felt a suffocating pressure, like a heavy mountain, pressing down. The clouds on the horizon rolled over, covering the stars and the bright moon, and the surroundings became dim. The leaves rustled, the birds flew, and the goose shrank. The saint didn't even have time to react, and her chest hurt, her tendons reversed, and blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. In order not to expose her own power, the saint took a short-acting power-removing powder before she came. Now she has no power at all, and she can't bear this destructive breath at all. Her knees bent down, and she knelt on the ground with a plop. She covered her chest that was about to explode with one hand, and held the ground tightly with the other hand. Crack! Her ribs were broken. I had expected the ancestor to be powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so terrible. She felt that she would die in this pressure in the next second. She used all her strength to lift it up, and tremblingly took out the portrait in her arms. With just such a simple action, her hand bones were broken. She was in so much pain that she broke into a cold sweat and squeezed out a few words from her teeth. "Old ancestor, I am Lonnie." Before she finished speaking, she could no longer hold on and passed out with black eyes. A strong smell of blood filled the air under the banyan tree, and the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. A tall dark shadow walked over, and with a sharp look in his eyes, the portrait flew up and slowly spread out in the air. The tall dark shadow stared at the portrait in the air in a daze. After a while, he made a voice as old as a bell. "Lonnie." Chapter 562 Recognition. The saint was awakened by a nightmare. She dreamed that she was discovered by the Sikong patriarch, who grabbed her throat and stabbed her heart with a dagger. She screamed and sat up suddenly. She was born a saint, and received training different from ordinary people. She had long developed a calm temperament, but she was still scared by a nightmare and broke out in a cold sweat. It can be seen how terrible the strength of the patriarch left in her heart last night. However, soon, the saint found herself in a strange house. The golden morning light fell in through the window lattice and shone on the tables and chairs that exuded a strong and simple atmosphere. The furnishings in the house were not complicated, but they were all made of high-quality golden nanmu. It is rumored that this wood is immortal for thousands of years. Therefore, even though it was a style many years ago, it still did not look worn out at first glance. There was obviously no one in the house, but the saint had an illusion that she dared not act rashly. "Where is this?" the saint murmured. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Then, a young disciple asked, "Girl, are you awake?" A hint of vigilance appeared in the saint's eyes. "I am awake." "Then I will bring the ginseng soup to you," the young disciple said, and waited quietly outside the door for the saint's instructions. The saint's eyes flashed, and she lowered the curtain and said, "Okay." Creaky. The door was pushed open. The young disciple walked in with a bowl of steaming ginseng soup, and the room was immediately filled with an alluring aroma. The young disciple put the ginseng soup on the table and said without looking away, "Girl, please drink some ginseng soup first. This soup is made with bamboo chicken and snow ginseng from our Mingshan mountain. It is nutritious and delicious. You can't drink it outside." The saint's hand touched the curtain and was about to pull it open. She paused, pulled her hand back, and asked through the curtain, "You just said, this is Mingshan? Where is Mingshan?" "Chaoyang Palace," said the young disciple. The saint's pupil shrank. "Chaoyang Palace. The territory of Sikong Patriarch. She came here by accident?" No, it was not an accident. She vaguely remembered that she was severely injured by the pressure of Sikong Patriarch. She didn't have time to tell her life experience, and her eyes turned black and fainted. Why did she wake up in Chaoyang Palace? Listen to the tone of this young disciple. It seems that he is very respectful to himself. Could it be that Patriarch Sikong saw the portrait of Saint Lani and guessed that she was the descendant of Saint Lani? To confirm her guess, the saint slowly lifted the curtain, looked at the young disciple standing by the table, and whispered, "Who brought me here?" "It was the ancestor," said the young disciple. When the ancestor was mentioned, the young disciple's expression was more respectful than before, and at the same time, a trace of doubt that was difficult to suppress appeared on his face. The saint understood what he was wondering about. The ancestor never allowed outsiders to enter the mountain. But now, he brought a girl back and asked people to serve her well. Everyone here must be shocked. Right? The saint didn't care whether they were stupid or not. As long as the ancestor recognized her. The young disciple really didn't lie to her. The bamboo chicken and ginseng soup tasted extremely delicious. It had nothing to do with cooking skills, but the taste of snow ginseng and bamboo chicken itself. After a few mouthfuls, the saint felt her whole body warmed up. Then she remembered that many bones in her body were broken. But now there was no pain at all. "Who healed my wounds?" she asked the young disciple beside her. The young disciple thought for a while and said, "It should be the ancestor? We have never healed the girl's wounds." Now, the saint was almost certain that the ancestor recognized her. "I thought I would die. But unexpectedly, I was reborn after being put to death." The saint suppressed the corners of her lips that were raised due to pride, drank a few more sips of ginseng soup, and then calmly looked at the little disciple, who was watching her nose with eyes and her heart with nose. "What's your name? How old are you this year?" The little disciple replied, "My name is Jinghong, and I'm 14 this year." The saint squeezed out a gentle and harmless tone and said, "Then I will call you Jinghong from now on?" The little disciple Jinghong scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "Okay. How long have you been in Mingshan?" the saint asked. The little disciple said, 5 years. 5 years. So he is very familiar with the ancestor. The saint stirred the ginseng soup in the bowl with her spoon, and did not continue to ask about the ancestor, although she did not think that this little disciple would hide anything from her. She could not eat hot tofu in a hurry. In order not to reveal the truth, she had to do everything slowly. The saint didn't eat meat, so no matter how delicious the chicken soup was, she felt her stomach churning after a few bites. But in order not to let anyone see the flaw, she drank the whole bowl of chicken soup. The little disciple was very obedient and quietly watched by the side. When she asked questions, he answered, but never asked her actively. The saint joked, "Aren't you curious about who I am?" The little disciple scratched his head and laughed. Curious? For sure. But they didn't have the courage to ask about the ancestor. The saint was more and more sure that she had chosen the right person, with the support of the ancestor. How could she be afraid of not being able to deal with a mere saint and the second young master of the Sikong family? Even the current head of the Sikong family had to call the ancestor granduncle when he came to him. The young disciple said, "Miss, do you have any other instructions? If not, I will go to the kitchen to see if breakfast is ready." The saint came back to consciousness and shook her head politely at him. "No. Go ahead." "Hey!" The young disciple was about to leave with the bowl, but was stopped by the saint just as he reached the door. The saint asked softly, "Jinghong, do you know where the ancestor is?" The young disciple turned around and said, "He is practicing martial arts. If you feel stuffy in the room, you can go for a walk in the garden. Just don't leave this yard. There are many poisonous insects in the dark mountain. You don't know martial arts, and you may be bitten by the poisonous insects." "Thank you." The saint nodded in a friendly manner. After the young disciple left, she also stood up and strolled in the yard. She naturally would not listen to the little disciple. She strolled for a while, and then left the courtyard as if by accident. Chaoyang Palace was very large. She picked a direction at random, and walked around with courage. This was the ancestor's territory. She didn't believe that she was injured in his territory, and he would not notice it. She wanted to see how much weight she, the great-great-granddaughter, had in the ancestor's mind. While thinking, the saint walked towards the dangerous goo garden. Here, the lowest level of goo insects were raised, but it was also a place full of insects and snakes. She walked in carefully, and suddenly, a huge poisonous snake flew towards her. "Ah!" She screamed and fell to the ground. The imagined heavy injury did not come. The moment the poisonous snake bit her, it was shaken away by an invisible force. Then, the surrounding insects and snakes seemed to feel a fatal threat and fled back to their nests. The saint slowly took away the sleeve that was blocking her eyes and looked at the man in front of her. He was a burly master, dressed in black, with white hair like snow, and a strong aura. But it was also because he was too strong that people dared not look directly at his face. The saint's eyes moved from bottom to top, and when they fell on his tight collar, they dared not look up again. She looked away and looked timidly at the small hillside beside her. She was like a frightened little girl who couldn't speak. She didn't ask who he was, nor did she thank him. She just shrank back. And when she shrank back, she happened to reveal her foot that had been sprained by the fall just now. Sikongyi glanced at her swollen ankle, bent over, and stretched out his arms to her. The saint's body trembled in fear. His hand paused, as if hesitating. The saint bit her lip and leaned towards him. Sikongyi held her up lovingly. The saint felt his love for her, and her heart gradually settled down. She leaned in his arms obediently and let him carry her back to Chaoyang Palace. "What's your name?" Sikongyi asked. "Lan. Lan Yu," she whispered. The girl seemed to be saying this name. "No matter whether it's true or not, use it first. Who is Lan Yi to you?" Sikongyi asked again. "Great-grandmother," the saint said. Sikongyi paused. The saint blinked. At this point, she was not worried that the ancestor would doubt her. So she asked with courage, Are you my great-grandfather? Before my great-grandmother died, she asked me to come to the underworld to find you. I don't know if I found the right person." Sikongyi did not answer her question directly, but asked, "What's the matter with the injury on your body?" The saint would not think that he was referring to the injury caused by his coercion last night. She had suffered a lot in the fight with Yan Jiuchao some time ago, and she still had old injuries that had not healed. The ancestor must have noticed it when he was healing her, so he simply healed her injuries. "Being beaten," she whispered. "Who?" A strong murderous aura burst out from Sikongyi. The saint pursed her lips, lowered her head and said, "Saint." Chapter 563 Fat One and the Old Ancestor. A doting demon. The saint is the messenger of God from heaven, and is a very transcendent existence in the entire Hades. However, with Sikongyi's strength, he did not take the envoy of God that everyone admired seriously. When he heard that the person who hurt his little great-grandson was the saint of Hades, Sikongyi did not even raise his eyelids, and snorted with disdain. The saint naturally understood where the snort came from. It was nothing more than that the saint, who was feared by everyone, was like an ant that could be crushed to death in the eyes of the old ancestor. Otherwise, why did she have the qualifications to enter the Hades mountain, but never wandered around in the Hades mountain, and always stayed in her own temple with restraint? Do you really think she is lazy and can't walk? Why did she hit you? Sikongyi asked coldly. The saint said, "Her mother took my things away, and I went to ask for them, and she beat me up." This incident was not fabricated by the saint. After all, when Yuan first entered the Hades, Lan Jiao did take away a Gu King, and Yuan did go to ask for it, and she was indeed injured that night. The only difference is that she was a saint when she was injured, but now she has become Lan Yu. But the ancestor will not know this. The ancestor will only know that he was beaten by that stinky girl. Sikongyi frowned and said, "You don't even have a guard? Can that mediocre kung fu hurt you?" After all, she was one of the top 5 masters in the underworld. But in the mouth of this old ancestor, her kung fu became mediocre. The saint took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to spit blood, and whispered, "My family is poor, and I can't afford a guard. I had to borrow money from the villagers to come to the underworld. The blood of the wandering people has lived a hard life, so the old ancestor can care for them more. Right?" Sure enough, after hearing the words of the saint, Sikongyi hugged the saint tighter. "Who else is in the family?" "No, there is only me." Saint and choked up. Sikongyi carried the saint back to Chaoyang Hall. The disciples in the hall were all shocked to see that their godlike ancestor actually brought a girl back. After Sikongyi entered the house, the disciples were in a frenzy. "Who is that girl? Is she the one that the ancestor brought back last night?" The ancestor brought her back the same way last night. Could it be that the ancestor has finally fallen in love with a little girl at this age? Sikongyi only told his disciples to take good care of the girl he brought back, but did not reveal her identity. Therefore, no one guessed that it was the little great-grandson. They just thought that the girl was lucky and would become their ancestor's mother in the future. Is our Chaoyang Palace finally going to have a mistress? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Don't let the ancestor hear. Let's all disperse. The ancestor's affairs are not something we can speculate on. Let's just do our part and try our best to be loyal to the ancestor. The disciples dispersed. Sikong-yi carried the saint back to her room. Her foot was severely sprained, and her entire ankle and instep were swollen. Sikong-yi used his internal force to disperse the blood clots for her. In almost the blink of an eye, her foot was restored to its original state. Get up and walk a few steps, Sikong-yi said. The saint stood up and walked a few steps obediently, and the pain was gone. Gurgle. The saint's stomach growled. She only drank a bowl of bamboo chicken ginseng soup in the morning, and was injured outside, so she was inevitably hungry at this time. Eat first, Sikong-yi said. The implication was that she would take revenge after eating. The saint had no reason to refuse, so she nodded and said obediently, all up to you. Sikong-yi asked his disciples to set the meal, but he didn't eat, so he just sat there and watched the saint eat. If the saint ate slowly, he would frown, and if the saint ate a few more chopsticks, his brows would relax. The saint had the illusion that she was deeply loved. She was born as the most powerful saint of the Lan family, and was raised in the palm of someone's hand. However, being loved by an ordinary person is not the same as being loved by the most powerful person in the whole Hades. Ancestor Sikong is an existence that can compete with the rumored Hades. If Saint Lan had not had an accident, he might be the real Hades. The saint could not help but be jealous of Yuan again. What kind of shit luck did that girl have? How come she got all the good things in the world? No one knew better than her how unkind an old man Sikong was. But it was precisely because of this that his love was particularly precious. Not to mention that he did not look old at all. Although he was full of silver hair, he was unparalleled in elegance. Like a 9-day god. The saint could not think any further. The more she thought about it, the more jealous she would be of that stinky girl. I'm full, said the saint. Sikong-yi frowned slightly, as if he was not very satisfied with her appetite. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, the saint is a girl who has already reached the age of marriage. But in Sikong-yi's eyes, she is still a little girl. It is not good for a little girl to eat so little. Sikong-yi pushed the bowl of rice in front of him to the saint. Eat. The saint, who has always had a small appetite, was startled. Ah? Other people's children are fat and round, while her own baby is thin and shriveled. It can be seen that she has not been fed well. Sikong-yi is a competent elder, and will never allow his little great-grandson to starve to a skinny monkey. Eat it, Sikong-yi said without question. In order to play the role of a good great-granddaughter, who has suffered in the folk, and is not picky about food, she has finished the rice in the bowl. You know, when she was still a saint, her 3 meals combined did not eat more than a bowl just now. She was already a little full, grandfather. Eat it. Don't let me say it for the 3rd time. He was an elder who loved children, but he would never allow his children to be picky eaters. The saint took the bowl of rice and ate it with her life. Sikong-yi found that she didn't eat vegetables, but only ate rice, and wondered if the Taoist priest was not strong. Sikong-yi picked up a few chopsticks of huge and greasy braised pork for her. The vegetarian saint saw those trembling big pieces of fat meat and wanted to die. Sikong-yi picked up 2 big chicken legs, which made the saint roll her eyes, seeing that she was full even with such a small amount of food. It can be seen how hard her life was in the past. Isn't it that her stomach is small due to hunger? Sikong-yi is more determined to raise his own child well and make him strong. After 1 meal, the saint was half dead. After a few more meals, she felt that she could die here. Old ancestor, should we seek revenge on the saint? Sikong-yi understood what he meant. He did not doubt her anxiety. If you are bullied, you should fight back. This is the natural thing. He had planned to do so originally, but now he has more important things to do. He called the disciples of Chaoyang Palace and asked them how to raise children. When he was the young master of Sikong's family in his early years, he had seen many children, but seeing them is one thing, and raising them by yourself is another. The disciples were stunned. The ancestor hadn't called them together for hundreds of years, and when he did, he asked them how to raise children? Although I haven't given birth, I have a younger brother at home. It was the little disciple named Jinghong. He talked endlessly about his parents' parenting experience, which was nothing more than eating well, drinking well, dressing well, and sleeping well. Sikong-yi frowned deeply. There were no women in Chaoyang Palace, and his little great-grandson didn't even have a change of clothes. At that moment, Sikong-yi took the saint, who had lost half her life due to overeating out of Mishan, and went to the market to buy. The saint collapsed in the carriage, not wanting to move at all. She was really about to die of fullness. Her belly was about to burst. Tangulu feed Tangulu. On the street, Sikong-yi saw a hawker selling Tangulu walking by, and saw an old lady leading a 7-year-old girl. The old lady bought a string of Tangulu for the little girl. Sikong-yi nodded, jumped off the carriage, and bought a string of Tangulu for his own child. Just as he turned around with the Tangulu to get on the carriage, he caught a glimpse of a chubby little figure on the stall next to him. From the side, it was a girl who was about the same age as his own child. There were several bowls of glutinous rice balls in front of her, and she had already finished 4 of them. She was slurping the 5th bowl. Soon, the stall owner presented her with a large plate of grilled meat skewers. She took a bite of salty grilled meat and a bite of sweet glutinous rice balls, and slurped them. Sikong-yi was very envious. Look, this is the child of other people's families. It would be great if my own baby could be raised so white and plump. Just as I was thinking about it, the little fat girl said, another bowl of glutinous rice balls. The saint in the carriage heard this familiar voice, and sat up with a start. She lifted the curtain and looked in the direction of the voice. From her angle, she could only see the other person's back. But the more than 10 days of getting along were not in vain. She recognized who the other person was almost at first sight. It's really hard to find it, but it's easy to get it. The saint smiled coldly. Don't you think it's better to stay in Sikong's house? You can still live for another day or 2. Don't blame me for being rude if you come to your door yourself. The saint got off the carriage, came behind Yuan, and patted Yuan's shoulder lightly. She just waited for Yuan to turn around. And then she told the ancestor loudly that this was the murderer who hurt her. But before she could say anything, Yuan threw herself into her arms and said, Sister, I have been looking for you for so long. Chapter 564 Fat One abuses the saint. The saint took the power dissolving powder and suppressed her own power. Yuan rushed towards her unexpectedly, and she really didn't dodge. But, did she hear it right? What did this girl call her? Sister? The saint looked at the fat girl who was hugging her tightly and didn't let go. Raised her hand to push her away, but pushed her tighter and tighter. Yuan wanted to wrap her whole body around her. Sister, I've been looking for you so hard. God has eyes, and finally reunited us sisters. Woo woo woo, Yuan cried without tears. The saint was shocked by this wave of posture. Where did this stinky girl get the courage to recognize her as a sister in the street? Did she think she would be fooled by this? Wouldn't she dare to let the ancestor kill her? Naive. The saint raised her hand to grab Yuan's hair instead. But before she touched a strand of Yuan's hair, Yuan straightened up from her arms and looked at her with tears in her eyes. Sister, why don't you say anything? Don't you recognize me? The saint was shocked. Not by her words, but by her face. How could she change her face back to her own? This kind of disguise technique passed down by the Lan family will not fall off for at least 10 days, or half a month. What went wrong? Where? Yuan saw her doubts, and smiled in her heart. Of course, it was not the Lan family's disguise technique that had a problem. But she had pasted another human skin mask on her face. The Lan family's disguise technique would damage the skin. So often after the mask fell off, the skin would become fragile, and could not use the disguise technique in the short term. But if you put another mask on the fake face, it would be another matter. Anyway, it's fake, so it doesn't matter how many you put on. Of course, it still takes some technical content to make it seamless. The second face also used the Lan family's disguise technique. As long as the mask underneath didn't fall off, this one wouldn't fall off either. It didn't matter if it really fell off. If she fell off, the saint would also fall off. But her face was real, and the saint's true form would be revealed. I'm really smart. Yuan proudly puffed up her chest, leaned close to the saint's ear, and whispered, What's wrong? Sister? Haven't you guessed what's going on? The saint subconsciously touched her face. Things had progressed to this point. And if she couldn't guess it, she couldn't say it. I had planned everything. But I didn't expect this girl to come up with such a tricky idea. Look at this face. If you say she is not my own sister, I am afraid no one will believe it. Yuan smiled and said, Originally, I didn't plan to recognize you so soon. But you said, why don't you stay in the carriage? Why do you have to run out? This is the truth. She is not a fairy. How could she guess that the saint would suddenly come here? She just went to the yard of her second grandmother to paste this human skin mask, intending to eat something, and then go back to Sikong's house to see the ancestor. But they met in advance. So, it was not Yuan who really came to the door, but the saint. On the other side, Sikong Yi walked towards his granddaughter, holding a string of shiny candied haws in his hand. Yuan watched him get off the carriage of the saint. He looked like a white-haired god. It was easy to guess that he was the supreme ancestor of the Sikong family. Yuan wiped away her non-existent tears and threw herself into the arms of the saint again. Sister. Sikong Yi heard Yuan's voice and saw Yuan's face. The saint opened her mouth. Ancestor. Listen to me. Before she finished explaining, Yuan turned around and threw herself into Sikong Yi's arms. Grandfather. Sikong Yi was petrified on the spot. Yuan complained about her experience with snot, and tears. Not even, my great-grandmother is gone. They are all gone. My sister and I came to find my great-grandfather, but we were separated by accident. My sister must have thought I was dead. I was looking for you so hard. It turned out that she thought her sister was dead. No wonder she said there was no one at home. Sikong Yi couldn't doubt this face that looked like twins. Not to mention that Yuan also took out the token of Saint Lan Yi, the love letter that Saint Lan Yi didn't have time to give to Sikong Yi. This is much more solid than a portrait. Sikong Yi looked at the familiar handwriting and the affection in the letter. He couldn't help crying. He turned his back to the tall and majestic figure, raised his head, took a deep breath, and cried like a sieve. With a face and evidence, Sikong Yi firmly believed that this was his second great-grandson. No need to envy other people's children anymore. His children are very fat. Yuan continued to complain about her miserable experience. I really suffered a lot. This poor acting is really a bit eye-catching. Not to mention that he is so fat. How can you say that you have suffered? Do you think the ancestor is blind? Sikong Yi said self-reproachfully. You have been wronged. The saint was speechless. The saint looked at Sikong Yi, who was about to recognize Yuan, and said coldly, I don't have a sister. Yuan said aggrievedly, I know you are still blaming me for stealing your beloved man. The saint was angry. You. Sikong Yi raised his hand and said seriously, men are like clothes. Sisters are like brothers and sisters. You two sisters should not have a rift because of a man. Yuan raised her eyebrows at the saint. The saint was so angry. This girl is really good at making up stories. If I don't recognize her again, the ancestor will only think that he is angry with this girl. What's your name? Sikong Yi asked. Alwan. Yuan said. Then, Yuan stared at the candied haws in Sikong Yi's hand without blinking. Sikong Yi noticed her greedy look and asked lovingly, This is for your sister. Do you want to eat it too? Yes. I want to eat it. Great-grandfather. Yuan nodded. Great-grandfather will buy it for you. This child is not only fat, but also speaks sweetly, which is really cute. Sikong Yi went to buy candied haws again. But he didn't just buy one string. He bought the whole stick, which was filled with sparkling candied haws. The corner of the saint's mouth twitched. Why should he buy only one string for her, and a whole stall for that girl? Sikong Yi was not really partial, but his little one obviously ate more than the big one. Thank you, great-grandfather. Yuan grabbed a string of candied haws and nodded. The candied haws in the underworld were sourer than those in Nanxiao, which was just right for her taste during pregnancy. What else do you want to eat? Sikong Yi asked. Yuan smiled awkwardly. Nothing. Just a little bit, roast duck, beggar chicken, lamb ribs, braised pork, stir-fried tripe, etc. will be enough. The saint staggered and almost fell. This is nothing? Then how do you usually eat? Sikong Yi took his two little kids to the largest restaurant in the underworld. Yuan would not eat alone. She is now a sensible and kind sister. She never forgets to share everything with her good sister. The saint ate too much at noon and has not been able to digest it yet. Not to mention eating. It is uncomfortable to just look at it. Sister, please eat. Please eat. Yuan kept putting food into her bowl. Don't be angry with me anymore. I will treat you well in the future. This girl must be doing it on purpose. She wants to eat her to death. Eat quickly, Sikong Yi said. Let the past be the past. If she doesn't eat, it means she doesn't give face to this sister. The saint was so angry that she was full. But she didn't dare to really anger the ancestor. So she had to bite the bullet and eat. She only tasted a bite of each dish. But Yuan ordered a large table. After tasting dozens of dishes, she almost went to see the Buddha. After dinner, Sikong Yi took the two sisters to buy some high-quality rouge. powder and clothes, and then returned to Mingshan Chaoyang Palace. The disciples of Chaoyang Palace were so shocked that they could not close their mouths when they saw that the ancestor actually brought back another woman. The ancestor is going to lose his reputation in his later years if he brings back one woman every time he goes out. Sikongyi took the two to the most elegant and quiet courtyard in Chaoyang Palace, pointed to one of the rooms, and said to Yuan, "Your sister lives here. How about you live next door to your sister?" Yuan smiled and said, "No need to bother. My sister and I can live in the same room. Besides, my sister and I have been separated for so long. I miss my sister and want to have a good talk with her. This girl obviously doesn't know martial arts, but she dares to live in the same room with her. Something must be wrong." The saint said calmly, "I don't sleep well." Yuan interrupted her, "I won't dislike my sister. Didn't we sleep together when we were young? Or is my sister still unwilling to forgive me? I really know I was wrong. Sister, don't be angry with me anymore." Sikongyi said, "Ayu, you are the elder sister. Don't always care about your younger sister. She has already known her mistakes." Yuan grabbed the saint's arm. "Yes. Sister, I know I was wrong. Please, let me sleep with you. I promise to be good at night, and will definitely not disturb you." The saint was about to refuse, but Sikongyi was moved by the sincerity of his little great-grandson, and asked someone to move Yuan's things into the saint's room. Chapter 565 Mighty Yinshusi. Yuan got her wish and moved into the saint's house. The saint was upset. She had let this girl hold on for a whole day, and her internal organs were uncomfortable. Now she just wanted this girl to get out of here as far as possible. Yuan seemed not to notice her disgust, and sorted out her clothes. "It happens that there are two cabinets here. The left one belongs to my sister, and the right one belongs to me. Do you have any objections?" "Sister? If you have any objections, I will ask my great-grandfather to send another cabinet over." The saint looked at her with disgust, narrowed her eyes and said, "What tricks are you playing? Oh, look at what my sister said. Isn't it because my sister missed me that I moved here to relieve her boredom? The ancestor went to practice martial arts. There is no one else here. You don't have to pretend anymore." Yuan shrugged, seeing that she was ignoring her. The saint was furious and walked over to her and said, "Why did you move into my room?" Yuan paused while putting clothes in the closet, turned her head and looked at the saint, smiled and said, "Let me correct you first. This room is mine. I am the great-grandson of my great-grandfather. You know who you are. So let alone this room. Even the entire Chaoyang Palace is mine. You..." The saint made her blush and thought of something, and said sarcastically, "You stole my identity as a saint and pretended to be me to marry into the Sikong family. What do you think of this? I am not a thing. So are you." Yuan would not be led by her. "Ah, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that I am also the daughter of the Sikong family. If I don't agree with your marriage to the second son, I wonder if the Sikong family will consider divorcing you." The saint was horrified. "How dare you?" Yuan said arrogantly, "Whether I dare or not is not important, as long as I have the support of my great-grandfather. If I guess correctly, you must have reported to my great-grandfather, saying that the saint bullied you. Right? You want me to die in the hands of my great-grandfather. But unfortunately, I am not the saint now. Oh, there is actually no need to divorce you from the Sikong family. Speaking of this," Yuan paused, "when your human skin mask falls off, your life will belong to my great-grandfather." The saint was so angry that she trembled, but she also couldn't control her worry. The stinky girl was right. When the human skin mask failed, she would show her true colors. At that time, the Sikong ancestor would definitely not let her go. So before that, she must get rid of this girl. "Want to get rid of me?" Yuan said what she was thinking. "In order to prevent the great-grandfather from noticing your identity as a saint, you suppress the martial arts of the temple. Right? Without martial arts, you and I are the same?" The saint threatened. "I can kill you just the same." "Really?" Yuan raised her eyebrows. "Of course. With this girl's mediocre kung fu, what does it matter if she has no internal strength? Just the moves can easily kill her." The saint thought so, and indeed planned so. She secretly took out the knockout drug she had prepared early in the morning and sprinkled it in Yuan's bath. Yuan inhaled the knockout drug, fell on the bed, and fell asleep. The saint looked at someone sleeping soundly on the bed, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her lips. "You are such a pig brain. Dare you fight me?" The saint took out an exquisite dagger from the cabinet. This was Sikong Yun's dagger. When she killed her with it, she would put the blame on Yin Jiucha pretending to be Sikong-yun. If the ancestor asked her, she would say that Sikong-yun pretended to be a disciple and sneaked in. If the ancestor asked Sikong-yun about his motive for committing the crime, it would be even more obvious. Wouldn't it? She was once captured by the saint and taken to Sikong-yun's yard. Sikong-yun fell in love with her. These things were no longer a secret in the Sikong family. Any servant of Sikong-yun could be captured to identify Sikong-yun for the ancestor. She would tell the ancestor that Sikong-yun wanted to kidnap her, but she would rather die than obey, and even threatened to expose him. Sikong-yun wanted to kill her to silence her, but her sister blocked the knife for her. Then, Sikong-yun escaped to avenge his beloved great-grandson. The ancestor would definitely go to the Sikong family and kill the fake Sikong-yun. In this way, all those who bullied her would disappear from the world. What a perfect plan! The saint thought proudly and walked towards Yuan with a dagger in her hand. Just as she was about to stab, she suddenly felt a cramp in her stomach, like a sharp awl, spitting wantonly in her internal organs. She covered her stomach and bent down. Gurgle gurgle. It's the rumbling of the intestines. She ate too much. She has a stomachache. She can't hold it in any longer. The saint quickly put away the dagger and swooshed to the toilet. Half a minute later, she returned to the bed. But before she raised the dagger, she felt another wave of cramps. She covered her stomach with a bitter face and went to the toilet. After running 17 or 18 times, she almost didn't have the strength to crawl back. She struggled to cross the threshold, holding onto the wall and the furniture in the room, and stumbled to the bed step by step. The moonlight shone on her weak and pale face. She trembled as she picked up the dagger. I'm going to kill you, kill, kill. Bang! She fainted. Yuan slept until dawn, sat up, stretched comfortably, looked at the side of the bed. The saint was not there, but when her eyes fell on the stool opposite, she was so scared that she almost stood up. The saint was sitting on the stool like a ghost, with huge dark circles under her eyes, pale lips, haggard, looking at Yuan with resentment. Yuan was scared. You met a ghost? Is it not a ghost? I wanted to kill this girl, but I ran to the toilet so hard that I didn't have the strength to kill. I finally made it to the last step, but fainted again. When she woke up, it was already late at night. She had no mood to toss and turn, and just wanted to have a good sleep. But as soon as she lay on the bed, the girl kicked her. She lay down on the bed again, and another kick came. She sat on the stool, and the other party did not move at all. As soon as she lay down on the bed, this girl started to practice the flying kick magic. I seriously suspect that she did it on purpose. This is really unfair to Yuan. Yuan's sleep is very good, and she inhaled a small amount of knockout drugs. I don't know how sweet she slept. If you insist that she has any consciousness, it is that the little guy in her stomach seems to move. She felt a little uncomfortable, so she turned over a few times. Could it be that these few turns of her body scared the saint so much that she dared not sleep with her? You are so timid. You are still a saint. Yuan pouted and got up to go to the bathroom to wash up. The saint was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the saint was not a dull person. After a series of setbacks, she gradually realized that her method was wrong. In terms of luck, she could not compare with that girl. And in terms of appetite, she was definitely not that girl's opponent. Although the palms and backs of the hands are all flesh, the flesh of the palms is thicker after all. So even if she and that girl are both the little great-granddaughters recognized by the ancestor will inevitably have a preference for one of them. Since she can't compete with that girl no matter how she fights, she might as well find another way. After Yuan washed up, she planned to go to the kitchen to find food. As soon as she left the bathroom, she heard the laughter of a girl from the outer room, as well as Sikong Ye's rare praise. Yuan walked over curiously and saw Sikong Ye sitting in the room. There were a variety of delicious food on the small table in front of him. The saint said to Yuan while setting up the dishes, "My sister is here, just in time, waiting for you to eat." This woman smiled so brightly at her. Was she dazzled? Yuan sat over strangely. The saint enthusiastically served Yuan a bowl of porridge and put a lot of dishes on Yuan's plate. The porridge and noodles are made by the chef in the kitchen, and the cold dishes and stewed dishes are cooked by me. I don't know if they suit the appetite of my great-grandfather and sister. Sikong Ye was full of relief. Although this child was not the strongest one, he was diligent and capable. Your hand. Sikong noticed the wound on the saint's finger. The saint smiled. It's okay. I accidentally scratched it when cutting vegetables. It's a minor injury. I'm used to it. I'm used to it. How miserable must this child have been in the past? Sikong frowned. As an elder, although he likes well-behaved and strong children, he will inevitably feel more distressed for the weak and sensible one. The younger one can eat and sleep well. And he is heartless. There is nothing for him to worry about. The eldest one is too weak. He can't eat or sleep well. But he is still so sensible. So sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Yuan glanced at the saint. This guy actually knows how to use the self-torture trick. She understands the feelings of the great-grandfather. She is also a person with children. Among the 3 sons, she first favored Xiaobao, because Xiaobao was the one who was bullied the most by Yanryu. But later, the 3 of them grew up slowly, and looked like normal children. She felt more distressed for Dabeo, who couldn't speak. Yuan pinched the little fat on her belly. She gained too much weight. And the great-grandfather didn't feel sorry for her anymore. Actually, I'm satisfied just to see my sister is doing well. The saint picked up another piece of food for Yuan with her chopsticks. As if she would have no regrets as long as Yuan was full. Chapter 566 The Secret of the Witch Clan. Yuan secretly sighed. She is indeed a saint. She took over her superb acting skills and flawless strategy in one day. Yuan also picked up a big bowl of food for the saint. Eat. 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 You'll be stuffed to death. The saint didn't eat it like she did yesterday, but took out a handkerchief and said with a face that looked like she was holding back tears, I can't eat. Sister, eat it yourself. Sikong asked, but where do you feel uncomfortable? No. The saint shook her head and said with a sob, today is the anniversary of the death of Lan Yi's great-grandmother. When I think of her being gone, the anniversary of the death of Lan Yi's great-grandmother? How come she doesn't know? This guy must have made it up. Yuan said, Sister, did you remember it wrong? Today is not the anniversary of the death of my great-grandmother. Make it up. She also made it up. The saint said with tears in her eyes, Sister, you and I have been separated for many years. And you may not remember things at home very clearly. Today is indeed the anniversary of the death of my great-grandmother. I will never remember it wrong. Yuan wanted to say something. But Sikong had already put down his chopsticks and stood up without any appetite. You guys eat. I'll go out for a while. It doesn't matter whether it's the anniversary or not. What matters is that it evokes Sikong Lazu's nostalgia for Saint Lani. Now that the Lazu is gone, Saint Lani doesn't have to bite the bullet and eat the food Yuan picked up for her. After Sikong left, Saint Lani put down her chopsticks, and the gentleness on her face disappeared. She looked at Yuan calmly. Don't think you are the only smart person in the world. Yuan took a bite of the fat but not greasy braised pork. And smiled. So what if you are smart? Haven't you heard the saying that being too smart can lead to mistakes? The saint sneered. Smooth talk. Yuan said slowly, Lan Ji, don't think that you can fool the ancestor once and fool him for the rest of his life. Don't blame me for not reminding you. It seems that you don't have many days left on this face. Right? I wonder how you will face the anger of my great-grandfather by then. The saint said disdainfully, you can talk about it when you live to that time. Yuan approached her and said, you want to kill me? It's not that easy. Humph. The saint rolled her eyes and got up and left the house. She naturally understood that it was not easy to do it. But if she couldn't succeed now, she would have no chance after her identity was exposed. So she had to kill him even if she couldn't. For the whole day, Sikong Patriarch didn't appear again. After dinner, Yuan strolled in Chaoyan Hall. Sikong gave the 2 sisters absolute freedom. And no one stopped her anywhere. As she walked, she came to a place that looked like an ancient tomb. The huge ancient tomb was like an upside-down bowl. Yuan walked over curiously, raised her hand, and touched the tomb door. And the tomb door opened with a bang. She stumbled and fell in. Several huge night-shining pearls were inlaid on the wall, emitting a faint light in the tomb. Yuan looked outside and inside, and was hesitating whether to leave or stay, when she heard an uncomfortable voice from the end of the tomb. It sounds like my great-grandfather's voice. Yuan blinked strangely and asked inside, Great-grandfather, is that you? The uncomfortable voice came out again. And now Yuan was sure it was Sikong, although the ancient tomb was gloomy. But my great-grandfather was inside. Yuan still bravely went to the end of the tomb. She walked a long way and came to a secret room at the end. Sikong was lying on the cold ground, dying, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth and cold sweat pouring out. Grandfather. Yuan's face changed as she stepped over, knelt on one knee, and helped him sit up. Grandfather. What's wrong with you? Sikong raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with forbearance, I'm fine. How did you come here? You still say you're fine? You're like this. I just walked here. Yuan felt Sikong's pulse, and found that his pulse was very disordered, and his breath was getting weaker and weaker. She couldn't help but worry. Grandfather. How could this happen? Sikong panted, Don't worry. I'm fine. I was so happy to see you these days that I forgot that I was almost 15. Yuan frowned. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Sikong calmed down, formed a hand seal with both hands, suppressed the disordered breath, and explained to Yuan, I am practicing the unique mental method of the Sikong family, the Cha Sheng Ju. This mental method has a fatal flaw. That is, when the full moon night is approaching, the power will become very weak, and on the night of the full moon, the martial arts will be lost. Yuan asked puzzledly, since there is such a big flaw, why do you still practice? Doesn't the Sikong family have other mental methods? Sikong said, yes. Of course there are. And there are better ones than Cha Sheng Ju. Then why? Because only Cha Sheng Ju has the secret of immortality. Immortality? Yuan was stunned. There is such a powerful method in the world. Don't you want to bluff? Sikong saw the disbelief of his great-grandson. He smiled and said, You only know that the Lan family is the descendant of the saint. Then do you know who the Sikong family is the descendant of? Yuan shook her head. Sikong said, The ancestors of the Sikong family came from the Wu clan. Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Wu? The Wu clan of wizards? That's right. Sikong just thought she was a child, and was so excited because she heard about the rumored person. Yuan was more than excited. If she hadn't been holding her great-grandfather, she would have jumped up. The last ingredient of Yin Jiuchao's medicine was the wizard's tears. If the Sikong family was the descendants of wizards, then the wizard's tears would also be found? Yuan blinked and looked at Sikong. Grandpa, are you a wizard? Sikong couldn't bear to say, I'm not. The inheritance of the witch clan is different from that of the saint clan. It is not from blood. Although the Sikong family is the descendants of the witch clan, there are no wizards anymore. Sikong didn't know that Yuan needed wizard's tears, so he didn't talk much about wizards. He just continued what he said. The ancestors left behind the secret of longevity. It is said that it contains the secret of immortality. I had practiced to the 8th level 20 years ago, but 20 years have passed, and I still can't break through the 9th level. I don't understand what I did wrong. I was here to comprehend the secret of longevity just now. Suddenly, my internal force disappeared and my true energy reversed, which hurt me. Is it serious? Yuan asked, looking into his eyes. Sikong hadn't felt such heartfelt worry for a long time. He looked up at his great-grandson's chubby face. This little injury is not a problem. Grandpa will be able to recover after the full moon night. Yuan suddenly thought that the Ghost King seemed to be practicing the Cha Sheng Ju. Yin Jiucha absorbed the Ghost King's power. I wonder if he will become abnormally weak on the full moon night like Grandpa. Tomorrow is the full moon night. Yuan touched her chin and asked, Grandpa, do you need me to get you some elixirs to treat internal injuries? Sikong waved his hand. No need. This is the backlash of the Cha Sheng Ju. The elixir is useless. Even the successive heads of the Sikong family don't know this secret. You have to keep it secret for Grandpa. Yuan patted her chest. Grandpa, don't worry. I won't tell. The ancestor who can't be killed actually has such a huge weakness. If it is spread out, it may cause the enemy to hunt him down. Now, Yuan finally understood why Grandfather would kill all strangers who broke into Mingshan. This was to prevent trouble and to create a deterrent, in case someone happened to come and assassinate him when he was weak. Yuan's eyes rolled around, and she said seriously, By the way, Grandfather, don't tell my sister about this. My sister is in poor health, soft-hearted, and prone to fantasies. If she knew this, she would be so worried that she couldn't eat. Okay. Sikong hesitated for a moment and agreed. Sikong stayed in the tomb to retreat, and Yuan returned to her own yard. Not long after Yuan left, a white figure flashed behind the tomb. If it's not the saint, then who else could it be? The saint glanced at the eerie tomb and raised her lips proudly. The ancestor who destroyed the world actually has such a big weakness. Yin Jiuqiao must have the same weakness. It's really a pillow said to you when you are sleepy. I was worried that you would find out. But you? I'm afraid you don't have this chance. Doesn't the stinky girl always think she is lucky? When she kills the ancestor and Yin Jiuqiao. Let's see who else will support that girl. Chapter 567. A little expert in courting death. On a dark night with strong winds, the saint quietly left Xikong's house and came to a luxurious mansion in the south of the city. In the mansion, Xikong Yun was drinking and having fun with the newly bought maid. The door was suddenly kicked open, and the two were stunned. The maid sat in Xikong Yun's arms and glanced at the saint with a cold expression. She didn't recognize that this was the saint, and thought it was another new maid. She snorted unhappily and said, "Didn't you see that the young master was busy? You rushed in rashly without knocking, Ma." The last exclamation became her last scream in the world. The saint pulled out the dagger that was stabbed in her heart, and the blood on the dagger dripped on the ground. When Xikong Yun was so scared that he pushed the maid away, the blood dripped on the maid's face again. Xikong Yun looked at the scene in front of him and turned pale with fear. "You, Lan Ji, you are crazy. This is a top-grade dagger." Soon, all the blood dripped off. The saint put the clean dagger back into the scabbard and said coldly, "It's not me who is crazy. It's you. It's time now. And you still have the mood to have fun with others?" Xikong Yun cleared his throat. "No. Isn't it just a couple of drinks?" The saint said coldly, "Are you really not in a hurry about someone occupying your identity?" Xikong Yun snorted, "What's there to be anxious about? Didn't you say that your Lan family's disguise technique will be invalid in 10 days or half a month? And it can't be used a second time in the short term. That is to say, after this period of time, who is real and who is fake will be revealed." The saint could not agree with Xikong Yun's idea, mainly because Xikong Yun and Yin Jiuqiao did not have much grudges. Even if she was plotted by Yin Jiuqiao, it was not a life-and-death feud. The saint was different. Thanks to Yin Jiuqiao, not only was her innocence ruined by a waste like Xikong Yun, but her self-esteem and self-confidence were also trampled underfoot. She was so conceited before, and now she is so unwilling. And Yuan, she was pregnant with the Saint King, which would directly threaten her position in the Hades. So she must get rid of her no matter what. The saint put Xikong Yun's dagger on the table. Xikong Yun glanced at his dagger. He had many such magic weapons, and he didn't care that the saint took one. The saint sat down on the chair beside Xikong Yun. Seeing that Xikong Yun looked grumpy, she raised her hand and picked up the wine pot to pour him a glass of wine. "Do you have the master that your grandfather left for you?" Xikong Yun saw her pouring wine for him, and his expression eased a little. In fact, a mere maid was not as important as his newlywed wife. She died, and he was angry just because this woman was too fierce and didn't take him seriously. Xikong Yun took a sip of wine and said calmly, "Yes. Yes. What do you want to do?" "Lend it to me." The saint said. "No." Xikong Yun refused without hesitation. "Why?" the saint asked. Xikong Yun snorted. "That was given to me by my grandpa to save my life. Even my father doesn't know about it. If my father finds out that I have such a powerful master hidden in secret, he will definitely suspect that I have ulterior motives. Suspicion of me is a small matter, but suspicion of my grandpa is a big one. My grandpa gave me such a powerful master. What was he planning? Do you think my father will think well of it? Will my father still dare to pass the position of the head of the family to me?" The saint said calmly, "Aren't you afraid that your family will pass the position of the head of the family to your elder brother during your absence?" Xikong Yun sneered and drank the wine in the cup. "How is it possible? My father loves me the most." The saint filled his cup again. "What if you don't want it and insist on giving it up?" "How could I not want it?" Xikong Yun was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized something and said with wide eyes, "You mean Yin Jiuqiao deliberately gave up his position to my elder brother in my face?" The saint said lightly, "Yes. Otherwise, why do you think he entered the Xikong family? He pretended to be you, and his crime is unforgivable. If you are allowed to be the head of the Xikong family, what will you do if you want to deal with him later? But it's different if you let your elder brother be the head of the family. Your elder brother will protect him with the power of the entire Xikong family." Xikong Yun stood up. This shameless man, Yin Jiuqiao, would never interfere with Xikong Yun's internal affairs. Everything was just a malicious fabrication by the saint. But it seemed to be enough to fool Xikong Yun. The saint persuaded him, "You and I are on the same boat. We will prosper together, and suffer together. Your concerns are also my concerns. Don't worry. I will not let the master show up at Sikong's house. I will lead him out. Sikong Yin hesitated. The saint looked at him and said, "What are you still hesitating about? If you don't take the opportunity to kill Yin Jiuqiao, are you really waiting for him to give the position of the head of the family to your eldest brother?" Sikong Yin frowned. That Yin Jiuqiao looks very powerful. It would be fine if he was killed. But what if he was not killed and he went to my father to complain? The saint smiled coldly. You don't have to worry about this. These days, he is so weak that he can't even beat a child. It's the best time to take his life. In the east courtyard of the city, the little black eggs were holding small milk bottles, feeding their little brother in the cradle. Awei was cooking the next pot of goat milk. Qin Yan and Yuego were practicing martial arts in the yard, and old Chui went to Lan's room to give her acupuncture and moxibustion. As for Grandma, he was studying the classics that Ing Shursen brought out from Sikong Mansion. He discovered a magical secret that the ancestors of the Sikong family were actually from the Witch clan. In this way, it is not difficult to explain why the Saint and Sikong have no descendants. It is rumored that the Saint and Wu clans were cursed and their blood could not merge. But the curse seems to have finally been broken. Grandma is not concerned about this, but the inheritance of the Wu clan. According to the records in the classics, the inheritance of the Wu clan does not rely on blood. To become a wizard, one must practice the skills and witchcraft of the Wu clan. But these things can no longer be found. Don't you know witchcraft? Ing Shursen asked. Grandma shook her head. What I know is just the tip of the iceberg. Not even the entry level. The Witch clan's witchcraft is so powerful that even I can't imagine it. Then, what about the skills? Ing Shursen asked again. Grandma said, the ancestors of the Sikong family have passed down a lot of skills. But I don't know which one is the orthodox one for the time being. The inheritance of the Wu clan depends largely on chance. Ing Shursen said. Then I'll go get some more books tomorrow. Grandma was about to nod, when suddenly a fierce murderous aura came from all around. Grandma's eyes darkened. Ing Shursen pushed him away. Swish. 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 A row of arrows broke through the window, and passed through the place where the two had just stood, nailing to the wall where the map was hung. The feathers on the tail of the arrows flickered out a phantom, showing how powerful and fast they were. If they didn't dodge in time, they would have been pierced by these arrows. The same situation happened in the yard, and in Xiao Haiden's house. Awei flew up, and kicked away the arrows shot in front of him. The overwhelming pressure, like a mountain, rumbled down on everyone. The ground was cracked, and their feet fell into the cracks. A shadow flew towards Awei and Haiden. Xiaobao and Erbo screamed, "Oh my god!" Just when the shadow was about to take away the three little black eggs, a black figure fell from the sky and hit the other party with a palm. Xiaobao shouted, "Daddy!" Yin Jiuqiao was suspended in the air, holding up a light blade made of internal force in his palm, and suddenly hit the shadow. The shadow disappeared in a flash. It seemed to blend into the night, and it seemed to disappear out of thin air. Qin Yin frowned. This is, Grandma said solemnly, 5th level Shura King. Qin Yin's face changed drastically. What? 5th level? They also came to the Hades, and gradually learned that Shura Kings also have different levels. The one in Lan Jiao's hand was a 3rd level Shura King, and their own Shura had just broken through not long ago. Not even the 1st level. Now this killer is actually the 5th level? This is too scary. Every time the Shura King advances to a level, his strength will change dramatically. If he can reach the 5th level, he is almost the top power in the Hades. You go first, Yin Jiuqiao said. Ing Shursen's heart skipped a beat. After being with Yin Jiuqiao for so long, he naturally understood Yin Jiuqiao's temperament. If he could beat him, he would never say that. Even the young master is not absolutely sure to deal with the 5th level Shura King? Why are you still standing there? Yin Jiuqiao said coldly. Ing Shursen and Awei exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, he took a big basket and stuffed the 3 little black eggs and the baby in the swaddling clothes into it. Ing Shursen said, Awei, I leave it to you. Awei nodded, put the basket on his back, and used his Qin Gong to disappear into the night. Yugo and Qin Yan went into the house and carried Grandma and Grandma Lan out, and Ing Shursen took old Chui and Zi Yin with him. The 5th level Shura King released a terrible pressure, and Ing Shursen and others were almost broken on the ground after just a few steps. Yin Jiuqiao flicked his wide sleeves and blocked the pressure of the 5th level Shura King. Everyone hurriedly used Qin Gong to leave. The 5th level Shura King smiled coldly. His face did not change, and anyone could see that he had not yet exerted half of his power. But Yin Jiuqiao, on the other hand, had almost exhausted all his strength and was about to collapse. Yin Jiuqiao's power was greatly reduced, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The 5th level Shura King was like a lazy big cat, teasing a dying mouse. He was not in a hurry to pinch Yin Jiuqiao to death, but casually added a bit of strength. The moon was in the sky, and Yin Jiuqiao's power completely disappeared. The oppressive feeling of severe pain came over him like a big stone. He felt a pain in his chest and fell from midair. Ing Shursen turned around and was horrified. Young master. The 5th level Shura King stretched out his claws, changed his claws into fists in midair, and punched Yin Jiuqiao's chest hard. In a flash, Ing Shursen flashed over and used his body to protect Yin Jiuqiao tightly. Ka! The fist hit Ing Shursen's body, and his bones were broken like jade falling to the ground. The 5th level Shura King threw away the guy who was in the way without any hesitation, and punched Yin Jiuqiao again. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the sky, and a powerful pressure from the Shura King blocked his fist like a barrier. A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of the 5th level Shura King. It was clearly the breath of the 1st level Shura King, but it actually blocked the attack of the 5th level Shura King? Qing Yin said, "It's Shura. Shura has come out of retreat. Since Shura was injured, he has found a secluded place to retreat. They have looted a lot of secret books suitable for Shura from the Sikong family, and successfully made their own Shura break through to the 1st level Shura King." Qing Yin quickly realized something and frowned. Not good. He came out of retreat early. The 5th level Shura King saw that this opponent was at the peak of the 1st level Shura King, and there was a tendency to break through upwards. In other words, he forcibly suppressed himself at the breakthrough point, which was very dangerous. He suppressed himself, which would result in his inability to fully exert his strength. But even so, he actually took a blow of nearly 50% of his strength. This Shura King is not yet a force to be reckoned with. If he is, who can be his opponent? The 5th level Shura King immediately wanted to kill the Nai Shura, while the 5th level Shura King was killing Yin Jiuqiao and his party. The ancient tomb on the other side also welcomed its killing intention. Sikong Yi sat on the round altar in the center of the secret room, meditating with his eyes closed. In order to let him practice with peace of mind, Yuan closed the stone door. The secret room was quiet, and only his weak breathing could be heard. With a bang, the stone door opened. "Awan, is that you?" Sikong Yi slowly opened his eyes, thinking it was his sister. But he saw his sister, who was obviously thinner. He was stunned. "You're? Why are you here?" The saint smiled slightly. "I came to see the ancestor." This address made Sikong Yi frown slightly. The saint walked over slowly, raised her hand, and gently patted Sikong Yi's shoulder. "Ancestor, are you very weak?" She pressed Sikong Yi like this, and Sikong Yi couldn't resist. She laughed. "It seems to be true. Ancestor, you have lost all your martial arts." Sikong Yi's eyes condensed slightly, and he instinctively noticed something wrong. "You are not Yer." "Of course I am not Yer. There is no Yer in the world. But unfortunately, you know it too late." The saint sneered, grabbed his shoulders, and threw him to the ground. Chapter 568 The Power of the 10,000 Gu King. The higher the realm of Changshengju, the stronger the skill and the longer the lifespan. But at the same time, the greater the backlash Yu Yuanai suffered. At the realm of Sikong Yi, Yu Yuanai has been as fragile as a baby these days. When the saint threw him down, he didn't even have the strength to resist. All the pain that he couldn't feel in the past was multiplied at this moment, and cold sweat quickly broke out on his forehead. However, even though the situation was so embarrassing, his eyes still burst out with unruly cold light. "Are you the saint?" The saint was shocked. The effect of the Huagong powder in his body has not yet passed. And the ancestor Sikong actually sensed her breath? No, he didn't sense it. He saw it. With just a casual movement, he could see her martial arts. She is really worthy of being the ancestor. Her attainments in martial arts have reached the pinnacle. But so what? He will die soon. There will no longer be a Sikong patriarch in the world. "Yes, I am the saint," the saint said unscrupulously. What could she hide from a dead man? Was she afraid that he would turn around and retaliate against her? Did he have the ability to do that? However, before killing him, the saint had one thing to do. The saint squatted down and gently patted his face with a dagger. This seemingly harmless action was an insult from a master. Sikong Yi looked at her coldly. The saint smiled faintly. Don't look at me like that. You can't even kill an ant now. Am I afraid of you? I ask you. Where's the longevity secret? It's not the one in the Sikong family, but the one you perfected. The longevity secret left by the ancestors of the Sikong family is a fragment. After so many years, the saint has only seen two people practice it. One is Yin Jiuchu, and the other is Sikong Patriarch. After all, Sikong Patriarch has the advantage of age and resources, and his realm is higher. So the longevity secret in his hand must be more perfect and better. Sikong Yi said weakly and mockingly, wanting the secret of longevity, dream on. The saint said with a smile, aren't you afraid that after I kill you, I will turn around to deal with your little great-grandson? I am fake, but that one is the real deal. Sikong Yi moved back, as if to avoid her dagger, whether I hand her over or not. You won't let her go? I've been fooled once, and it won't be so easy to let him be fooled a second time. The saint said again, why don't we make a deal? You give me the secret of longevity, and I'll let that girl live. If she lets her go, it doesn't mean that the masters under Sikong Yun will let her go. But there's no need to let Sikong Patriarch know about this. Sikong Yi stared at her with a sharp gaze. Do you think I will still believe you now? The saint narrowed her eyes. Make a condition. What is the condition for you to hand over the longevity secret? Your life. Sikong Yi said word by word. The saint's eyes darkened, and she stood up and shouted, if you don't accept my toast, then I will kill you first. Then kill that girl. And when I turn the whole Mingshan upside down, I don't believe that I can't find a copy of the longevity secret. As soon as she finished speaking, the saint clenched the dagger in her hand and stabbed Sikong Yi. Just when she was about to succeed, Sikong Yi touched the mechanism in the dark. He pressed it hard. The floor cracked, and he fell down. The saint reached out to grab it, but the floor closed with a bang. The saint pulled her hand back in time. It was too thrilling. If she was a step later, I'm afraid her hand would be pinched off. No wonder the old guy kept moving back. She thought he was afraid and wanted to avoid her dagger, but he was approaching the mechanism. The saint also pressed the mechanism with her bare hands. It was a pity that this was originally a self-rescue mechanism. After locking it from the inside, it could never be activated from the outside. Damn it! The saint gritted her teeth and stood up. She looked at the tightly closed floor and said disdainfully, do you think I can't catch you like this? Lord Imo, you can come in. After the words fell, a man in a dark red cloak slowly entered the secret room. He was 7 feet tall, with a strong body and a strong aura. He was one of the 3 masters given to him by Sikong Yun's grandfather. He was also a 5th level Shura King, but he had reached the peak of the 5th level and was only 1 step away from the 6th level. When he walked into Mingshan, the grass and trees on Mingshan withered. He stepped step by step on the cold bluestone floor, and the floor seemed to be burned by his internal force, emitting hissing black smoke. The saint had never seen such a master in the Sikong family, except for the Sikong Patriarch. It was no wonder that Sikong Yun's grandfather repeatedly reminded him not to let the Sikong Patriarch find out. Sikong Yun's maternal grandfather was really bold. He actually cultivated such a terrible master without telling the Sikong family. If she controls the Sikong family in the future, she must be on guard against Sikong Yun's maternal grandfather. But for now, they are grasshoppers on the same rope. The saint said to him, Ancestor Sikong has hidden underground. All the stones here are Panlong stone from the Sikong family. They are indestructible. I wonder if Lord Imo has any way to break them. Humph. The 5th level Shura King, who was called Lord Imo, gave the saint a look of indifference, walked directly to the mechanism, waved his hand, and signaled the saint to push it away. The saint was a little annoyed by this action of sending the servant away. After all, she was the saint of the underworld. But he didn't take her seriously. If she didn't need him, she would have punished him. The saint swallowed her anger and retreated outside the secret room. Lord Imo sank into his dantian, raised his hand, and shot a domineering aura to the ground. The aura was so strong that even the entire tomb was shaken. But the Panlong stone did not crack at all. The saint was surprised. Fortunately, she did not listen to Sikong Yun and secretly brought the expert to Meishan. Otherwise, with the power of Panlong stone, she would not be able to catch Sikong Patriarch even if she spent 3 days and 3 nights. Once Sikong Patriarch recovered in 2 days, it would not be a good thing for her. Lord Imo had only used 30% of his power just now. He was not in a hurry if he didn't open it. He added another 20% of his internal force. This time, although Panlong's stone still did not leave, it shook with a range visible to the naked eye. The saint's eyes lit up. It moved. The Panlong stone moved. It is expected to open. Lord Mo shouted loudly, used 70% of his strength, and punched the Panlong stone under his feet. Crack! A tiny crack appeared on the Panlong stone. The saint was overjoyed. As expected of the Shura king at the peak of the 5th level, he could even crack the Panlong stone that was rumored to be indestructible. As Lord Mo punched down one by one, the crack on the Panlong stone gradually became larger. After Yuan returned to the yard, she first packed some clothes for her grandfather, and then went to the kitchen to get some food. Sikong Ye's weakness was not told to the third person, so Yuan did not say anything. She could eat, and everyone saw it, and just thought she was giving it to herself. After she packed up, she wondered whether she should go to Yan Jiucha to take a look, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Where is the saint? I have been here for so long, but I haven't seen her. Didn't she want to kill her all the time? Why did she suddenly disappear? Hey! Yuan stopped a disciple who was sweeping the floor. Have you seen my sister? The disciple shook his head. Yuan asked. Haven't seen her all day? The disciple thought for a moment and said, I saw her just now. When? Yuan asked. The disciple said, it was in the evening, not long after you went out. She also went out. Yuan said again. And she never came back? Yes. The disciple nodded. She disappeared for no reason. It's not a good thing at first glance. No. I have to find her. Yuan turned around to look for the saint. But just as she stepped over the threshold, the ground suddenly shook. Yuan stumbled and almost fell. She hurriedly held onto the door frame. And just as she stabilized her body, the ground shook again. She frowned. What happened? Sikong Changfeng's yard. Little Gu Gu was lying on the back of the king of 10,000 Gu, showing off his power. Hey! It turned over. Hoo-hoo! It punched a beautiful little fist. The old monk of the king of 10,000 Gu entered into a state of meditation, not moving at all. Little Gu Gu pulled out its insect whiskers. Little Gu Gu pulled its insect horns. Little Gu Gu used 18 punches on its insect SHL. Swish. The king of 10,000 Gu opened his eyes, and a sharp light, like an ice blade, instantly filled the surroundings. Even though Little Gu Gu was on its back, he was frightened by the cold pressure, and was stunned for a moment. The king of 10,000 Gu looked in the direction of Mingshan, and the pressure moved, and the jade bottle exploded. Ah! Little Gu Gu was so scared that he hugged the insect horns of the king of 10,000 Gu. The king of 10,000 Gu flew out domineeringly and fiercely, at such a fast speed that he didn't even leave a shadow. The little Gu Gu, who was blown here and there, was so scared that he trembled. The Panlong stone was completely cracked. The pressure from the 5th level peak Shura king reversed Sikong Ye's tendons and broke his bones. Lord Mo used his inner force to grab the seriously injured Sikong Yi and pinched his neck in the air. He was an unreachable god and an invincible king. It was the wish of all the masters in the Hades to defeat Sikong Patriarch personally. Sikong Ye's life was slipping away rapidly. Lord Mo used his inner force to pinch him with his right hand, and held up a dagger in the palm of his left hand, stabbing it fiercely towards Sikong Ye's heart. At the critical moment, a sharp scream sounded from the back of the tomb. The powerful Gu King's pressure swept over like a wave, and the dagger that was about to pierce Sikong Ye's heart was pressed into a bow, and fell to the ground with a clang. Chapter 569 The Brave King of 10,000 Gu. The Invincible Azura. A trace of suspicion flashed through Lord Mo's eyes. Although he didn't use 100% of his strength, it was still a blow that could not be ignored. Not to mention that the dagger was made of black iron from the Shuga family, which could cut iron like mud, and was not much worse than the Panlong stone. How could it be bent by that force? The scream continued to sound. Ordinary people couldn't hear it, but for masters, it was like a sharp awl, piercing straight into their brains. The saint covered her head, and fell to the cold ground in pain. Lord Mo was at the peak of the 5th level of the Azura King. Although he was not unable to resist the scream, he still felt a little uncomfortable. In the tomb, the pressure of the Gu King was everywhere. Lord Mo concentrated his mind, and gathered his energy. He could tell that the Gu King was still far away, but even so, its pressure still protected Sikong Yi. I had heard that there was a powerful goo worm in the hands of Seikong Patriarch. But I never expected it to be so powerful. If he sensed it correctly, this Goo King was probably the strength of the 5th level Shura King. Although he was not afraid of it. It was a bit tricky. It would be best to kill Seikong Yi before it arrived. Lord Mo did not use weapons. He gathered a strong internal force in his palm, and was about to slap Seikong Yi's vital point. Ah! It was the saint who was injured by the pressure of the 10,000 Goo King. The whole person crawled on the ground. Her tendons reversed. And blood vomited wildly. She was Seikong Yun's wife, and the saint of the underworld. She still had considerable value. Lord Mo would not really let her die in the hands of the 10,000 Goo King. Lord Mo had to use his inner strength to block the saint, and resist the pressure of the king of 10,000 Goo for her. The speed of the king of 10,000 Goo was faster than expected. In just a split second, it had already flashed into the ancient tomb, like a ghost. The king of 10,000 Goo knocked away Lord Mo's inner strength that he used to clamp Seikong Yi. And Seikong Yi fell to the ground. The king of 10,000 Goo blocked Seikong Yi's body, as if he had not opened his eyes for 10,000 years. At this moment, he stared at Lord Mo without blinking, as if 2 holes were cut in HL, bursting out with soul-devouring cold light. The little Goo Goo was blown all the way by the strong wind, and the little insect whiskers were all blown. If it hadn't held it tightly, I don't know how many times it would have fallen. Finally, it was quiet. Little Goo Goo lay on the back of the king of 10,000 Goo, sticking out his tongue and rolling his eyes in exhaustion. I am so angry. He flew up without even saying H. Low. Little Goo Goo showed his little fists, and punched the hard insect SH. L of the king of 10,000 Goo. 18 times. Swish. Swish. Lord Mo narrowed his eyes. So there are 2 kings of 10,000 Goo. Although the little one is a young Goo, its aptitude is not worse than the old one. Lord Mo said proudly, you came just in time. I will take you all in today. The king of 10,000 Goo is a great tonic for martial artists. After I absorb this old one, I will take this young one. The stronger the king of 10,000 Goo is, the more effective it is in improving his skills. He has been lingering in this realm for more than 3 years, and has not been able to break through. At his level, the elixir of the Hades is no longer of much use. But he can't find a qualified king of Goo. He knows that Patriarch Seikong has the king of Goo in his hands. But who dares to take advantage of him? He didn't go looking for them, but they came to him on their own accord. And he couldn't refuse. Lord Mo suddenly raised his pressure to the extreme. A duel between masters doesn't require fancy moves. He wants to suppress it with pressure until it surrenders to him. The little Goo Goo who makes trouble is also very scared in front of masters. When the powerful pressure swept over, it immediately retracted its fist and hugged the insect horn of the king of 10,000 Goo. Although they are both the strength of the 5th level Shura King, he is at the peak of the 5th level, which is definitely not comparable to the masters who have just entered the 5th level. Lord Mo flicked his sleeves and said arrogantly, a bug dares to be so presumptuous to me? You don't know your own limits. The pressure of the 5th order peak was like a vast ocean, submerging the entire ancient tomb. Only the Saint Girl was not affected under his protection. And the rest? He stretched out his hand, ready to take the severely injured Goo King into his pocket at any time. But at this moment, something incredible happened. The Wan Goo King, who was originally only at the beginning of the 5th stage, suddenly began to surge. The middle stage of the 5th stage, the late stage of the 5th stage, the peak of the 5th stage, the great perfection of the 5th stage, the 6th stage. However, it has not stopped yet. The beginning of the 6th stage, the middle stage of the 6th stage, the peak of the 6th stage. The king of Wan Goo has completely improved his realm by 1 stage. This is something that many peerless masters have not been able to do for decades. And it is so easy for it to. Could it be that this is the real strength of the Wan Goo King? It has been hiding before? A mere 5th level Shura King actually set his sights on the 6th level Goo King. I am afraid he doesn't even know how to write the word death. Lord Mo finally realized this and ran away. Unfortunately, he couldn't run away. The Wan Goo King screamed, and the pressure was like an invisible light wave, which suddenly hit his back. The Shura King, who was at the peak of the 5th stage, fell to the ground and twitched twice. Crack! 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 The 10,000 Poison King continued to exert pressure, breaking all his bones. The torture that Seikong Yi suffered was returned 100 times, and 1,000 times to the 5th level peak Shura King. When his power can no longer protect his body, he will no longer be able to resist the pain. When the severe pain hit him, he screamed miserably, "Ah!" The scream was too scary. Little Goo covered his eyes with his little paws. After a while, he peeked through the gap between his little paws, and saw that the big bastard fell to the ground and had no power to fight back. He suddenly became very bold. His aura was 10 meters high. It jumped onto the 5th level peak Shura King, took out his little fists, and beat him up. In the east courtyard of the city, the 5th level Shura King wanted to kill the Nai Shura, who showed up halfway. Killing a 1st level early Shura was as easy as pie. He didn't take Nai Shura seriously, and just wanted to crush him and the man named Yin Jiuqiu to death. Nai Shura also knew that her realm was not as good as his, so she did not want to fight him. She carried Yin Jiuqiu on her back and used her Qi Gong to escape into the night. Want to escape? The 5th level Shura King snorted coldly and flew after him. His target was Yin Jiuqiu and Nai Xiaoluo. As for the rest of the group, there were other killers to deal with them. As expected, not long after he left, a wave of black-clad killers rushed into the yard. Awei had already left with the little black eggs, and Yugo and Qingyan were with Grandma and Grandma Lan respectively, and they had no time to split up. Seeing that the group was about to swing their swords at Ingshur San, who was lying in a pool of blood, a wave of deadly plum blossom darts came flying, with great force, and knocked the 5 black-clad men to the ground. The plum blossom darts were poisoned, and the 5 black-clad men died on the spot. Ingshur San fell in a pool of blood, dying, unable to move. He turned his face and looked in the direction where the man appeared. Blood flowed from his forehead, blurring his vision. Ing Lu didn't like killing people. At least, he didn't like such massacres. But now, he was like a ferocious beast that had lost its mind. And every strike was fatal. Ingshur San opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but could not make a sound. Stop killing. He did not care about the lives of those people, but he did not want them to dirty Ing Lu's hands. After killing the last black-clothed man, there was no clean spot on Ing Lu's body. He seemed to have been soaked in a pool of blood, and blood was dripping all over his body. He came to Ingshur San and knelt on one knee. Click. Something hot dripped on Ingshur San's pale face. Ingshur San's throat was swollen and painful. Ing Lu. Stop talking. Ing Lu knelt down on one knee, wiped the tears that were pouring out, stretched out his arms and carefully picked him up. I'll take you to find old Chui. Ingshur San said weakly, go save young master. The moon was dark, and the wind was high. The night was like a natural curtain, covering the figures of Nai Xiaoluo and Yin Jiuqiu. However, the sound they made in the air could not be hidden from the ears of the 5th level Xiaoluo King. The 5th level Xiaoluo King chased after them. However, what surprised him was that the 1st level Xiaoluo King was not at a high level, but his Qigong was not low. He was obviously carrying a big man, but he could still make him unable to catch up. Every time he thought he was going to catch them, the other party suddenly disappeared with a weird step. The 5th level Shura King frowned. What kind of Qigong is this? Nai Shura turned around and stuck out her tongue at him. LOL LOL LOL. However, the Hades is so small. There is always a place where people have nowhere to escape. Nai Shura rushed into an alley. The 5th level Shura King smiled coldly, took a shortcut around another alley, and blocked the way of Nai Shura and Yin Jiuqiu at the end of the road. This is an old street that has long been abandoned. The houses on both sides are empty, and no people live there. Therefore, it looks particularly gloomy and terrifying in the dark night. The 5th level Shura King slowly walked towards them and said arrogantly, do you still want to escape? Nai Shura looked at him innocently and took 2 steps back. The 5th level Shura King asked, tell me, what Qigong did you use just now? Nai Shura didn't say anything and continued to look at him cutely. He walked forward and Nai Shura retreated. When he was forced to retreat, Nai Shura pursed his lips in grievance. The 5th level Shura King threatened, hand over your Qigong secret book, and I will let you die happily. Otherwise, I will break your bones one by one, and then gnaw your flesh and blood bit by bit, so that you know what life is worse than death. Nai Shura was unmoved. The 5th level Shura King sneered, okay. I will cripple you first, and then torture you slowly, and see whether your mouth is hard or my fist is hard. After saying that, he was about to make a move, but Nai Shura suddenly stretched out a hand and made a wait gesture. The 5th level Shura King thought he had compromised and looked at him with a smile. Nai Shura stroked his head casually, took out a small bottle of milk from his arms, took a sip, and then threw the person on his back to the 5th level Shura King, and ran away. The 5th level Shura King looked at the dummy in his arms, and realized that he had been fooled. He was immediately angry and said, "You will pay the price for fooling this master." The 5th level Shura King was so angry that he lost his mind. He didn't care where the real Yin Jiuqiao went, and chased him recklessly. This time, he didn't compete with the other party in Qinggong, and directly released the pressure of the 5th level Shura King, which made Nai Shura scream and fall from the air. Nai Shura fell to the ground with a thud. The 5th level Shura King landed steadily beside him, walked towards him step by step, and gritted his teeth and said, "I gave you a chance, but you don't cherish it." Nai Shura suddenly stood up, raised his hand, and made a gesture of surrender. The 5th level Shura King narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you finally willing to hand over the secret book?" The grandmother Shura nodded agreeably. The 5th level Shura King stretched out his hand. "Give it here," from his arms and sleeves. The grandmother Shura took out a lot of things: small milk bottles, small pot lids, small beads, small red ropes, small handkerchiefs, small diapers. The corners of the 5th level Shura King's eyes twitched fiercely. "It's okay for a grown man like you to use a handkerchief. But why do you also have diapers?" The diaper of the little milk friend. Put it in the wrong place." The grandmother Shura stuffed the small diaper back into his arms, and after emptying all his family assets, he finally found a square box, and the grandmother Shura handed it to him carefully. The 5th level Shura King would not be so easy to say to him, "Open it and take a look." The grandmother Shura obediently opened the box, and there was nothing inside except a folded secret book. The 5th level Shura King was on guard against him sneaking up on him the moment he got close, and said coldly, "Throw it over here." The grandmother Shura threw the box over reluctantly. As soon as she threw it, she ran away. The 5th level Shura King frowned. "Want to run? Wait, that's not right." The 5th level Shura King looked at the box in his hand fiercely. The 1000-machine box exploded with a bang. The 5th level Shura King didn't even have time to exclaim, and was turned into a pool of blood and flesh by the collective explosion of 1000 mechanisms. Chapter 570: The Power of the Black Egg. After Nai Shura blew up the 5th level Shura King, he quickly returned to the street where he was first blocked by the 5th level Shura King. He jumped into a dilapidated house, opened the cabinet door, and rescued Yin Jiuqiao, who was hidden inside. He pointed his fingers, not knowing where to go. Yin Jiuqiao slowly opened his eyes, and said weakly, "Go find Shur-san." Nai Shura carried Yin Jiuqiao on his back, and was about to use his qigong to fly towards the east courtyard of the city, when he saw Ing Lu rushing over in a hurry. Ing Lu didn't know where the young master and his own Shura had gone. He came here after hearing the loud noise. He was not sure if it was the young master, so he wanted to try his luck. But he found him. "Young master." His eyes lit up, and he strode forward. Yin Jiuqiao glanced at him. "Where is Shur-san?" When Shur-san was dying, he was thinking about the young master. He didn't expect that the young master was injured like this, and the first person he thought of was Shur-san. Ing Lu was relieved for the affection and righteousness of the two, but he was a little jealous. He didn't know why. Ing Lu said, "The courtyard in the east of the city is safe for the time being. I left him there, but his condition is not very good." Yin Jiuqiao endured the severe pain in his tendons and dantian, and took out a small medicine bottle from his arms. "Give it to him to take." "What is this?" Ing Lu took the small medicine bottle, opened it, and saw a black pill inside. The pill of the Sikong family. Yin Jiuqiao's condition was not very good either. He had difficulty speaking and didn't explain much. But even if he didn't say it, Ing Lu could guess that with the temperament of his young master, ordinary curative things would not be in his eyes. What he could always carry with him must be a life-saving medicine. The young master had clearly lost his memory, and thought he was the Ghost King. He only agreed to pretend to be their young master for the sake of the plan. But at such a critical moment, he gave the last life-saving medicine to Shur-san. Ing Lu was so moved that he was about to cry. Such a good young master. They must. Before Ing Lu was completely moved, Yin Jiuqiao took out 17 or 18 small medicine bottles from his wide sleeves. Ing Lu was petrified instantly. 2 5th-level Shura Kings died in succession in the Dark City. Such a huge movement naturally did not hide from the masters of the Dark City. The Sikong family was at the foot of the Dark Mountain. The Dark Mountain was shaking very much, and the head of the Sikong family noticed it early. The ancestor had practiced in the Dark Mountain for many years, and there were big movements. But that breath did not seem to come from the ancestor. Did someone break into the Dark Mountain? Although the head of the Sikong family had confidence in the martial arts of his ancestor, he never felt the pressure and aura of the ancestor from beginning to end. Why? Could it be that the ancestor had encountered an accident? The head of the Sikong family looked solemn. However, he did not have the qualifications to enter the Dark Mountain, so he had to call his eldest son, who had never been loved by him. Father. Sikong Chafeng saluted politely and distantly. The head of the Sikong family was worried about the situation in Mingshan. He didn't care about his son's alienation from him. He said seriously, "Did you hear the movement in Mingshan?" Not only did he hear it, he also saw that the king of 10,000 Gu suddenly broke out of the bottle and took Xiaohua to Mingshan. His intuition told him that something happened to the Sikong ancestor. He was about to go to Mingshan to see what happened. On the way, he asked his father's people to call the study. "I heard it, father," he replied. The head of the Sikong family said again, "Do you know what happened? Did someone break into Mingshan?" The ancestor. Although Sikong Chafeng could enter and leave Mingshan freely, he never revealed anything about Mingshan to outsiders. Therefore, even if his biological father asked him, he just replied, "Son doesn't know." The head of the Sikong family knew that his son was tight-lipped and couldn't get a word out of him. He said impatiently and helplessly, "Then go and take a look, and let him leave." When Sikong Chafeng arrived at the tomb of Mingshan, the 5th-level Peak Shura king had been beaten unconscious by Xiao Gugu's invincible little fists. Xiao Gugu wanted to bite him to death, but was restrained by Yuan, who arrived in time. Yuan said, "He is also a Shura, and his power can be used by Shura." Xiao Gugu clapped his little paws and jumped back on the back of the 10,000 Gu king. The 10,000 Gu king returned to the state of meditation of an old monk, lying silently on the cold ground, guarding the dying Sikong Yi. Sikong Yi's internal power was almost completely lost, and he was injured by the 5th-level Peak Shura king. His life was rapidly passing away, and his breath was becoming weak. "Grandpa." Yuan took 2 steps at a time and walked over, helped Sikong Yi up, and leaned against the wall of the secret room. Yuan clearly remembered that she was very careful, and did not mention her great-grandfather's weakness after leaving the tomb. But she did not expect that someone still took advantage of it. Sikong Yi's condition was not good. His face was completely bloodless. Yuan pinched his pulse, and found that his pulse was disordered as never before. Blood kept flowing out of the corners of his mouth. "Grandfather, please hold on. I have life-saving medicine. Yin Jiuqiao gave it to me. He said it was the best elixir in the Sikong family. It can bring back the dead. This kind of elixir is better than the medicine made by the great-grandmother at the bottom of the cliff." So Yin Jiuqiao not only stockpiled a lot of it himself, but also stuffed a lot of it into her body. Yuan took out all the medicine bottles on her body. "Grandfather, look! So many medicines. You will be fine." Yuan picked up a medicine bottle, pulled out the stopper, and poured out the pills inside. Sikong Yi shook his head slightly and said in a weak voice, "It's useless. These pills can't cure great-grandfather." Yuan said anxiously, "No. You try." Sikong Yi raised his hand and gently pressed her hand that was feeding him medicine, saying, "At my level, these pills are useless." This is not a polite remark, but a fact. With the financial resources and ability of the Sikong family, they would not be stingy with a few resurrection pills. However, after practicing the Changsheng Ju to the 8th level, there is no pill in the underworld that can have any effect on him. But Yuan was unwilling to give up the last glimmer of hope. Sikong Yi looked at her with a pale face. "Listen to what grandfather has to say." Yuan's throat was a little sore, and her eyes turned slightly red. Sikong Yi squeezed out a weak smile. "It's grandfather." "Silly." Yuan was stunned. "Ah, grandma's father. It seems to be great-grandfather. What's wrong with her? She has been calling him great-grandfather for 2 days." Sikong Yi was amused by her silly look. In his heart, he didn't want to add a foreign word to the descendants of him and Lan Yi. She was his little great-grandson, and she would always be. He raised his hand and stroked her head. "I'm sorry for making you feel wronged." At this point, what else could he not figure out? This girl confronted the saint tit for tat. But in fact they were protecting him. He was too stupid to see that she was his only little great-grandson. Grandfather has never regretted anything in his life. Now, grandfather regrets not being able to leave with Lan Yi. If he had done so, he would not have failed to notice that Lan Yi was pregnant. He wanted to accompany Lan Yi to give birth to the child and raise her himself. He also wanted to see her get married and find the best man in the world for her. If that man dared to bully her, he would beat him up. And her children, her children's children, he wanted to protect them forever. Grandfather can't accompany you anymore. Sikong-yi coughed up a mouthful of blood and took out a secret book from his arms. This is the perfected longevity secret. It contains my life's hard work. You take it. I don't want the longevity secret. Yuan choked. Sikong-yi smiled bitterly and wiped her tears. Actually, a few days ago, I felt that my time was coming. I was reluctant to accept it. I think maybe it was just to wait until I could reunite with you. Now, grandfather has no regrets. He can go with peace of mind. Yuan's heart was shocked. Grandfather. Sikong-yi lay on the ground peacefully. Yuan's tears fell with a click. Grandfather. Grandfather. Grandmother. Bang. Before she finished her words, a tall figure holding 3 black little things smashed in from outside the tomb. It turned out that Al Wei and his 3 little useless apprentices fled from the east courtyard of the city. And they got lost while fleeing. And they wandered into the dark mountain and rolled into a gloomy tomb. Al Wei used his body as a meat cushion to smash. The 3 little black eggs first hit him, and then rolled to the ground. Sikong-yi opened his eyes. This was just his last glimpse before death. But what did he see? 3 round, chubby, plump little black eggs? Son! Yuan screamed. These cute little guys are his little great-great-grandchildren? Sikong-yi's eyes suddenly widened. He grabbed Yuan's hand and said with his last bit of strength, I think I can still save him. Chapter 571 The Mission of the King of 10,000 Gu. When Sikong Chanfeng walked into the tomb, he happened to hear the last words of Sikong Patriarch. And he staggered and almost fell. Patriarch. He quickly walked to the secret room at the end. Sikong-yi closed his eyes and fainted after saying that. But even though he fainted, his face was still facing the direction of the little black eggs. The little black eggs were dizzy, with stars in their eyes, and they walked like they were drunk, staggering from side to side. The first thing Sikong Chanfeng saw was these 3 black little guys. Triplets are so rare, and those who are so black and beautiful are even harder to find with a lantern. He didn't have time to be surprised. And he saw Yuan with tears in her eyes and an indescribable expression. He didn't care to be surprised, because a loud baby cry came from the tomb. He glanced around and saw a young man who was less than 20 years old, holding a baby in a swaddling cloth. Then, there was the Shura king who fell to the ground. And, ouch! He tripped and accidentally stepped on the saint, who was lying on the ground. The saint had woken up and was about to escape when no one was paying attention. But Sikong Chanfeng stepped on her head, and her eyes rolled back on the spot. And she was so dizzy that she couldn't be dizzier. Sikong Chanfeng stepped on the saint into a pig's head, and he didn't realize that it was a face very similar to Yuan. Sikong Chanfeng was puzzled. Mingshan never had outsiders. But why did so many people come today? Including men, women, children, and babies. Sikong Chanfeng didn't know how to express his shock. Finally, he saw Sikong Laozu fainted on the ground in a weird posture. Sikong Chanfeng's mouth twitched. Sikong Chanfeng took a few deep breaths, suppressed all the turbulent emotions back to the bottom of his heart, and asked Yuan, who was still sober and aware, Why are you here? Is your face recovered? Also, what happened here? Who are they? A series of questions were thrown at Yuan, and Yuan didn't know which one to answer first. At this moment, the staggering little black eggs finally touched their mother and threw themselves into her arms. Sikong Chanfeng? Yuan said, My son, don't look at me like that. I'm more surprised than you. Who knows what happened? Why did Away, her son and her nephew all run to the tomb of Mingshan? Away, what happened? She asked the Ghost Clan's #1 villain, who was exhausted from coaxing the baby. Away said with a dead look on his face, There were assassins in the courtyard, and we got separated. Yuan's eyes turned cold. And there were assassins over there too? What about the others? Did Yin Jiucha go there? This was what she was most worried about. The Ghost King and the great-grandfather practiced the same kind of martial arts. If the great-grandfather would lose his power, then Yin Jiuqiu would not be spared to a large extent. He went. And Shura also went. I don't know what happened after that. Always said truthfully. He walked far with the child. When his own grandmother Shura appeared, he just felt a familiar breath in the dark night. As for whether the grandmother Shura saved Yin Jiuqiu, he really didn't know. Sikong Chanfeng didn't get the answer from Yuan. But it was not difficult to guess from the conversation between the two that Yuan was originally in this tomb. And the man who coaxed the baby accidentally broke into the dark mountain. Sikong Chanfeng thought that the woman who was accidentally stepped on by him was also Yuan's friend. So he cleared his throat and said, "Sorry. I didn't know it was your friend who stepped on her." Yuan looked at the saint girl. She was so concerned that she didn't notice that there was a fish that slipped through the net behind the stone pillar. Yuan immediately recognized the saint girl. In an instant, everything was clear in her mind. She said that the great-grandfather's weakness had never been mentioned to a third person. So why would someone who was not afraid of death break into Mingshan to assassinate him? It turned out that the saint had secretly planned it. The saint must have eavesdropped on the conversation between her and the great-grandfather, and at the same time guessed that Yin Jiuqiu also had this weakness. So she sent 2 groups of assassins to kill the great-grandfather and Yin Jiuqiu. Yuan could understand killing Yin Jiuqiu. After all, Yin Jiuqiu heard her and plotted against her and Sikong Yuan. But how did her great-grandfather offend her? Was she worried that her great-grandfather would find out her identity? So she killed her great-grandfather in advance to silence him? What a vicious woman. Yuan suppressed the urge to chop her into pieces on the spot, and looked at Sikong Chanfeng beside her. "Mr. Sikong, there are some things I don't have time to explain to you. My great-grandfather is seriously injured. I don't want anyone to find out about this. Can you lead the disciples of Chaoyang Palace away?" Great-grandfather? Sikong Chanfeng was shocked. But he knew the priorities, and did not let himself continue to indulge in the huge shock. He immediately turned around and went to Chaoyang Palace. As soon as the dark mountain shook, Chaoyang Hall was in chaos. The disciples were speculating on what had happened. Where did the strange breath that suddenly appeared in the dark mountain come from? And how could the old ancestor not be seen after such a big incident? Sikong Chanfeng said seriously, "An assassin broke into the dark mountain and has been captured by the old ancestor. The old ancestor is interrogating him. You all follow me to search other places in the dark mountain to see if there are any more lurking assassins?" "Yes." The disciples followed Sikong Chanfeng. The saint and the 5th-level Peak Shura King stayed in the tomb, guarded by the 10,000 Gu King and little Gu Gu. Yuan and Wei brought the children and the unconscious Sikong old ancestor back to Chaoyang Hall. Sikong Ye's situation is not optimistic. To be exact, not optimistic at all. His words "the end is coming" are not false. And "no medicine can cure" is not just a casual remark. At his age, he still cannot break through the 9th level of the Changshengju, and has come to the end of his life. And it is true that because of his strong strength, the elixir of the underworld is no longer of much use to him. "Can your Gu Worm find Yin Jiuqiu and others?" Yuan asked. "Yes," Wei said. Yuan wants to know the whereabouts of Yin Jiuqiu and everyone else. First of all, she is worried that they will encounter an accident. After all, this killer is so powerful, and the one who goes to kill Yin Jiuqiu must be no bad. With her own Shura realm, I am afraid she is not the opponent of the other party. Second, Yuan's medical skills were limited, so old Chui had to come to treat Sikong Yi. Just when Wei was about to go out to look for Yin Jiuqiu and his group, Yin Jiuqiu had already entered the dark mountain with Shura, Ing Lu, and Ing Shursan, who also needed to be treated. Yin Jiuqiu was still wearing Sikong Yun's face, and no one stopped him from bringing as many people into the Sikong mansion as he wanted. Later, they followed the secret passage of the dark mountain to the Chaoyang Palace. The moment they saw each other, both sides breathed a sigh of relief. "How are you?" Yuan came to Yin Jiuqiu. "I'm fine," Yin Jiuqiu said. The life-saving pills of the Sikong family were still effective for him for the time being. Yuan was still worried, so she raised her hand to feel his pulse. There were signs of internal injuries, but he said he was fine. However, the pulse was not too bad, and there was a faint trend of improvement, which was a blessing in disguise. Thinking of something, Yuan asked, "Have you also lost your martial arts? I just found out that people who practice the art of longevity will suffer backlash during the days of the full moon." Yin Jiuqiu had noticed this on the way to the dark city. But at that time, he didn't know that it would happen once a month. And he thought that his martial arts skills were disordered due to his careless practice. Yuan looked at the door. By the way, where are the second grandmother and Qingyan? Ying Lu said, they escaped and have not been contacted for the time being. But all the killers are dead. They should not be in danger for the time being. Yuan looked at Ying Shursan and Ying Lu's arms again. Shursan is also injured? Yes. Ying Lu nodded sadly. In fact, he had already given Ying Shursan a remedy to bring back the dead. But the same remedy made the young master alive. But Ying Shursan was still unconscious. He was very worried and scared, afraid that Ying Shursan would never wake up again. Yuan cleaned up several rooms next door and let the group stay in the great-grandfather's yard for the time being. Firstly, to facilitate recuperation, and secondly, to prevent another assassination attempt. Ying Lu carried Ying Shursan back to the house, and Yuan stayed in the great-grandfather's room. Knowing that it would not have much effect, Yuan still fed him a pill. And then Yuan tried to give the great-grandfather acupuncture to suppress the internal injuries caused by the 5th-level peak Shura King. However, it was in vain. Yuan sighed. It seems that we still have to find old Shui. Sitting by the window, Yin Jiuqiao, who was silently watching over her and the child, said softly, it's useless for him to come. His time has come. Even if Watu is reborn, he can't save his life. Yuan's eyes darkened. Is there really no way? Yin Jiuqiao said calmly. The only way to save him is to break through the 9th level of the Changshengju. Yuan pondered. This should be difficult. I remember my great-grandfather said that he has been lingering in the 8th level for many years, and has never found a way. Yin Jiuqiao said, find someone who has practiced to the 9th level, and give him your skills. This is impossible. No Sikong family member in the world has practiced the Changshengju to the 9th level. Even the Ghost King of the Ghost Clan has only practiced to the 6th level. Yin Jiuqiao said again, or use the King of 10,000 Gu as medicine, and use poison to promote it. Or there may be a glimmer of hope to break through the 9th level. Yuan was stunned. You mean, kill the Gu King of great-grandfather? Yin Jiuqiao said, that little Gu will do. Although it is a young Gu, it is the body of the Gu King. Yuan was silent. You have to make a decision as soon as possible. He doesn't have much time. Which one to kill? Tell me. I'll do it. Yin Jiuqiao stood up and carried the 3 black eggs back to the next room. Sikong Chanfeng led all the disciples out and asked them to search Mingshan with all their strength. Mingshan is so big that they may not be able to finish searching in 7 or 8 days. When he returned to the courtyard of Sikong Patriarch, he saw Yuan sitting in the corridor, at a loss. He had already digested what he needed to digest on the way. Yuan was the descendant of Sikong Laozu. So from the perspective of seniority, they were cousins. There were rumors about Laozu and Saint Lan Yi in the underworld. It was said that Saint Lan Yi was imprisoned by his great-grandfather, and Laozu secretly released her. He never believed these things. However, after recalling the portrait of Saint Lan Yi and looking at Yuan's face, it seemed not difficult to guess something. No wonder he always felt very close to her when he saw her. They were originally a family. Sikong Chanfeng walked over and sat down on the steps. Are you still worried about Laozu's injury? Yuan nodded and told Sikong Chanfeng the way to save Laozu. She was reluctant to kill Xiao Gu Gu or Wan Gu Wang. After hearing her words, Sikong Chanfeng unexpectedly did not show much surprise. He lowered his eyes and squeezed the jade bottle in his hand that was used to hold the King of 10,000 Gu. Actually, the ancestor had expected this day to come. Yuan looked at him strangely. Sikong Chanfeng said with difficulty, the reason why there are so many Gu in Mingshan is to better raise the King of 10,000 Gu. And raising the King of 10,000 Gu. He didn't say the rest. Yuan murmured for him. It is so that one day, when the deadline is approaching, the great-grandfather can refine it into a pill to help himself break through the deadline. That's right. Sikong Chanfeng felt a little uncomfortable. He had raised the King of 10,000 Gu for so long that he had already regarded it as a part of his life. Although, the little Gu can also do it. But that is not its mission. Sikong Chanfeng choked up. I have always fantasized that maybe one day the ancestor would be able to break through the limit. But in the end, Yuan whispered, Grandfather probably didn't want to kill the 10,000 Gu King. Otherwise he would have done so in the tomb. But he chose to close his eyes peacefully. Even though he couldn't bear to part with the little black egg and hope to survive, he didn't tell her that the 10,000 Gu King could save him. In his heart, he must have been expecting another way. While Yuan was struggling with her mind, The 10,000 Gu King slowly crawled over. The 10,000 Gu King at the peak of the 6th level was difficult to deal with their current strength. It was even blunt to say that Yin Jiuqiao had lost all his power in the past 2 days. But it could take advantage of the situation and kill all of them. However, it didn't do that. It crawled to Yuan's palm, curled up into a ball, and quietly accepted its fate that had been arranged for it long ago. Chapter 572 Little Gu Gu shows off his power. Sikong Chanfeng turned his face away reluctantly. Even though he had expected this to happen, he still felt the pain in his heart. He remembered the first time he saw the king of 10,000 Gu when he came to Mishan. At that time, his mother had just passed away and his father had remarried. He could vaguely feel that he was a child who was not valued in the family. He accidentally entered the secret passage of Mingshan. Ancestor Sikong didn't care whether the person who trespassed into Mingshan was a child of the Sikong family or his nephew. He was going to kill him immediately. It was the king of 10,000 Gu who fell into his hands. At that time, the king of 10,000 Gu also rolled himself up obediently like now. Perhaps he was chosen by the king of 10,000 Gu and became its breeder. So he was qualified to enter Mingshan. This gave him, the young master who was neither favored nor protected by his mother's family, a place in the Sikong family. Perhaps his father wanted him to move out of the Sikong family more than once. But he didn't dare to really move him. The only person who could freely enter and leave Chaoyang Palace. Over the years, on the surface, he was raising the king of 10,000 Gu. But in fact, wasn't it the king of 10,000 Gu who was protecting him? Not to mention that Sikong Chanfeng was reluctant to let it die. Even Yuan was the same. It is always said that people are made of flesh and blood. But sometimes, people are not as affectionate as a worm. Are you stupid? Don't you know how to run? We are injured and pregnant. Who can beat you? Seeing it resolutely offering its life for the great-grandfather, Yuan felt that her throat was blocked. The king of 10,000 Gu was still in meditation. But I don't know if it was Yuan and Sikong Chanfeng's illusion. The king of 10,000 Gu was quieter than any other day. Perhaps it has been waiting for its mission since a long time ago. Never thought of escaping. Boom! Little Gugu fell on the steps, tumbling. Where did old Gugu take it? This time, he left it behind. Little Gugu chased it from behind, but couldn't catch up. It fell into the mud. It fell into the crack of the ground, and was almost eaten by a pheasant. But it survived tenaciously. It came to find old Gugu. Little Gugu climbed up Yuan's skirt panting and ran towards the king of 10,000 Gu. The king of 10,000 Gu moved his pressure and shook Little Gugu down. Little Gugu fell to the ground with a bang, was stunned for a few seconds, and continued to climb onto Yuan's body. The king of 10,000 Gu beat it to the ground again. Little Gugu also climbed up again. I don't know how many times it climbed. And its paws lost consciousness. It raised its head in grievance, and looked at the old monk's Wan Gu King in a trance with tears in its eyes. Yuan finally couldn't bear to attack the Wan Gu King. The Wan Gu King flew down by himself, and silently crawled towards the alchemy furnace. Little Gugu didn't understand what the Wan Gu King was going to do, but instinctively felt that it was not a good thing. It jumped over and hugged one of its big insect legs with all its claws, holding it tightly. Don't go! Don't go! The king of 10,000 Gu crawled under the furnace, and with a light wave of its insect legs, it waved away the little Gugu. The little Gugu rolled to the corner of the wall, and its head hit the wall painfully. It tried countless times to pull the king of 10,000 Gu off the hot furnace, and when it couldn't pull it off, it hit it. The little Gu's small body burst out with unimaginable power, and it actually knocked the rock-solid king of 10,000 Gu off the furnace. The price was that one of its little claws was broken. The king of 10,000 Gu didn't even look at it, but just turned over silently and continued to crawl towards the furnace. The little Gugu dragged its broken little claw and continued to hit it, but was suppressed by the pressure of the king of 10,000 Gu. Seeing the king of 10,000 Gus falling into the alchemy furnace, little Gugu burst into tears. Bang! Yuan smashed the alchemy furnace with a bench. She panted and said, "No one is allowed to die. I will think of another way." Sikong Chanfeng clenched his fists, his eyes red, and said, "There is no way. The ancestor and the king of 10,000 Gus, only one can survive." Who said there is no way? A majestic and familiar voice rang in the yard. Yuan and Sikong Chanfeng turned their heads at the same time, and saw the head of the Sikong family in a dark blue brocade robe, with one hand behind his back, walking in calmly. Father? Sikong Chanfeng was stunned. Yuan touched her face guiltily, and realized that she had returned to her appearance, and was no longer his daughter-in-law saint of the underworld. And she was relieved instantly. Head of the Sikong family, she greeted. Why are you here? Sikong Chanfeng stepped forward. The head of the Sikong family said, Such a big thing happened in Mingshan. How can I not come to take a look? I am the head of the Sikong family after all, and it is my job to protect Mingshan. The truth is that he did not feel the breath of the ancestor all night. He suspected that the ancestor was injured, so he had the courage to enter Mingshan. Of course, he had no ill will towards the ancestor. On the contrary, he hoped more than anyone else that this Ding Haitian's of the Sikong family could live for a long time. You are? The head of the Sikong family looked at Yuan in the room. Is it an illusion? Why do I feel that this girl is a little familiar? Sikong Chanfeng was worried that his father would recognize Yuan. So he blocked Yuan in front of her and said with a serious look, She is the descendant of the ancestor, the same generation as me, and her name is Alwan. The head of the Sikong family looked Yuan up and down. Lan. He stopped in time after saying just one word. Yuan understood that the words he had not finished were about Saint Lan Yi. Yuan nodded. Master Sikong. Master Sikong was not stupid. He could guess some of the story just by looking at this face. But now was not the time to sort this out. Although he did not know how badly the ancestor was injured, it seemed that there was no other way to sacrifice the king of 10,000 gu. Seeing that his father did not ask about the condition of the ancestor, Sikong Chanfeng did not explain it specifically, but took advantage of the topic just now to say, Father, when you came in, you said there was another way to save the ancestor? What was it? The king of 10,000 gu, said Master Sikong. You need to tell me? Yuan looked at him in surprise. He raised his hand lightly and said, Listen to me first. I am not referring to the old ancestor's Wangu king, nor the little one, but, at this point, he paused. A complex expression flashed across his face, but he finally made a decision and said, The Wangu king of the Sang family. Sang family? Sikong Chanfeng was stunned. The Sang family was the mother's family of Mrs. Sikong, and it was also the family second only to the Sikong family in the underworld. However, he had never heard that the Sang family also had a Wangu king. The head of the Sikong family cleared his throat and said embarrassedly, Your mother drank too much and accidentally let it slip. This mother, of course, was not Sikong Chanfeng's biological mother, but his stepmother. The head of the Sikong family said, The Wangu king of the Sang family is different from the Gu king of the ancestor. The Gu king of the ancestor feeds on Gu worms, while the Sang family feeds on human blood. It is an extremely sinister thing. If you want to get it, you have to be careful. It sounded the same at the beginning, but Sikong Chanfeng frowned at the last sentence. What father means by this is that you are not going to ask the Sang family for Gu worms? The head of the Sikong family sighed helplessly. The Sang family will never admit that they have raised such a weird thing. How can I get it if I go to ask for it? Sikong Chanfeng smiled bitterly. In the final analysis, father is reluctant to embarrass the wife. Father really loves the wife. Since father and the wife have such a deep affection, why did he marry my mother in the first place? You child. The head of the Sikong family was choked and blushed, and changed the subject. Isn't it the time to argue about this? Aren't you afraid that if you delay for one more day, the ancestor will be in danger of death? It sounded as if the great-grandfather had many days left, but only Yuan understood that he might not even survive tomorrow. Yuan looked at the head of Sikong family and said tentatively, After all, it is something of Sang family. The head of Sikong family waved his hand. Don't test my attitude. It's just an evil thing. It doesn't matter if you get rid of it. What I am worried about is whether you can get it. Don't fail to get the Gu, but instead lose your life. Yuan said lightly, We will find a way to catch the Gu. May I ask the head of Sikong family, where is the Gu king kept in the Sang family? The head of Sikong family shook his head. I don't know either. The only thing I can do for you is to bring you into the Sang family. As for what happens after you get in, it all depends on you. However, you must promise me that once you are caught, you will not have anything to do with the Sikong family. Sikong Chanfeng said, Father. The head of Sikong family looked at him and said without question, As for you, you are not allowed to go. Yuan went back to the house and told Yin Jiuqiao about the arrival of the head of Sikong family. Yin Jiuqiao said without hesitation, Then let's go to the Sang family, he said, looking at the bright moon outside the window. But we only have 12 hours. Tomorrow's full moon night will be the time when the backlash of the Changshengju will be the strongest. If we haven't got the Gu King of the Sang family by then, we can only sacrifice the one Gu King. Chapter 573 Sang Family Gu King. As the saying goes, one does not visit without a reason. Even though the Sang family and the Sikong family are in-laws, it is not reasonable to visit with a large group of people. Therefore, last night, the head of the Sikong family sent a note to the Sikong family in the name of Sikong Yun. Missing my grandfather, I specially brought my newlywed wife to pay respects to the two elders. The head of the Sang family always dotes on this grandson and responds to his requests. When he heard that he wanted to come, he agreed without saying a word. However, the head of the Sikong family searched all night, but still could not find the real Sikong Yun and the saint. There was no need to worry about Sikong Yun's safety. First, Sikong Yun was the second son of the Sikong family, the cousin of the Sang family, and the son-in-law of the Lan family. With his status, no one dared to touch him in the underworld. Second, this situation was not the first time. The younger son was not as sensible as the older son. It was common for him to act wild every 2 or 3 days and not return home at night. However, it seemed a bit too much to do so soon after the wedding. Fortunately, the saint was not there either. The couple must have gone out together, with the saint holding Sikong Yun. He was not worried that Sikong Yun would do anything too outrageous. That is, the post said that they were visiting in the name of Sikong Yun and his wife. If they were not there, what would they bring to the funeral? Just when the head of the Sikong family was having a headache, Yin Jiuchu appeared with Yuan. Yuan let Yin Jiuchu hold one hand and grabbed a piece of osmanthus cake with the other hand, eating it with a snort. The Lan family's disguise technique was still effective. Yin Jiuchu still wore Sikong Yun's face, and Yuan also wore her second human skin mask, which was her own face. Seeing his son finally appear, the head of the Sikong family breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could finish his sigh of relief, he found that the person he was holding in his hand was not the saint. Yu, the head of the Sikong family, looked at his youngest son, and then at Yuan beside him, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. It's no wonder that he was so surprised. In fact, he only saw Yuan in Chaoyang Palace last night, but didn't see Yin Jiuchu. Yu, the head of the Sikong family, didn't understand why his son appeared in Chaoyang Palace, and why he was with the old ancestor's little great-grandson. And so close? Wait, why did he feel that the saint in front of him looked familiar? Especially the way she ate. Her cheeks bulged, like a greedy little fat squirrel. He recognized her. This is the fat saint daughter-in-law in his family. In a flash, all the strange thoughts that had flashed through his mind were answered. His son and daughter-in-law in the past few days were indeed fake. The troublemakers who came to Sikong's house on the wedding night were the real saint and Sikong Yun. He said while one's face looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. He thought she looked like Lan Yi. But now he thought, wasn't the person who came to Sikong's house that night claiming to be the saint wearing this face? It turned out that the two of them disguised themselves to look like each other. He didn't recognize the real son and daughter-in-law in front of him, but kept the fake one. It's really rare for the head of the family to do this. The head of the Sikong family gritted his teeth and took a breath of cold air, secretly telling himself that this girl is his biological daughter, the great-grandson of the ancestor. She has the blood of the Sikong family in her body. According to seniority, she should call him uncle. She is a niece, and she cannot be beaten. Cannot be beaten. The head of the Sikong family almost had internal injuries. The head of the Sikong family glanced at Yin Jiuchu again. Needless to say, he knew that he was his nephew-in-law. The head of the Sikong family said unhappily, "Where did you take the real Yuner and the saint?" Yuan said calmly, "The saint was locked up by us. She was the one who attacked the ancestor this time. As for your son, we don't know where he is." The head of the Sikong family frowned. He certainly didn't doubt the truth of Yuan's words, but he didn't expect that the mastermind behind the assassination of the ancestor would be the saint. Why did she do this? She was also from the Sikong family. What good would it do to her to kill the ancestor? Also, where did she get this expert? If he sensed the breath last night correctly, it should have come from a 5th-level peak Shura king. He didn't remember that the Lan family and the Holy Temple had such a terrible master. Yuan said, "Master Sikong, let's go to the Sang family first. I will explain to you about the saint and my great-grandfather later." As for Sikong Yun, when the saint wakes up, we can ask her and find out where he is. Master Sikong nodded in agreement. But he looked at the group of people who were following the young couple and ready to go, and said, "You two are fake. It's dangerous enough. You can't have so many people. It's easy to reveal your true identity." Yuan thought about it and looked at Yin Jiocha in agreement. Yin Jiocha finally brought away and Shura with him. Shura was able to mix with the masters of the Sikong family. He had no time to retreat and break through, and his strength was still suppressed to the realm of the first-level Shura king. This was not too eye-catching in the Sikong family. As for Wei, he served as the long-term attendant of Sikong Yun. But you? The head of the Sikong family looked at Yuan suspiciously. This face was no longer that of a saint. How could she pretend to be a saint? The hermit has his own tricks. Yuan took out a white veil from her sleeve and gently put it on her face. Then she took Yin Jiochao's arm. Isn't that enough? He recognized her. And Sikong Yun also recognized her. I think the Sang family would not suspect anything. With this thought, the head of the Sikong family felt relieved and led a group of people to the Sang family, in order to better conceal the truth. On the way there, the head of the Sikong family told several people a lot about the situation of the Sang family. The Sang family is a newly emerged family in the past 100 years. It is not as deep as the Lan family and the Sikong family. The Sang family is good at refining weapons. Almost every master in the Hades city is proud to use the weapons of the Sang family. The dagger that the saint took from Sikong Yun was given by the head of the Sang family himself. In recent years, the Sang family has gradually developed into a family second only to the Sikong family. Unlike the Lan family, which only relies on a saint to support its reputation, the children of the Sikong family are all excellent. Even if you pick one of the side branches, they are all masters who can dominate the underworld. Compared to the eldest son? Yuan asked. The head of the Sikong family said proudly, "Of course, he is not as good as Chan Feng. Chan Feng is one of the best masters among the young men." Humph. Yin Jiochao snorted disdainfully. Yuan hooked his finger and whispered, "Of course he is not as good as you. You are the best. The fake ghost king. The real young master." Then withdrew his gaze arrogantly. Half an hour later, the carriage arrived at the Sang family, because the invitation was delivered in advance. The head of the Sang family, Sang Chonghua, was waiting at the door early. When he saw the head of the Sikong family getting off the carriage, he strode forward and bowed with a hearty smile. "The city lord is here." The Sikong family is a royal family of the underworld city, and all the previous heads of the family are the city lords of the underworld city. Even though Sang Chonghua is a father-in-law, he has to be polite to his son-in-law. The head of the Sikong family nodded politely. "Father-in-law." Sang Chonghua smiled and said, "Jinger has been talking about his uncle these days. It's rare for you to come here. It's finally what this kid wants." Sang Jing, the third young master of the Sang family, the grandson of Sang Chonghua, the cousin of Sikong Yun, and the future heir of the Sang family, likes chess and always pesters the head of the Sikong family to play chess. The head of the Sikong family showed a gentle smile. "Let Jinger come over later and play 2 games with me. That kid couldn't ask for more." Sang Chonghua laughed, then thought of something, and looked behind the head of the Sikong family and said, "Why don't I see Yuner and the saint? Here comes Grandpa." Yuan lifted the curtain and got off the carriage with Yin Jiochao. The head of the Sang family was stunned by the call of Grandpa. The head of the Sang family didn't interact much with the saint, but he had seen her. In his impression, the saint was not so fat. The head of the Sikong family hurriedly said, "Yuner, saint, come and meet your grandfather." Yin Jioch and Yuan came to the front of the head of the Sang family and performed the etiquette of the younger generation. The head of the Sang family glanced over Yuan's veil. The saint was the messenger of God, sacred and inviolable, so it was not strange for her to wear a veil. He looked at Yin Jioch on the side, patted him on the shoulder and said, "I haven't seen you for a few days. Yuner has grown up." "Yes, since you knew you were going to get married. You began to restrain your temper. Now you are more disciplined and more stable than before." The head of the Sikong family made up for Yin Jiochao's calm demeanor, which was different from Sikong Yun. The head of the Sang family laughed in understanding. No wonder. Grandpa almost couldn't recognize him. This is the good son of the Sikong family, who can shoulder the responsibility of the Sikong family. Isn't this a bit too much? Why should he shoulder the responsibility of the Sikong family? It's as if Sikong Yun is already the heir of the Sikong family. If Yuan remembered correctly, The head of the Sikong family didn't seem to announce the heir yet. The head of the Sang family said it so blatantly. Did he know that the Sikong family had already decided on Sikong Yun? Or was he testing the attitude of the head of the Sikong family? The head of the Sikong family also looked at Yin Jiuqiao with approval. Isn't it? You are my most beloved son. Don't let me down. Yuan exclaimed in her heart. Such superb acting skills. The old ones are still the best. And he can say such sincere words to his fake son. Let's talk in the mansion. The head of the Sang family said with a smile. The group followed the head of the Sikong family and Yin Jiuqiao and his wife and got off their horses. Shura mixed in with several Shura King masters of the 1st to 3rd levels and entered the mansion very smoothly. When it was Away's turn, the head of the Sang family turned around and paused for a moment. This is, Yin Jiuqiao said, my newly bought long-term servant. The head of the Sang family suddenly realized, is it the one called Xiaolu? I heard your mother mention it. Yuan glanced at him. The old guy really knew a lot about the Sikong family. After entering the flower hall, the children of the Sang family came to pay homage to the head of the Sikong family and the saint. The head of the Sikong family was indeed entangled by a handsome boy. Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan were led by the maid to the back house of the Sang family to visit Sikong Yun's grandmother, Old Lady Sang. Away followed the two with large and small bags. Yuan quietly turned back and winked at Away. Away understood and said to Yin Jiuqiao, Second Master, I left the 1,000-year-old ginseng you bought for the old lady on the carriage. Yin Jiuqiao said lightly, Fool, why don't you go and get it? Yes. Away handed the large and small packages in his hand to the servants of the Sang family and turned to the stable outside the second entrance. Just when the few people turned a corner and could no longer see him, he turned around and sneaked into the heart of the Sang family. Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao went to the house of Madame Sang. Madame Sang loved Sikong Yun very much. She didn't doubt that Sikong Yun in front of her was fake. She pulled Yin Jiuqiao and talked a lot of things tirelessly. Yuan used the excuse of going to the toilet to leave Madame Sang's house first, and then avoided the sight of the servants and left Madame Sang's yard. Yuan! Away called her from behind the rockery. Yuan looked around and made sure that no one was following her. Then she went behind the rockery and asked him in a low voice, How is it? Have you found the whereabouts of the Sang family's Gu King? Away, there is no place I can find. The Sang family has a forbidden area that I can't enter. I don't know if the Gu King is kept there. Away is the most powerful Gu master of the Ghost clan. He can sense the breath of the Gu King very well. But there are two situations in which he cannot sense it. One is that the Gu King deliberately restrains his breath, and the other is that something covers up the breath of the Gu King. What kind of masters are guarding the forbidden area? Yuan asked. Away thought for a while. It is a master who is more powerful than the 5th level Shura King, who went to the courtyard to assassinate us last night. I can't tell the specific cultivation level. Yuan pondered for a moment. In other words, it may be the Shura King at the peak of the 5th level. Or even, the 6th level Shura King? Away nodded. Yuan paced slowly for a few steps. I have never seen such a powerful Shura King in Sikong's house. But 2 of them came at once last night. Today, you met several more in Sang's house. I understand. The Shura King last night was from Sang's family. What does Sang's family want to do? Yuan couldn't figure it out. So she simply gave up. Forget it. Let's ignore this. We only have 1 day. And we must quickly determine the whereabouts of Sang's Gu King. Away said, It's a pity that we can't even enter the forbidden area now. We can't enter. But it can, Yuan said, and took out the confused little Gu Gu. Yuan bit her finger and dripped a drop of pure Yin blood on it. Her pure Yin blood, plus the body of the Gu King of the little Gu Gu, should be a good bait. Chapter 574 Yin Shusi is here. Yuan was not sure whether the Sang family's Gu King was in the forbidden area. But since the forbidden area was guarded by so many powerful Shura Kings, it must be hiding a very important secret. No matter what, Xiao Gugu had to act carefully. You can't be eaten. Understand? Xiao Gugu nodded. If you meet someone you can't beat, don't provoke him like last time. Thinking of this guy's first time entering the Dark Mountain, he ran to suck the 10,000 Gu Kings fearlessly. Yuan was really worried that he would meet the Sang family's Gu King and go forward to seek death. Xiao Gugu nodded. If you don't have it, come out quickly. Don't play around. Xiao Gugu nodded. Yuan saw that she had almost finished her instructions, and finally made up her mind to hand Xiao Gugu to Away, who took him to the vicinity of the forbidden area. Little Gugu jumped off Away's body. At first, it was very cautious and even picked a big leaf to protect itself. But the two Shura kings outside the forbidden area didn't care about a bug at all. Little Gugu snorted, threw away the leaf, and swaggered in. Yuan couldn't leave for too long. Otherwise it would easily arouse suspicion. So after Away took Little Gugu away, she turned back to Madame Sang's yard. Madame Sang liked quietness, so there were not many servants serving in the yard. And it was fortunate that it was so. Otherwise, Yuan would not be able to avoid the sight of the servants so easily. When Yuan returned to Madame Sang's room, she unexpectedly found that Madame Sang had fallen asleep on the chaise longue, and Yin Jiuqiu sat beside her with a faint expression. It seemed that Madame Sang was coaxed to sleep by Yin Jiuqiu. Yuan blinked in surprise. How did you do that? I don't know. Yin Jiuqiu looked up at the sky thoughtfully, as if he had done this countless times before, and was very familiar with it. Yuan muttered to herself. Could it be that during the days in Hellion Mansion, he had learned new skills by being filial to the old lady? Sure enough, even if he lost his memory, he was still the same Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu was confused for a short time. Then he opened his palm and handed Yuan a small box. Yuan opened the box and found that it was actually a map of the Sang family. Did the old lady give it to you? Yuan asked. Yes, Yin Jiuqiu said. I asked her for it. Yuan said. She didn't ask you why you wanted it? No, Yin Jiuqiu said. I asked for it, and she gave it to me. Yuan, is this okay? Things that can't be obtained no matter how hard you try can always become easy for this guy. Yuan didn't know what to say. With the map, they can better understand the defense of the Sang family. Just as Yuan was studying the Sang family map carefully, Yin Jiuqiu suddenly discovered something, stretched out his slender jade-like fingers, and gently tapped her shoulder. Follow me. Oh! Yuan took the map, took Yin Jiuqiu's hand, and left the old lady's room with him. The two of them came to a small door after many twists and turns, and passed through this small door to enter another courtyard. Deep in the courtyard, there was a seemingly inconspicuous corridor. What is this place? Yuan looked at the somewhat gloomy corridor strangely. Walking here in broad daylight was chilling. Yin Jiuqiu led her down the corridor, and the two came to a small bamboo forest. There was a conversation in the forest. The two stopped and waited until the conversation faded away before walking into the forest. Yuan looked at the landform where not even a leaf had been damaged, and wondered, strange. Didn't I hear talking just now? Why doesn't it look like someone has been here? Yin Jiuqiu looked around, pondered for a moment, and his eyes fell on a thick bamboo. He walked over and patted the bamboo. He heard a click, and a crack appeared on the ground, revealing an entrance the size of a manhole cover. This is... Yuan walked over and was stopped by Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu went down the passage before her, and came up a while later to take Yuan down. After the two of them went down the passage, the entrance on the ground closed automatically. The passage was pitch black, and Yuan took out a pigeon egg-sized night pearl from her purse. With the light of the night pearl, Yuan looked at the map. Where is this Sang family? It's not written on the map. Yin Jiuqiu knocked on the stone wall beside him, and heard a loud bang. A stone door appeared on the originally airtight stone wall. After the stone door opened, the two walked in vigilantly. This is an alchemy room, with bottles and jars of pills on the shelves. Yuan picked up a jar, opened it and smelled it. What? It smells so bad? Yin Jiuqiu said. It's a pill to improve Shura's cultivation. 1 pill is worth 100 gold. Yuan was about to ask how you knew, but when the words came to his lips, he remembered that he was using the memory of the Ghost King. The ghosts had refined Shura before, so they naturally recognized this kind of pill. Thinking of something, Yuan said, by the way, the Shura of the ghosts seems to be different from those in the Hades. The Shura of the Hades is far superior to the ghosts in terms of both intelligence and martial arts. Yin Jiuqiu said, when the capital was moved, the secret method of refining Shura was taken away by the Sikong family in the Hades, and only the remnants were left in the old family. Yuan nodded. I see. Poor Shura of my own family. If he was born in the Hades, he must be a smart and invincible Shura. Yin Jiuqiu turned his head and saw Yuan pouring pills into her purse, and asked, what are you doing? Take it back to Shura. Yuan searched for hundreds of top-grade pills until her purse could no longer hold them, and then she left the alchemy room with Yin Jiuqiu. The two continued to walk forward, and they didn't know how far they had walked. But Yuan's steps suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Yin Jiuqiao looked at her. Yuan frowned. Did you hear any sound? Yin Jiuqiao was about to say no. But his ears suddenly moved. And he pulled Yuan to his side. Boom! A huge force blasted a huge hole from the stone wall on one side of the passage. It was exactly where Yuan was standing. The two of them realized that the stone wall was much thicker than they had imagined. And it was all indestructible panlong stone. How much force was needed to blast a hole taller than a person in such a thick panlong stone? Before Yuan could figure out what was going on, a white light rushed towards her. Who else could it be but the trembling little Goo Goo? Yuan's eyebrows jumped. You? What trouble have you made again? Little Goo Goo pounded the ground frantically. Chong Jia didn't make any trouble. Chong Jia just used his life as bait for Lao Goo Goo. I don't believe you. Do you? Yuan gritted her teeth. Did you eat something you shouldn't eat again? No. Little Goo Goo slurped. Boom. Another terrible force came and blasted a bigger hole in the stone wall. This time, Yuan saw clearly that the one coming was a goo worm that was bigger than the one Goo King. It was pitch black, and its ferocious eyes flashed with an evil light. Is it the Sang family Goo King? Yuan was furious. You little thing. How dare you eat the Sang family Goo King? Didn't I tell you not to eat random things? The little Goo Goo turned his back and pointed his fingers aggrievedly. It was too fragrant. He couldn't help it. Yuan was also convinced. How old was she? How dare she eat a Goo King of this level? Originally, they came to find the Sang family Goo King. Logically, they should be happy to meet him now. But the problem is, Awei is not here, and none of them can subdue the Goo King. Why don't you lead it to Awei? Yuan was about to cry. Yin Jiuqiao stared and said, the aura of this Goo King is very strong. It has reached the peak of the 6th level, and because it is refined by evil methods, it is 3 times stronger than the Goo Kings and Masters of the same level. So, don't we have to die? Yuan wanted to cry even more. A terrible scream came from the air, as if it could tear a person's will apart. Yuan felt that her head was about to explode with pain. Yin Jiuqiao took Yuan into his arms and covered her ears with both hands. Another scream came, and Yin Jiuqiao's ears flowed with blood. Click! The blood dripped on the top of Yuan's head. Yuan was horrified. Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao used his body to protect her and covered her ears tightly. Don't move. A thick smell of blood surged in the air, and Yuan felt as if she had fallen into a pool of blood, and her stomach was churning with nausea. She finally understood why the head of the Sikong family betrayed the Sang family Goo King without hesitation. This evil thing was too terrible. If it was not eliminated, there would be endless troubles in the future. Feeling the approach of the Sang family Goo King, Yin Jiuqiao pulled out the dagger from Yuan's waist and shot it at the Sang family Goo King. With a clang, the dagger was bounced away. And not only that, its tip was also lame. You know, this is the dagger that the head of the Sang family gave to Sikong Yuan. It can even cut the Panlong stone, but it can't move the L of a Goo worm. The power of the Sang family Goo King can be seen. Yin Jiuqiao's expression became solemn. This was the first time that he felt that they were really going to die here. Accompanied by another scream, a black light rushed straight towards Yuan. She is pure Yin blood, which is a fatal temptation to all Goo worms. Not to mention the Sang family Yin Goo that feeds on human blood. The Sang family Yin Goo opened its bloody mouth, and the fishy saliva dripped down. Just as it was about to bite, Yuan's stomach suddenly moved. Chapter 575 Invincible Yin Shusi. Almost at the same time, the pearl hairpin on Yuan's head emitted a dazzling light, and then a shriek was heard. The Sang family Yin Goo that was about to bite Yuan seemed to be stimulated by something and fell to the ground. What happened? Yuan was protected in Yin Jiuqiao's arms. She couldn't see the situation behind her. She only vaguely felt that something flashed, and she seemed to have escaped death. Yin Jiuqiao looked at the Sang family Yin Goo that fell to the ground, and then looked at the pearl hairpin on Yuan's head. The Hades respected the Saint Maiden Stone, and believed that it could bring auspiciousness to themselves. Therefore, many jewelry were inlaid with the Saint Maiden Stone. It was the Saint Maiden Stone that glowed just now that repelled the Sang family Yin Goo. It's afraid of light, Yin Jiuqiao said. What? What light? Yuan was stunned. Strong light. Although the Sang family Yin Goo didn't like the clear and faint light of the night pearl, it didn't feel too uncomfortable. Yin Jiuqiao had a flash of thought and asked Yuan, do you still have the Saint Stone on you? Yes. That thing, is it afraid of the Saint Stone? Yuan hurriedly took off the bracelet from her sleeve. This was given to her by her second grandmother, and it was inlaid with several huge saint stones. Yin Jiuqiao pried the saint stone off, and when the Sang family Yinggu attacked them again, he threw the saint stone in his hand. The saint stone emitted a bright light, which was extremely dazzling in the gloomy and dark passage. The Yinggu, who was afraid of light, seemed to be stung by the eyes, and let out another tragic scream. The saint stone illuminated the passage as bright as day, which was like a mountain of swords and a sea of fire for the Sang family Yinggu, who was used to the dark. Under the strong discomfort, it was even difficult for it to release its pressure smoothly. Yuan also saw the discomfort of the Sang family Yinggu. It turns out that it is really afraid of the light of the saint stone. No wonder the Hades worships the saint. Such a terrible Yinggu. It turns out that the nemesis is the saint stone in the hands of the saint. The Sang family Yinggu turned several directions, but could not get rid of the pervasive light of the saint stone. It gradually had the intention to retreat, and with a swing of its huge insect tail, it went deep into the forbidden area. Want to escape? Yuan grabbed a saint stone that fell on the ground and threw it fiercely at the Sang family Yinggu. The Sang family Yinggu swung its tail and avoided it. Yuan grabbed another one, and it avoided it again. Yuan gritted her teeth. This guy. His body is quite agile. Let it escape, and it will not be so easy to lure it out later. It was said that it was too late, and the little Gugu hiding in Yuan's arms flashed out like a flash of lightning, and rushed straight towards the Sang family Yinggu. It used up all its strength to knock the fleeing Sang family Yinggu to the dusty ground, rolling several times and hitting the wall beside it. The Sang family Yinggu was angry. Being repelled by the light of the Holy Maiden Stone was instinctive, but being knocked to the ground by a small Gugu was simply a shame. The Sang family Yinggu waved its terrible claws, like pincers, and pierced the small Gugu fiercely. Little Gugu swooped away. Sang family Yinggu attacked again. Little Gugu fled with a chirping sound. But Sang family Yinggu was still chasing closer and closer. Just as it was about to beat Little Gugu into a pulp with one claw, Little Gugu suddenly fell down and stumbled on the ground. Seeing this, Sang family Yinggu rushed over without any hesitation. Little Gugu shook his shoulders mischievously and lifted up the Saint Maiden Stone on the ground that was larger than his small body. The Saint Maiden Stone flashed, and Sang family Yinggu fell to the ground with a miserable roar. This time, Sang family Yinggu was completely angry. Then, something incredible happened. It actually raised its sharp front claws and poked its own eyes out. Yuan was stunned for a moment. Little Gugu was holding the Saint Maiden Stone and was also stunned for a moment. Even Yin Jiuqiao, who was always calm, did not expect Sang family Yinggu to do such a crazy self-mutilation. Yuan grabbed her husband's hand. Really? 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 It's an evil creature. In order to save itself, or to destroy its opponent, it didn't hesitate to poke out its own eyes. It was so cruel to itself. No one else could do it. After being blinded, the Sang family Yinggu was no longer afraid of the light of the Saint Stone, and its nearly perfect perception ability did not affect its behavior at all. It could accurately determine the direction of its opponent. It slapped the little Gugu away with one claw. The little Gugu was slapped into the wall and couldn't be pulled out. Then it attacked Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan. The powerful Gu King's pressure filled the entire passage, and the air was filled with a thick bloody smell, which made people breathless. Yin Jiuqiao blocked Yuan with his body. Sang family Yinggu could sense a man standing in front of pure Yin blood. But for him at the moment, this was not an obstacle at all. The man had no martial arts skills, so it could easily penetrate his body, then get into pure Yin blood's body and suck her blood. Sang family Yinggu thought so and did it. It rammed into Yin Jiuqiao's back and aimed at her heart without mercy. However, Sang family Yinggu failed to penetrate the man's body. A pressure that came from nowhere suddenly appeared in front of it, like an invisible barrier, protecting the man tightly. Then, something even more incredible happened. The pressure crushed the breath of Sang family Yinggu like a crushing force, and Sang family Yinggu had no time to resist, and its claws were crushed all over its body. Sang family twitched miserably for a few times and tried to struggle, but it stopped abruptly after 2 moves. Yuan's eyelashes trembled. What happened? Why is there no movement all of a sudden? Yin Jiuqiao, are you okay? I'm fine. Yin Jiuqiao protected Yuan between himself and the wall, his left hand supporting the wall, and his right hand supporting Yuan's belly. He could have killed her with one hand. But he had to kill her slowly, making them worried. The Sang family's Ingu really blinded their eyes in vain. Is it fun? Yin Jiuqiu asked with gritted teeth. What did you say? Yuan didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Yin Jiuqiu let her go. Yuan touched her belly and said thoughtfully, just now. It seems that the fetus was moved. The baby moved so much. It must be scared. The corners of Yin Jiuqiu's mouth twitched. And he squinted and said, now? Yuan lowered her head. Now? Is it asleep? There is no movement. Yin Jiuqiu snorted. Walked to the motionless Sang family Ingu. Took a handkerchief. And picked up the Sang family Ingu. Do you have a jade bottle? Yes. Yuan said. Took out a small jade bottle from her wide sleeves. Unplugged the bottle and handed it to Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu put the Sang family Ingu in. On the other side, little Gu Gu finally got himself out of the wall. He jumped back to Yuan, looked at the bottle in Yuan's hand, raised his little paws, and kicked it hard several times. Yin Jiuqiu said, the Sang family's Ingu is gone. It should be discovered soon. Leave quickly. Yes. Yuan nodded. The two returned the same way, went up to the ground from the entrance, walked through the bamboo forest, through the corridor and the small courtyard, and returned to Madame Sang's house. Little Gu Gu went to find a way, and took a way to Madame Sang's yard. Madame Sang had woken up, and was talking to Yuan with Yin Jiuqiu. Awei took out the ginseng that he had prepared in advance. Yuan frowned and said, it's not this ginseng. You took the wrong one. It's wrong. It's okay. Old Madame Sang tried to smooth things over. What kind of natural treasures does the Sang family have? Would they be interested in a 1,000-year-old ginseng? Yuan said seriously. That won't do. You don't know that it's the ginseng that your husband dug for you personally. He said he would send it to you no matter what. Why don't you go back to the mansion and get it? The last sentence was clearly said to Awei. Yes. Awei bowed and performed a salute. When he passed by Yuan, he took the jade bottle in Yuan's palm without leaving a trace. Awei left the mansion and rushed to Sikong's house without stopping. Yin Jiuqiu's prediction was correct. As soon as Awei left, the Sang family noticed the forbidden area. At first, they found that the passage in the bamboo forest seemed to have been touched. They walked along the passage and saw that the alchemy room was stolen and the passage collapsed. After searching all the way, they found that the Sang family's Ingu was missing. The head of the Sang family was watching the third young master, and the head of the Sikong family playing chess in the flower hall. A guard came hurriedly and whispered a few words in the head of the Sang family's ear. The head of the Sang family frowned and whispered, what did you say? The Gu King is missing? He glanced at the head of the Sikong family opposite him. And the Sikong family head placed a chess piece without looking away. Xiao Jing. I won't let you this time. The head of the Sang family retracted his gaze, secretly clenched his fists, and whispered, who did it? The guard continued, I don't know. The man seemed to have entered from the passage in the bamboo forest. And the alchemy room was also stolen. I suspect it was the same person who did it. I found this in the passage. As he spoke, he spread his palm and revealed a small saint stone. And, the guard said, the second son of Sikong's longtime attendant left. Chapter 576. Yudar's attendant? A trace of complexity flashed across the eyes of the head of the Sang family. The head of the Sikong family dropped a black chess piece, pretended to look at the head of the Sang family, and said, Father-in-law, I see that you look worried. Is there something wrong in the mansion? The head of the Sang family glanced at the head of the Sikong family, and said to the little grandson opposite him, Jing, you should withdraw first, and play chess with your uncle another day. Yes. Although the third young master of the Sang family was a little reluctant. He also saw that his grandfather and uncle had important things to do. So he put down the chess piece and left. Father-in-law, is there a big thing? The head of the Sikong family asked with a worried look. The head of the Sang family looked at his son-in-law with a trace of inquiry in his eyes. It's not a big deal. But it seems that a thief came to the mansion and stole some valuables. The head of the Sikong family said sternly, what kind of thief is so bold that he dares to come to the Sang family to steal in broad daylight? Does he still take the Sang family seriously? Not only that, he didn't come earlier or later, but chose to come when Yunar and I came to the door. In my opinion, he wants to put the blame on our Sikong family. This is unreasonable. Don't let me catch him. Otherwise. He didn't say the rest. just showed an extremely fierce look. Seeing the confident look of the Sikong family head, the Sang family head thought that maybe he was too suspicious. After all, this son-in-law didn't know that the Sang family had eaten goo, so how could he steal it? Moreover, it is said that the elixir in the alchemy room also disappeared with the eaten goo. The Sikong family is not so poor that they would steal such a small thing from their house. Right? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like something the Sikong family head would do. But how to explain the Saint Stone? The Saint Stone is not a rare thing in the underworld. Even many female members of the Sang family use the Saint Stone as ornaments. But they will not enter the Sang family's forbidden area, let alone steal the Sang family's things. While stroking the Saint Stone in his hand, the Sang family head showed a solemn look. The head of the Sikong family looked at his hand and asked, "Father-in-law, what is that?" The head of the Sang family paused and handed him the Saint Stone. The thief left something in the Sang family. The head of the Sikong family took the Saint Stone and looked at it over and over again. This shape looks like a gem on a woman's pearl flower. Could it be that the thief is a woman? The head of the Sang family originally thought so. But after he said that, he suddenly became a little uncertain. And instead became a little uncertain, it may be that a man deliberately dropped a woman's ornament to confuse our sight. May I ask, father-in-law, what was stolen? The head of the Sikong family asked. Pills and weapons. While the head of the Sang family said this, he looked at the expression of the son-in-law, as if trying to see the slightest difference from his face. But he was disappointed. When the head of the Sikong family heard about the stolen items, he sighed. The weapons of the Sang family are indeed coveted by masters. He didn't say anything about the elixir. He didn't know that the Sang family raised such a powerful Shura king. So he naturally didn't think how good the Sang family's elixir would be. However, if the girl wanted to make trouble, it's possible that she took other people's elixir. The head of the Sang family knew that he had seen through his own elixir, and did not explain anything in particular, but said, "Such a thing happened in the mansion today. I am not welcoming you well. The city lord will go back first. I will visit you in person another day." Sikong Jiaju said sternly, "How can this be? The affairs of the Sang family are my affairs. Since I am here today, I will never stand idly by. Please allow me to catch the thief together with you." "No need. Just a few thieves. Father-in-law, don't be polite with me." Having said this, the head of the Sang family couldn't refuse anymore. So he had to agree to let the head of the Sikong family and their people go out of the mansion to catch the thief. However, the head of the Sang family was a little suspicious of the long servant who returned home early. On the surface, he sent the Sang family's guards to search like a net, but secretly sent several powerful Shura kings to track down the suspicious long servant. "Master, they are chasing after the second son's long-serving servant." In the garden of the Sang family, a master of the Sikong family reported to his master in a low voice. Master Sikong's face was not strange at all. He knew that his father-in-law was not easy to fool, and he did not expect to dispel his suspicion at all. However, as long as he did not catch solid evidence, he could never prove that the theft of Ingu was related to the Sikong family. Master Sikong said seriously, "Act according to the plan." The master thought for a while and expressed his doubts. "But will they suspect that the master is behind the scenes?" Master Sikong said calmly. "He himself said that the long-serving servant is new. Since he is new, it is possible that other forces are lurking in the Sikong family. What does it have to do with the Sikong family?" "I understand." After the master finished speaking, he bowed to Master Sikong and took his brothers to chase the thief. Just when everyone was rushing out, Nai Shura also quietly set off. Alway took the jade bottle and went all the way to Sikong's house. Sikong Yi was in critical condition. If he still couldn't get the Yin Gu before sunset, then the king of 10,000 Gu would sacrifice himself without hesitation to save Sikong Ye's life. Seeing that it was already noon, Alway increased his speed to the extreme. But he didn't go far before he was entangled by the masters of the Sang family. This time, the Sang family did not send out too many top masters, but a few third-level Shura kings were enough to encircle Alway. Just when several people were about to arrest Alway, Nai Shura fell from the sky, carried Alway on his back, turned around and stuck out his tongue at several people, and ran away. The Shura kings of the Sang family were furious, and they increased their qigong to the extreme and chased after this arrogant first-level Shura king. However, what drove them crazy was that no matter how hard they chased, they could never catch up with him. They all had the same doubts as the 5th-level Shura king. What kind of light skill is this? However, They couldn't catch up with him. And he couldn't get rid of them. Half an hour passed. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. The sky was getting darker and darker. And the sun was setting. In the Chaoyong Palace, Sikong Ye's breath was getting weaker and weaker. The king of 10,000 Gu quietly stood by his side. Sikong Chanfeng paced back and forth in the room, looking at the blood-red sky from time to time. Why haven't you come back yet? Didn't you get it? The ancestor can't hold on any longer. Nai Xiaolue and Awei finally approached the dark mountain. Nai Xiaolue used all his internal strength to throw Awei fiercely in the direction of the dark mountain. As long as you enter the dark mountain, it is the territory of the Sikong family. However, at the moment Awei was thrown into the dark mountain, a strong breath like a whirlpool, with great suction, grabbed Awei's whole body. Awei's neck was strangled by a cold big hand. The big hand slowly tightened, as if to twist Awei's neck off. A carriage stopped by the roadside, and Yuan lifted the curtain. Stop! Several horses galloped over, led by Sang Chonghua, the head of the Sang family, followed by the head of the Sikong family and several guards. The head of the Sang family tightened the reins and stopped. Yuan also got off the carriage, looked at Awei, whose face was purple from being pinched, and questioned the head of the Sang family. Grandpa, did you make a mistake? He is Sikong Yun's longtime attendant. Why did you catch him? The head of the Sang family did not answer Yuan's words, but looked at the Shura kings who had been chasing for an afternoon. Did you catch the wrong one? One of them said to the head of the family. We didn't. This kid and that Shura were sneaking around. They ran away when they saw us? We have been chasing them for an afternoon. Yuan argued. They don't know you. You suddenly chased them, so of course they will run away. Really? The head of the Sang family narrowed his eyes dangerously. Yuan looked at the direction of the top of the mountain. The sunset had already set for most of the time. Great-grandfather didn't have much time left. Yuan took a deep breath and said firmly, Grandpa. He was ordered by my husband and me to go back to the mansion to get ginseng for my grandmother. He is not a thief. Lanji can swear on this in the name of the saint. If Lanji tells a lie, she will die. The head of the Sang family looked at Yuan with a complicated expression. Saint, you and Yuner are still young, and sometimes you don't know that you are being taken advantage of. This kid has just been with Yuner for a short time. I am afraid that Yuner, and you don't know his details. Don't worry. Even if he is a thief, I will not blame you and Yuner. That's all. Yuan should give way both emotionally and rationally. But Yuan didn't do that. Her eyes flashed, and she stood in front of the horse of the head of the Sang family and said, Grandpa, this is outside the gate of the Sikong family. You question the people of the Sikong family in front of the head of the Sikong family and the saint. Where do you put the face of the Sikong family? The head of the Sang family said, he is just a servant. The saint is so protective of him. I'm afraid it will make people suspicious. The sun was setting, and only a small arc could be seen. Yuan's forehead was sweating. She calmed down and said, it turns out that the head of the Sang family knows that I am the saint. Then the head of the Sang family should understand that this is not the attitude you should talk to the saint. The head of the Sang family narrowed his eyes. Girl. Yuan raised her chin and said, just because I marry Sikong Yuan and call you grandpa doesn't mean you can really ignore me. He is my husband's man, and he is mine. If you question him, you are questioning me. You'd better think about whether you have the ability to bear the consequences of throwing dirty water on the saint's head. Where's Yuner? Let him out. Sang looked at the silent carriage. He fell asleep. Yuan said. Sang sent out a palm wind, and the curtain was lifted, revealing Yin Jiuqiao, who was sleeping soundly with his head tilted. Sang suddenly felt something was wrong. Is he really asleep? Or did you drug him? Yuan's eyes turned cold. Sang, please be careful. Humph. Sang was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. A saint girl really thinks she is the god of Hades? Sang stepped on the stirrup, took advantage of the force, and jumped into the air. He grabbed Awei's clothes with one hand and tore them coldly. Wow. Awei's clothes were torn, and the jade bottle in his arms fell out. Ah, Yuan screamed. Nai Xiaolue leaped forward and grabbed the fallen jade bottle in his hand before the head of the Sang family. Even though he didn't get it, it didn't prevent the head of the Sang family from feeling the breath of his own Yinggu from the jade bottle. Great. The Yinggu he had raised for so many years is really in this guy's hands. The saint has been protecting him all the time. It seems that she is in the same group with him. The head of the Sang family was furious and turned around to slap Yuan. The head of the Sikong family flew into the air and landed in front of Yuan. He stretched out his hand to block the palm of the head of the Sang family, father-in-law. The head of the Sang family looked at the two of them deeply, retracted his internal force, retreated 3 feet away, and said, "Hand over the things." Yuan walked out from behind the head of the Sikong family and said lightly, "Hand over what?" "I don't understand what the head of the Sang family said." The head of the Sang family's eyes fell on the jade bottle in the hands of the grandmother Shiluo. "That thing." Yuan smiled lightly. "Didn't the Sang family lose elixirs and weapons? This is just a bottle filled with goo worms. What does the head of the Sang family want with it? Could it be that the real thing stolen from the Sang family is goo worms? If the Sang family lacks goo worms, just say it directly. Why bother to rob them? This Saint girl has no other treasures, but she has a lot of goo worms. Whether the head of the Sang family wants the 100 goo king or the 1,000 goo king, this Saint girl can give it to you generously. This girl. Is she sure that he dare not snatch it by force because he dare not disclose the truth about Yin-gu? Unfortunately, she underestimated the importance of Yin-gu to the Sang family. The Sang family must have this Yin-gu, even if it exposes their strength and ambition. Go! The head of the Sang family gave an order, and the third-level Shura king, who was originally pinching away, suddenly had a surge of energy. The peak of the third level. The great perfection of the third level. The fourth level, the fifth level, the sixth level, the peak of the sixth level. The great perfection of the sixth level, the seventh level. The seventh level Shura king. Who can compete with him? He easily snatched the jade bottle. The head of the Sang family took the jade bottle, pulled out the cork and took a look, and was stunned in an instant. The bottle is empty. Where is his Yin-gu? Where did it go? Mingshan. Chaoyang Palace. While driving away a certain Yin-gu, the little Gu-gu waved a small whip fiercely. Give it to me, quickly. Chapter 577 Refining Yin-gu. The moment he saw the empty bottle, the head of the Sang family knew that he had been fooled. Why do we say that he was fooled, rather than misunderstood them? Because there is clearly the smell of Yin-gu in this jade bottle, proving that Yin-gu had indeed been in the bottle. And it happened not long ago, and the smell did not have time to dissipate. Because of this, he was deceived, and deceived the masters of the Sang family. This girl, pretending to entangle him, looked extremely guilty, and led him to snatch it. But in the end, he only snatched an empty bottle. He didn't need to guess that he had been tricked. When he was tricked by this girl, he was almost certain that the Yin-gu had been sent to a safe place, while everyone was entangled here. If things go wrong, it will be in the hands of that Sikong patriarch. He doesn't have the courage to kill up Meishan and snatch things from that patriarch. Of course, this is based on the premise that the head of the Sang family does not know that the Sikong ancestor is about to die. If the head of the Sang family knew that the Sikong ancestor was about to die, he would have killed his way to Meishan and snatched the Yin-gu back. The face of the head of the Sang family became very ugly. Not only did he get fooled, but he also exposed the strength of the Shura king in vain. This is not a good thing. Yuan watched the excitement and did not mind the big deal. She folded her arms and raised her eyebrows and said, I told you that we didn't take anything from the Sang family. If you want the Gu King, I will give you as much as you want. Now, can you let him go? How could the head of the Sang family let him go? He wanted to kill the long servant with a knife. The head of the Sikong family walked forward with his hands behind his back and looked at him with a dignified look. The truth of the incident is clear. This child does not have the stolen things from your mansion. Please don't make things difficult for him. The head of the Sikong family seemed to be a little angry, and he didn't even call him father-in-law. The head of the Sang family looked at the head of the Sikong family, and then looked at the girl who wanted to lift her tail to the sky. He was furious, but he didn't dare to completely break up with the Sikong family. He asked the 7th level Shura king to let the boy go, then snorted coldly and left. Today, everything that should be exposed and shouldn't be exposed was exposed. No one would believe him even if he pretended to be looking for elixirs and weapons. Before leaving, he glanced at Yuan for the last time. Yin Jiuqiu walked down the carriage calmly, stood in front of Yuan, and blocked the murderous sight of the head of the Sang family. The head of the Sang family looked at the little grandson and tightened his eyes with a complicated expression. After the head of the Sang family left with his men, the head of the Sikong family breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he knew the situation of the ancestor, but he never expected that the Sang family would have a master of the 7th level Shura king. Fortunately, The head of the Sang family was afraid of the ancestor. Otherwise they would definitely lose if they really fought. When did the Sang family become so powerful? The head of the Sikong family shook his head. Now was not the time to speculate on this. It was important to save the life of the ancestor. Otherwise, once the ancestor was gone, the Sikong family would not be a match for the Sang family. The head of the Sikong family looked at Yuan and asked solemnly, "Yuan, has the Yingu reached Mingshan?" "It should be there," Yuan said. The group immediately entered the dark mountain. Yuan was right. Yingu did drive Xiao Gugu to Chaoyang Palace smoothly and in time. Wei was a road idiot. From the beginning, Yuan had no intention of letting him send Yingu back to the dark mountain. She just let Wei carry Yingu for a while, so that he could be stained with some of Yingu's aura, and confuse the Sang family's sight. Yingu was injured by the pressure of the Holy King. Xiao Gugu rode on it, flying for a while and stopping, stumbling, and finally arrived at the dark mountain at dusk. After Yuan refined Yingu in the alchemy furnace, she fed it to her great-grandfather. "Is it okay now?" Yuan turned to look at the head of the Sikong family. The head of Sikong family shook his head. "No. Next we have to see if he can break through the 9th level of Changshengju. If he breaks through, the deadline is over. If he can't break through, the Yingu poison will kill him." Yuan's eyebrows jumped. "It's so dangerous. Why didn't you say it earlier?" The head of Sikong family said earnestly. "His deadline has come. If he doesn't use Yingu, he will die. This is the only chance for the ancestor. As for whether it can succeed, it depends on God's will." Yin Jiuchao walked over and said lightly, "Help the ancestor to retreat in the secret room first." Yuan glanced at Sikong Yi, whose forehead was black, and nodded. "Okay." She called Shura again. "You come too." Nai Shura and Sikong Yi entered the 2 secret rooms under the Chaoyang Palace respectively, and the tied-up 5th-level peak Shura King finally came in handy. Nai Shura absorbed all his skills, and continued the breakthrough that was not completed a few days ago. Wei was held hostage by the 7th Order Azura King, but he accidentally showed signs of a breakthrough. In this way, the 3 of them were in seclusion. On the other side, the saint woke up. When she opened her eyes, she found herself tied up in a dark cell with cold shackles on her hands and feet. Her eyes turned cold and she shouted, "Let me go. I am the saint of the underworld. TSK, TSK, TSK. You have done so many evil things. And you still have the nerve to call yourself a saint?" Yuan's voice came carelessly from the shadows. With a swish, the torches on the wall lit up. The saint didn't have time to adjust to the situation, and turned her head away. After a long while, she slowly turned around and stared at Yuan with her eyes like torches. "It's you. You locked me up?" Yuan said slowly. "Of course it was me. Who else would lock you up?" The saint said coldly, "You are so bold that you dare to imprison the saint of Hades City privately." Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, "Is the saint of Hades City so great? With your mediocre level, you are not good enough in front of me. Even if I say that I have locked you up, who can do anything to me? You?" The saint thought of the Saint King in Yuan's belly, and all her sophistry was choked. Yuan said calmly, "I ask you, where is Sikong Yun?" The saint smiled coldly. "Want to find out his whereabouts? I won't tell you." "Don't tell me that," Yuan said, and stepped aside, revealing the head of the Sikong family behind her. The head of the Sikong family walked towards the saint with a stern face. If he had doubts about the saint's identity before, he was now convinced. "Head." The saint's face changed. The head of the Sikong family said disappointedly, "On the way here, Alwan had told me the whole story of the incident. I didn't believe it at first. You are the saint of the underworld, and I watched you grow up. How could you do such a conscienceless thing for your own selfishness? But not only did you forcibly exchange identities with Alwan and let Alwan marry you, but you also used Alwan's face to recognize the ancestor. You disappoint me so much." Head. The saint was speechless. The head of the Sikong family continued, "Did you lead the masters who assassinated the ancestor and Yin Jiuchao? Are they from the Sang family?" The saint bit her lip and said nothing. The head of the Sikong family looked at her steadily and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't admit these things. Tell me, where is Yuner?" There are some things that the saint would never tell Yuan, but she couldn't help but tell the head of the Sikong family. After learning about Sikong Yun's whereabouts, the head of the Sikong family immediately ordered the guards to bring him back. But the guards came up empty-handed. When they rushed to the yard mentioned by the saint, Sikong Yun had already been taken away by someone. Grandpa. In the Sang family's mansion. Sikong-yun saw the long-lost head of the Sang family. Walked over excitedly, and threw himself into his arms like a child. The head of the Sang family patted Sikong-yun's shoulder lovingly, and said with a doting look, "I'm sorry for making you suffer. Isn't it? I was driven out by my own father." Sikong-yun didn't take it seriously at first. After all, he was the one who committed suicide first. He could go back openly in a few days. But when he came to his grandfather, he had to act like a spoiled child. "Right. But Grandpa, how did you find me?" He stood up and asked puzzledly. He hid in a very good place. Even his own father didn't know. Grandpa has his own way. The head of the Sang family caressed Sikong-yun's face lovingly, confirming that it was a real face without any trace of disguise. "What happened? Tell me quickly, and I will make the decision for you. Isn't it the saint?" Sikong-yun exaggerated what happened after Yuan was captured by the saint. "I disguised myself as Yin Jiuqiu. But who knew that she also disguised herself as someone else and ruined my good deeds?" At this point, what he cares about most is not that his identity was replaced by Yin Jiuqiu, but that his affair with Yuan was disturbed by the saint. The head of the Sang family narrowed his eyes and said, "So, the saint and the second young master are both fake now?" "Yes." Sikong-yun nodded. "Sure enough." The head of the Sang family gripped the armrests of the chair. Sikong-yun said coquettishly, "Grandpa, I'm hungry. The food outside is not tasty at all." The head of the Sang family smiled and said, "Grandpa has asked someone to cook it. It's all your favorite food. By the way, didn't Grandpa give you two masters? How are they now?" Sikong-yun was puzzled. "I don't know. They were borrowed by the saint girl and never came back." "The saint girl didn't come back either. Did the saint tell me what she borrowed them for?" asked the head of the Sang family. Sikong-yun snorted, "Assassinate Yin Jiuqiu, the man who replaced my identity." The head of the Sang family thought for a while. "Didn't you say that he is very good at martial arts?" Sikong-yun said, "Yes. I heard from the saint that he practiced the same mental method as the Sikong patriarch, and his skills are unfathomable. The saint can't beat him at all. I also suspect that the masters my grandfather gave me are not his opponents. But the saint told me that Yin Jiuqiu was very weak these 2 days, and couldn't even beat a child. It's a good time to take action. Very weak these 2 days." The head of the Sang family stood up thoughtfully, opened the window, looked at the silver-like full moon in the sky, and asked coldly, "That kid is also practicing the longevity secret?" The head of the Sang family had his back to Sikong-yun. Sikong-yun did not see the cold expression on his face, nor did he realize that he had something to say. He replied, "That's what the saint said." "Ah, it's really strange. The art of immortality is clearly the mental method of my Sikong family. Even the children of my Sikong family cannot practice it. I really don't know where that kid learned it from." The head of the Sang family gently held the windowsill and murmured to himself, "Could this be the weakness of the art of immortality? If so, then has the Sikong ancestor who has also practiced the art of immortality reached his weakest moment?" "Grandpa, what did you say?" Sikong-yun did not hear clearly. The head of the Sang family asked calmly, "I remember that the longevity secret of the Sikong ancestor has been practiced to the 8th level. Right? Sikong-yun thought about it. "Is there?" He didn't know. He looked at the head of the Sang family. "Grandpa, how did you know?" The head of the Sang family still didn't answer him, but said to himself, "The 8th level. His time is up. Right? If he doesn't break through the 9th level, he will probably stop here. The Sikong family is looking for Yin Gu. It turns out that it is for him to break through the 9th level." Sikong-yun scratched his head in confusion. "Grandpa, what are you talking about? What 9th level? 8th level? Why don't I understand? The Yin Gu of my Sang family is very useful." The head of the Sang family lowered his eyes, raised his hand, and touched the potted plants on the windowsill. The originally vibrant western begonia instantly emitted black smoke and withered. Even if it can't be used by the Sang family, it can't be used by others. "Grandpa." Sikong-yun looked at the head of the Sang family strangely, always feeling that this grandpa was weird tonight. "Take the cousin downstairs to rest first." "Yes," the head of the Sang family said coldly, and 2 expert guards came forward and supported Sikong-yun's arm. "Hey, Grandpa, I still have something to ask you." Hey, Grandpa." Sikong-yun asked the 2 Sang family guards to take him away. The head of the Sang family looked at the full moon hanging in the sky, and said coldly, "This time, I want the Sikong family to pay the price. Chapter 578 Xiaobao and the Holy King. Master, we have searched all the properties of the second young master in the Dark City, but we have not found any trace of the second young master in the study of the Sikong family. A trusted guard reported to the master of the Sikong family the results of an hour's search. The master of the Sikong family looked solemn, and in the study with him was the eldest son Sikong Chanfeng. Sikong Chanfeng has always been like heir in the Sikong family. No one cares about his life or death, and he does not interfere in the affairs of the Sikong family. However, this time, with a powerful enemy at hand, no one in the Sikong family can be willful. The master of the Sikong family glanced at his eldest son and asked the guard, "What about those places of fireworks? Have you searched them all?" The guard bowed and said to the master, "We have searched them all. We have not missed any of the places where the second young master often goes, and the places he might go to." "What about the Sang family?" Sikong Chanfeng spoke. The head of the Sikong family frowned and looked at the guard coldly, as if waiting for his answer. The guard said, "Without the head of the family's order, the subordinates dare not rashly search the Sang family." "Then it seems to be in the Sang family," Sikong Chanfeng said. The head of the Sikong family looked more and more solemn. Sikong Chanfeng took in his father's expression and said lightly, "After all, the second brother is the grandson of the head of the Sang family, and he is protected by the old lady Sang. I think he will not be affected for the time being. As for the future relationship between the two families, that is another matter. Perhaps Sikong Yuan will become a bargaining chip used by the Sang family to restrain the Sikong family. But there is a prerequisite for doing so. That is, the Sang family cannot beat the Sikong family. At present, this possibility is not great. The Sang family first had Yinggu, and then the 7th level Shura King. Their strength is no less than that of the Sikong family. The only person who can defeat them is the ancestor of the Sikong family. Unfortunately, the ancestor is in seclusion, and it is still unclear whether he can break through. If I were the Sang family, I probably wouldn't give the ancestor a chance to break through. Sikong Chanfeng pondered. The head of the Sikong family did not speak, because he agreed with his eldest son's statement. He has been in this position for so many years, and understands the importance of timing better than anyone else. As the saying goes, opportunity never comes again. Now is the best opportunity for the Sang family. The ambition of the Sang family has been exposed. It is useless to be humble. It is better to take advantage of the ancestor's seclusion and take control of the initiative in their own hands. As long as the Sikong ancestor is gone, the Sikong family will not be able to deal with them. I know the Sang family is not simple, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. I thought they were just like the Lan family, just wanting to be a first-class noble. The head of the Sikong family paused and said self-deprecatingly, "Raising Yinggu, refining Shura King. From this point of view, they are probably trying to replace the Sikong family and become the new generation of the royal family of the underworld." Sikong Chanfeng did not discuss the ambitions of the Sang family, but said, "Father, the news of the ancestor's retreat cannot be concealed for too long. Next, we should all be prepared to deal with it." The head of the Sikong family nodded. "Take all the masters of the Sikong family and go to the Chaoyang Palace of Mingshan Mountain. Be sure to protect the ancestor." Sikong Chanfeng performed a salute expressionlessly and turned away, looking at the back of his eldest son going away. The head of the Sikong family sighed with regret. Suddenly, many masters came to Mingshan, and the atmosphere in Chaoyang Hall became tense. The disciples who went to search the mountain came back, knowing that something happened in Chaoyang Hall. They all became alert. Yuan looked at the guards, who were obviously several times more, sighed softly, closed the window, and said to Yan Jiuchu, who was carving wooden daggers for a few little guys, "Your power has not recovered yet. No matter what happens later, you don't come out." Yan Jiuchu snorted lightly. Yuan thought about it, turned her head and looked at Yan Jiuchu and said, "You said, will the people from the Sang family really come tonight?" "Come!" Xiubao's crisp voice came from the yard. He was calling his two brothers. Yuan's mouth twitched, and she said, "We have many experts, so we should be able to beat them, right?" "No." Xiao Bao's voice was heard again in the yard. Er Bao and Da Bao were fighting Gugu, and Xiao Bao was asked if he could beat them. Xiao Bao decisively poured a basin of cold water on Er Bao. Yuan took a deep breath and continued to say to Yan Jiuchao, "If the situation is not right in a while, we will run away quickly." "No," Xiao Bao said seriously. Yuan was furious and pushed open the window lattice. Yin Xiaobao. Who can't escape? Xiaobao looked at his mother in confusion, pointed at her buzz escaped poisonous insect and said, poison. Poisonous poison. The 3 little black eggs were tired from playing and fell asleep with their heads tilted halfway through the bath. Yin Jiuqiu wiped the little guys' bodies, put on clothes, and carried them to the soft bed. Yuan had already spread the quilt, patted the side of the bed and said, you go to sleep too. Yin Jiuqiu hummed, and was about to turn off the light on the candlestick with his sleeves. As he moved his sleeves, he remembered that he had lost all his martial arts. He walked to the table with a dark face and turned off the candle. The family rested outside Chaiyong Palace. Sikong Chanfeng put down his sword and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes quietly. The night wind blew. His white robe moved with the wind, rustling in the silent dark mountain. After an unknown amount of time, his ears moved. He suddenly opened his eyes. A gleam of cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he grabbed the long sword beside him, pulled it out, and chopped off the hidden weapon flying in the air. However, it was just a chopped off. You know, this sword was given to him by his grandfather when he was alive. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a family heirloom of the Sikong family. But facing the weapons of the Sang family, he failed to cut them off, which shows how powerful the weapons of the Sang family are. The sound of the weapons colliding kicked off the prelude tonight. Sikong Chanfeng flew into the air and stabbed the killer in the dark night with a sword. And the killer quickly blocked the sword with a red tassel spear. The red tassel spear is specifically designed to counter long swords. The Sang family really came prepared. However, the title of the best young master in the underworld is not just a boast. Although the killer has an advantage in weapons, he loses in internal strength and moves. After more than 10 moves, he died under Sikong Chanfeng's sword. But everything did not end there. The killer was just testing the waters. The real assassination was about to begin. Suddenly, several extremely powerful auras surged in the dark night. Sikong Chanfeng's eyes flashed, and he summoned the masters of the Sikong family. 20 Shura kings and 50 Shuras came out in full force, and surrounded those auras. Even if their realm was not as good as the masters of the Sang family, they had more people, and it seemed that they had no chance of winning. Unfortunately, no one expected that those auras were too domineering. They killed a whole in almost an instant, and flew towards Chaiyong Hall with murderous intent. Sikong Chanfeng said seriously, stop them. The disciples of Chaiyong Hall showed their swords one after another. The leading disciple said, form a formation. Protect the ancestors. The realm of the disciples of Chaiyong Hall was not high. But after forming a formation, they actually stopped 2 6th level Shura kings. But they didn't stop them for too long. The 7th level Shura king appeared and broke the disciples' formation with almost overwhelming strength. The disciples of Chaiyong Hall vomited blood and fell to the ground. The 7th rank Shura king flew in the direction of the secret room. In a flash, a pressure from the 10,000 Gu king came over heavily. The 7th rank Shura king shouted loudly, released a huge internal force, and confronted the 10,000 Gu king fiercely. The 2 6th rank Shura kings took the opportunity to fly into Sikong Ye's yard. Sikong Chanfeng and several masters of the Sikong family chased after them and tried to kill them. But one realm is a level of heaven. They tried their best, but could only hold one of them. The other 6th rank Shura went from room to room. He was going to kill the ancestor. But when he passed a room, he suddenly felt an unusual breath. Not only did he feel it, but even the 7th rank Shura king, who was confronting the 10,000 Gu king, also felt it. That was the breath of the Holy King. There is a Holy King here. The blood of all the Sang family Shura kings was boiling. The Holy King was a better sacrifice than the Yinggu. As long as they got the Holy King, they could refine the most powerful power in the Hades. By then, even Sikong Patriarch would not be the opponent of the Sang family. The thought flashed through his mind, and the 6th level Shura king immediately changed his plan. He no longer wanted to assassinate Sikong Yi, but to capture the Holy King. He kicked open the room where Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan were. There was a man, a woman, and 3 children lying in the room. He sensed the breath of the Holy King on the woman. The 6th level Shura king grabbed Yuan without saying a word. Chapter 579 Invincible Yin Xiaobao. Domineering 9th brother. However, what the 6th level Shura king did not expect was that he caught not the woman, but a black little egg. The little black egg was so black that it is bare, but blended into the night, so that he could not see it at all. He threw the little black egg back on the bed and grabbed the woman again. But unexpectedly, he caught another little black egg. He threw again and caught again. He caught a little black egg for the third time. The 6th level Shura King was in a mess. How many eggs are there? The one who was caught in the end was Xiaobao. One of his little feet was held upside down, and is chubby, but was facing the 6th level Shura King. Just when the 6th level Shura King was about to throw the child back on the bed, something unexpected happened. There was a loud sound, and Xiaobao farted. A long and loud stinky fart. The stomach that had been rumbling for half the night was finally relieved, and Xiaobao smiled contentedly in his sleep. But the 6th level Shura King, who was stung by the fart, was not so lucky. What kind of fart is this? Why is it so smelly? The 6th level Shura King felt that he could not use his power because of the stink, and his whole body was stiff. At this moment, Englu rushed into the house. Englu also managed to break through the blockade of another 6th level Shura King and rushed over here. As a result, he saw a killer who was about to plot against the young master and his party. He raised the sword in his hand and stabbed the other party fiercely. However, before his sword touched the other party's body, the other party trembled all over, stared, and rolled his eyes, and fell down. Xiaobao fell back on the bed with a clatter. His little butt rolled, hugged Debao's feet, and snored with saliva. Englu's sword missed. He looked at the 6th order Shura King lying on the ground in disbelief. Just when he was about to ask what was going on, he smelled that super stinky fart. He rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue, and fell down gorgeously. The battle situation in other places was not so optimistic. Even though the 6th order Shura King in the yard was restrained by Sikong Chafeng and the masters of the Sang family, it was not so easy to really kill him. Shura net! Sikong Chafeng shouted. And the masters of the Sikong family sacrificed a huge net. This net can suppress the power of the Shura King. But in the face of absolute strength, these things all lost their effectiveness. The 6th order Shura King tore the Shura net in almost a breath. Sikong Chafeng's face became solemn. The most powerful Shura King of the Sikong family is only at the peak of the 4th level. The difference between the two realms cannot be made up by numbers and tactics. Not to mention that their numbers are not as powerful as thousands of troops. Of course, it is impossible to let him surrender. Even if he fights to the last breath, he will protect the people he wants to protect. Sikong Chafeng took out a bottle of pills. The guards beside him recognized the Bifeng pill with sharp eyes and quickly grabbed his hand. Sir! Don't do it. Bifeng Dan is the unique secret medicine of Sikong family. It can improve the cultivation of martial artists in a short period of time. But it is not without price. The more it improves, the greater the backlash will be. When the effect is over, he will become more fragile than a child. If his enemy is not dead by then, he will be killed by the enemy. Even the dead soldiers will not take this secret medicine unless it is absolutely necessary. As the son of Sikong family, how can he do such a desperate thing? Sikong Chafeng said, I can't hold on. I thought that if I used all the power of Sikong family, I could at least hold off for a while. But the opponent's strength was too strong, beyond everyone's imagination. If it goes on like this, there is no need to fight at all. Just wait for death. But the guard wanted to continue to dissuade him. But Sikong Chafeng had already wiped off the cork with his thumb and poured a whole bottle of Bifeng Dan into his mouth. The guard's tears came out. Even the Shura King only took one pill. But their young master swallowed a whole bottle. This will cause his body to explode and die. Young master, take the ancestors and all away. After Sikong Chafeng said this, he felt a huge internal force rushing out from his dantian, rushing through his tendons and veins like a torrent, and flowing through his limbs. His realm soared at an incredible speed. His robe was bulged by the uncontrollable internal force, and his hair crown exploded with a bang. The veins on his forehead jumped, and his eyes burst into red blood. He could no longer control the overflowing power. He flew into the air with a sword and stabbed fiercely at the 6th level Shura King in the yard. This sword, like the roar of the sea and the roar of the mountain, carried a monstrous sword intent, and a dragon's roar seemed to emerge in the night. All the masters of the Sikong family retreated in unison, looking at the godlike Sikong Chafeng, with a trace of fear in their eyes. The 6th level Shura King released his pressure and tried to block Sikong Chafeng's attack. But Sikong Chafeng broke through his pressure and stabbed the long sword straight into his body. The 6th level Shura King was shocked and angry. and slapped Sikong Chongfeng's shoulder with a palm. Sikong Chongfeng was hit by this huge internal force and flew backwards. But he didn't retreat far. And he turned in the air and stabbed at the opponent again with his sword. He seemed to be unable to feel the pain in his body. And there was only one word left in his mind. Kill! The 6th level Shura King punched Sikong Chongfeng. But Sikong Chongfeng didn't even dodge. The moment he connected his fist with his body, he held the hilt of the sword with both hands and chopped it down with one move. The 6th level Shura King was split in half. Everyone was shocked. Big, young master, a disciple of Chaoyang Palace, looked at Sikong Chongfeng, who was disheveled and looked like a god or devil. In disbelief, the young disciple Jinghong murmured, "Not good. He is going to be possessed. The 100 Phoenix pill is a secret medicine that improves power. And it is also a poison that is extremely harmful to the body. Ordinary people will enter a weak period of 1 to 5 days after the effect of the medicine wears off. But Sikong Chongfeng took too much in order to defeat the high-level Shura King. And the consequence is that he will be possessed. Young master." The guards of the Sikong family rushed towards Sikong Chongfeng. "Go away!" Sikong Chongfeng slapped him away with a palm. "Don't come over." He could no longer control his murderous aura. "Don't come over. Don't come over." Sikong Chongfeng tried to maintain the last bit of clarity in his mind and flew towards the 7th level Shura King, who was being held by the 10,000 Gu King. The 7th level Shura King gave up the assassination of Sikong Patriarch the moment he felt the breath of the Holy King, and turned to catch the Holy King, but was entangled by the 10,000 Gu King. However, there was a difference in realm after all. Although the 10,000 Gu King entangled him, it was not so easy to kill him. The arrival of Sikong Chongfeng brought about a surprising reversal of the situation. He chopped down and cut off one of the 7th level Shura King's arms. The 7th level Shura King was furious, stretched out his claws, and grabbed him fiercely towards his vital point. Sikong Chongfeng's body movements were more than 10 times faster than usual. He flashed behind the 7th level Shura King almost instantly. The 7th level Shura King didn't react at all, and was pierced through the heart by Sikong Chongfeng's magic sword. Sikong Chongfeng held the long sword and split him in half. This cruel behavior made the Chaoyang Hall disciples and Sikong family masters, who witnessed this scene, dumbfounded. "Go! Go!" Sikong Chongfeng shouted painfully. Unfortunately, he couldn't go. The last bit of Sikong Chongfeng's reason was drowned in that sentence. After he killed all the masters of the Sang family, he still couldn't stop. He slashed a sharp sword energy at the people of the Sikong family, and everyone was seriously injured by the sword energy. Then, he rushed towards the disciples of Chaoyang Hall. The king of 10,000 Gus screamed and blocked in front of him. Sikong Chongfeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he slashed at the king of 10,000 Gu with a sword. "Don't!" Jinghong screamed. No one could stop Sikong Chongfeng anymore. He killed everyone, and when there was no one left to kill, he would kill himself. Sikong Chongfeng's sword chopped the insect SHL of the king of 10,000 Gu. Suddenly, a cold internal force spread in the air like a water wave, intercepting Sikong Chongfeng's sword. Under the gray sky, Yin Jiucha's robe fluttered, and he came in the air with a calm look. A faint light from the horizon hit his handsome face. Sikong Chongfeng was startled at first, and the next second, the devilish energy overflowed, and he fiercely killed Yin Jiucha. Yin Jiucha pointed his fingertips, and a cold internal force shot into Sikong Chongfeng's eyebrows. Sikong Chongfeng's eyes went black, and he fainted. Yin Jiucha used his inner strength to hold him up, and slowly fell from the air. Mingshan, which was filled with fear a second ago, suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at Yin Jiucha without blinking. In the dim morning light, his robes fluttered, like a god in the sky. Chapter 580 Memory Resurrection. Everyone's eyes were filled with amazement, and the fear in their hearts seemed to have dissipated. The morning light shone behind him, making his face shrouded in darkness. However, even though they could not see who he was, everyone seemed to have found their backbone. When he came closer, everyone finally saw his face clearly, and they were all stunned. Is this the second son? No. No! The second son does not have such powerful martial arts, let alone such a domineering temperament. But if you say he is the ancestor, it is not. The ancestor is not that young. Everyone stared at Yin Jiucha in amazement, and someone asked with courage, "Who are you?" Yin Jiucha did not speak, and carried the unconscious Sikong Chongfeng into the house. The disciples of Chaoyang Hall and the masters of Sikong family hurriedly followed. But when they approached the house, Yin Jiuchao's internal force shook and slammed the door shut. Everyone looked at each other. Who is he? I don't know. If it was said that based on that face earlier, many people in Sikong family would recognize him as the second son. But after that glance just now, no one connected him with Sikong Yin anymore. He has the breath of the ancestor. Isn't he the ancestor's last disciple? But I haven't heard that the ancestor accepted a disciple. Everyone talked about it for a long time, but they couldn't come to a conclusion. At this time, the head of Sikong family also arrived. The Sang family's sneak attack on Mingshan was not limited to this one. The direction of the Saint Maiden Hall was also attacked by masters. The head of the Sikong family and more than 10 Sikong family masters guarded for most of the night, and finally ended the battle at dawn. The Sang family placed the most elite forces in Chaoyang Hall. The masters who attacked the Saint Maiden Hall at night were not very strong. The casualties of the Sikong family were not heavy, but they were still bad. When everyone saw the head of the Sikong family coming, they all saluted to him. What's the situation here? The head of the Sikong family asked. He had used all his strength in the battle just now, so although he sensed the movement on the side of Mingshan, he couldn't get away. A guard of the Sikong family reported the situation of Chaoyang Palace truthfully. The head of the Sikong family expected that the Sang family would be ruthless. So when he heard that a 7th-level Shura king and 2 6th-level Shura kings came, his reaction was not too surprised. But when he heard that the most powerful Shura king was killed by Sikong Chanfeng, he was so shocked that he could hardly speak. After a long while, he found his voice. How could Chanfeng, the eldest son, took Baifeng pill? The guard paused and said sadly, a whole bottle. The head of the Sikong family felt dizzy and staggered back a few steps. He clenched his fists and said, why is he so stupid? That thing? Can you eat so much? Where is he? How is he now? The eldest son has gone crazy. Second, the guard wanted to say that the second son showed up in time and took him into the house. But when the words came to his lips, he felt that it was not the second son. So he changed his words and said, someone saved the eldest son. They are in the house. The sky was bright, and the golden morning light shone through the crack of the door, falling on Yuan's tightly closed eyes. Yuan raised her hand to block it, and suddenly woke up. She sat up. Is it dawn? She looked to her side, and saw 3 naked little guys sleeping at the foot of the bed. And Yin Jiuchao was nowhere to be seen. Yin Jiuchao. She hurriedly lifted the quilt to look for someone, but saw 2 tall and strong figures lying on the ground. One of them was Ying Lu, and the other. Yuan walked over vigilantly, looked up and down, and asked suspiciously, isn't this the Sang family master who chased away yesterday? What level of Shura king is he? Yuan felt Ying Lu's pulse, and he just fainted, and he was fine. Then, Yuan probed the man's nose and found that he was still breathing. Strange. How could he and Ying Lu fall in his own room? Did the Sang family send him to attack last night, but was stopped by Ying Lu? Okay. Ying Lu, I didn't expect you, a scout, to have such a powerful ability. Yuan touched her chin, thought of something, narrowed her eyes, and never mind. Send it to her own Shura. Yuan grabbed the 6th-level Shura king on the ground and dragged him to the secret room. After doing this, Yuan heard the noise in the front yard. She patted the dust on her hands and walked to the front yard. Yin Jiuchao and Sikong Chanfeng had been in there for an hour. The head of the Sikong family called twice, but there was no response. Everyone gradually couldn't wait any longer. Why did you take so long to go in? What is he doing? Is the eldest master okay? What happened? Yuan walked towards this side. When the head of Sikong saw her, his expression relaxed. But soon, he frowned again. Last night, the Sang family sent assassins here, in order to fight them. Chanfeng took a lot of secret medicine and became possessed. Master Yin and Chanfeng have been locked in there for an hour. I don't know how they are doing. By the way, are you and the child okay? No problem. Yuan shook her head and glanced at the closed door. I'll go check. The head of Sikong nodded hurriedly. Okay. Yuan walked towards the house, but suddenly stopped after 2 steps. She turned around and smiled. The head of the family is actually also concerned about the eldest son. Right? The head of Sikong opened his mouth. Yuan curved her lips and said, the palm and back of the hand are both made of flesh, but the palm is thicker than the back of the hand. However, If the back of the hand is injured, it will still hurt, right? The head of the Sikong family didn't know how to answer. He didn't have the same feelings with his first wife as he did with his second wife. And he couldn't treat his two sons equally. But after all, they were his own children. So how could he not feel pain when he learned that he was willing to destroy himself in order to save Ming Shan? The head of the Sikong family felt extremely ashamed. The first thing he thought of was not how important Ming Shan was to Sikong Changfeng, but how unimportant his life was in Sikong Changfeng's heart. He could die for the ancestor. He could die for the king of 10,000 gu. Did he think that no one in the world cared about him? So he went to die without any worries. The head of the Sikong family paused. If it was you, would you do this? No, Yuan said firmly. There are too many people in the world that I can't let go of. I can't bear to die. And I believe Yin Jiuqiao is the same. We will not make sacrifices without considering the consequences. We will try every means to survive. The head of the Sikong family murmured. Last night, there was no other way. Right? He didn't give up his life easily. He was forced to do so. Yuan pulled the corners of her lips lightly. She couldn't answer this question for Sikong Changfeng, but she believed that the head of the Sikong family actually had the answer in his heart. Yuan walked up the steps and came to the front of the house. Just as she was about to raise her hand to knock on the door creaked open. Yin Jiuqiao walked out with a light expression. Yuan looked at him, then looked at Sikong Changfeng, who was lying motionless on the bed, and asked, "Are you two okay? What can happen to me?" Yin Jiuqiao said coldly. "What about him?" Yuan asked. Yin Jiuqiao sneered arrogantly. "Yuan, you don't think I can't even deal with a demonic possession, right? So it's okay?" Yuan's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, "My husband is really amazing." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that something was wrong, and she looked at Yin Jiuqiao. What did you call me just now?" "Nothing." Yin Jiuqiao walked down the stairs expressionlessly. Yuan blinked and chased after him. "You called me Yuan." "You heard it wrong," Yin Jiuqiao said with a straight face. I didn't hear you wrong. You just called me Yuan. Didn't you remember it?" No. Yuan was stunned. "No. You didn't even ask me what you remembered. And you said no? You just remembered it." "I didn't." Yin Jiuqiao strode back to the house. And before Yuan caught up, he closed the door and bolted it. "You ran away from my marriage and want to leave like this? Tonight, I will marry you. Don't even think about running away again. Woman, you better stop playing tricks. Stay here honestly. Put on your wedding dress and marry me later. This time, I won't let you run away again. Hee. I heard that you found a pretty boy in the Central Plains. His name is Yin Jiuqiao. Right? You turned your back on me. Are you tired of living? Believe me, you don't want to see my torture methods. My sons, Dabao, Erbao, Xiaobao, will also be your sons after the wedding. Then, who did you have the child with? Of course, it was with my beloved woman, Jiang Batian. Are you jealous?" A series of unbearable memories flashed through his mind, and Yin Jiuqiao's ears turned red. He held his forehead in shame. Did he really say those idiotic words? Okay, I really want to die. Chapter 581, The Ninth Brother Against Heaven. The king returns. Sikong Changfeng's condition has been fully controlled. The evil spirit in his body has been cleared, and even the internal injuries caused by the evil internal force of the Sang family Shura king have all been repaired. Everyone feels incredible, and only the head of the Sikong family understands what is going on. Everything is also due to the longevity secrets handed down by the ancestors. The ancestors of the Sikong family are members of the Wu clan, and they hold part of the Wu clan's inheritance. The longevity secret is a set of orthodox Wu clan mental methods, which can restrain all evil spirits and demonic spirits to a great extent. Of course, the other party's longevity secret realm must be high enough. Otherwise the endangered Sikong Changfeng cannot be saved. Master, who is that young man? His appearance is the same as the second young master, and his aura is the same as the ancestor. A guard of the Sikong family couldn't help but express his doubts. The head of Sikong family shook his head. I don't know his origins either. I only know that he is the son-in-law of our Sikong family. Ah? Son-in-law? The guard was surprised. Does our Sikong family have such a young son-in-law? It's no wonder that the guard was so surprised. In fact, the head of Sikong family has no sisters, and he only has 2 sons. Sikong Chanfeng and Sikong Yun. There is a daughter born out of wedlock in the side branch. But she is already in her 30s or 40s. Whose son-in-law would be a young talent in his early 20s. But the head of Sikong family didn't say anything more. They are the descendants of the ancestor. And it is up to the ancestor to decide whether to make their identities public. The head of the Sikong family ordered, everything will be decided after the ancestor comes out of retreat. So don't make any rash comments. The guard bowed, yes. I will obey your order. After Yin Jiuchao treated Sikong Chanfeng, he went back to his room alone. Feeling ashamed and angry, he managed his emotions and expressions, and went to Ing Shursan's room calmly. Ing Lu had already woken up and returned to his room. He was guarding Ing Shursan's bed and washing Ing Shursan's face. When he saw Yin Jiuchao coming, he hurriedly stood up and bowed, young master. Yin Jiuchao looked at the unconscious Ing Shursan, then at the stupid Ing Lu, and another unbearable memory rushed into his mind. What? Are you thinking about your pretty boy again? You are my woman now. You will never see him again in your life. If you know what's good for you, just listen to me. Otherwise, I will kill your 2 men. Which 2 men? The 2 men named Ing Lu and Ing Shursan. Yin Jiuchao closed his eyes and clenched his hands tightly under his wide sleeves. Ing Lu called his young master, but there was no response. Seeing that the young master was ready to strike, he blinked and realized something. He hurriedly said seriously, young master, no. Wang. I forgot to call you this in private. Wang disguised himself as the young master of Yinqing in order not to expose his identity as the Ghost King in the underworld. Don't worry. Wang. Ing Shursan and I remember. We won't call you the wrong name again. Yin Jiuchao wanted to die even more. After using the Chansheng Ju to remove the evil spirit left in Ing Shursan's tendons by the Sang family master, Yin Jiuchao resisted the urge to bang his head against the wall and walked back to his room silently. In the room, the 3 little black eggs woke up one after another, sitting on the bed like fat dumplings, rubbing their eyes and yawning. Daddy! Erbao saw Yin Jiuchao, slid off the bed with his bare butt, and ran towards him. Dabao and Xiaobao also ran over. The 3 little guys raised their little heads, opened their black eyes wide, and looked at him without blinking. Elder Yin, do you have a son? To the king. I don't. A Ghost King raised his lips. I do. Elder Yin, who was shot in the heart. Elder Mo, do you have a son? To the king. I have 2. The Ghost King's lips curved even more. I have 3. Elder Mo, who was also shot in the heart. King! King! Elder Jean raised his hand with a smile. I have 5 sons. A Ghost King's face darkened instantly. You are not an elder of the Ghost clan. Drag him away. Elder Jean was stunned. King! King! What did I do wrong? Yin Jiuchao twitched his mouth and grabbed a rope in shame. Erbo asked, Daddy, what are you going to do? Yin Jiuchao, hang yourself. Yuan walked around Chaiyang Palace and thoroughly found out what happened last night. The Sang family really sent a master to Ming Shan to assassinate. The Sang family dared to do this because they guessed the weakness of the ancestor and Yin Jiuchao and wanted to take advantage of the last chance on the full moon night to kill the ancestor and Yin Jiuchao. Not many people know this weakness. In addition to the person involved, there are only her and the saint. The saint is now imprisoned in the Mingshan dungeon and has no way to contact the outside world, unless the saint has leaked the news before going to prison. As for who leaked it to, it goes without saying that it was Sikong Yun. And Sikong Yun was taken away by the head of the Sang family. With his stupid temper, it would be easy for the head of the Sang family to get information from him. He is really a guy who can't do anything but make trouble. He was sold and still counted money for others. As for the fact that several Shura kings felt the breath of the Holy King and turned to capture the Holy King, it was not noticed by the disciples of the Sikong family and Chaoyang Hall. In their view, they were going to assassinate Yin Jiuchao. So Yuan didn't know that she almost became the prey of the Sang family. When Yuan returned to the house, the 3 little guys had already put on their clothes, had breakfast, and ran away to play. Yin Jiuchao sat by the window with a cold and arrogant look. Yuan walked over with a smile, held the back of his chair with one hand, and said mischievously, Is it fun to get married 3 times? Master Yin? It's not me. Yin Jiuchao stopped talking in time. Then what? Yuan raised her eyebrows and looked at him, motioning him to continue. Yin Jiuchao snorted and turned his face away. Yuan did not miss the opportunity to tease him, and chuckled and leaned over. Bin young master or bin prince? Huh? Yin Jiuqiao looked at her face, leaning towards him. His eyelashes trembled. And he looked forward, serious and cold, but not looking away, and said, in broad daylight, in the open world, "How can this be?" Yuan sneered, glanced at him and said, "I don't know who asked me to make a waiting chamber for him in broad daylight, and made it several times." Yuan. Yin Jiuqiao's ears turned red. Yuan then said teasingly, "You took me to see the sunrise, and said that I would never leave someone in my life." Yin Jiuqiao held back. Yuan bent down, rested her elbows on the table, and looked at him with her hands on her cheeks. "Yin Jiuqiao, do you like me to death?" Yin Jiuqiao didn't look at her, and said seriously, "That was the Ghost King against Jiang Batian." Yuan pouted, "You said one thing and meant another." Yin Jiuqiao looked out the window and said expressionlessly, "I didn't." "Oh no! Oh no!" Something happened in the dungeon. While the two were arguing, a young disciple, who was patrolling the dungeon, came over in a hurry. The two of them put their thoughts aside at the same time and walked towards the door. The head of Sikong family also came out of Sikong Changfeng's room. The three of them looked at each other and looked at the young disciple. "What happened?" asked the head of Sikong family. The young disciple said, "The woman in the dungeon injured my senior brother and ran away." "Where did she run to?" "Was it the temple?" asked Yuan. The young disciple shook his head. "No. She didn't go to the temple. My senior brother chased her for a while, but didn't catch up. But my senior brother said that she seemed to be going in the direction of the Sang family." "Sang family?" Yuan frowned. "She is not stupid. She even knew to go to the Sang family. With the sin she committed, the Sikong family and the temple will not tolerate her anyway. The Lan family will sooner or later abolish her and Lan Jiao. Now only the Sang family has the ability to protect her." The head of Sikong family said with a cold look, "I will send someone to chase her." "No need." It was Yin Jiuqiao who spoke, the head of Sikong family, and Yuan looked at him in confusion. Yin Jiuqiao looked in the direction of Sang family and said, "Let her go." Sikong family did not pursue the saint, and the saint was able to arrive at Sang family smoothly. She was covered in blood and didn't even have a decent piece of clothing. The guards of Sang family looked at her with disdain. "Where did you come from? Beggar? Get away. The effect of Huagong powder has passed, and the saint's power has recovered. This man is so rude. She has to teach him a lesson." She raised her hand and slapped the other person away. The guard fell heavily to the ground and spit out blood. His companions were stunned and looked at this embarrassed woman in disbelief. "You? Who are you? How dare you make trouble in Sang family?" The saint said coldly, "Go and tell your master that the saint is here." "You? Saint?" The companions looked at her with contempt. The saint urged her inner strength. "Do you want to take a blow from me, too?" The companion felt a huge murderous aura and was startled. He dared not delay any longer and went there quickly. About half a quarter of an hour later, a man who looked like a housekeeper came to the gate and took the saint to the front hall. The head of the Sang family sat on the main seat, looking at the saint nonchalantly. "You said you were the saint? What evidence do you have?" The saint walked to the screen and laid with saint stones, and put her hand on the saint stones. Then she saw that all the saint stones on the screen emitted a faint green light. The most powerful saint in the history of the Lan family. The green-clothed Saint Lan Ji. The head of the Sang family narrowed his eyes slightly. "You are indeed a saint. But why do you want to disguise yourself as someone else? This is none of your business," the saint said impatiently. A hint of coldness flashed across the eyes of the head of the Sang family. But he smiled and said, "I didn't know it was the saint." Sang, "I am sorry for not welcoming you," he said, stood up, bowed to the saint, and gave her his seat. "Saint, please take a seat," the saint said arrogantly. "I won't sit down. Give me a yard. Have someone prepare water, and find some clean clothes. I need to take a bath." The head of the Sang family touched his chin and laughed. "It doesn't seem appropriate to do this. It's not that Sang is unwilling to entertain the saint. But," the saint raised his chin to interrupt him. "Don't say hypocritical words. I know Sikong Yun is in the Sang family. And I also know that you and the Sikong family have completely torn your faces. The movement in Mingshan last night was caused by you. Right? It didn't succeed. Right? You want to deal with the Sikong family. And so do I. We have a common enemy. Why don't we join hands?" The head of the Sang family said cunningly, "You are just a stray dog now. What can you do to help us?" The saint's eyes turned cold. And she said seriously, you want to replace the Sikong family and become the royal family of the Hades. Without the approval of the temple. Even if you win, it is not legitimate. The head of the Sang family lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment. Okay. I promise you. I will join forces with you. The saint turned and walked out of the flower hall. Take it. The head of the Sang family threw a small medicine bottle to her. What is this? The saint took the medicine bottle and turned around and asked. The head of the Sang family said calmly, it is a pill that can enhance the power of your bloodline. I don't want my ally to be just a green-clothed saint. Just a green-clothed saint? Does this person know how precious the green-clothed saint is? The Lan family has been passed down for many years. And the most powerful saint is her. Don't think I don't know that your Lan family has a saint king. He was near Mingshan last night, and also sensed the breath of the saint king. The saint clenched her fingers, suppressed her jealousy and said, so what? Do you think the saint king can be used by you? The head of the Sang family smiled faintly. So you can't be too bad. Don't lose too much to the Saint King. Humph. The saint rolled her eyes in annoyance and walked away with the pill. The pill of the Sang family really has a miraculous effect. That night, the saint felt that her blood had changed. The saint stone changed from green to blue. And from blue to blue. At dawn, it actually emitted a few purple lights. The saint sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at her hands in disbelief. I am the saint in purple? She is the saint in purple with the purest bloodline. She is the saint in purple. The saint was so surprised that she didn't notice that the maid guarding the door had left quietly. The maid came to the house of the master of the Sang family, bowed respectfully, and said, Master, what's the matter? Asked the head of the Sang family. The junior purple-robed saint, said the maid. The head of the Sang family curled his lips meaningfully. I can actually touch the barrier of the purple-robed saint. It's worthy of the bloodline that only appears once in 1,000 years. Bring her here. Yes. The maid took the order and returned to the courtyard of the saint, and reported outside the door. Your Highness, the saint, the head of the family invites you. The saint's bloodline has undergone earth-shaking changes. This is simply impossible. But on second thought, the impossible has happened. That girl can get pregnant with the Saint King. So what's so strange about her becoming a purple-robed saint? The Saint King is not yet a force to be reckoned with. With my current strength, a pressure can kill him. The saint was immersed in great joy. And she also had a better face for the head of the Sang family, who helped her turn things around. When she heard that he wanted to see her, she went without saying a word. Head of the Sang family. She greeted him with a smile. The head of the Sang family looked her up and down, and smiled with satisfaction. After not seeing you for a night, the saint's power seems to have improved again. The saint smiled and nodded. The power of the bloodline has improved. And the power will naturally improve. Not only did her power improve, but her aura also became much more rosy. She had never felt so energetic. Are you hungry, Saint? Do you want to eat something? The head of the Sang family asked with concern. Look! Look! Her realm has improved. And the old man's attitude towards her is very different from yesterday. The Saint Yin said nonchalantly, I'm not hungry. The head of the Sang family is looking for me. Are you going to discuss with me the plan to destroy Meishan and the Sikong family? The head of the Sang family smiled. There's no rush. I want to take the saint to a place first. Oh! The saint stretched out her tone. The head of the Sang family looked at her and said, This is the forbidden land of our Sang family. Apart from me and the masters of the forbidden land, no one else has been there. Not even Yuner. The saint raised her eyebrows and said, Are you showing me your sincerity? Head of the Sang family. Thank you for the elixir of the Sang family. I am now the purple-robed saint. I, Lan Ji, am not a person who does not repay the favor. I will definitely help the Sang family with all my strength. The head of the Sang family glanced at her and bowed. Thank you. Saint sang first. The saint said arrogantly, Aren't you going to take me to the forbidden land? What are you still standing there for? Go to the forbidden land quickly so that I can kill the holy king. The head of the Sang family smiled and said, Please. The saint and the head of the Sang family entered the forbidden land of the Sang family together. The Lan family and the Sikong family also have forbidden areas, but they are not as big and mysterious as the Sang family. The two first entered a cave. The further they went, the narrower the passage and the darker the light. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they came to a dark cave. The cave was filled with a thick bloody smell, which was disgusting. The saint covered her nose. How long do we have to walk? Soon. The head of the Sang family said lightly. The saint's stomach rolled violently, and the blood in her body seemed to be agitated uncontrollably. It smells too bad. If you want to show me something, just take it out. I don't want to go in. How can you not go in? The head of the Sang family turned around and smiled sinisterly. He held a night-shining pearl in his hand, and the faint light of the night-shining pearl shone on his face. His gloomy appearance was like a ghost from purgatory. The saint's heart skipped a beat. The head of the Sang family held her shoulders. Do you know what's down there? The saint looked down and found that she was walking on a dark wooden bridge. Under the bridge was a pool of sticky blood. No wonder the bloody smell was so strong. The head of the Sang family said grimly, I originally planned to feed it with the Holy King, but unfortunately I didn't catch it. I think the purple-clothed saint is not bad either. The saint was horrified. You! The saint slapped the head of the Sang family with a palm and flew away. Then she used her lightness skills to fly away from the cave. But at the moment when she was about to fly out of the cave, a column of blood rushed over, wrapped around her body, and dragged her into the blood pool. Chapter 582 Sang Family Forbidden Land. In the afternoon, it rained on Ming Mountain. The rain was not heavy and did not last long, but the sun was shining brightly in less than half an hour. After the rain, Ming Mountain had a hint of earthy smell, and the grass and trees were lush and green, and the place was full of natural beauty. Yuan was holding her nephew, who had hiccups in the yard, to bask in the sun. Xiao Bao came running over, pulled Yuan's hand, waved his hand and pointed to the sky and said, Mom, what is that? Yuan took a look and said with a slight curve at the corner of her lips, It's a rainbow. It's so beautiful. Xiao Bao said with her little head tilted. As beautiful as Mom. Bao came over and said cutely. Yuan was amused by him, and couldn't help laughing. Xiao Bao, who lost again, glared at his brother with resentment, and went to find De Bao with a dark face. I'll go too. Bao followed him. Yuan looked at her son running away with amusement, then looked at her adorable little nephew in her arms, and said, When you grow up, you can play with your brothers. The little nephew vomited a bubble of milk. The wet nurse came over and said to Yuan, Madam, let me do it. The little master needs to sleep. This was the wet nurse that the head of the Sikong family asked the housekeeper to find. She had a clean family background and was loyal. Yuan handed the child to her with confidence. The child was very well behaved, did not cry or make a fuss, and slept after eating, which made her very worry-free. The wet nurse carried the little master down. Yuan sat on a rattan chair, basking in the sun comfortably. She couldn't help stretching. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. My great-grandfather gave me a book of immortality, but I forgot to give it to Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao also practices immortality, so it should be useful to him, Yuan said, holding on to the rattan chair, and stood up. She paused after taking a step and wondered, the one who practices immortality is the Ghost King. Now he is not the Ghost King anymore. Will he still be willing to practice? A group of swallows flew across the blue sky. Yuan touched her chin. Never mind. Give it to him first. Yuan returned to her room and took out the immortality book that was improved by Sikong Yi from the drawer. She had heard Yin Jiuqiao mention that the immortality book of the Ghost Clan was a fragment with only 6 levels. But the one improved by her great-grandfather had 8 levels. The 9th level had no annotations because her great-grandfather had never practiced it himself. Whether he could practice it, and how to practice, it was up to Yin Jiuqiao to figure out. Where's Yin Jiuqiao? Yuan took the Changsheng Ju and went out of the house, intending to look for him. Just as she passed the small garden, a familiar figure stepped over the threshold and walked towards her. Awan. Sikong Chanfeng called her. Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise, and she greeted him politely. Are you awake? How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Sikong Chanfeng had just recovered from a serious injury, and his face was still a little pale. But he shook his head and said nonchalantly, I'm fine. I came to. He considered the address and said, I'm here to thank Master Yin. I heard from my father that if it weren't for him this time, I might have caused irreversible consequences. Yuan thought he would say if it weren't for him this time, I might have died. But at this moment, he still wasn't thinking about herself. This man, why can't he care more about himself? How can he understand that no one is more important than his own life? I was too impulsive and almost killed you all, Sikong Chanfeng said self-blamingly. Yuan comforted, don't mention the past. Besides, The situation was critical at the time. If you hadn't done that, someone might have died at the hands of the Sang family's masters. Sikong Chanfeng smiled bitterly, looked around and said, "By the way, why don't you see young Master Yin?" Yuan spread her hands. "I'm looking for him too." "Is this the secret of longevity?" Sikong Chanfeng's eyes fell on the secret book that Yuan revealed when she spread her hands. Yuan nodded. "Well, do you want to see it?" "No. I can't just look at something so important." Sikong Chanfeng refused. Yuan handed the secret book forward. "My great-grandfather has passed it to me. It's mine. I'll show it to you." "It's okay." Sikong Chanfeng lowered his head and smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I have practiced the longevity secret. But I didn't succeed. That was many years ago." He was good at raising goo. And the ancestor Sikong was happy and taught him a few sentences of the longevity secret. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand it and practiced hard to no avail. At that time, the ancestor told him that the longevity secret also pays attention to fate. Although it is the ancestral secret of the Sikong family, it is not necessarily that the descendants of the Sikong family can practice it well. Nor is it necessarily that only the descendants of the Sikong family can practice it well. Actually, Yin Jiuchao's longevity secret. Yuan pursed her lips and didn't say the rest of the words clearly. Sikong Chanfeng smiled knowingly. "I know. It was obtained from the Ghost King. My father told me. However, my father also said that the secret of immortality is not something that can be given. The ancestor also tried to teach the descendants of the Sikong family. But no one could bear the secret of immortality. So, it was not young Master Yin who got the secret of immortality. But the secret of immortality chose him." Yuan rested her elbow on the back of her hand and pinched her chin, "So, it seems to make some sense. But he was poisoned since childhood, and his tendons and veins were eroded by toxins, which made him different from ordinary people. That's why he was able to bear the power of the Ghost King." Sikong Chanfeng smiled gently. "So, there is a destiny in the dark. A blessing in disguise. Isn't it?" Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Yuan told the head of Sikong family about the saints, their identities, and the purpose of coming to the Dark City. This time, the head of Sikong family did not hide anything from Sikong Chanfeng. Since he talked about Yin Jiuchao's situation, Sikong Chanfeng remembered another thing. "Father said that you are still short of a medicine. I don't know how I can help you. The Sikong family has a lot of books. I wonder if I can find something useful. I will take you to the library later." "Thank you," Yuan said sincerely. Sikong Chanfeng came to thank. But unexpectedly, he was thanked by Yuan. Sikong Chanfeng couldn't help laughing and said, "Then, I won't bother you. You can thank Master Yin for me." "Young Master," Yuan called him. Sikong Chanfeng paused and turned around. Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "You mentioned the head of the Sikong family several times when you were talking to me just now. You care about him in your heart, right? Is it important to care or not? He was not born to be a son that his father liked, no matter how outstanding he was. In his father's heart, he always loved Sikong Yin the most. In the Sikong family, he was a superfluous person." "I'll go first," he said. Yuan watched him leave. The person who tied the bell must untie it. The knot between the father and son has been tied for so many years, and it is definitely not something that can be untied in a day or two. Moreover, the head of the Sikong family really loves his eldest son too little. He has not experienced what Sikong Chanfeng has experienced, so he has no right to ask him to let go and accept. Of course, on the other hand, the Sang family is so vicious that they must not want to see Sikong Chanfeng being favored. The indifference of the head of the Sikong family to him just happened to be his life-saving talisman. Yuan looked at Sikong Chanfeng's departing back, curved the corners of her lips, and said, "There is indeed a destiny in the dark. And a blessing in disguise?" Yuan searched for a whole circle in Chaoyang Palace before she knew that Yin Jiuchao had gone down the mountain. It was not until dusk that Yin Jiuchao returned to Chaoyang Palace. And he returned with Grandma. "Old Suedo, you go and Qingyan." The big stone in Yuan's heart fell, and she was afraid that this guy would become a ghost king again and get lost again. In fact, it was Grandma and her group who were lost. If Yin Jiuchao hadn't found them, they would probably have no idea which caravan they followed out of the underworld. Yuan asked curiously, "Why did you get lost? Aren't you with the second grandmother?" "The second grandmother is very familiar with me, Shan. And she is not a road idiot." Qingyan said, "We met several elders of the Lan family on the way. Grandma Lan and Ziyan were taken away by them. Don't worry. The elders are not going to lock them up, but to re-examine the matter between Lan Jiao and Qin Gai. Let's talk inside. Yuan led them into the tidied room. On the way here, they roughly understood the situation of Meishan, the relationship between Yuan and Sikong Patriarch, and the fact that the Sikong family was in danger. As for the recovery of memory, everyone can guess it without Yin Jiuqiu saying it. After all, the Ghost King will get lost. Yuan poured tea for them. Have a drink first. I was still worried about whether you had been captured by the Sang family during the days you were missing. Qin Yan drank the tea in big gulps, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and said, "Don't tell me. We really went to the Sang family." Yuan was stunned. You went to the Sang family? Qin Yan's eyes flashed. Ahem. Just accidentally passed by. Yuan mercilessly exposed, lost and got lost. It seems that a way getting lost in Meishan is a light matter. But these few actually got lost in the Sang family. Qin Yan cleared his throat. We don't know the Sang family. We just walked around and walked to the Sang family's forbidden area. Yuan glared. You also entered the Sang family's forbidden area? Then how did you get out alive? It doesn't matter anymore, Qin Yan said, looking at Yuan and Yin Jiuqiu. His expression suddenly solemn. Do you know what you go and I saw in the Sang family's forbidden area? What? Yuan said. Chapter 583 The Truth of the Forbidden Land. Qin Yan swallowed his saliva in fear. That scene was so horrifying that he felt his hands and feet go numb even when he thought about it. Yuan rarely saw him like this. And it seemed like she had returned to the time when she first met Shura. The difference was that Shura was a person who brought fear and crushing to people in terms of strength. But this time, Qin Yan and the others were able to come out alive, which at least showed that they were not discovered, since they were not discovered and did not attack them. What was Qin Yan afraid of? Yuan's heart could not help but rise, seeing that Qin Yan's face turned pale, and he could not speak. She turned to look at Yugo beside her. Did you see it too? Yugo clenched her fingers imperceptibly, shook her head slowly, and said, Qin Yan did not let me see it. At that time, in order to explore the way, they hid Grandma and old Suedo in a tree hole. They accidentally entered the forbidden area of the Sang family. Of course, they did not know that it was a forbidden area at that time. It was only after Yin Jiuqiu asked about it, and they described it, that Yin Jiuqiu deduced that it was the forbidden area of the Sang family. Qin Yan's 5 senses were naturally sharp. The moment he entered the forbidden area, he smelled a thick bloody smell. Then he saw a pool of blood. It was not static. Something seemed to be swimming slowly in the pool, stirring up the bloody smell even thicker. Qin Yan instinctively felt the danger and covered Yuego's eyes. Afterwards, Qin Yan saw 2 people, a man and a woman. Man? Woman? Yuan paused thoughtfully. Master Sang and the saint? I don't know the man, but the woman should be the saint, Qin Yan recalled. She had your face, and I thought it was you at first glance, but her figure and tone of voice were not like you. So I thought of the saint who impersonated you. Later, the man did admit her identity as the saint. But what's wrong? Isn't the saint of the Lan family the green saint? But I heard the man address her as the purple saint. Huh? How could this be? Yuan was stunned. Grandma, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Maybe the Sang family used some medicine to forcibly increase her blood power. Yuan blinked. Can you still do this? It will shorten your lifespan, Grandma said, and it will make people unable to conceive offspring. Yuan frowned. If the blood of the saint cannot be passed on, then it is useless no matter how powerful it becomes. Why is she so stupid? Qin Yan thought for a while. Maybe the Sang family didn't tell her about the interests. No, they definitely didn't tell her. Qin Yan thought of the conversation he heard in the cave. How long will it take? Soon. It smells too bad. If you want to show me something, just take it out. I don't want to go in. How can you not go in? Do you know what's down there? I originally planned to feed it with the Saint King, but unfortunately I didn't catch him. It's not bad to come to the Purple Saint. This was the original conversation between the saint and the man, and Qin Yan wrote it down word for word. Qin Yan looked at Yuan, then at Yuan's belly, and hesitated to speak. Yin Jiuqiu glanced at Qin Yan and said to Yuan, Xiaobao is calling you. Really? Yuan stood up strangely. I'll go and take a look. Yuan was sent away, not because they wanted to hide it from her sincerely, but because she was pregnant. If they told her that her child was targeted by such a terrifying evil creature, she would definitely be worried. Of course, more importantly, she always thought that she was the most powerful saint in the history of the Lan family. They really couldn't bear to tell her the truth. Qin Yan told a conversation he heard in the cave. Listening to the arrogant tone, it was undoubtedly Lan Ji and the other man. From Qin Yan's description of his appearance and temperament, Yin Jiuchao concluded that it was the head of the Sang family. The saint was unwilling to accept the trial of the Sikong family. She escaped from the dungeon by injuring the disciples of Chaoyang Hall. She thought that she would have a chance to turn the tables by finding the Sang family. But she didn't know that she had jumped from a wolf's den into a tiger's den. Jiuchao, you don't seem surprised. Did you guess it a long time ago? Qin Yan looked at Yin Jiuchao and said, I guessed a little. Yin Jiuchao said, as early as when he encountered Yinggu in the passage of Sikong's house. He and Yuan felt a very thick bloody smell. At first, he thought it was the breath of Yinggu, but when he really took Yinggu in his hand, he found that Yinggu itself was bloodless. Later, Mingshan was assassinated by the masters of the Sang family. At the critical moment, all the masters rushed to his and Yuan's house. Others thought they were going to assassinate him, but only he understood that they were coming for the fetus in Yuan's belly. And the conversation between the head of the Sang family and the saint just now confirmed this guess. The saint and the Saint King are from the same lineage. If the Saint King cannot be caught, it is good for the saint to fall into the trap. Yin Jiuchao guessed that the saint would not have a good ending, so he did not let the head of the Sikong family risk being attacked by the Sang family to hunt her down. There are both advantages and disadvantages to doing this. The disadvantage is that the evil creature will become more powerful than before after getting the saint's blood. The advantage is that it will not attack the Saint King for the time being after getting the saint's blood. Qin Yan suddenly realized that if it were him, he would only focus on preventing the evil creature from becoming stronger and chasing the saint back. However, the consequences of chasing the saint back would be disastrous. The Sang family would definitely come again to capture the Saint King, and Mingshan and the Sikong family would not even have a chance to breathe. Jiuchao still sees things clearly. Qin Yan patted Yin Jiuchao's shoulder and was given a chilly look by Yin Jiuchao. He touched his nose angrily, pulled back his hand, and murmured, by the way, what kind of evil creature is raised in the Sang family's forbidden land? It's a Rakshasa, Grandma said. Rakshasa? Qin Yan was stunned. Grandma frowned and said, Rakshasa, originally also called Inshura, is a dead warrior as powerful as Shura, but more sinister and terrifying than Shura. The skills they practice are very vicious. People injured by Rakshasa have almost no chance of survival. The evil creature in the Sang family's blood pool is not an ordinary Rakshasa, but a bloodthirsty and brutal blood Rakshasa among the Rakshasa. The blood Rakshasa is raised with the blood of all poisons, and the Yinggu of the Sang family should be one of his sacrifices. After hearing this, Qin Yan understood. No wonder the Sang family wanted to take back the Yinggu even if they exposed their strength. Unfortunately, they failed to do so. At this time, they found the Holy King. Grandma nodded. The Holy King is a better sacrifice than the Yinggu. If the blood Rakshasa gets the Holy King, he will be able to break through the 9th level and become the Rakshasa King. At that time, no one in the Hades will be his opponent. Then what should we do? Qin Yan asked. Grandma said, kill him before he becomes the Rakshasa King. Qin Yan asked in a low voice, how to kill him? The Chan Shengju can restrain the blood Rakshasa, but that is under the premise that the realm difference is not big. Sikong Patriarch has come out of retreat. Maybe he can be killed. You? Grandma didn't have the heart to attack them, but the strength of the blood Rakshasa was there. Even though he didn't enter the Sang family's forbidden area, he also sensed the power of the blood Rakshasa. The gap between them and the blood Rakshasa and realm was definitely not something that could be made up by numbers and tactics. Qin Yan lowered his head in frustration. Are we just waiting to die? Grandma sighed and said, it depends on whether the ancestor breaks through the 9th level or the blood Rakshasa becomes the Rakshasa King first. Once the blood Rakshasa becomes the Rakshasa King, it will become an immortal existence. At that time, even the 9-layered immortality art will not be able to get rid of it. Qin Yan shuddered when he thought that the guy in the blood pool would one day become an immortal monster. Grandma, who did you hear these things from? Grandma said, I have read a lot of books from the Sikong family recently, and there are records about the blood Rakshasa on them. Qin Yan asked distressfully, is there really no other way? Yes, Grandma said. What? Qin Yan looked at him. Yin Jiuchu's eyes also moved slightly. The Witch King, Grandma said. The Witch King can kill the Rakshasa King. Qin Yan was dejected again. Forget it. We haven't even found a wizard. How can we talk about the Witch King? I'll go see how the old ancestor is doing in seclusion. I hope he can come out as soon as possible and kill the blood Rakshasa before he becomes powerful. Everyone got up and went back to their own rooms. Yuan fell asleep on the couch, holding a book of longevity secrets left for her by Sikong Yi. Yin Jiucha first gently carried Yuan back to the soft bed, pulled the quilt over her, and then took the longevity secrets from her hand and read it page by page. Chapter 584 Blood Rakshasa. That night, Sikong Chanfeng came to Mingshan to deliver a collection of books to Yuan and Yin Jiucha. He didn't know about the Sang family's Rakshasa yet. All the books he delivered were related to the Sikong family's inheritance. Finding medicine is important, but the most urgent thing is to solve the Rakshasa issue. Otherwise, they may not live to find medicine. Excuse me, can I go to the Sikong family's library? Grandma said. Of course. Sikong Chanfeng agreed without hesitation. Regardless of his relationship with Yuan, the Sang family is now their common enemy, and the Sikong family has no reason to hide anything. Sikong Chanfeng took Grandma to the library. The Sikong family had so many books that even the children of the Sikong family had not read them all. The two stayed in the library for a long time and did not leave until the middle of the night. After that, Grandma did not go back to the room to rest, but made a list and asked Sikong Chanfeng to make the things on the list as soon as possible. Sikong Chanfeng called the best masters and craftsmen of the Sikong family and made the things on the list overnight. The next evening, Yin Jiuchao came out of the secret room. Grandma had been waiting for him for a long time. After finally seeing him, she hurriedly stepped forward and called him, Jiuchao. Grandma? Yin Jiuchao nodded. Grandma looked at the house behind Yin Jiuchao. He just passed by here, but didn't go in. It seemed that he was going out. Are you going down the mountain? Yin Jiuchao said. I'm going to the forbidden area of the Sang family. Grandma paused and frowned. Are you going to kill Lu Sha? Kill him when there is a chance, Yin Jiuchao said. Grandma looked at the endless mountains and said, I was far away at that time and couldn't accurately perceive Luosha's realm. But I guess his skills are not inferior to the Ghost King. So we should be careful. Young master, I'll go and test the truth first. A familiar voice sounded from the side of Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao turned his head and saw Ing Shursan, who had been unconscious for several days, standing upright in the corridor, looking at him eagerly. Yin Jiuchao glanced at him. Awake? Yes. Ing Shursan bowed and said, My power has also recovered. Yin Jiuchao looked at him steadily, flicked his sleeves, and a force hit Ing Shursan's chest, which traveled through his dantian and tendons. Then he retracted the force, put his hands behind his back, turned and walked into the house, and said lightly, Letting Lu go with you. Ing Shursan bowed and responded, Yes. Half a minute later, Ing Shursan returned to the room with Ing Lu, and Ing Lu rushed over. What did the young master say? Did he agree? Agreed. You and I will go to the forbidden area of the Sang family tonight. Ing Shursan was still worried that his power was not enough, and the young master would not agree to let him go. In fact, compared to being a wounded person who stayed in the room and did nothing, he was more willing to go through life and death for the young master. We will set off when it gets dark, he said. Ing Lu nodded. Well, then you eat something first. I'll go ask Qin Yan how to get to the forbidden area of the Sang family. What do you want to ask? Isn't it enough for me to go with you? Qin Yan strode in, carrying a heavy bag in his hand. Ing Lu's eyes fell on his bag. What is this? Things we need tonight. Aren't we going to the Sang family's forbidden area to investigate the blood Rakshasa's strength? We must get some self-defense treasures. Qin Yan raised his eyebrows and took out the items that Grandma asked Sikong Chanfeng to prepare one by one. This is the talisman water, which can cover up the breath of the dead warriors on you. This is the blood pill, which can be fed to the blood Rakshasa when necessary, so as not to be eaten by him as a sacrifice. And this is the iron chain specially used to tie up the Rakshasa. But we'd better pray that we don't have to use the iron chain. After all, that means we will confront the Rakshasa head-on. Whether we live or die is secondary. The main thing is to alert the enemy, and it will be difficult to launch a sneak attack in the future. Oh, okay. I'll remember it. Ing Lu divided the talisman water and blood pill into 3 parts. Each of them took one. And there was only one iron chain. which Qing Yin carried on his back. I almost forgot this. Qing Yin took out a small porcelain bottle from his bosom. This is blood coagulation powder. Sprinkle it into the blood pool. If it is already a Rakshasa king, then the blood coagulation powder will be useless to it. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will win every battle. The odds are slim when facing the enemy head-on. Only a sneak attack can be used. But a sneak attack also requires understanding the habits and residents of the Rakshasa. The blood pool is just a place for him to practice. And he may not be there all the time. And how they are going to leave after the sneak attack is also a very important problem. Tonight, they have to find out all the details of the Rakshasa and the terrain of the Sang family's forbidden land. Ing Shursen looked at the dark sky. It's getting late. Let's go! Several people put on night clothes and performed qigong to go to the Sang family's forbidden land. The Sang family's forbidden land is located on the west side of the Sang family. One side is next to the Sang family's mansion, and the other side is the beautiful mountains. Qing Yin and Yugo accidentally entered the forbidden land in the mountains. Yes, I remember there was a river. Qing Yin recalled. Over there. Ing Lu found a stream across the mountains. Several people waded through the stream. Qing Yin had no memory of the road after that. But because they had walked there, Ing Lu found his and Yuego's footprints on the ground, and followed the footprints all the way into the forbidden area of the Sang family. Qing Yin was not a dead man, and the sure ass of the Sang family were not sensitive to his breath. Ing Lu and Ying Shisen were different. The two had to take out the magic water prepared by their grandmother and apply it on themselves. Ing Lu was so choked by the choking smell that tears came out. By the way, what is this magic water made of? Why does it smell so strange? Qing Yin thought for a while. It seems to be horse urine? Ing Lu? The three continued to move forward. Ying Shisen suddenly stopped Ing Lu and Qing Yin and whispered, "Don't bring the fire stick. And throw away the night pearl." Why? Ing Lu asked puzzledly. Rakshasa doesn't like it, Ing Shursen said. How do you know? Ing Lu looked at him blankly. Ing Shursen frowned. Intuition. Throw it away quickly. Don't alert the enemy. Oh! Ing Lu threw it away obediently. Qing Yin curled his lips. He told you to throw it away. So you threw it away. So obedient? You are not his little wife. Ing Shursen looked over coldly. If you keep talking, I'll throw you away with me. Qing Yin shut up in dismay. After throwing away all the shiny things, the three of them came to a seemingly inconspicuous cave entrance. Getting closer and closer to the Sang family's forbidden area, the three of them even held their breath. Is this the place? Ing Lu asked Qing Yin with his eyes. Qing Yin frowned and thought about it. It seemed to be. But it didn't seem to be. He couldn't remember. Don't all the caves in the world look the same? Ing Lu and Ying Shisen exchanged glances. Ying Shisen nodded and made a downward gesture. Ing Lu understood, pushed Qing Yin and Ying Shisen apart, and walked in first. Qing Yin tugged at Ying Shisen's sleeve. Why did he let Ing Lu go in first? If there was any danger inside, he would be the first to die. This is the difference between a scout and a killer. Scouts are responsible for exploring the way, while Ying Shisen is responsible for attacking. When performing a mission, if only one person can survive, that person will be the killer. Because if the killer cannot bring back the news, the scout with slightly inferior martial arts skills will be even less likely to do so. However, Ying Shisen did not let Ing Lu take risks for this reason. There are clues left by Qing Yin and Yuego inside. He does not understand these, and it is easy to destroy the scene if he walks in front. Facts have proved that Ying Shisen's decision is right. The cave looks small, but after a while, he entered a huge cave. There are 5 small caves in the cave, each leading to a different place. Ing Lu surveyed it, and still went into the 3rd cave on the left. Ying Shisen and Qing Yin followed. They didn't see even a mouse along the way, which shows how terrible the monster in the blood pool is. After walking for an unknown period of time, a thick bloody smell began to rise in the cave. Qing Yin covered his chest and gestured that the bloody smell was thicker than last time. Ing Shursen frowned. It seemed that the sacrifice of the purple-clothed saint had indeed made the blood Rakshasa more powerful. Several people couldn't help but tighten the blood pills in their hands. The blood pills were made of animal blood and could not be compared with the sacrifices. But they could also be used to satisfy their teeth. After walking 3 or 4 steps, several people came to a huge cave. What came into view was a pool of bloody blood with a lonely single-plank bridge on the blood pool. Qing Yin was stunned. The color of the blood pool became darker. Suddenly, Footsteps came from another entrance of the cave, and the three people quickly hid behind a rock. Really? I have to drain blood from it every day. Stop talking. If we anger that thing, we'll be in trouble. It's not here again. It's 2 7th level Shura Kings. Each of them held 2 buckets of blood and poured them into the blood pool. After doing this, they left without looking back. Lu and the other 2 looked at each other. 2 7th level Shura Kings couldn't beat a blood Rakshasa. This was too scary. Just now they said that the blood Rakshasa wasn't here. Qingyan whispered. Yeah. Lu nodded. That's what they said. Just right. Try the blood coagulation powder, Qingyan said. Lu took out the medicine bottle. I'll do it, Shursan said. He took the medicine bottle from Lu, unplugged it, and squatted down by the pool. Just as Shursan was about to sprinkle the blood powder into the pool, a bloody hand suddenly stretched out from the pool and pulled Shursan down into the pool. Chapter 585 Little Black Egg and Blood Rakshasa. This sudden scene shocked the people on the shore. Didn't the 2 Shura Kings just say that blood Rakshasa was not there? Did they hear it wrong? Or did the Shura King of the Sang family make a mistake? No one expected that there would be danger hidden in the blood pool. So when Shursan was dragged down, no one reacted immediately. Even Shursan himself didn't understand how all this happened. When he came to his senses, he had been dragged to the bottom of the pool. Lu jumped down without thinking, and his speed was faster than Shursan's speed. Qingyan was unable to stop him, and was so anxious that he said, You are really his little wife. If he jumps, you jump too. Now, one can't be saved, and the other is also killed. Without a guide, how will he get back to Mingshan later? Qingyan was so angry that his heart was throbbing. After Shursan was dragged down to the blood pool, he immediately struggled. But the blood pool was different from ordinary lake water. It was so sticky that he could hardly move. Most of his strength was blocked, and his skills could not be used smoothly. In comparison, the thing that was dragging him was much more comfortable. The bloody hand was actually not very big, because it was bloody, fast and fierce. Shursan could not see it very clearly, but now that he was being dragged by it, Shursan felt that it was not a normal-sized hand. And of course, the strength was not normal. Shursan was dragged to the bottom of the pool without any resistance. The thick blood made it impossible for him to see anything even with his eyes open. He could only sense the approaching danger with the instinct of a dead man. The thing swam above him, rode on him, and bit his neck. Goo! 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 A few bubbles were vomited in the blood pool. Shursan thought that the guy had vomited, and was pooping in the blood pool. He remembered that before they entered the forbidden area, they smeared the magic water made of horse urine on their bodies. Could it be that this thing smelled very disgusting like horse urine? While thinking, Lu swam down. The thing immediately gave up Shursan and swam towards Lu. Although Shursan couldn't see, it was not difficult for him to catch Lu's breath. He could die, but he couldn't let Lu get into trouble. He used all his strength to swim towards the guy. And just when it was about to bite Lu, he grabbed its leg. This isn't a human leg. Is it? How come it's so thin and small? Shursan didn't have time to sort out his doubts at this moment, and slammed the thing down to the bottom of the pool. Shursan intended to hold it down with his body. Gurgle. Lu spit out bubbles, grabbed Shursan's wrist, shook his head at him, and pulled him to the shore. Qingyan took out all the blood pills and scattered them on the other side of the blood pool like they were free. Eat blood pills. Eat blood pills. Don't eat them. The thing at the bottom of the pool really smelled the smell of blood pills, and didn't chase Lu and Shursan anymore. The 2 swam to the shore, and Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief and fell on the wooden bridge. What about that thing? Lu gave him a horrified look. Qingyan looked at Lu, then at the place where he had scattered the blood pills, and saw something swimming around under the blood water, gulping and eating all the blood pills he had scattered. The thing was so close to him that Qingyan's hair stood up. He stood up tremblingly, and threw the blood pills in his pocket one by one. The thing swimming under the water waves swam faster, as if impatient with Qingyan's slow feeding. But the blood pills were almost gone. Qingyan took out the blood pills while walking out quietly. Just when he took out the last few, a blood bamboo gushed out of the pool. Qingyan was so scared that he threw all the blood pills over. Shursan grabbed Qingyan with one hand and Lu with the other, and rushed out of the cave. The 3 of them ran for a while, and thought they were finally safe. Unexpectedly, a cold wind blew in the chilly passage, and the wind was mixed with a thick smell of blood. Everyone's heart tightened immediately. Not good. It's chasing us. Qing Yan frowned. You go first. Ing Shursen pushed Ing Lu and Qing Yan to the front and stayed behind. Ing Lu, but what? Don't hold him back. Qing Yan grabbed Ing Lu and dragged him out of the cave. Ying Shursen didn't really plan to confront him head-on. The blood pills and blood coagulation powder fell into the blood pool. But he still had a few bottles of sealed talisman water on him. He poured out all the talisman water and sprinkled it in the passage for a long distance. The smell of horse urine was so pungent that he couldn't stand it. So he collected the bottles and chased in the direction of Ing Lu and Qing Yan. Originally thought that thing hated the smell of talisman water and would immediately return to the blood pool. But unexpectedly it chased after them. At this time, the three people had completely escaped from the cave and ran in the silent jungle. Feeling that thing getting closer and closer to them, everyone's scalp was numb. Qing Yan screamed, "What's going on? Why is it chasing us? Does it want to eat blood pills again?" Ing Lu asked. Qing Yan said in distress, "But the blood pills are gone. I think I still have a few." Ing Lu performed Qigong while taking out the remaining small porcelain bottle from his arms, and throwing the blood pills in different directions with his inner strength. The thing really turned around to chase the blood pills. The three of them did not dare to be careless, and still used Qigong to the extreme. Qing Yan asked, "How many did you throw?" Ing Lu thought for a while. "It seems 8. Qing Yan patted his chest. "That should be enough for that thing to find for a while." As soon as the voice fell, there was a loud roar, and the strong smell of blood was blown over by the night wind. Qing Yan was stunned. This, so fast. Ing Shursen's eyes were stern. Separate. The three people who were originally parallel separated. Qing Yan chose a southerly direction. He wanted to see where Ing Lu and Ing Shursen went. But when he turned around, he was stunned. What happened to the agreed split-up actions? Why did you two run to the same place? You're leaving me behind? When the three of them parted ways, the thing stopped, squatted on the ground and looked at the direction the three of them left in astonishment, as if thinking about who to chase. "Don't chase me. Don't chase me. Don't chase me," Qing Yan muttered to himself, and turned back. "Ah! I told you not to chase me. There are 2 over there. Are you blind?" Qing Yan was running away with his life. He had never been so accurate in finding the way. Under the pressure of that thing, he returned to Mingshan accurately. However, that thing was getting closer and closer to him. Qing Yan felt that the blood in his body was out of his control. He began to bleed from all 7 orifices. His skin was not damaged, but fine blood beads oozed out. He had never seen such a weird technique. If it continued like this, he would become a dry corpse before being caught. In fact, not only Qing Yan, but even the disciples of Chaoyang Hall had strange behaviors. "Big brother, your eyes." The eldest disciple of Chaoyang Hall touched his eyes. "Blood? Second brother, you?" The thing was actually quite far away from Chaoyang Hall. But even so, the disciples of Chaoyang Hall began to bleed one by one. Everyone fell into endless fear. Suddenly, Qing Yan remembered that he had a black iron chain specially used to deal with the blood Rakshasa. He wiped the blood on his face, took out the iron chain wrapped around his waist with his bloody hands, shouted, and threw it fiercely at the blood shadow behind him. The thing probably thought it was a blood pill, so it didn't dodge, let alone resist with its strength, and was hit by the black iron chain. It fell down with a bang and rolled into the river beside it. Qing Yan heard the sound of falling into the water, paused in midair, turned around, and saw that thing fell into the water. He pulled out his dagger. He was very sure that the thing was entangled by the black iron chain. Now was a good time to deal with it. If he could kill it. Qing Yan clenched the dagger in his hand, took a deep breath, and flew to the riverside. He stared at the rippling river surface without blinking. He didn't dare to go down. After all, that thing was good at swimming. He might not be its opponent underwater, and of course not on the water, but at least his 5 senses were more acute on the water. He just waited for the guy to surface, and then killed it with a knife. But he waited and waited, until the water surface was quiet, and there was no sign of the thing, and even the movement under the water was gone. Could it be that it was entangled by the black iron chain and couldn't swim out, drowned? Apart from this explanation, Qing Yan couldn't think of any other possibilities. Besides, he had stopped bleeding from all 7 orifices. If this wasn't the death of Blood Rakshasa, then what was it? For the sake of caution, Qin Yin waited by the river for a while. When he was sure that he could no longer sense the breath of Blood Rakshasa, he returned to Chaoyang Palace with his head held high and his chest held high, holding the dagger. Shortly after Qin Yin left, a series of bubbles suddenly appeared on the calm water surface. Then, a small shadow emerged from the water, grabbed the water grass on the shore with its skinny little hands, and slid up with a sound of slipping. Qin Yin was the first to arrive at Chaoyang Palace, while Yinglu and Yingshisen were still on the way. Yuan only found out later that they had gone to the forbidden area of the Sang family. Seeing that he was the only one back, she hurriedly asked, "Where are Yinglu and Yingshisen?" Qin Yin patted his chest and said cheerfully, "They are fine. Don't worry. The Blood Rakshasa is dead." "What? The Blood Rakshasa is dead?" Yuan looked at him in disbelief. Qin Yin raised his eyebrows. "Of course. I killed it myself, thanks to Grandma's black iron chain. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to kill it." Yuan touched her chin. "Is the Blood Rakshasa so easy to kill?" Qin Yin smiled and said, "Actually, it was a coincidence. It thought I gave it a blood pill, so it didn't dodge, and ended up getting hurt by the black iron chain." Yuan stretched out her hand. "Where is the body? I want to see the person alive, or the body dead. Otherwise, how could she believe that such a powerful creature was killed in such a short time?" Qin Yin said, "It is in the river under Mingshan Mountain. If you don't believe me, send someone to salvage it. It is entangled by the black iron chain and can't float far." Yuan really sent people to salvage it. The disciples of Chaoyang Hall salvaged it for a long time, but only a few broken black iron chains were salvaged, and there was no trace of the Blood Rakshasa at all. Qin Yin was dumbfounded. How could this happen? I clearly saw it." Yuan stared and said, "The black iron chain is broken like this, which shows that it is not a big threat to it at all. This Blood Rakshasa is more powerful than we imagined." Qin Yin held his forehead and seemed to understand why it pretended to be dead underwater. This is a Blood Rakshasa with a brain. Qin Yin was as if facing a great enemy. Oh no! It sneaked into Mingshan Mountain. "Dabao, come here. Don't let Erbao find it. You are with me. We won't play with Erbao today." Xiaobao, who was still holding a grudge, pulled Dabao, who was confused, and hid behind a big tree. "Dabao, Xiaobao, where are you?" Erbao grabbed his little bottle and stood outside the back door of Chaoyang Palace, looking around cutely. Xiaobao stuck out his tongue at Erbao proudly. Lowly, lowly. Can't find it." Erbao's ears stood up. I heard Xiaobao's voice. Xiaobao quickly covered his mouth, looked at Erbao who was looking for him, winked at Dabao, pointed to the big tree on the other side, and signaled Dabao to hide with him. Dabao nodded. Xiaobao took the lead and scurried behind another big tree, then waved to Dabao. Come here. Come here." Erbao walked closer. "This tree is not safe anymore." Xiaobao slid to another big tree and hid behind it with a naughty smile. A little figure almost as tall as Xiaobao slowly approached, with water dripping from his body. Xiaobao grabbed his hand and ran forward without looking back. "Quick! Erbao is coming. Let's go!" The little figure looked at the chubby little hand holding his, and slowly licked the corner of his lips. Chapter 586. Subdue the Little Rakshasa. Xiaobao didn't know that he had pulled the wrong person. He just wanted to get rid of Erbao, and not let Erbao catch up with him and Dabao. He ran forward panting, holding the little hand tightly. However, he still noticed something strange. "Dabao, why are your hands wet?" he asked. But he didn't look back because he was anxious to find the way. The little figure didn't respond. Xiaobao said, "Oh," forgetting that Dabao couldn't speak yet. "Xiaobao, Xiaobao." The cute voice of Erbao came from behind, and Xiaobao ran forward with all his strength. When he came to a fork in the road, he turned decisively and climbed up a small hill. Here. There was a small cave on the hill, which was first discovered by Dabao. Dabao brought Xiaobao here once, but didn't have time to bring Erbao here. So Xiaobao was sure that Erbao didn't find out the secret between him and Dabao so quickly. The cave was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The entrance of the cave was facing the bushes where they were playing hide and seek. But there was a small wind vent as big as a head facing the bushes, 1.5 feet above the ground. Xiaobao let go of Dabao's hand, pouted his little butt, knelt on the ground, and looked down from the wind vent eagerly. He was looking at Erbao, laughing, unaware that the little figure showed him a greedy and brutal expression. The little figure slowly came behind him and opened his bloody mouth towards him. However, just as the little figure was about to bite, Xiaobao's body suddenly froze. His little face wrinkled into a ball, and his expression became particularly painful. Then there was a sound of pop. The little stinky fart came out, and Xiaobao felt relieved. The little figure never expected such a situation, and was stunned the moment the sound sounded. The little stinky fart was long and loud, and all of it was smoked on the face of the little figure. The little figure stared with bloodthirsty eyes, stepped back several steps, and then rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and rolled down the hillside. Xiaobao was immersed in his own world, not knowing that Dabeo had been smoked down the mountain by him. Erbao was getting closer and closer, but Xiaobao was not afraid. When Erbao comes, I'll show him my shadowless kick. Xiaobao kicked out his little feet. The little figure finally crawled into the cave with a head that was fainted by the smoke, and was kicked down by Xiaobao's shadowless kick. Huh? I think I kicked something? Xiaobao retracted his little feet, scratched his head, and looked around. Where's Dabeo? Xiaobao ran down the mountain and went to the bushes to find Dabeo. The little figure stood up with his dizzy little head. Xiaobao had already run away, but Erbao was approaching step by step. Xiaobao, where are you? Erbao looked around. The little figure flashed behind Erbao and followed him step by step, with a bloodthirsty and murderous light in his eyes. He gradually approached Erbao. 5 steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. 2 steps. When he was 1 step away from Erbao, the little figure opened his bloody mouth again, revealing his sharp teeth. Crack! Erbao stepped on a stick under his feet. He stepped on the head of the stick. The other end of the stick rose up and hit the crotch of the little figure. The little figure felt the pain from the sole. It clamped its calves, covered its crotch, and was petrified for 3 seconds, then fell straight down. The last target the little figure aimed at was Dabeo, who was squatting on the ground digging for goo. This time, it did not intend to get close to the other party. It spread its little palms, and the powerful Rakshasa pressure was about to explode. But suddenly, a beautiful figure came behind it. Huh? Whose child is it? Yuan walked towards the little figure. The blood Rakshasa entered the dark mountain. She was leading people to search all over the mountain. She heard Erbao's voice nearby and learned that several little guys had slipped out of Chaoyang Palace again. She hurried over to catch the little guys back. Unexpectedly, she did not touch the little guys, but saw a skinny little pitiful. The poor little guy was wearing ragged clothes. Judging from the size and style, they didn't look like those of a child, but more like those of an adult woman. Was he so poor that he couldn't even afford a piece of clothing? Yuan judged that he was poor, not only because of the ragged clothes that didn't fit him, but also because he was about the same height as the 3 little guys. But he was so thin that he was just skin and bones. Therefore, he was not only naked, but also hungry. Your clothes are wet. Did you fall into the water? Yuan squatted down and pushed aside the wet messy hair on his forehead. Oh, your forehead is broken. You are injured, Yuan said, lowering her head to untie the ribbon of her cloak. The little figure licked the corner of his lips and slowly opened his mouth. Swish! Yuan took off her cloak and covered his cold little body. She opened her purse and took out a clean handkerchief. She wiped his wounds first, then his face and hands. Where do you live? Why are you here? Although the appearance of the little figure was very strange, Yuan would never have expected that the rumored blood Rakshasa would be a 3-year-old child. The little Rakshasa didn't say anything, but stared at the blood vessels in Yuan's neck without blinking. After Yuan wiped him, she stood up, took his hand and said, "Can you still walk? I'll take you back." The second time the little Rakshasa had someone hold his hand, it felt different from being held by the little stinky fart. It was stunned for a moment, blinking its big eyes, staring at Yuan's hand, and drooling all over the floor. Yuan was of purine blood, and had the aura of the Holy King in her body. It could be said that her temptation to the blood Rakshasa was fatal. Yuan didn't know that this guy was salivating over her blood. Seeing his drooling, she guessed that the little guy was hungry. She came out in a hurry and didn't bring anything else. Only a bottle of milk left by Xiaobao. She handed him the bottle. Here. The goat milk was boiled, and the smell and fishy smell were removed. It had a faint sweetness, and children liked it very much. The little Rakshasa had never drunk from a small bottle of milk, and didn't know that it was meant to be put into the mouth. He squeezed it roughly with his little hand, and a stream of goat milk spurted out and splashed his face. It didn't like the taste, and frowned in disgust, and threw the small bottle on the ground. Yuan was searching for the golden medicine in her purse. Seeing that the little guy had thrown away the bottle, she hummed strangely, "Don't you like it?" She bent down to pick up the small bottle. The little Rakshasa looked at her back, licked the corner of his lips greedily, and pounced on her. However, the little Rakshasa did not pounce on her. It was knocked away by a very strong internal force. It looked at the tall figure who ruined its good deeds with bloodshot eyes, bared its teeth, and pounced fiercely. Fearing that Yuan might be hurt, Yin Jiuqiu swept the little Rakshasa to another hilltop. When Yuan finally found a bottle of golden medicine in her purse, she unexpectedly found that the little guy was gone. Strange. Where did he go? The little Rakshasa and Yin Jiuqiu started fighting. Qing Yin, the disciples of Chaoyang Hall, and Grandma all rushed over after hearing the news. The two of them moved so fast that it was difficult to catch them with the naked eye. One could only vaguely see shadows passing through the air. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood, but it was suppressed by the icy air of Changshengju in a moment. The little Rakshasa was angry, roared, and suddenly rushed towards Yin Jiuqiu's heart. This scene made Qing Yin's heart jump to his throat. Is that the blood Rakshasa? Why, it looks a little small. Grandma said solemnly, "This is a little Rakshasa." Little Rakshasa? Qing Yin was stunned. Grandma's eyes flashed with surprise. Such a small blood Rakshasa is really rare in the world. Qing Yin couldn't believe that the thing that had been chasing him all the way was such a small thing. As if guessing Qing Yin's disdain, Grandma said lightly, "Don't look at it as small. The masters of the entire Sikong family combined are not as good as it. It's so powerful." Qing Yin shrank his neck in fear, thinking of something, and then said, "Is it the blood Rakshasa we first encountered in the forbidden area?" Grandma shook her head. "No, it's not it." Qing Yin, is there more than one blood Rakshasa in the Sang family? Without waiting for Grandma to answer, the little Rakshasa was trapped by Yan Jiuqiu's internal force, and the breath of Changshengju was like a whip that took the soul, whipping the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa cried out in pain. Yin Jiuqiu stretched out his hand and was about to smash it with one palm. At the critical moment, Yuan came over with the golden wound medicine and the small bottle. Yin Jiuqiu paused, as if seeing that Yin Jiuqiu didn't want to hurt Yuan. The little Rakshasa rushed over, jumped into Yuan's arms, grabbed the small bottle that he disliked so much, and gulped down the milk. Yuan, who was confused. Yin Jiuqiu, who was even more confused than Yuan. Chapter 587 Life and the Truth. What's going on? Yuan asked in confusion. It's a Rakshasa, Yin Jiuqiu explained. No, she wasn't asking about that. Didn't the little guy hate drinking goat milk and even threw the bottle on the ground? How come after not seeing him for a while, he actually jumped into her arms and kept drinking? Wait, what did you just say he was? Yuan finally realized that her husband seemed to have revealed an incredible news. It's a Rakshasa. Yin Jiuqiu repeated it. Yuan's chubby body trembled. Rakshasa. Rakshasa? The blood Rakshasa in the forbidden land of the Sang family? That's right, Yin Jiuqiu said calmly. Yuan looked at Yin Jiuqiu in disbelief, making sure he was not teasing her. Then, she looked at the little guy who was drinking milk in her arms, and she felt sick. This skinny little thing, who she thought was a poor little thing from a poor family, turned out to be the dreaded Sang family Rakshasa. She simply didn't know how to react. She looked at the little Rakshasa with a dark face. Are you really a Rakshasa? Did you want to eat me just now? Yin Jiuqiu picked up the little Rakshasa with one hand. The little Rakshasa whimpered and grabbed the small bottle and pounced on Yuan. Yuan turned her face away cruelly. The appearance of this little Rakshasa was too deceptive. As a mother, she really couldn't bear to look at it like this. If you make a noise again, I'll kill you, Yin Jiuqiu said coldly. I don't know if the little Rakshasa understood what Yin Jiuqiu said, or just felt the huge murderous intent from Yin Jiuqiu. But he really didn't move or make a fuss. Qing Yin and the disciples of Chaoyang Hall rushed over. The news about the Sang family's Rakshasa had spread in Chaoyang Hall long ago. The disciples knew that the Sang family had raised such an evil creature, but it was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. No one expected it to be such a little guy. The little Rakshasa was skinny and had a small face, but his eyes were very big. When he didn't emit the breath of the bloody Rakshasa, He looked like an ordinary child, even weaker. But under this weak skin, there was a power that was enough to destroy the entire Mingshan mountain. Yin Jiuqiao threw the little Rakshasa to Qin Yin. Qin Yin held the little Rakshasa in his arms with a chill. The little Rakshasa bared his teeth at Qin Yin fiercely. And Qin Yin was so scared that he almost threw the little Rakshasa out. Yin Jiuqiao moved his fingertips, urged the Chansheng Ju to condense an internal force, and the little Rakshasa instantly became obedient and motionless. Yin Jiuqiao collected his inner strength and walked back to Chaoyang Hall. The 3 little black eggs had been found by the disciples of Chaoyang Hall. They were sitting on the doorstep obediently, drinking milk and waiting for their mother. The moment she saw her son, Yuan's heart seemed to be filled, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. The little Rakshasa saw the smile in her eyes and blinked in surprise. Yuan walked over and rubbed the heads of the 3 little black eggs. "Where did you go just now? Mother has been looking for you for half a day." "No, it's nearby," Xiaobao said. "If you don't believe me, ask Erbao." Now she remembered to unite with Erbao. Erbao looked at her mother cutely, intending to use her invincible skills of acting cute to cover up their crimes. But she accidentally glanced and saw the little Rakshasa held in Qin Yin's arms. Erbao's eyes lit up. "Brother?" Xiaobao hummed, stood up, and looked on tiptoe. "Where is the brother?" Qin Yin coughed lightly, holding the little Rakshasa, and quickly flashed into another yard. Yuan understood, glanced at the direction where Qin Yin left, turned to her sons and said, "That's not the brother." "Well, it's getting late. Let's take a bath." "Yeah." The 3 nodded in response, vying to pull their mother's hand, asking her to take them to take a bath. The 3 of them jumped into the house. Yin Jiuqiao wanted to change his clothes, so he went back to his room first. Without Yin Jiuqiao, Qin Yin couldn't control the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa jumped down from Qin Yin's arms and flashed into the yard where Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao lived at the speed of a shadow. Yin Jiuqiao went to change his clothes. The 3 little black eggs sat cross-legged in the small wooden basin in the outer room. One of them held a small scoop in his hand and clumsily scooped water to pour on his head. Yuan moved a small stool and sat behind the 3 of them. She took the rose-scented soap and rubbed them on their heads. The 3 of them seemed to be accustomed to this and closed their eyes very familiarly. Yuan rubbed their little heads one by one. The little Rakshasa opened his eyes wide, which were already big enough, and raised his little hands. Following Yuan's movements, he rubbed his head. "Don't hit me." Erbao turned his head, glared at Xiaobao, and said to Yuan, "Xiaobao hit me." "I didn't." Xiaobao shook his head and denied it. Zai Luosha also shook his head and shook his head. Yuan said seriously, "Xiaobao, don't make trouble." Xiaobao stuck out his tongue. Zai Luosha also stuck out his tongue. "Close your eyes. The soapberry will go in soon," Yuan said gently to Erbao. Erbao closed his eyes obediently. When Yin Jiuqiao changed into clean clothes and came out, he saw Zai Luosha peeking outside the door. He glanced at him lightly, and Zai Luosha immediately felt the pressure of the Chansheng Ju, and his hair stood up, and he flashed back to the next yard and into Qin Yin's arms. When the little Rakshasa fought with Yin Jiuqiao, it briefly released the aura of the blood Rakshasa. The head of the Sikong family and Sikong Chanfeng did not rest and keenly sensed this abnormality. However, the 2 did not know what it was. They were told that it was the blood Rakshasa when they came to Chaoyang Hall. In the room illuminated by oil lamps and candlelight, Yin Jiuqiao sat calmly on the main seat, and the little Rakshasa sat honestly on the stool in the middle. Grandma, Qin Yin, the head of the Sikong family, and Sikong Chanfeng were also there. "Is it the Rakshasa raised by the Sang family?" The head of the Sikong family looked at the obedient little thing in disbelief and asked. It's no wonder that he was so surprised. In fact, he couldn't sense any Rakshas's aura on it. Of course, he didn't believe that Yin Jiuqiao would not make a mistake. Then there were only 2 possibilities. This little Rakshas's power was too weak for people to feel its aura, or the little Rakshas's power was too strong and could already freely control its aura. If it was the second one, this little Rakshasa was too scary. Yin Jiuqiao didn't say anything, but gathered an inner force at his fingertips and hit the little Rakshasa. In order to protect himself, the little Rakshasa suddenly flew into the air, and a strong blood Rakshasa aura was released instantly. The head of the Sikong family felt his heart tremble, and cold sweat broke out. After the little Rakshasa dodged the attack, he looked at Yin Jiuqiao vigilantly, as if he was sure that he had no intention of attacking again. And then he climbed back to the stool and sat down. Although the head of the Sikong family did not practice the Changshengju himself, he was not unfamiliar with it. In the previous attack, Yin Jiucha seemed to have not used any force. But none of the masters present could dodge it. The little Rakshasa of the Sang family not only dodged it unscathed, but also seemed to be able to fight back. It didn't do so because it was not Yin Jiuchu's opponent after all. It knew that it was useless to fight back. However, if it encountered a strong enemy, it would definitely be the last one to die. At such a young age, it has such ability, and the head of the Sikong family is simply amazing. Was it born a blood Rakshasa? Asked the head of the Sikong family. Grandma nodded. Maybe it was born one. Or maybe it was fed with Rakshasa blood after it was born. The head of the Sikong family clenched his fists. The Sang family is really heartless. They don't even let such a young child go. Qing Yin frowned and said thoughtfully, I think the Sang family may not know the existence of the little Rakshasa. Oh, what do you mean? The head of the Sikong family looked at Qing Yin. Qing Yin recalled, when I went to the forbidden area with Ying Lu and Yingshisen, I heard two masters of the Sang family say, he's not here again. They spoke without restraint, and their actions were not serious. It was clear that there was no Rakshasa in the blood pool. When a Rakshasa appeared in the blood pool, I once suspected that they had made a mistake. Afterwards, I thought that they should not have made a mistake in such a big matter. Grandma pondered for a moment. Blood Rakshasa cherishes its own blood very much. It is difficult for outsiders to force them to use their own blood to feed other Rakshasa unless they are willing. Moreover, Blood Rakshasa has a strong sense of territory, and will not allow other Rakshasa to stay in the same place with them. So it... Qing Yin pointed at the little Rakshasa and whispered, is it the son of Blood Rakshasa? Only a biological son would be willing to feed with blood. And only a biological son would be willing to stay by his side. Chapter 588 Blood Rakshasa shows off his power, and tears the Sang family apart. Sang family. The moon is on the branches, and the head of the Sang family sits quietly in the study, looking through the plan presented by the counselor about controlling the Hades. This is clearly the business of the Sikong family. But the Sikong family will not be free for long. When the Sang family replaces the Sikong family as the new royal family, the position of the Lord of Hades will be his. Some things are better to adapt to in advance. The head of the Sang family was reading with great interest, when suddenly, a guard came over in a hurry, report to the head of the family. As soon as the guard opened his mouth, the head of the Sang family frowned unhappily. The guard was stunned at first, then realized that he had disturbed the master's peace, and hurriedly coughed and retreated, reporting softly, Master, I have something important to ask you. The Sang family is a newly promoted noble family, and the rules were not so strict originally. But seeing that they were about to replace the Sikong family, the head of the Sang family brought the Sikong royal family's heirs early. The head of the Sang family put down the book in his hand, took a sip of tea, and then asked slowly, what's the matter? The guard was rejected, but he didn't dare to do it again. He answered respectfully, according to the head of the family, something happened in the forbidden area. Forbidden area? The head of the Sang family paused to drink tea, wanting to scold him for not telling him such an important thing earlier. But when the words came to his lips, he remembered that he was the one who set the rules here, and coughed lightly and said, the Yingu has been stolen. What else can happen? Of course, he didn't expect that the Blood Rakshasa had something wrong. After all, the Blood Rakshasa was so powerful, and he was the one who was least likely to get into trouble in the Sang family. The guard said timidly, the Blood Rakshasa went crazy and killed many masters of the Sang family. What? The head of the Sang family stood up, and the city lord finally couldn't hold his airs anymore. He went to the forbidden area in a hurry. In the forbidden area, Blood Rakshasa had killed 3 6th-level Shura kings in succession, and was about to kill the 4th one. You know, although the Sang family used secret medicine to improve the realm of Shura king, it didn't mean that catching a dead man could turn him into a Shura king. Especially the Shura kings above the 5th level. Killing one less is definitely not a way to cultivate a new one in 3 to 5 years. When dealing with the Sikong family, several people had already been lost, and now Blood Rakshasa killed 3 more for nothing. The head of the Sang family was in great pain. Stop! The head of the Sang family stepped onto the single plank bridge, and stopped the Blood Rakshasa, who was twisting the neck of the 4 6th level Shura king. Most of the Blood Rakshasa's body was soaked in the blood pool, and 3 corpses of the 6th level Shura kings were floating beside him. Their blood was all put into the blood pool, and the whole person became a mummified corpse. But no one dared to salvage their bodies, and even dared not to get close. Only the head of the Sang family had this courage. Unfortunately, Blood Rakshasa ignored him. "I told you to stop. Did you hear me?" said the head of the Sang family coldly. This time, the Blood Rakshasa finally reacted. He slowly turned around and looked at the head of the Sang family with his eyes glowing green, like a ghost without blinking. "Let him go," the head of the Sang family ordered again. The Blood Rakshasa was released. But the next second, he tore the man in half with his bare hands. The head of the Sang family was furious. After raising the Blood Rakshasa for so many years, it is impossible to say that he has not killed a few people by mistake. When they are short of supply, the Blood Rakshasa will capture a master of the Sang family to absorb the other party's blood and energy. But since the Sang family has figured out the temperament of the Blood Rakshasa and the number of sacrifices he needs, they have never made similar mistakes. This time, it is obviously not caused by insufficient supply. The Blood Rakshasa did not absorb their blood and energy. The Blood Rakshasa seemed to be venting his anger. Strange. What is he angry about? Didn't he sacrifice a purple-clothed saint to him a few days ago? The purple-clothed saint is much more nutritious than Ingu. He should be very happy and satisfied. The head of the Sang family couldn't figure it out, so he could only guess. "What's wrong with you? Do you want to sacrifice so soon? Didn't we agree that we can give you the Holy King after a few days?" The blood-red face showed a hint of anger. And then, an extremely unpleasant hoarse voice said in a tone that was no longer smooth, "Let me out." This sound is simply not something a human can make. The head of the Sang family can no longer remember the last time the Blood Rakshasa spoke. 10 years ago? 15 years ago? It's been so long since he spoke. No wonder it doesn't sound like human words. It took the head of the Sang family a long time to react to what he said. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. But it didn't last too long. He looked down at him and said, "You can't go out. Have you forgotten?" The Blood Rakshasa roared and trembled. The masters of the Sang family were frightened by his murderous posture and retreated straight away. Only the head of the Sang family stood there without changing his expression. The Sang family is famous in the Hades for making weapons. This blood pool is the greatest weapon of the Sang family. The pool wall and the bottom are made of black iron. There is a passage under the blood pool, leading to a yard where the Blood Rakshasa lives. The yard is also made of black iron. In fact, it is more appropriate to say that it is a cage. On the right foot of the Blood Rakshasa, there is a black iron chain tied from the blood pool to the yard. The other end of the chain is always in the cableway. This is a complex and huge project that only the Sang family can do. The head of the Sang family looked at him calmly. Without fear or sympathy, this is your own decision. Whether it is the blood pool or the cage, they are all tailor-made for yourself. You once said that only when you become the Rakshasa king, you will be able to break free from the chains and leave the cage and the blood pool. Have you forgotten all this? The Blood Rakshasa roared angrily. The head of the Sang family frowned in confusion. He had survived for so many years, and never saw the Blood Rakshasa unable to stay. Seeing that he was only one step away from the Rakshasa king, why did he suddenly want to go out in advance? The head of the Sang family called the guards. "You guys, search the forbidden area for me." The Blood Rakshasa must have been stimulated by something. Otherwise, he would not be so abnormal. Yes. The guards took the order and searched the Sang family's forbidden area. "Wait." The head of the Sang family called them again. He looked in the other direction of the blood pool. There were unused caves and barren mountains on the other side. It was reasonable that no one would break in. However, for the sake of caution, it was better to have someone search them. After searching the interior of the Sang family, send someone to search the caves and barren mountains. Yes, Master. The guards went without stopping. Master Sang glanced at the manic Blood Rakshasa and left the forbidden area with a cold face. Shortly after everyone left, Inglu and Ingshursan, who were hiding behind a large rock at the other end of the cave and the barren mountain, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After the two parted ways with Qian, they returned to the cave. They had planned to see how the Sang family would react after the Rakshasa disappeared. But unexpectedly they encountered such an incredible secret. At first, when they saw this Rakshasa, they thought it was the Rakshasa that chased Qian back. But after listening to Master Sang's words, it seemed that this Rakshasa could not leave the Sang family's forbidden area. In other words, the Sang family raised two Rakshasa. Also, this Rakshasa was voluntary. The third thing that surprised the two was that the Sang family seemed to be unaware of the existence of the other Rakshasa. But this Rakshasa should know it. After all, they are of the same kind. And it is impossible for him not to sense the existence of the other party. So he wanted to go out. Was he going to look for another Rakshasa? The Sang family would soon search here. So it was not appropriate to stay here for long. The two exchanged glances and planned to leave and clean up the clues they left behind. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the blood Rakshasa seemed to sense a strange breath and turned around. Ing Lu saw his face. Ing Lu and Ing Shursan returned to Ming Shan in the afternoon of the next day. The two were almost discovered by the blood Rakshasa. Fortunately, the head of the Sang family turned back and seemed to have something to say to the blood Rakshasa. They took the opportunity to leave. But after soaking in the blood pool, the evil spirit invaded their bodies. Halfway through the walk, they both fainted. Fortunately, they were not discovered by the Sang family, who were searching. After the two entered Chaoyang Palace, they immediately found Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao was in Grandma's house to discuss how to deal with the blood Rakshasa. Qing Yin, you go, and the head of the Sikong family were also there. Are you alright? Are you still alive? Qing Yin and Ing Lu said in unison. Qing Yin's face darkened. What do you mean I'm still alive? Will I die if I'm hunted by the blood Rakshasa? And since you knew I might die, you left me alone. Are you brothers? Ing Lu touched his nose angrily. Well, aren't you alright? I worried about you for nothing. Qing Yin rolled his eyes and ignored the two infuriating guys. Let's talk business, Yingshisen said. We returned to the Sang family's forbidden area last night. Qing Yin was furious. What? We finally escaped. And you dare to go back? Do you know there is a blood Rakshasa there? Even if there is no blood Rakshasa, the high-level Shura king of the Sang family is not something you can deal with. Therefore, Ing Lu and Yingshisen were not unwilling to rescue Qing Yin for the sake of their lives. But they had a mission, and they were determined to die to find out the news of the Sang family. Qing Yin's reaction touched Ing Lu. Not only did he not blame them for abandoning him, but he was also so worried about them. Ing Lu suddenly asked, Wait! How did you know that there is another blood Rakshasa in the Sang family? Qing Yin raised his eyebrows. I won't tell you. Ing Lu, hey! Yingshisen was not led by Qing Yin. He continued, I feel that the blood Rakshasa we met again when we turned back is more powerful than the one we chased out. And he went crazy for some reason. Qing Yin laughed. His son is missing. How can he not go crazy? Ing Lu was stunned. Son? You mean, the blood Rakshasa who chased us? Are they father and son? Qing Yin did not answer him, but patted his chest. It's a male Rakshasa. Good God bless you. The little guy is wearing a woman's clothes. I thought the big Rakshasa was a woman. What does the little guy mean? Ing Lu asked puzzledly. Isn't it just one night away? Why do they feel like they missed a lifetime? Qing Yin vividly told the two about the capture of the little Rakshasa. The two were simply stunned. The other blood Rakshasa was actually a child. Ing Lu was stunned and said, Then, how is the young master going to deal with him? It, Rakshasa, strictly speaking, can no longer be considered a human being. Such an evil thing must be eliminated. Yin Jiuqiao said calmly. Go on. What else did you find in the forbidden area? Ing Shursan said seriously. The blood Rakshasa was raised by the Sang family voluntarily. From the tone of the Sang family master talking to him, it seems that he is an old acquaintance. Ing Lu saw what he looked like. Draw it? Yin Jiuqiao said. Yes. Ing Lu took the grandma's paper and pen and drew the face in his mind. When everyone saw the face in the portrait, they were stunned. The courtyard was full of birdsong and flowers, and the weather was sunny. Several little guys were running around in the yard, knowing that they couldn't sit still in the yard and always slipped into the depths of the dark mountain. Sikong Chafeng thoughtfully found some new toys for the little black eggs and made a beautiful little swing frame. The 3 little black eggs liked the swing. My! It's my turn! Erbao has played 10 times. And Xiaobao can't wait. After Erbao landed, he gave the swing to Xiaobao. And he and Debao pushed Xiaobao. Yuan was sitting on a rattan chair nearby, basking in the sun comfortably. She touched her gradually bulging belly with her bare hands, and her eyes fell on the little guys with a gentle smile. In the next yard, Xiao Lusha was tied with a black iron chain and guarded by 2 third-level Shura kings of the Sikong family. Unfortunately, Xiao Lusha was not afraid of anyone except Yin Jiuqiao, and they couldn't keep an eye on him at all. Xiao Luosha's pressure shook, and the 2/3 level Shura kings fell asleep. The little Rakshasa broke free from the black iron chain and flashed into Yuan's yard. He leaned behind the moon gate and stuck out his round head. He looked at Yuan in the yard, and the little black egg swinging on the swing beside Yuan without blinking. Wow! So high! So high! Xiaobao felt like he was about to fly and screamed with excitement. The little Rakshasa's eyes were wide open, watching with envy and curiosity. Okay. Stop playing and go drink some water. Yuan led the sweaty little black eggs back to the house. The little Rakshasa flashed under the swing. Xiaobao had just left, and the swing was still a little shaky. The little Rakshasa stretched out his thin fingers and touched the swing carefully, and then took it back. After touching it a few times, he licked the corner of his lips and sat on it like Xiaobao. No one pushed the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa used his inner strength to swing the swing up and down, again and again. Chapter 589: The Truth About the Blood Rakshasa. In the study, except for Ying Lu and Ying Shursan, everyone staring at the portrait showed incredible expressions. Qing Yan opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped, but finally said, "Well, Ying Lu, are you sure you didn't draw it wrong?" Ying Lu put down his pen, opened his eyes wide and said, "How could I draw it wrong? I'm very good at drawing. This is the truth. In order to become a more perfect scout, Ying Lu's calligraphy and painting are all taught by famous masters in Yanqing. Although he didn't get the true teachings of the famous masters, at least he could draw a portrait." Qing Yan thought for a while, then, "Did you remember the appearance wrong?" Qing Yan still couldn't believe that the blood Rakshasa in the forbidden area would be the face in the portrait. In fact, Ying Shursan was also surprised. But he had been with Ying Lu for many years, and understood Ying Lu's ability better than anyone else. After ordinary people saw a person's appearance, it would be difficult to recall it accurately after closing their eyes. Ying Lu was different. He had received special training, and could remember any face he had seen as long as he wanted. Yugo scratched his head. "Why do I think he looks so familiar?" Qing Yan said, "Nonsense. Of course he looks familiar. We have seen someone who looks similar to him. Have you forgotten?" "Oh!" Yugo didn't remember. Instead, the head of the Sikong family on the side said in a daze, "How could it be him?" Ying Lu heard his words, looked at Yan Jiuqiu, and then looked at him, head of the Sikong family. "Do you know this person?" The head of the Sikong family did not rush to answer Ying Lu's words, but looked at Yan Jiuqiu on the side. "Jiuqiu, do you think he looks familiar?" "Familiar," Yan Jiuqiu said. Grandma also looked familiar, but unlike the others present, she had not seen someone who looked like blood Rakshasa, but had seen the portrait of this person in the Sikong family's library. The head of the Sikong family stared at the portrait for a long time, then sighed and said, "If I guess correctly, he is the previous head of the Sang family, and the ancestor of the Sang family." Sang Qiuhan. When Qing Yan and Yuego mistakenly entered the Sang family's forbidden area for the first time, they had seen the head of the Sang family, and the saint after the disguise. The reason why Yuego and Qing Yan felt familiar was that the blood Rakshasa in the portrait looked exactly like the head of the Sang family they had seen that night, except that he was older. When Ying Lu and Ying Shursan returned to the forbidden area this time, Ying Shursan also saw the face of the head of the Sang family. But Ying Lu, who was blocked behind him, did not see it. So Ying Lu did not know that his portrait had the same face as the head of the Sang family. As for Yan Jiuqiu, he had been to the Sang family openly, and had dealings with the head of the Sang family. Yan Jiuqiu's eyes fell on the portrait. Thinking, Ying Lu asked strangely, "How could this happen? Did the Sang family turn their ancestor into a bloody Rakshasa?" No. According to the Sang family head, he volunteered. "Is this ancestor crazy? Why did he turn himself into a half-human, half-ghost? Isn't it good to live a good life? Why did he have to be a bloody Rakshasa?" This doubt, perhaps only the Sikong family head can answer everyone. Everyone looked at the Sikong family head, expecting him to answer their questions. The Sikong family head himself did not expect such a thing to happen in the Sang family. The secret refining of high-level Shura King was jaw-dropping enough. And then it was revealed that he raised Ying-gu in blood Rakshasa. The head of the Sikong family felt that he had spent all his life's experience in the Sang family. Who would have thought that the more bizarre truth was revealed now? The ancestor of the Sang family refined himself into a blood Rakshasa. It is not entirely true to say that there were no signs. The head of the Sikong family remembered an incident that he heard from his father, and the elders of the Sikong family when he was young. That was when the ancestor was young. The ancestor was a martial arts fanatic. And so was Sang Chohan. Both of them were the pride of the family. However, the Sang family was not as powerful as it is now. Sang Chohan could only accompany the ancestor as a companion. The ancestor was young and frivolous, and he could not help but not listen to the teachings of the teachers and masters. But every time he made a mistake, Sang Chohan took the blame for him. At this point, the head of the Sikong family cast his eyes on Yin Jiuqiao. I heard that the royal family in the Central Plains is also like this. Yin Jiuqiao hummed. The children of the royal family were noble. So how could they be whipped? But they could not be punished. So the companion took the punishment on their behalf. The head of Sikong family said, the ancestor's study companion is not only Sang Chohan, but he was punished the most. Not for anything else. Just because he was the one with the lowest status among the few people. I think this buried a little hidden danger in the early stage. Inglu exclaimed. Just because of this, he turned himself into a bloody Rakshasa? The head of Sikong family shook his head. These are all trivial matters. Sang Chohan has good qualifications. In that generation, except for the ancestor, almost no one can fight him to a draw. You must know that others are backed by their families, secretly invited masters, and opened special training. Sang Chohan relied on himself to practice. Gradually, he was valued by the masters. The masters taught him more and more martial arts. And those children of the aristocratic families were less and less his opponents. However, there was one person he could never beat. Ancestor Sikong? Inglu asked. The head of Sikong family nodded. Yes. I said before, the ancestor is a martial arts fanatic. And so is Sang Chohan. In terms of diligence, the ancestor is not as hardworking as Sang Chohan. But sometimes, the gap in talent cannot be made up by acquired efforts. Sang Chohan has always refused to admit that he is inferior to others. He thinks that he lost because of resources. He is not the eldest son of the Sikong family, so the masters will still be reserved when teaching him. Then, actually there is no reservation? Inglu asked again. Of course there is reservation. The head of Sikong family said. Everyone's mouth twitched. You still say that you didn't lose because of resources? The head of Sikong family said, after all, he is not a member of the Sikong family. Some things cannot be easily passed on. However, the ancestor has always been generous. When Sang Chohan told him that he only lost because he didn't have a good martial arts method, the ancestor taught him the secret of longevity. Everyone's mouth twitched again. He is really... There is no way to describe it. The head of the Sikong family continued. It is worth mentioning that the ancestor was still young at that time and had not yet comprehended the longevity secret. He had only practiced the first level. Therefore, Sang Chohan lost to him. Not because of the technique. Sang Chohan went back to practice the longevity secret, but found that he could not practice it. So he suspected that the ancestor gave him a set of fake techniques. You know, even the direct disciples of our Sikong family can't practice this set of techniques, let alone an outsider. The ancestor's kindness was taken advantage of by others. Later, Sang Chohan suffered internal injuries, and he suspected that it was the fake technique given to him by the ancestor. Since then, Sang Chohan hated the ancestor. Sang Chohan practiced martial arts hard. When the ancestor practiced for 1 hour, he practiced for 2 hours, 3 hours. After a few years, Sang Chohan's martial arts did improve a lot. But he was still no match for the ancestor. Sang Chohan was jealous and sneaked into the Sikong family's library and stole the Sikong family's top-secret martial arts. To be honest, I have never seen that set of martial arts. The Sikong family has an ancestral precept that all Sikong family children cannot practice it. I used to wonder what it was, but now I seem to understand it a little. It was that set of skills that turned Sang Chohan into a bloody Rakshasa. The culprit is the Sikong family. Xingyan raised his eyebrows. The head of the Sikong family smiled bitterly. Our Sikong family has kept it for many years, and has always followed the ancestral teachings. No one has practiced it. Sang Chohan himself has bad intentions. Is this also the fault of our Sikong family? Xingyan muttered. But your Sikong family always wants to force the saint to marry, which is not a good thing. The head of the Sikong family choked. To be honest, the Sikong family has indeed married many saints in the past. But forcing only his grandfather is such an old fool. His grandfather did commit an unforgivable sin. He repeatedly repented before his death, saying that he was sorry for Saint Lan Yi and the Lan family. But what's the use? The dead cannot be resurrected. and everything can't go back. We will discuss the old accounts later. Yin Jiuchu spoke lightly. Since blood Rakshasa is the Sikong family's practice, can the Sikong family deal with it? No. The head of the Sikong family shook his head regretfully. Perhaps it was because blood Rakshasa was too powerful and could not be suppressed that the ancestors did not allow descendants to practice it. The art of immortality can restrain it a little. But once the ancestor of the Sang family becomes the Rakshasa king, I am afraid that even the art of immortality will be helpless. Yin Jiuchu's slender jade-like fingertips gently tapped the table a few times. All things are interdependent and mutually restrained. And blood Rakshasa must have its weaknesses. Qing Yan had an idea. Don't we have a little Rakshasa here? If we try it, can't we find the weakness of the bloody Rakshasa? Inglu said, how to try. A quarter of an hour later, Qing Yan came over with a bunch of sharp and cold torture instruments. And there were several large bottles of poison on top of the torture instruments. Inglu picked up an iron hook and a sharp dagger, and said reluctantly, is it too much to torture a child with these things? Qing Yan didn't say anything, but looked at Yingshisen, who was standing aside. Yingshisen stared and said, it's not a child. It's an evil thing. And evil things are inhumane. The little Rakshasa swung on the swing alone for a while, not daring to let Yin Jiuchu find him. Before Yin Jiuchu returned to the yard, he quickly returned to his room and tied himself up with a black iron chain. The two sleeping Shura kings woke up suddenly. Their first reaction was to go and see the little Rakshasa. Seeing that it was still there, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then, seeing that it was getting dark, it was time for it to eat. He took out a bottle from his arms, poured a few blood pills, and threw them on the ground, and then strode out. It was time for them to eat too. The little Rakshasa jumped off the stool with the black iron chain tied to it, opened his little mouth to eat the blood pills on the ground. And suddenly, a ha-ha-ha laughter came from the next yard. The little Rakshasa was startled, broke free from the black iron chain and flashed out. The little black eggs played for an afternoon and were hungry. Yuan asked the kitchen to prepare food, which was their favorite Fu Yuanzi. Although it was not as authentic as the Nanzhao ones, it was made delicately, and the little black eggs liked it very much. I want 2 bowls, Xiao Bao said. I want 3 bowls, Air Bao said. I want 4 bowls, De Bao said in his heart. It's 2 bowls. Yuan corrected Xiao Bao with a smile and looked at the little guys. You have to eat dinner later. Don't eat too much. After that, she served a small bowl to each of the 3 little black eggs, took a small wooden spoon and put it in it, and whispered, it's just out of the pot. Be careful of the heat. The stool was a bit high, and the 3 little black eggs climbed clumsily for a long time before finally climbing up. Then, the 3 of them sat in a row, grabbed a small wooden spoon, and stirred while whirring. Little Rakshasa was leaning outside the door, sticking out his little head, opening his blood-red eyes, and staring at the 3 little black eggs, the bowl in their hands without blinking. Little Bao was the most impatient. Scooped a small spoonful, couldn't wait to bring it to his mouth, blew it twice, and then stuffed it into his mouth. It's so hot. Who? Little Rakshasa opened his little mouth. Her Bao also scooped a spoonful. Mom, blow it. Yuan blew it twice lovingly and touched his head. Okay. It's not hot anymore. Yeah. Her Bao nodded and fed a spoonful of delicious fuyuanzi into his mouth. It was so delicious that his eyes narrowed. This bowl of fuyuanzi was just a snack for the 3 little black eggs. The 3 of them finished it quickly. Yuan was tidying up the herbs that were drying in the backyard. The 3 of them jumped down and went to find their mother. There was no one in the room, and the little Rakshasa flashed in and landed steadily on the chair. It paused, thinking of something, and then jumped down again, imitating the little black eggs and climbing up clumsily. It sat down, picked up the small wooden spoon that the little black eggs had eaten, scooped a little from the empty bowl, brought it to its mouth, and slurped. It scooped another little, brought it to the side, and waited for a while, as if someone slurped for it. It nodded, and then fed the empty spoon to its mouth, tilted its little head, and pretended to eat. Chapter 590 Xiaobao and Little Rakshasa. When the 3 of them were halfway there, Qing Yan was called away by his grandmother, and they went to the Sikong family's library to see if they could find more ways to deal with the blood Rakshasa. Then should we try again? Ing Lu looked at the poison and torture instruments left by Qing Yan, and hesitated about what to do next. Yingshisen was much more hard-hearted than him, and said firmly, Of course we have to try. One more person to find a way means one more chance of success. Inglu whispered, didn't you say it's just a child? Could you really treat it like this? Yingshisen didn't know how to answer. Inglu was a death warrior. And death warriors were all hard-hearted. But Inglu was not. Yingshisen silently picked up the poison and torture instruments on the ground and walked towards the yard where the little Rakshasa was imprisoned. Inglu sighed and followed, thinking of something, and asked in wonder, by the way, how could the ancestor of the Sang family have such a young son? Men can have sons at any age, Yingshisen said. Oh! Inglu seemed to understand, as he had never had a son. Yingshisen cleared his throat, but he may not be his biological son. Inglu's eyes rolled, picked up? Yingshisen stepped over the gate, that's unknown. Anyway, that little evil creature is also a blood demon. We just need to find its weakness. Nothing else matters. Oh! Inglu followed him slowly. Yingshisen knew that he couldn't do it. So he didn't force him and said to him, you go back to your room and rest first. I'll go by myself. Inglu vaguely realized that Yingshisen had seen his resistance, and hurriedly straightened his back and followed him with big strides. No! I'll go with you. I haven't even seen the little Rakshasa. This is the truth. That night, the little Rakshasa chased him, and the other party's body movement was too fast. They couldn't even see the afterimage. Who would have expected it to be a little guy? The little Rakshasa, who was eating in Yuan's room, heard the movement in the yard next door, put down the spoon, and disappeared. When Inglu and Yingshisen entered the room, the little Rakshasa had tied himself up obediently and sat motionless on the chair. It was wearing a tattered woman's dress when it came, and Yuan changed it after entering the yard. It was wearing Xiaobao's clothes. The two were about the same height, but it was skinny, so the clothes were still too big and looked loose. Its hair was messy and uneven, like it had been gnawed by a dog. This was caused by the dog gnawed its hair when it grew long and covered its eyes. It was thin and small, with a skinny face, but its eyes were surprisingly big. Yingshisen was hard-hearted and didn't react much. But Inglu, who was standing next to him, was stunned, even though he had heard that it was a little guy and had been fantasizing about it on the way here. He was still shocked when he saw it. It's too small. Also, although those big eyes were scary, they were also scary and cute. Inglu pulled Yingshisen aside and whispered, is it the blood Rakshasa? It doesn't look like it. Are you doubting the young master's judgment? Yingshisen asked calmly. No. 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 Inglu shook his head like a rattle. Go to the next room and prepare the poison. Yingshisen found an excuse to send Inglu away. Inglu went there reluctantly, looking back at the little Rakshasa every 3 steps. And the little Rakshasa also looked at him blankly, until Yingshisen closed the door with a bang. The moment the door closed, the murderous aura around Yingshisen burst out. The little Rakshasa felt his murderous aura, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Yingshisen picked up a cold black iron hook and hooked it towards the little Rakshasa's sternum. The little Rakshasa was obviously locked by the black iron chain, but when he approached, it swooped over his head, and the iron chain fell to the ground with a clang. Yingshisen's eyes sank, and he attacked the little Rakshasa again. Most of the power of the little Rakshasa was sealed by Yin Jiuqiao with the Chansheng Ju. But even so, it still escaped Yingshisen's attack safely, and broke through the window to escape. Yingshisen followed, but in the blink of an eye, the little Rakshasa disappeared. The most powerful Qigong that Yingshisen had ever seen came from Naishura. But the little Rakshasa's body skills were even better than Naishura's. And this was the case when most of its power was sealed. If it was in its prime, I really can't imagine how powerful it would be. It is so powerful. Let alone the big blood Rakshasa in the forbidden area. Yingshisen clenched his fists, and must find the weakness of the blood Rakshasa as soon as possible. Yin Jiuqiao was there, and the little Rakshasa didn't dare to escape into Yuan's yard. It didn't know which yard it had entered. It was noisy here, and there was a strange smell. This is the kitchen of Chaoyang Palace. At this moment, the cooks are preparing dinner for everyone. Little Rakshasa stood in the corridor, looking at the busy cooks. Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded behind it. Brother. Little Rakshasa was startled and instinctively jumped onto the beam on the top. Xiaobao raised his head in astonishment and exclaimed sincerely, Wow! Little Rakshasa looked at Xiaobao vigilantly. Xiaobao was too young to understand the vigilance in his eyes. He just thought that little brother was so amazing, and his Qigong was as good as master away. Brother, you are so awesome. Xiaobao clapped his hands. Little Rakshasa did not forget the experience of being half dead by the little stinky fart. It bared its teeth and showed a fierce look on its face, trying to scare Xiaobao away. Unexpectedly, Xiaobao was not scared away, but bared his teeth and made a big face. Little Rakshasa was stunned. Xiaobao opened his little bag, took out a candy, waved at it and said, Brother, come down. I'll give you candy. Little Rakshasa looked at the candy in Xiaobao's hand curiously, and it fell down. Xiaobao broke the candy into two halves, one for himself and the other for his little brother. Little Rakshasa looked at the one who was handing it to him and subconsciously dodged. Xiaobao hurriedly said, I won't bully you. Don't be afraid. Little Rakshasa looked at the candy, then looked at Xiaobao, and finally reached out and took the candy. Xiaobao pulled it to sit on the steps, licking the candy and saying, This is delicious. My mother doesn't allow me to eat it. Uncle Chafeng secretly gave it to me. Don't tell anyone. The little Rakshasa opened his mouth and stared at Xiaobao licking the candy. Don't just watch me eat it. Eat it yourself. Xiaobao urged it and said, Whose family are you from? Where are your father and mother? The little Rakshasa stared at Xiaobao in a daze. Coincidentally, at this time, Yuan passed by the kitchen with the herb she had dried. Xiaobao pointed at Yuan and said, That's my mother. Yin Jiucha walked towards Yuan. Xiaobao continued, That's my dad. When Xiao Luosha saw Yin Jiuchao, he disappeared. Little brother, you? Xiaobao was talking, and turned his head. Huh? Where's my little brother? Not long after Xiao Luosha escaped from the kitchen, he ran into Ing Shursan. Ing Shursan hit him with a black iron whip, but he didn't hit Xiao Luosha, but hit the candy that Xiaobao gave to Xiao Luosha. The candy fell to the ground with a thud, and Xiao Luosha flew to pick it up, and was hit hard by the whip. Xiao Luosha felt pain. Ing Shursan frowned. He had hit its weak spot, but it only felt pain? Does this evil creature really have no weaknesses? Ing Shursan fought with the little Rakshasa again. The more the little Rakshasa moved, the more violently the Changsheng Ju would work. The little Rakshasa suffered a lot and was soaked in cold sweat. In the end, he was so tired that he hugged Ing Shursan's whip and fell asleep. It was an hour later that the little Rakshasa woke up. It was locked in the dark room again, with a black iron chain tied to its feet. Gurgle. It was hungry. In its pocket, the candy that Xiaobao gave it was still there. It took it out, licked it, and rolled its eyes in disgust. There was a blood pill thrown to it by Shura King on the ground. It jumped down, bent down, picked up the blood pills one by one with its hands, and was about to take one out and feed it into its mouth when Yuan's gentle voice came to its ears. Cow, sheep, horse. Yuan was teaching Dabeo to speak. Dabeo sat obediently in his mother's arms. Yuan patiently taught him over and over again. Cow, sheep, horse. The little Rakshasa jumped onto the windowsill, his little hands clinging to the window frame, his chin resting on the window frame, his little mouth slightly opened. Numb. For the Sang family, this night was destined to be restless. The blood Rakshasa, who was mad for some unknown reason, killed 3 Shura queens in succession and destroyed half of the Forbidden Land in one breath. The head of the Sang family was so angry that he was twitching, but there was nothing he could do. Just when the head of the Sang family was in a state of panic, a trembling breath suddenly surged from the direction of the Forbidden Land. The clouds in all directions seemed to be affected and surged uneasily. The air was filled with a bloody smell as if it were real. Patriarch Sang stood up in disbelief. Is this a breakthrough? Blood Rakshasa is finally going to become the Rakshasa king.